Zhou Heng traversed into the era of online gaming, a millennium of existence, logging into the game Infinite Boundlessness in pursuit of the truth of immortality. At the outset, he acquired the singular talent known as Fate Insight, which would bestow hints whenever destiny demanded a choice. As players of level 2000 engaged in a fierce battle in the distant skies, two significant insights emerged. Fate Insight 1. You might consider wagering your fate to acquire the fruit tree of destiny from a level 2000 player. Fate Insight 2. Depart from this location and launch a fierce assault toward the west. Perhaps an unexpected delight awaits you. Chapter 1. The unique talent of level 1. Fate Insight. What manner of game is Infinite Boundlessness, which has been open for 10 millennia? Recently, the Chongqing family announced an increase in support for newly inducted players. Is this truth or mere fabrication? Why has the job transition certificate for level advancement become increasingly difficult to obtain after 10 millennia of operation? Why has the world population not surged significantly? A new round of logins is about to commence. Who among the Chongqing family will emerge as the strongest of this era? Behold the comprehensive guide to cultivation in the Chongqing family. The heart of the guild has been lost for over 4,000 years. When will the multitude of guild mechanisms be restored? According to official leaks, Infinite Boundlessness may soon undergo an unprecedented transformation. What world awaits beyond the legends of Infinite Boundlessness? Can we truly attain eternal existence through Infinite Boundlessness? Is the Chongqing family a millennial force aiding the growth of Blue Star, or a long-lasting scourge? Exciting news! The Chongqing family's Morden is about to enter into a union with Saches from the same family. Within the classroom, as Zhou Heng perused various inquiries regarding Infinite Boundlessness, his thoughts began to crystallize. He had traversed into this grand epic known as the era of online gaming. The world he inhabited was a parallel universe to his homeland, Earth, known as Blue Star. A millennium ago, the enigmatic game Infinite Boundlessness descended upon Blue Star, granting every denizen the opportunity to explore its vastness. In the realm of Infinite Boundlessness, even those with disabilities could strive for development, not only restoring their physical form, but also attaining immeasurable longevity. An extraordinary power. Fueled by this newfound strength, the people of Blue Star fervently advanced, erecting three colossal entities over the span of 10,000 years. 1. The Blue Star Federation, composed of official forces from various nations. 2. The formidable Chongqing family, which rapidly ascended due to unique advantages. 3. A conventional system led by countless ordinary players. In contrast to the Blue Star Federation, it became evident from the nuances of various news articles that the Chongqing family represented the most potent force in the era of online gaming, even overshadowing the Federation itself. Admittedly, at first glance, it seemed unreasonable for the official body to be eclipsed by a family. Yet, existence is truth, and there must be elements unknown to this nascent player yet to log in. What was the golden key I selected? As Zhou Heng pondered, footsteps echoed from outside the classroom, and soon a striking young man entered. Dressed in a fitted azure robe and trousers, he stood erect at the podium, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, surveying the room before speaking. Children, congratulations on reaching the pivotal age of 18. In the Summer Kingdom, this age signifies independence, and within Infinite Boundlessness, it marks your official entry into the game to pursue your desires. Without further ado, I would like to reiterate 3 essential points. The young man stated firmly, raising 3 fingers and lowering them one by one as he spoke. First, safeguard your initial 3 chances of resurrection. The era of easily obtaining revival tokens is long past. Once consumed, you may either remain eternally within Infinite Boundlessness as a mere skeleton beneath someone else's feet, or seek the extraordinarily rare revival tokens. Second, in Infinite Boundlessness, refrain from fully trusting anyone's words until you possess sufficient strength. Although you have acquired much foundational knowledge over the years, theory does not equate to practice. The reality is far more challenging. Zhou Heng inhaled deeply, suppressing all distractions, and with focused intent, he envisioned the 4 characters of Infinite Boundlessness in his mind, employing the methods documented in his textbooks. In the next moment, a faint light materialized from the void, piercing into his brow, followed by lines of text manifesting. Detected memory restoration. You have obtained relevant information. Main world, Earth. Game world, Infinite Boundlessness. Difficulty, despair. Golden key, fate. Insight, starting point, orphan. Target, none. Transmigration mode, in the form of a baby, rescued from a mud truck. Zhou Heng's expression shifted to one of dawning realization. He recollected that his chosen golden key was Fate Insight, a remarkably potent and extravagant ability. You are linking to Infinite Boundlessness, detecting your regional population. Blue Star Human Race Citizen of the Summer Kingdom, ID 0000999999. Welcome. Assessing your physical attributes, randomly generating your innate talent. You have obtained your personal attribute panel. With a swift motion, a panel appeared before him, visible only to Zhou Heng. True name, Zhou Heng. Level 1 attack, 12. Magic, 00. Health, 30-30. Mana, 00. Armor, 0. Attack speed, 1.0s. Movement speed, 1.2 milliseconds. Water resistance, 0. Fire resistance, 0. Wind resistance, 0. Thunder resistance, 0. Ice resistance, 0. Wood resistance, 0. Light resistance, 0. Dark resistance, 0. Experience, 0-100. Fate Insight Unique. When faced with a choice of destiny, tangible hints will be provided. Upon seeing his talent, even with a significant portion of his memories integrated, Zhou Heng could not suppress a smile. Within the developed realm of online gaming spanning 10 millennia, talents were categorized into 6 tiers: C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, with the unique tier being one he had never encountered. However, as a transmigrator's golden key, possessing a unique level seemed entirely reasonable. This attribute panel is indeed as deplorable as the textbook suggested. Over the course of 18 years on Blue Star, the content taught in textbooks and the various hearsay had all illustrated a fragment of this despairing world. Not to mention other attributes, the movement speed and attack speed displayed on the panel were laughably poor at T1.2 milliseconds. It was a speed that would draw ridicule, as it merely equated to the walking pace of an adult. Though the textbook stated that a level of 50 in infinite boundlessness corresponded to an adult in reality, and level 1 was akin to that of an infant, the constant speed of an infant was merely 1.2 ms at first glance. This seemed a reasonable explanation. Yet in contrast, Zhou Heng was more intrigued by the rumors circulating. It was said that the Changshan family had gradually diminished the initial attack and movement speeds of newly logged in players, reducing the baseline speed from 10.0 down to the 1.0 range. As he contemplated this, the light point on Zhou Heng's brow grew increasingly radiant, soon bursting forth and enveloping his entire being, culminating in a vast void appearing above him, drawing him entirely into the world of infinite boundlessness. Not only he, but all 18-year-old students in the classroom, and indeed across the globe, vanished in unison at that moment. The young teacher, with hands pressed against the desk, stared blankly at the vanished students, his previous vigor and determination evaporating, replaced by a sense of desolation and bitterness. Chapter 2, Glorious Quality, the Luminous Scythe. Welcome to the boundless infinity. This is an expansive realm without limits, where one can encounter the remnants of ancient times, such as elves, dwarves, and titans, along with the technology and photon power left from even more distant eras. Everything here undergoes constant transformation with the passage of time. In other words, it is a genuine alternate world. Regardless of the scenery, it awaits your exploration and development. You have received the public log of Boundless Infinity. You have acquired the first expansion pack, Chronicles of Antiquity. Chronicles of Antiquity. Total progress of the expansion, 80. You were born in the quaint town of Little Bird, located on the fringes of the Saka's empire. As the information compilation concludes, the white light enveloping Zhou Heng dissipates, revealing him standing in a bustling square. Is this the world of an online game that has been operational for 10,000 years? How remarkably real. Isn't that an obvious statement? Other than the initial 3 respawns, dying means true death. Is it real or not? Who dares to touch me? Step forward, and let me show you what I can do. Is this the initial speed of 12? Quite amusing indeed. What kind of place is Little Bird Town? It wasn't mentioned in the textbooks. Make way, make way. Anyone who obstructs my quest will face the consequence of losing their respawns. At that moment, a burly man ascends to a platform, surveying the newly logged-in players of Little Bird Town. With a slight smile, he proclaims, "Greetings, everyone. I'm a member of the Black Bear Guild, just like you, a player. Little Bird Town offers numerous quests, but none as lucrative as those provided by our Black Bear Guild. We are in need of vast quantities of black water grass. If you are willing to assist our guild in gathering this resource, you may exchange every 100 stock for 500 copper coins and a novice whiteboard set. Therefore, the more you gather, the better. Those who collect sufficiently may have the opportunity to join our Black Bear Guild." My goodness. Wasn't it said that the initial quest reward is only 50 copper coins and a novice longsword? This reward is indeed considerably more generous. I recall that the Black Bear Guild is a formidable one. I must join them. This is my chance. Observing the throng of people, Zhou Heng felt a stir of desire, as the reward was tenfold that of the initial quest. However, Just as he was about to follow the crowd to accept the task, a unique message appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. It was the effect of his singular talent and fate prompt. You are new here, utterly unaware of many aspects of the boundless infinity world. Even if you possess solid theoretical knowledge, fate has bestowed upon you a warning. Fate Prompt 1. Follow the main group to the task release point at the Black Bear Guild headquarters to obtain the quest for gathering black water flowers. No one will inform you that the quest system of Little Bird Town has been acquired by the Black Bear Guild. Collecting more than 100 black water flowers will trigger the special effect, erosion of the black water, resulting in instant demise for those whose life falls below 100. Interestingly, the effect accumulates and erupts after 3 instances, seemingly designed specifically for those 3 chances of resurrection. Unfazed by the ominous hints of fate, you boldly follow the prevailing trends to accept tasks. If Zhou Heng had any illusions about the despairing difficulty at the outset, they have all but vanished in this moment. It is worth noting that he had only just begun to sense the boundless air beneath his feet, without even having the time to measure the vastness of this infinite world, when the enemy's tendrils extended towards newly logged players. However, Zhou Heng remained calm. After a brief moment of astonishment and shock, he quickly gathered his composure and strode away. As a traveler endowed with the unique talent of fate hints, he felt that his struggle against this boundless world of despair was only just beginning, with the Black Bear Guild serving merely as a small appetizer for the main course. Stepping away from the throngs of people, Zhou Heng lowered his gaze and soon vanished into the cacophony of the scene. Before long, he managed to inquire about a farm and its new proprietor. Upon reaching his destination, he found a modestly sized farm where he could see pigs, sheep, cows, and more from afar. On the grassy expanse of the farm, an elderly woman was bent over, harvesting the hay. Good day, esteemed grandmother. I am a newly arrived player from another world. You may call me Zhou Heng. You appear quite weary. Is there anything I can assist you with? Zhou Heng politely initiated the conversation. In this boundless realm, using one's real name held little distinction, for under its mechanisms, all of Blue Star had long been devoid of bloodshed. Whether imprisoning others or severing a finger, such acts were rendered impossible. Thus, using one's name was entirely a matter of personal choice. The elderly woman straightened her back after a moment of stretching and regarded Zhou Heng kindly, saying, "Young man, why have you come here instead of taking up a task from the Black Bear Guild?" After surveying him for a while, she seemed to ponder something before finally nodding. "Very well then, stay and help me harvest this patch of grass. You are indeed fortunate." With that, she chuckled and tossed a sickle into Zhou Heng's hands, clasped her own behind her back, and ambled away. You have obtained a temporary item, Luminous Sickle. Luminous Sickle, level 10. Quality, glorious, with ranks from inferior to legendary. When harvesting, there is a 2 chance to permanently increase attack by 1, and a 10 chance to permanently increase either health or mana by 1. Zhou Heng's pupils constricted as he tightened his grip on the luminous sickle. He had never anticipated that this seemingly rusted sickle would possess a quality surpassing even that of the brilliant grade. Not only that, but using it for harvesting presented a 2 in 10 chance of permanently gaining attributes with each use. Was this truly the unexpected reward foretold by the fate hint? Was this the essence of the unique talent? Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement and dismiss extraneous thoughts, Zhou Heng bent down and began to harvest the grass. You have harvested a bundle of hay. You have harvested a bundle of hay. Triggered the effect of Luminous Sickle. Permanently gained 1 attack. Zhou Heng's face brightened with joy, and his movements quickened. What could bring more happiness than enhancing permanent attributes at the game's outset? The answer is none. From the moment he logged into the game, Zhou Heng had been industriously engaged until the moon hung high in the night sky, around 9 o'clock, when he had finally harvested all the grass from the entire pasture. During this time, he triggered 5 instances of increased attack power, 20 instances of enhanced vitality, and additional magical strength. In essence, he had secured 5 points of permanent attack, 20 points of permanent health, and 20 points of permanent mana. This was akin to triggering probabilities of 1 in 5. According to the textbooks, progressing from level 1 to level 11 grants only 1 random attribute per level, with each attribute equating to 1 point of attack or 10 points of health or mana. Yet, through the luminescent scythe, he had already amassed a total of 9 base attribute points, equivalent to what a player would typically acquire from levels 1 to 10. The elderly woman was occupied with some task, not lifting her head as she spoke. "Young man, if you have time tomorrow, please help me harvest the grass again. There's still 2 plots left." Zhou Heng's heart leapt at her words, a smile creeping onto his lips. Considering today's rewards, if he were to finish harvesting the remaining 2 plots, he could anticipate an additional 10 points of permanent attack, 40 points of permanent health, and 40 points of permanent mana. No one could refuse such bountiful rewards upon just logging into the game, and Zhou Heng was no exception. All right, Grandma. I will come back tomorrow. Yes, go on and tend to your business. Chapter 3. Continuous Fate Notifications. Zhou Heng took residence in the temporary quarters built for players in Little Bird Village, a dormitory housing 10 individuals. Bro, how many levels did you reach today? I'm at level 3. What the heck, bro, are you cheating? It's barely been half a day, and you're already at level 3? My brother is a player from the Black Bear Guild. Wow, I envy you, bro. I worked tirelessly today and barely managed to gain a level. Not to mention the multitude of monsters. They're tough to kill. Zhou Heng quietly organized his bed, refraining from participating in the dormitory's conversation. The textbooks had mentioned that early social interactions were mostly futile. Upon reaching a level sufficient to leave the village, one would discover that so-called connections were utterly worthless in the vast expanse of the world and amidst the formidable beings that inhabit it. Rather than squandering time on such social endeavors, it would be wiser to rest and contemplate the path for leveling up the following day. Of course, one could also choose to be like those conversing and become a sycophant to players with connections, beginning with flattery and obsequiousness. A silent night passed, and as dawn broke the next day, Zhou Heng rose early and made his way to the ranch. From a distance, he spotted the elderly woman toiling in the fields. Grandma, I have arrived, Zhou Heng greeted respectfully. The old woman cast a sidelong glance at him, chuckling softly. You've come rather early. At this hour, I thought you players would still be asleep. Go ahead, the scythe is in the corner, and the fields are about 200 meters ahead. The two plots are contiguous. Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng nodded and proceeded to retrieve the luminescent scythe from the corner. Young man, if you can harvest both plots of grass by 9 o'clock tonight, come find me, the elderly woman remarked with a hint of significance as Zhou Heng was about to leave. Zhou Heng pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, grandmother. I shall exert my utmost effort. Departing from the old woman's presence, he wielded the spirit light scythe and approached the two meadows. Each meadow, when considered individually, surpassed the size of the plot he had tended to the day before. Completing the harvesting of both fields before 9 o'clock in the evening would undoubtedly pose a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, it was not an impossibility. Zhou Heng surmised that the old woman was testing his patience and resilience. Should he succeed in harvesting both meadows before the appointed hour, he was certain that something remarkable would be triggered. Clearing his mind of distractions, Zhou Heng bent down to commence the harvest. You have harvested a bundle of grass. You have harvested a bundle of grass. The effect of the Spirit Light Scythe has been triggered. Permanent attack power increased by 1. Although the probability of triggering a permanent enhancement was exceedingly slim, its occurrence acted as a potent stimulus for Zhou Heng, invigorating him with renewed vigor. Soon, the clock approached 8:50 in the evening. At last it is done. A smile crept upon Zhou Heng's lips. Today's gains were extraordinary. The probabilities remained akin to those of the previous day, with the two meadows yielding a remarkable 10 points of permanent attack, alongside 40 points of permanent health and mana. This enhancement surpasses that of an ordinary player at level 10 by a significant margin. It is time to return to grandmother. Zhou Heng noted as he glanced at the time displayed on his personal panel, hastening towards the old woman's modest wooden abode. Grandmother, I have completed the harvest, and the grass is prepared for you, he announced respectfully from outside the door, refraining from entering. Destiny has bestowed upon you a hint. As the hint materialized before his eyes, Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened, and after a moment of contemplation, he formulated a response. Grandmother, though I'm a newcomer and possess limited knowledge of the Saka's empire, my observations from last night lead me to believe that it is not as splendid as it seems. In our world, there exists a saying that few nations surpass the threshold of 300 years. Your inquiry suggests a deeper significance. I suspect that the Saka's empire is beginning to decay from the top down. Zhou Heng succinctly expanded upon the hint from Destiny, infusing it with his own insights. The old woman chuckled softly, her eyes glimmering with satisfaction. He had not been led astray by the Black Bear Guild upon his arrival, a sign of prudence. Despite the pressing timeline of 2.5 days of harvesting, he had executed his tasks with meticulous care, an indication of tenacity. Now, in the face of the unknown Sakas, he had still managed to render an astute judgment, an embodiment of wisdom. Such potential was undeniably promising. Yet another trial awaited him, destiny itself. With this thought in mind, the old woman spoke candidly. Young man, I recall you mentioned your name is Zhou Heng, correct? Yes. Grandmother, it is Zhou from completeness and Heng from eternity. Indeed, a fine name. I have great expectations for your future. As it happens, I have a task at hand. I wonder if you would dare to accept it? A shiver ran through Zhou Heng's heart, and he promptly replied, I am willing to serve you, grandmother. The gears of destiny begin to turn at this moment. You are about to face a challenge from death. Destiny has bestowed upon you a hint. As the two hints from destiny appeared before him, Zhou Heng fell into a contemplative silence. The boundless expanse of a server that has been operational for 10,000 years is far more terrifying and exaggerated than what this novice player has encountered in textbooks. It is indeed a precarious endeavor. A single misstep could lead to an irrevocable disaster. Fortunately, he is blessed with a unique talent for fortune-telling. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Heng accepted the task. Chapter 4. Bargaining with the tiger, indeed, commendably decisive. Go forth and deliver it to the deep-water serpent. I await your favorable news. The old woman's gaze deepened with meaning. Decisiveness is a commendable trait, yet it remains uncertain whether this young lad is knowingly courting danger or merely biding his time, gathering strength for the opportune moment. The former is unnecessary. After all, the Sword of Light is already under the oppressive weight of the Sakara's empire. Adding a reckless fool to the mix would only invite calamity. What they require are those who are prudent, who accumulate strength and are favored by fate, waiting for the right moment. You have accepted the task of the deep-water serpent in the deep-water cavern. Task duration, within the agreed time. Task reward, unknown. Upon reviewing the task description, Zhou Heng's eyes flickered. According to the fortune-telling, his objective was not to venture into the perilous caverns, but rather to languidly wait for 3 days, allowing the task to complete itself. With this thought in mind, Zhou Heng exited the old woman's cabin, closing the task panel while continuing to explore the quaint bird town. The deep-water cavern? Let those who wish to go, go. Strolling leisurely, Zhou Heng arrived at a rather grand standalone building. Father, you must be out of your mind. A clear, bright female voice emanated from within the structure. What is the Black Bear Guild? Anyone who has ventured to Frost City knows well. How dare you collaborate with them? They recklessly purchase black watergrass. You know better than anyone the value of that commodity, Old Town leader. Are you intent on dragging the entire bird town down with you? Father, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? As her words faded, a robust male voice responded. What do you know, little girl? The finances of Birdtown are strained. If we fail to collect sufficient taxes this month, we will face the consequences, and both of us will end up as fodder for the serpents. Do you wish to witness your flesh being picked away piece by piece? The sound of objects being smashed echoed through the air. Father, you will surely regret this. Colluding with the Black Bear Guild is akin to bargaining with a tiger. An irate reprimand rang out from within the building. In the next moment, a young woman, approximately 163 centimeters tall with delicate freckles and a Western visage, stormed out, her face aflame with anger. She forcefully shoved Zhou Heng aside and strode away. My young friend, please forgive the scene. The Black Bear Guild is a collective formed by players like yourselves, not only possessing formidable strength, but also remarkable foresight. Collaborating with them will not jeopardize the interests of Birdtown. You need not worry about that. At this moment, fate's treachery strikes you. The seemingly affable mayor of Birdtown is someone you cannot trust. He has long been aware of the deep-water serpent's dark transformation. Fate offers you a warning. Fate Hint 1. Engaging in a perilous gamble. Test your own intellect and capabilities. After all, with 3 lives at your disposal, who else could take on such a vast and boundless challenge? Strike up a conversation with the old mayor, commend the Black Bear Guild, and seize the opportunity to join their ranks. This could lead to a delightful stroke of fortune later on. Fate Hint 2. Boldly counter the old mayor's assertions, dismissing the Black Bear Guild as mere trifles. Upon reading the messages that flickered across his retina, Zhou Heng nodded in agreement. Mayor, you are absolutely right. The members of the Black Bear Guild are indeed commendable. I have heard nothing but praise for them during my journey. I wonder if I might have a chance to join the Black Bear Guild and contribute to its growth. The mayor scrutinized Zhou Heng, sensing no deception in his demeanor. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled. Young friend, might I inquire about your random talent? If it's not too much trouble to share, I have a cooperative relationship with the Black Bear Guild. If your talent is substantial, I might be able to facilitate an introduction. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Zhou Heng's eyes as he assumed a humble and somewhat forlorn expression. Mayor, please forgive my candidness, but my talent is rather lackluster. It merely grants a one-time permanent increase of 15 points in attack power and 60 points in health and mana, without any additional effects. Alas, it may only be of use in the early stages. After all, while others enjoy percentage boosts, his fixed value enhancement is meager by comparison. The disparity is evident upon simple calculation. Nevertheless, the extra 15 points of attack and 60 points of health and mana would surely be of use to the Black Bear Guild, as such matters are trivial for them. Contemplating this, the mayor chuckled knowingly. Young man, your talent will prove quite beneficial in the early game. If you truly wish to join the Black Bear Guild, I can certainly recommend you. Zhou Heng was momentarily taken aback, then displayed an expression of genuine delight. Really? I cannot thank you enough, Mayor. My respect for you flows like the ceaseless river. The mayor burst into hearty laughter. Though the lad's talent was modest, his flattery was commendable. It was clear the Black Bear Guild would appreciate such a skilled flatterer. Without hesitation, the mayor summoned a guard to escort Zhou Heng to the Black Bear Guild's branch stationed in Little Bird Town. Brother Bear, this is a new member sent by the mayor with a commendable talent, permanently enhancing attack by 15 points and health and mana by 60 points. Brother Bear's eyes gleamed with delight. He relished being addressed in such a manner. Excellent. Little Hung, from this moment forth, you are a member of the Black Bear Guild. The Black Bear Guild stationed at the Little Bird Town branch has sent you an invitation to join. Will you accept? Initiator, Brother Bear, without a moment's hesitation. Zhou Heng confirmed his acceptance. Brother Bear, upon seeing the invitation accepted, grew increasingly pleased with Zhou Heng. Such a one-time boon would expedite his quests and also honor the mayor. Truly a win-win situation. Little Hung, Brother Bear has a challenging task for you. Would you be willing to undertake it? Brother Bear inquired with a smile. Chapter 5. The Path of the Fiery Gloves. Zhou Heng readily agreed without a second thought. Brother Xiongba, your command shall be met with my utmost effort. Indeed, it is no surprise that you are a talent personally recommended by the mayor. The vice president of the Black Bear Guild, Xiongba, once again patted Zhou Heng on the shoulder, assigning him a task. The vice president of the Black Bear Guild, Xiongba, has initiated the task Fiery Flame Collection. Task description: collect 1,000 fiery flames. Task duration: 2 days. Task reward: flame gloves skill. Prerequisite: 1,000 copper coins. Upon issuing the task, Xiongba produced the skill book for the flame gloves and placed it into Zhou Heng's hands, saying, Xiao Heng, you must complete this task within 2 days. Do not be deceived by the seemingly modest reward. These flame gloves are indeed a rare skill. Zhou Heng glanced at the flame gloves in his hands, as a stream of information appeared before his eyes. Flame gloves. Quality: simple, common, complex, esoteric, profound, mysterious, arcane. Unwritten. Consumes 3 points of mana, enveloping the hands in a layer of fiery substance, capable of negating fire attribute damage less than 10 points. Duration: 10 minutes, after which it continues to consume 1 point. Cooldown: 20 minutes. Learning conditions: none. This skill has a cooldown, yet can also be considered as having none. As long as there is sufficient mana, it can be sustained indefinitely. After securing the skill, Zhou Heng rose and departed. According to the coordinates provided by Xiongba, the fiery flames could be found 3 kilometers north of Little Bird Town, where the monsters were merely level 1 or 2, posing no threat to life. Half an hour later, Zhou Heng arrived at his destination. You have discovered a special area, Fiery Fountain. Experience: 1. Clearly in the boundless world. Discovering new maps grants experience. Although it is minimal, even the smallest morsel holds value. Zhou Heng surveyed the fiery fountain. Despite being called a fountain, it resembled a pool filled with magma, and merely approaching it enveloped him in an overwhelming heat. You have sustained damage from the searing heat. Health 1. The 3 free resurrection opportunities granted upon logging into the boundless world are exceedingly precious. Zhou Heng was resolute in not squandering them on behalf of the Black Bear Guild. Entering the fiery fountain, Zhou Heng prepared to discern the method of collecting the fiery flames. However, as he approached the nearest section of the fiery fountain, the magma suddenly became animated, bubbling from the depths, and then explosively bursting forth in all directions. Zhou Heng instinctively retreated several steps to avoid being harmed by the erupting bubbles, and in doing so, he observed the objects that emerged from the shattered bubbles. They resembled buds of blazing red flames. Fiery Flame. Magic: 77. Quality: inferior. Usable for forging certain special products, though there appear to be some unknown applications. You are a newcomer and remain oblivious to many aspects of the boundless world. Even with considerable theoretical knowledge, it is confined to commonly known matters. Fate offers you a hint. Fate Hint 1. As a key material for smelting black water grass. Using it can rapidly refine black water grass into black water pus gel. Fate's Revelation 2. Unknown to many, the blazing fire possesses a far more terrifying purpose. When used in conjunction with the flame gloves, it can be gradually absorbed, continuously evolving the flame gloves until they transform into the formidable skill known as Wrath of Flames. Yet, for reasons unknown, this knowledge remains obscure. Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened, a smile inadvertently curling at the corners of his lips. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary flame held such formidable potential. The inhabitants of this region were aware that the blazing fire was countered by the flame gloves, which could be utilized to collect it. However, Who could have imagined that this resource was the key to upgrading the flame gloves? But why was this information so seldom shared? Unable to discern the reasoning, Zhou Heng resolved to extend his hand and invoke the skill of the flame gloves. In an instant, a layer of faintly blazing fire enveloped his right hand. This flame was peculiar, while its searing essence was palpable from a distance. It emitted no heat upon contact with his skin. Observing the drifting, blazing fire, Zhou Heng unhesitatingly reached out, employing the flame gloves to grasp it. However, after several minutes of holding the blazing fire, no effects of fusion or absorption were triggered. Could it be that my technique is flawed? Zhou Heng attempted to manipulate the flame gloves to compress the blazing fire, and soon he discerned that, with increasing pressure from the gloves, the size of the blazing fire diminished significantly. A surge of hope filled his heart. He quickened his pace. After a minute, the blazing fire in his grasp was successfully absorbed. You have absorbed the blazing fire. The flame gloves have undergone a transformation. They have autonomously evolved. You have acquired the flame gloves. Simple. Flame gloves. Quality. Simple. Consumes 3 points of magic power, capable of enveloping the hands in a layer of fiery substance. Able to negate fire attribute damage less than 15 points. Duration. 10. After 10, it continues to consume 12. Cooldown. 20. Learning requirement. None. Upon evolving to the simple flame gloves, the ongoing consumption of magic power decreased. Zhou Heng glanced at his magic power. After harvesting grass, his total had reached 60 points. Utilizing the flame gloves for 1 minute consumed a total of 53 points of magic power. Should he purchase consumables instead? Zhou Heng turned his gaze to his funds. Starting with 100 copper coins, falling into contemplation. Every player logging into the boundless world begins with 100 copper coins and 3 chances for resurrection. This amount, if spent on potions at the place of origin, could purchase at most 2 health or mana potions, with the remainder needing to be earned or purchased through effort. A small mana potion restores 100 points of magic power, with 30 points recovered instantly and the remaining 70 points restored gradually. If Zhou Heng were to spend all his money on mana potions, the sheer volume of recovery would exceed the cap of 100 points. Such expenditure would certainly be a source of regret. After a moment of reflection, Zhou Heng resolved to exploit the resources of the Black Bear Guild. Given the current circumstances, he was likely to stand in opposition to the guild. Therefore, if he did not seize this opportunity to benefit, he would be a fool to spend his own money. Your diligent efforts and relentless struggle over the years have culminated in this pivotal moment. You have resolved to take a chance with the available resources. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Destiny has presented you with a portent. Destiny's second portent. Owing to the loss of the guild's heart and authority, your opportunity has arrived. At 2 a.m. tonight, the Black Bear Guild will be besieged by a mysterious force. Driven by greed, you will possess a window of 30 minutes to scavenge resources, limited only by your own prowess, even with a meager movement speed of 12. Chapter 6. Perhaps deception is simpler than it seems. Upon observing the new portent of fate, a cold smile crept upon Zhou Heng's lips. Any self-respecting man would find it impossible to choose the first portent in light of the second. Rather than groveling before the tyrant of the Black Bear Guild with insipid flattery, he preferred to seize the opportunity at the Guild's resource outpost. Since fate has granted him a 30-minute window with his movement speed of 12, venturing to the Black Bear Guild stronghold was imperative. Zhou Heng needed no guidance to locate the Black Bear Guild's branch in Little Bird Town. He merely followed the signs. Brother, halt. This resource outpost is off-limits to non-members. You are merely an external member. Zhou Heng was intercepted at the entrance by 2 vigilant guild members. Although their specific information eluded him, it was evident they were of considerable rank. However, he remained unperturbed and retrieved a pack of Huang He cigarettes from his bag. A product developed by players after establishing their footing in the boundless realm, priced modestly at approximately 30 copper coins per pack. Gentlemen, would you care for a stick? Zhou Heng offered the cigarettes with a hint of innocence. The 2 guards exchanged glances, reading disdain and derision in each other's eyes. To their caliber, receiving such trivial items was beneath them. Yet, considering that Zhou Heng had joined the Black Bear Guild at level 1, they surmised he must possess some connections. For few new players in Little Bird Town had managed to join a guild. Thus, they graciously accepted the cigarettes he offered. Brother, is there something you wish to discuss? As long as it doesn't involve sensitive matters or permissions, we are open to conversation, they inquired with an air of camaraderie. Zhou Heng, having merely intended to test the waters, was pleasantly surprised to find that dialogue was indeed possible. He promptly articulated his premeditated statement. Gentlemen, I have discovered a concealed area outside Little Bird Town, abundant with luminous grass. However, My backpack can only hold 9 slots, each with a maximum capacity of 9. I thought to come here to see if I might establish some rapport and perhaps borrow a larger backpack. Every newly arrived player is equipped with a humble starting backpack, limited to 9 slots and a maximum of 81 items. The two guards exchanged knowing glances, their minds racing with possibilities. Brother, do you have any idea how abundant this luminous grass is? What sort of concealed area could a level 1 like you access? They quietly probed. For despite their outward demeanor of superiority, they were, in essence, nothing more than slightly elevated laborers. If there truly exists a lucrative opportunity, a deft maneuver would not pose a significant challenge. After all, it involves my own guild. How could I possibly be deceived? Zhou Heng chuckled, realizing that the knowledge he had acquired throughout his life was finally proving its worth. The two gentlemen were situated near a spatial rift that was remarkably secure and stable. I ventured in with great determination and discovered an abundance of luminous grass, ranging from level 1 to level 10, some even exceeding a meter in height. Zhou Heng surveyed his surroundings with utmost caution. The two sentinels exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Is there really so much? Even those over a meter tall? The sentinels' minds began to race. Luminous grass of such stature was undoubtedly of level 30 or higher. Once harvested, such high-grade grass would command a considerable price. Esteemed gentlemen, I am but a level 1 player. How could I possibly jest about such matters? Zhou Heng continued, though he contemplated reporting this to the guild, knowing he could not consume the entire harvest. Nevertheless, he thought that even a small portion would suffice. Might I request your assistance? Zhou Heng spoke cautiously, keenly observing their expressions, and discreetly offered them each a piece of yellow crane while signaling a gesture of 3 with his fingers. The two men understood immediately and shook their heads. Each presented Zhou Heng with a piece of soft flour, valued at an impressive 1 silver coin, which could permanently enhance 1's attack by 1 point, alongside 10 points of health and mana upon the first draw. As they handed the soft flowers to Zhou Heng, they gestured a 7 in his palm. Zhou Heng comprehended their implication, feigning reluctance and hesitation on his face before finally mustering the resolve to agree. Very well, I shall heed your advice. However, I require a larger backpack. The bigger, the better. Once I sell the first batch, the guild will undoubtedly catch wind of it, and the opportunity will vanish. How so? He is a level 1 and has already joined the Black Bear Guild. He must be trustworthy. Besides, can a mere level 1 truly stir up trouble? I believe this venture is feasible. We can lend him a splendid backpack from the resource vault. In just one night, it could yield substantial profit. That backpack is of splendid quality. If the guild leader discovers this, we may find ourselves in dire straits. The risk seems considerable. What risk? He has already joined the guild, and it will certainly be inspected by the leader. Otherwise, with our guild's lackluster system, anyone could gain entry. Moreover, the drop rate of silver coins has inexplicably diminished. If we do not seize this opportunity now, we may find ourselves without any prospects. I say that the timid perish from hunger while the bold thrive. This venture is worth pursuing. Lending him the splendid backpack yields a 70% profit. Even if all the luminous grass is level 1, that amounts to 9,999, with each unit priced at 10 copper coins. Have you no inkling of what 70% of 9,801 amounts to? And this is merely one trip. Imagine several. 9,801 multiplied by 10 equals 98,010, which converts to 98 silver coins, with 70% equating to 68. 6 silver coins. This profit is remarkably substantial for us. Very well. We shall lend him the splendid backpack and anticipate several profitable returns, with gold coins likely within our reach. Greed drives one to madness. The two individuals finalized their agreement and decided to take a gamble. Zhou Heng suppressed the elation bubbling within him, allowing a naive joy to surface on his face. The two elder brothers were reassured. At this level of equipment, a junior like him dared not harbor any ulterior motives. It was all for profit. They felt secure, knowing that the area was quite safe, and they only had to wait for him to reap the rewards. Observing that the young man displayed no signs of abnormality, the seasoned players relaxed. After all, how could a newly registered player possibly evade the discerning eyes of these experienced veterans? Yet, unbeknownst to them, Zhou Heng was a transmigrator, having lived 2 lives. Not counting this life of youth, he had already endured the trials and tribulations of society in his previous existence. Far from the Black Bear Guild's resource hub, Zhou Heng could not suppress a light chuckle. The resplendent quality of his backpack piqued his curiosity. He was eager to discover its true capabilities. Chapter 7. A Frenzied Harvest, a Feast for Novices. Resplendent Backpack. Level 10. Quality, Resplendent. Slots, 99. Capacity, 99. With 99 slots, each with a maximum capacity of 99, this meant it could accommodate a staggering 801 resources. This outcome exceeded Zhou Heng's expectations. Initially, he had envisioned acquiring a modest backpack with 20 slots and a 20 capacity at best. However, he never anticipated that offering a mere Huanghe brand cigarette would yield him a resplendent backpack with a 99 slot capacity. What he once thought was a bold gamble now seemed trivial in comparison to the heights he had reached. Zhou Heng couldn't help but chuckle again. Next, he needed to lie low and wait until 2 o'clock in the morning. Contemplating, Zhou Heng glanced at his attribute panel. He found a relatively comfortable hiding spot, and soon the clock struck around 2 in the morning. It was nearly time. The amount of resources he could gather depended on the efficiency of those attacking the Black Bear Guild. At 1:58 a.m., Zhou Heng arrived at the Black Bear Guild's resource site, finding it brightly lit with the sounds of laughter echoing from within, as if they had stumbled upon something extraordinary. He remained still, concealed in a patch of grass, holding his breath and waiting intently. At that moment, from the depths of darkness unseen to Zhou Heng, 3 figures clad in black robes appeared on the branches. The Black Bear Guild's ability to spread throughout most of the soccer empire in just 100 years was not without reason. Unfortunately for them, they had not calculated that everything was already within their reach. Let us move. We have only half an hour to act before the formidable players of the Black Bear Guild arrive, the leader of the 3 robed figures said, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Heng hidden in the grass, a smirk playing on his lips. To think we have a reserve from our organization here, bold indeed. But it matters not suddenly. A fierce wind howled through the Black Bear Guild's resource site. Who goes there? Damn it, an enemy attack. Who are you? And why do you assault our Black Bear Guild? Are you not afraid of inciting the wrath of our guild's higher-ups? Zhou Heng was oblivious to the happenings at the Black Bear Guild's resource depot, yet from a distance, he could hear the furious roars of the guild leader, Black Bear. Soon, flames erupted, mingling with the sounds of water and the howling wind. An opportunity presented itself. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhou Heng's eyes as he stealthily approached the resource depot of the Black Bear Guild, seizing the moment when the members were preoccupied with their fierce battle and slipped inside. You have entered the Black Bear Guild's resource repository. Identity verification in progress. You are a member of the Black Bear Guild. A temporary guild mission has been assigned to you. Protect the Black Bear Guild's resources from being infringed upon. Relocate resources from the guild's points as much as possible. Mission reward. For every 1 silver coin's worth of resources saved, you will receive 1 copper coin. Funds will be credited instantly, effective upon placing in your backpack. Zhou Heng was taken aback. He had seen money being handed out before, but never in such a manner. If the funds were credited directly upon placing them in his backpack, how much could he possibly garner with his dazzling backpack? Zhou Heng was uncertain, but he understood that with every passing second spent pondering, he was losing money. He scanned the Black Bear Guild's resource repository, his gaze instinctively drawn to the innermost area where 3 items were held aloft. Without a moment to spare, he rushed forward and secured the 3 items into his dazzling backpack. You have acquired the skill, Raging Sea. You have acquired the weapon, Sun God Bow, Fake. You have acquired the unknown item, Ceramic Fragment. You have secured resources worth 3 gold coins. Reward, 3 silver coins. As the 3 silver coins appeared in his account, Zhou Heng suppressed his elation and continued to scavenge for resources beneficial to him. You have acquired 1,000 small blue potions. You have secured resources worth over 150,000 copper coins. Reward, 150 copper coins. With 1,000 copper coins equating to 1 silver coin and 1,000 silver coins to 1 gold coin, Zhou Heng was unsure why the rewards varied, but cared little. As long as he was accumulating resources, such trivial amounts were inconsequential compared to the bounty he was reaping. However, as Zhou Heng prepared to continue his harvest, he instinctively glanced at the time and realized he had been inside for over 20 minutes. If he continued, he would undoubtedly be unable to escape in time. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively abandoned the remaining 798 slots in his backpack and fled the Black Bear Guild's resource depot. Just moments after he departed, Black Bear stormed into the resource point, seeing the 3 items lost from the innermost area, and roared in fury. Damn it! Damn it! Who is responsible for the resources I painstakingly gathered? One day, I shall make you pay for this. Zhou Heng sprinted toward the blazing fountain, ensuring no one was pursuing him before he finally felt secure enough to inspect his haul within his backpack. Raging Sea, quality, complex. Consumes 50 points of mana to summon a water elemental, unleashing a tidal wave that strikes directly ahead, dealing magical damage with a coefficient of 20. Wave, height 2 meters, width 5 meters. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Learning Condition 1, Water Mage. Learning Condition 2, Basic Level Water Attribute Reduction of 100. Learning Condition 3, Complex Level, thoroughly read the Water Wave Codex 3 times. The higher the quality of the skill, the greater the difficulty of learning it. A fact Zhou Heng had long since gleaned from his textbooks. However, he did not anticipate that even a skill book of complex quality would pose such a challenge. Not to mention the 100 points of water attribute reduction. Zhou Heng recalled that the Water Wave Codex was available in Radiant City, one of the 9 major cities of the Sakara's empire, and required a certain amount of contribution points. In other words, to master this skill, one must not only meet the requisite water attribute reduction, but also grind for attributes in Radiant City. For Zhou Heng at this moment, this skill was virtually unattainable, and his gaze naturally shifted to the second item. Chapter 8, The Unknown Ceramic Fragment. Sun God Bow Imitation. Level 10. Quality Good. A replica of the Sun God Bow from the Sakara's empire. Attack 30. Enchantment 1. Inflicts a burning effect on attack, dealing 10 fire attribute damage. Enchantment 2. Insect Attraction. Possessing a considerable allure to insects. Enchantment 3. Every 2 units of energy condense into a physical attribute arrow. Equipment requirement. Minimum attack threshold of 10 points. Zhou Heng's expression brightened. This bow had no class requirements and no level constraints, requiring only a minimum attack threshold of 10 points for usage. Without hesitation, he equipped the Sun God Bow Imitation. Instantly, his attack surged from 1,632 to 4,692. Level 1, with a physical attack ceiling of 92. What a remarkable concept. Zhou Heng was unaware of the specifics, but he understood that his forthcoming journey of leveling up would be significantly accelerated. Next was the Unknown Ceramic Fragment. Ceramic Fragment, Unknown. Quality, Unknown. It appeared to be merely a shard from a common broken ceramic piece. If sold, perhaps an uninformed child might offer a copper coin for it. The unknown is often the most valuable, a phrase occasionally found in textbooks. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Heng secured the ceramic fragment, placing it deliberately in the final compartment of his radiant backpack. After completing these tasks, Zhou Heng commenced his grand endeavor of skill enhancement. With 1,000 small mana potions and 5,000 small mana recovery potions, he was determined to evolve the skill of Raging Inferno. You absorb blazing fire. Flame gloves undergo a transformation. Transformation failed. You absorb blazing fire. Flame gloves undergo a transformation. Transformation failed. Observing the repeated notifications on his retina, Zhou Heng remained undaunted, persistently absorbing blazing fire. Soon, daylight broke, and the flame gloves finally transformed. You absorb blazing fire. The flame gloves have undergone a transformation and have autonomously evolved. You have obtained flame gloves, simple. Flame gloves. Quality, simple. Consumes 3 mana points to envelop both hands in a layer of fiery substance, capable of negating fire element damage less than 20 points. Duration, 10 seconds. After that, it continuously consumes 13 mana points. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Learning requirement, none. Otherwise, his first encounter with the Virgin would likely be squandered amidst the searing flames of the fountain. Have you heard? Last night, the Black Bear Guild was attacked, allegedly by the people of the Sword of Light. Your news is outdated. The latest reports indicate that the vice president of the Black Bear Guild, Black Bear Ba, enraged and humiliated, has ordered an investigation into the theft of 3 precious items and a resplendent backpack. Had I known this would happen, I would have joined in on the theft last night, considering that the guild has lost so many mechanisms that it would be nearly impossible to trace the culprit. Is there even a need for investigation? It is undoubtedly the Sword of Light who made off with the spoils. Although the guild has lost much of its power, the guild logs still hold some value. I overheard that they reveal that it was guild members who took these resources. Black Bear Ba has been waiting for the culprits to return the items voluntarily, but now that he has received no such cooperation, he is furious and ready to launch a thorough investigation. Zhou Heng was on his way to the general store when he caught wind of the players' discussions, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. There are numerous theories surrounding the loss of the guild's authority, but 2 particularly capture attention. One claims that the Chongqing family was annihilated, leading to the guild's fragmentation. The other states that the guild heart is the core of every guild. Without it, the multitude of guild functions cannot be activated, yet its whereabouts remain a mystery. It is precisely due to the significant depletion of the guild's power that they are unable to track the actions of their members through the guild logs, allowing Zhou Heng to brazenly exploit the Black Bear Guild. As for the possibility of being traced back to him, it is certainly feasible, but it would occur later than the deep-water jellyfish's transformation, and the outcome remains uncertain. Perhaps the black bear gill will be too preoccupied to pursue him. Furthermore, he possesses a fate prompt, which he believes will provide warnings should he find himself in dire straits. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Heng approached the general store. The proprietor was a voluptuous woman with an alluring figure, dressed in a low-cut outfit, frequently propping her chin on the counter. "Young man, what do you wish to purchase? The blue potions or the red ones? Or perhaps something else? As long as you can afford the price, I have everything here." She coaxed with familiarity as Zhou Heng approached. Without sparing her a glance, Zhou Heng scanned the shelves of red potions. "Sister, I would like 100 red potions. Additionally, I have 3 silver coins. Do you have anything in that price range?" The woman raised an eyebrow at Zhou Heng, a playful smile spreading across her lips, causing her ample bosom to sway enticingly. "Oh dear, young man, you are quite impressive to have silver coins," she exclaimed. "Then I must show you something special." As she spoke, she crouched down beneath the counter and soon returned with 100 red potions and a skill book. Experience book, general grade skill. You players should know the market price. 3 silver coins is a fair deal, you won't regret it. The experience book is not a traditional item that directly increases experience, but rather a skill that amplifies experience gain over time. The general grade experience book has a cap of an additional 10,000 experience points. This quality, priced at 3 silver coins, is indeed within the bounds of a normal market rate. Just as Zhou Heng prepared to negotiate for the skill book, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. With the foundational knowledge gleaned from textbooks, you may believe your pricing remains unyielding, yet unbeknownst to you, you have stumbled into a pitfall. These 3 silver coins shall dictate your forthcoming fate. Fate offers a warning. Fate's warning one. As the sword of light is raised high in the empire of soccer, the monetary system is the first to be impacted. While it was once true that 1 silver coin could be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins, that is a relic of the past. In the present, copper coins struggle to achieve upward conversion, with black market rates soaring to 100,000 copper coins for a single silver coin. Fate's warning too. Although general-level experience skill books are not rare, they are essential commodities. You might consider disclosing the market conditions and exchanging 1 silver coin for a certain quantity of copper coins for purchase, with a current market rate of 5,000 copper coins. Chapter 9. Evolution, Wrath Ablaze. Zhou Heng's pupils constricted. He pondered why the resources worth 150,000 copper coins were offered by the Black Bear Guild solely in copper coins, not silver. It appeared there was more to this than met the eye. Zhou Heng was certain that the Black Bear Guild was aware of this information. This indicated that the ceramic shard among the 3 items he had scavenged was undoubtedly significant. His gaze shifted to the plump woman, and with a smile, he remarked, "Sister, the current market price is not as you suggest. For this general-level experience book, my utmost offer is 5,000 copper coins." Zhou Heng was confident that the woman was astute, and with this bid, she would likely comprehend his intent. The plump woman was taken aback by Zhou Heng's offer, staring blankly for a moment. After a while, she scrutinized him deeply. 5,000 is indeed the market price, but our little bird town is somewhat remote, and transportation incurs costs. A flat rate of 7,000 copper coins, fair and square. Zhou Heng chose not to haggle further and produced a silver coin, handing it over. "I am aware that the black market price is 100,000 copper coins. I kindly ask you to convert it to copper coins." The plump woman shot him an exasperated glance, her voice dripping with annoyance. "Young man, therein lies your error. The black market is the black market, but here we engage in legitimate trade. Furthermore, our little bird town lacks a black market. If you genuinely wish to sell, I can offer a maximum of 50,000 copper coins. I cannot provide more." Though 50,000 copper coins was less than 100,000, the absence of a black market in Little Bird Town meant he could not leave this novice village. Thus, the exchange price of 50,000 aligned with Zhou Heng's psychological expectations, and he did not dispute it. "All right, we have a deal. Silver coin 1. Copper coins 50,000. Acquired skill experience book. Copper coins 7,000. Acquired blood bottle. Copper coins 5,000. Observing the experience book in his possession, Zhou Heng did not linger, but turned and departed with his resources. "What a remarkable little fellow," a hoarse, aged voice echoed from behind the general store. "Isn't this even better? He has discerned the meaning behind my words." The voluptuous woman, resting her chin on her hand, leaned against the counter as usual, showcasing her beauty to the world. "Old hag, how often do the textbooks for the players of the Blue Star get updated?" "Captain, They are updated every 3 years. Truly, what a greedy bunch they are. Despite having achieved immortality, they remain reluctant to grant power to the ordinary players. Perhaps this is the reason they have yet to complete their first expansion. Greed, at times, indeed, is the original sin. Prepare yourselves. I am intrigued to uncover what lies behind the curtain. A bunch of worthless beings, daring to covet the brilliance of our sword of light. However, compared to yesterday, the blazing fountain has attracted a considerable number of players today, all seeking to collect the blazing fire, just like Zhou Heng. Is this the blazing fire? Quite impressive. Collecting it isn't particularly difficult. Unfortunately, our red potions are insufficient. Otherwise, we could venture deeper. I've been there. Health depletes rapidly inside. Unless one is a wealthy young lord, enduring it is nearly impossible. Never mind. Let us continue our collection here. We must submit 1,000 units before tomorrow night. Zhou Heng scanned the area, noting that players of level 3 and level 5 predominated, while those who entered at level 1, like him, were nearly extinct. Nonetheless, no one paid him any mind. After all, players were not here to show off or stir trouble, but to gather resources and complete quests. Zhou Heng moved past the crowd, venturing deeper. You are affected by the blazing fountain. Health 1. The temperature was noticeably higher in the depths compared to the outskirts. Yet, Zhou Heng remained unfazed, observing the fluctuations in his health while activating the flame gloves to absorb the blazing fire. You absorb the blazing fire. The flame gloves undergo a transformation. Transformation fail. You absorb the blazing fire. The flame gloves undergo a transformation. Transformation fail. You absorb the blazing fire. The flame gloves undergo a transformation, evolving autonomously. You acquire flame gloves, simple. Flame gloves. Quality, simple. Consumes 3 mana points, capable of enveloping both hands in a layer of fiery substance. Mitigating fire elemental damage less than 25 points. Duration, 10 seconds. Thereafter, continual consumption of 14 mana. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Learning conditions, none. Each skill suffix can have a maximum of 3+ signs, implying that the flame gloves can become a standard level skill upon evolving once. Continuing at this pace, I should complete the evolution tonight. Zhou Heng took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation of repeating the same action, and continued to absorb the blazing fire. As night fell, around 3 in the morning, Zhou Heng successfully absorbed sufficient blazing fire, evolving the flame gloves into the standard level skill, Wrath of Fire. Wrath of Fire. Quality, standard. Upon casting this skill, one will be engulfed in searing wrath. Consumes 30 mana points, attack speed 10, movement speed 20, attack 5. Consumes 300 mana points, attack speed 20. Movement speed 40, attack speed 20. Debuff. After the skill concludes, health will be deducted by 100 or 1,000 every second for 20 seconds. When health drops below 100 or 1,000, a mandatory preservation of 1 point is enforced. Duration, 15. Cooldown, 30. Learning requirement. Absorb the blazing fire to upgrade through the flame gloves. An extraordinary skill indeed. A faint smile graced Zhou Heng's lips. Among the general skills he was aware of, this one was undoubtedly among the most formidable. Its power had escalated to the point where the user could disregard the subsequent effects, lasting up to 20. The allure of a 10 attack speed and a 20 movement speed was simply irresistible. The compendium documented the 5 most challenging attributes to enhance within the boundless and endless world: attack speed, movement speed, true damage reduction, holy damage reduction, and chaos damage reduction. The difficulty of elevating these attributes, ranking alongside true, holy, and chaos damage reductions, was unimaginable. Picture a scenario where 2 players engage in combat in the wild. One boasts an attack speed of 10, while the other possesses 20. It would not be surprising if the latter struck first before the former could even retaliate. Such a blow often proved fatal. After mastering the skill of Wrath, Zhou Heng retrieved the Experience Tome. Experience Tome. Quality, common. For every creature defeated, an additional 10 experience points can be gained, with a maximum of 10,000 experience points. 0,100,000. Learning requirements, none. To progress from level 1 to level 11. A total of 100, 200, 300, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 12,310 experience points is needed for 10 levels, summing up to 1666. This calculation is applicable for every 10 levels, implying that the maximum cumulative experience coefficient he knew within the boundless and endless world was indeed 1666. Although this experience may seem substantial, it is not insurmountable. With diligence, one could swiftly ascend to level 11. Closing the Attributes panel, Zhou Heng's heart brimmed with anticipation. He yearned to discover how swiftly he could reach level 10 by applying the techniques he had acquired at school, in conjunction with the Sun God Bow fake. Ideally, he hoped to achieve this before the Black Bear Guild's nefarious Blackwater creeping worms. Chapter 10. The Longevity Family. You have discovered a new area, the Prairie of Winds. Experience points. 1. After more than 2 days of logging into the boundless and endless world, Zhou Heng finally surpassed the threshold of 1 experience point. Standing at the entrance of the Prairie of Winds, he gazed at the signpost ahead, his expression darkening. He was aware that the game had been operational for 10 millennia, with a severe entrenchment of social classes, but he had not anticipated it to be this pronounced. Signpost. Straight ahead, new players continue straight until the next signpost. Signpost. To the right, exclusive to longevity. Signpost. To the left, slightly forward training area of the Black Bear Guild. Signpost. To the left, slightly back private area of Little Bird Town. Of the 4 directions, only 2 truly offered him a path. He could either compete with other new players for the monsters that had been farmed for 2 days, or join the Black Bear Guild's ranks in their looting endeavors. The former yielded scant experience, and the latter would even require sacrificing 3 free resurrection opportunities. As Zhou Heng contemplated his course of action, Destiny's hints materialized upon his retina. The terrifying entrenchment of class divisions within the boundless realms of the Blue Star left him somewhat perplexed and silent, yet there was no cause for concern. Destiny offered its guidance. The first hint from fate revealed that the Blue Star could not eliminate or imprison individuals in any manner. Thus he could fearlessly reveal his identity. However, he had to acknowledge that the true terror of the Changshan family lay not solely in their long-lived existence on the Blue Star, but also in the formidable influence they had cultivated over countless millennia across the endless expanse of worlds. Feeling apprehensive, he considered venturing towards the new players' encampment or the Black Bear Guild stronghold, relying on time to gradually enhance his strength. The second hint from Destiny asserted that nobility and power are not beyond confrontation. The Changshan family was not invincible. He could advance into the Changshan territory and confront the players of that lineage directly. Fortune smiled upon him. From the quaint town of Xianyao, there existed only one player from the Changshan family, and she had yet to procure any familial supplies. By defeating her, he could acquire a profession scroll suitable for the great Sun God's Bow, designed for long-range archers. Choosing this path, he resolved to move swiftly. With narrowed eyes, Zhou Heng gazed towards the Changshan region, where destiny seemed poised to deliver resources directly into his hands. Hesitation at this juncture would betray his identity as a transcendent being and disregard the invaluable talent of destiny's guidance. The Changshan family represented a formidable power looming over countless adventurers on the Blue Star. They were not merely a singular clan, but rather a conglomerate of numerous Changshan families, forming a collective that had thrived for millennia. They possessed the highest-tier resources on the Blue Star, elevated by their longevity. Through their relentless efforts in the endless realms, they had devoured countless resources, stifling the rise of ordinary players. Despite ongoing speculation about how they had ascended to supremacy, surpassing official powers of various nations, they remained an intimidating force. In that moment, Zhou Heng resolved to unravel the intricacies of this new player's faction and moved forward without hesitation. As he ventured deeper into the windswept grasslands designated for the Changshan, he soon encountered a flock of plump sheep. Wind sheep, level 5, attack 714, magic 0, health 100100, mana 0, armor 2, attack speed 0, 8, movement speed 15, skills, horn charge buying. While Zhou Heng assessed the attributes of the wind sheep, the creature noticed him as well. With a bleat, it charged towards him. Unfazed, Zhou Heng drew the great Sun God's Bow, taking aim at the wind sheep and loosing an arrow. Swish. 72. A commendable damage output, though not a critical hit. It certainly surpassed the lower limits. Enraged by the arrow, the wind sheep charged at Zhou Heng with all its might. In that moment, the 18 years of diligent practice came into play. Despite a mere 0.3 difference in movement speed, Zhou Heng remained composed. With a graceful sidestep, he narrowly evaded the wind sheep's horn charge. At that moment, a new arrow was readied, and Zhou Heng once again drew the great Sun God's Bow, aiming at the wind sheep for another shot. Swish! The arrow struck the wind sheep's right eye with pinpoint accuracy, inflicting maximum damage. In an instant, the wind sheep's health was depleted, and it fell lifeless to the ground. You have slain the wind sheep. Experience 50. One more, and I shall ascend to a new level. Zhou Heng stepped forward, performing the fundamental actions of a gamer. Looting the corpse. You have obtained 1 copper coin. At that moment, 2 more wind sheep in the distance noticed the commotion and charged towards him. Zhou Heng remained undeterred, drawing his bow and arrow, effortlessly dispatching the two wind sheep with the archery skills he had honed over a decade in this life. You have slain the wind sheep. Experience 50. You have leveled up to level 2. Attack 1. In the boundless expanse of this world, leveling up does not grant free attribute points, but relies solely on chance. Generally, the random attributes pertain to attack, magic, health points, mana points, and armor. Only with a stroke of luck might one gain reductions in elemental attributes. As for attack speed and movement speed, research has shown that the probability of enhancement through leveling is merely 1 in 10,000, making such upgrades exceedingly rare. This explains why attack speed and movement speed are often discussed alongside genuine damage reduction, holy damage reduction, and chaotic damage reduction. You have slain the wind sheep. Experience 50. To progress from level 2 to level 3 requires 200 experience points. In other words, slaying just 3 more wind sheep will suffice. After looting 2 copper coins, Zhou Heng ventured deeper into the wilderness. Soon, he encountered several more wind sheep. After a series of successful strikes, Zhou Heng's level rapidly ascended to level 4. The experience required to advance from level 4 to level 7 is not 600 points, but a staggering 6,000 points. This level range necessitates a bit of time for grinding. Observing the 3 consecutive increases in attack attributes, Zhou Heng felt a sense of satisfaction. With just a bit more attack power, he could eliminate the wind sheep in a single blow, provided he struck their vital areas, such as the eyes. However, just as Zhou Heng prepared to seek out a new batch of wind sheep to grind for experience, a slender figure appeared on the far side of the meadow. The wind began to howl, rustling the lush green grass. Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes, his heart beating a little faster. He fixed his gaze on the delicate silhouette slowly approaching him, refusing to let his guard down simply because it might be a woman. The Chongqing family and ordinary Blue Star players were not of the same world. Before long, the figure drew near, revealing a youthful girl, exuding an aura of chilling purity, her age similar to Zhou Heng's. Yet, unlike Zhou Heng, she bore a faint golden lotus petal mark on her forehead. Leave this place. The day god Bao fake remains. You have only 3 seconds. The girl's expression was frigid, her tone even colder than the ice of the netherworld. She looked down at Zhou Heng with a disdainful glance, one hand gripping her bow, the other resting on the quiver of arrows at her back. A wise elder once remarked, "The unequal distribution of wealth stems from the speed of information transfer." In this moment, such wisdom received powerful validation. Any newly initiated player logging into the Blue Star for the first time could hardly discern that the weapon in their grasp is a counterfeit daybreak bow. Yet, in the eyes of the exalted members of the Chongqing clan, this knowledge may merely be an inconsequential tidbit learned during their afternoon dessert breaks. Alternatively, it could be that the Black Bear Guild has prepared the counterfeit daybreak bow specifically for the individual before them, intended to be acquired not through direct means, but through certain trials, thus perfectly aligning with the Chongqing clan's unique nurturing methodology. Chapter 11. Slaying Chongqing. The young girl maintained her unyielding demeanor, exuding an air of superiority. With a sidelong glance at Zhou Heng, she suddenly chuckled lightly. In the next breath, she lunged forward, one hand resting on the bow while the other swiftly drew an arrow from her quiver. The sequence of her actions, drawing the bow, knocking the arrow, and releasing, unfolded seamlessly as if choreographed by fate itself. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Heng too drew the counterfeit daybreak bow to its utmost tension, releasing an arrow towards the girl. However, as the arrow flew, she vanished in a flicker, each of their projectiles being loosed simultaneously. Zhou Heng felt the sting of her arrow strike him, while his own shot fell futilely to the ground. A damage notification of 23 flashed across Zhou Heng's shoulder, a consequence of his evasive maneuver to avoid a critical hit. At the instant the damage registered, he rolled backward, seeking to create distance from the elusive girl. Yet, scarcely had he completed his tumble when he sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. With a muffled grunt, Zhou Heng thrust his hand holding the counterfeit daybreak bow backward with force. The damage notification of 17 emerged as his arm was struck away, immediately followed by a lightning-fast sweep of the girl's leg. 20. In the mere blink of an eye, Zhou Heng's health plummeted. A mere 100 health points rendered insignificant before the prowess of the Chongqing clan's new player. It was in this moment that Zhou Heng comprehended the source of the widespread fear surrounding the Chongqing clan. Despite being fellow novices, the disparity in skill was utterly daunting. It is essential to note that in his previous life, he was a paragon among his peers at school, excelling in every subject and amassing scholarships with ease. Yet, Such prowess felt trivial in the face of the Changshan clan's new player, akin to a hawk toying with a chick, effortless and indulgent. However, just as the girl's third sweeping kick was poised to connect with Zhou Heng, he took a deep breath and activated his skill, Inferno Rage. Boom! Torrential flames erupted around Zhou Heng, and in the next moment, his attack speed surged to 10, movement speed to 20, and attack power to 5. Observing his own attack speed of 20 and movement speed of 32, Zhou Heng could scarcely believe he could not triumph over a player from the Changshan clan who had only just entered the Boundless World. Even if the opponent had potentially accessed other resources allocated by the Changshan clan, it was improbable that she had learned a skill as formidable as Inferno Rage at such a rapid pace. If she had, then Zhou Heng would concede defeat today. With the enhancement of his movement and attack speed, the girl's speed became more discernible, approximately around 18, with her movement speed also commendable, likely at a level of 20. Relying on attributes that far surpass those of ordinary players, the Changshan clan members indeed possess the ability to dominate others upon logging in, facilitating their development. However, facing the likes of Zhou Heng today, such advantages seemed trivial. Oof. With a muffled grunt, Zhou Heng delivered a swift kick to the girl's foot, then lunged forward with astonishing speed, catching her unawares, and pressed the faux daybreak bow against her face. A fleeting look of astonishment and confusion crossed the girl's eyes before she spoke. How do you know the skill Wrath of the Flames? It isn't recorded in any textbooks. It belongs to the secrets of the Changshan clan. How have you achieved this? Even with a weapon of the caliber of the faux daybreak, bow held so close. You remain unfazed? The training and willpower within the Changshan clan is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. A glint of intensity flashed in Zhou Heng's eyes as he whispered to himself and unhesitatingly drew back the bowstring to shoot. A critical hit of 100 appeared above the girl's head. In that instant, a phantom resurrection coin floated above her, a gift from the boundless realm granting every new player a chance to revive. Clearly, his damage output had resulted in an instant kill. However, this girl was formidable. His damage should have been 108 for a headshot to yield precisely 100 points of physical damage. This indicated that the Changshan clan member before him possessed a robust armor rating of 8. The girl glanced at the resurrection coin suspended in mid-air, then at Zhou Heng, her expression betraying no hint of change. Such players as Zhou Heng were not uncommon in the records of the Changshan clan. They often believed that their perceived talents or auspicious beginnings could allow them to suppress the clan, reshuffling the vast player hierarchy of the Boundless Realm. Yet, the reality soon dawned on them as they progressed. The Changshan clan truly reigned supreme within this player system, even making the national structures of Blue Star bow their heads in deference. In the eyes of the girl, Zhou Heng now resembled a slightly intriguing toy, awaiting her to toy with and dominate. From the abrupt shift in her demeanor, coupled with the prior hints from fate, Zhou Heng surmised that this scroll was linked to the profession of a long-range archer, complementing the faux daybreak bow. Contemplating this, Zhou Heng unfurled the scroll, revealing lines of text before his eyes. Long-range archer, class transfer scroll, star rating, 2 stars. In the once vanquished Sakasite Empire, archers renowned for their unparalleled long-range skills emerged. They amalgamated ancient archery with technological prowess, birthing the new profession of long-range archer. Attribute growth, 100. Additional attribute growth, 50. Long-range vision. Your sight can extend up to 10 kilometers under unobstructed conditions. Long-range shot. Your arrow's attack range is elevated from 500 meters to 10 kilometers. Long-range tracking. Once you lock onto an enemy, your attacks will persistently pursue them within the shooting range. Blood pump. For 1 second, all attributes can be temporarily converted into attack magic. Thereafter, a debilitating period of 30 seconds ensues. All attributes revert to 1. Class transition requirement. Possession of a level 10 exquisite bow. The star level of the class increases the base attributes by 50 for each star, meaning that upon leveling up, you randomly gain 1 point in attack. A 1-star class amplifies this by 50, translating to an additional 5 attributes. Currently, the highest initial star level documented in textbooks is 3 stars, granting an additional 150 attributes. As for the ultra-long distance archer, a class that can further amplify attributes, is classified as a rare profession, exceedingly uncommon. Even Zhou Heng must concede that this class is formidable, not only boasting dual attribute growth, but also a remarkably powerful skill set. Such a profession undeniably allows him to advance swiftly. Contemplating this, he resolutely opened the scroll for transitioning to the ultra-long distance archer and made his choice. To hesitate for even a moment would be a disservice to this profession. Chapter 12. Great Transformation, the Emperor's Talon. Detected, you possess the level 10 exquisite bow, the Sun God bow fake. Would you like to transition to the ultra-long-distance archer? Zhou Heng chose without a second thought. Transition in progress. Transition successful. You have gained class amplification attributes, 3 attack. You have gained additional class amplification attributes, 15 attack. Following the transition, Zhou Heng's attributes remained unchanged, save for his attack power, which skyrocketed from 1938 to 23547. This foundational attack, when combined with the Sun God bow, fake, enabled him to achieve a staggering maximum damage of 106. With the addition of 5 attack from the skill Raging Fire, the upper limit reached a frightening 116. Gazing ahead, with the enhancement of ultra-long distance vision, vast herds of wind sheep appeared within a 10-kilometer radius. Prior to his transition to the ultra-long distance archer, Zhou Heng had to seek out each wind sheep individually. But now he found himself needing to reposition, as he merely had to draw his bow and shoot. With the innate talents of the ultra-long distance archer, he could effortlessly dispatch his targets. It can be said that in the mere instant of transition, the might and terror of the ultra-long distance archer class became vividly apparent. Originally, Zhou Heng had planned to elevate his level to 10 by tomorrow evening, but now he felt that reaching level 10 with full experience was entirely feasible. Aiming at a wind sheep, Zhou Heng drew his bow and unleashed his class talent, ultra-long distance shooting, sending an arrow soaring. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the sky, arcing high before precisely striking the eye of a grazing wind sheep. 104. This critical hit instantly annihilated the wind sheep, which fell lifelessly, its eyes still reflecting bewilderment. How could it have perished while merely grazing? Leveraging the ultra-long distance archer class alongside the Sun God bow fake, Zhou Heng rampaged through the wilds of the uninhabited grasslands, effortlessly dispatching monsters. Meanwhile, in the town of Little Bird, a resurrected maiden descended from the revival platform. The players passing by, witnessing this scene, stepped back in shock. Players from the Changshan family were easily identifiable, as they bore golden lotus petals on their foreheads upon logging in. It's a player from the Changshan family. Who killed her? Are there still such formidable players around? Do players from the Changshan family dare to kill? Is this the crux of the matter? The essence lies in the fact that players from the Changshan family typically begin with advantages that surpass ours, under such circumstances. To achieve a kill speaks volumes about one's extraordinary talent. In a humble place like Xianyao Town, are there truly such formidable experts? One might wonder, how long can the individual who vanquished a Changshan family player survive? It's hard to say. I would venture to guess 3 days. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, the young girl appeared unfazed, her steps steady as she approached the entrance of Xianyao Town. "Miss, you have arrived," greeted a small team of 9 as they dismounted. Clad in imposing black scale armor, they bore a 2-meter standard greatsword upon their backs. The leader stepped forward to meet the girl as she approached. "You are late. It has been 4 days," she remarked with a hint of melancholy. This was a necessary trial for every player of the Changshan family, whether like her or others within the clan. Indeed, the girl who had been slain by Zhou Heng could have sought assistance from more skilled allies to eliminate him directly, but such an act would render her a pariah within her family, branded as inept. "Miss, please forgive our negligence. The Saka's empire has undergone a coup. The young master is occupied with imperial affairs, and the connections between various regions are increasingly unstable. It is a testament to our resolve that we managed to arrive at this juncture," the armored warrior explained, detailing the reasons for their tardiness. The girl's gaze flickered with understanding. She nodded, refraining from further speech, and extended her hand. The leader of the black-armored warriors comprehended her intent and retrieved several resources from his pack, trading them with her. "Miss, the young master hopes you can develop swiftly and assume the position of city lord in Hanzhuang City," he added. A glimmer of determination sparkled in her eyes. "Understood." The black-armored team, swift as the wind, soon vanished from the outskirts of Xianyao Town. The girl gazed at the resources nestled within her pack, clutching a skill book in her palm as she glanced toward the direction from which Zhou Heng had slain her. "I hope you refrain from utilizing that job change scroll. Otherwise," in an angle unseen by others, a fleeting coldness and murderous intent crossed her exquisitely beautiful face. "So, the items were indeed pilfered by Zhou Heng?" Black Bear Ba observed the report from his subordinates, his expression dark and foreboding. He never anticipated that he, the predator, would be outsmarted by a mere fledgling. Initially, he intended to use Zhou Heng as a tool before discarding him. But he had not only lost the faux Sun God bow and the resplendent backpack, but even the ceramic shards had slipped through his fingers. In comparison, the loss of 3 silver coins felt trivial. "President, we have thoroughly examined all guild members stationed in Xianyao Town. Only Zhou Heng remains unaccounted for. Therefore, it must be him, a subordinate lamented. Truth be told, they never expected that a newly minted player, still at level 1, would dare to seize assets amidst the chaos. This was no longer an issue of audacity. It was a blatant disregard for their Black Bear Guild. Otherwise, this boy would have had no chance to pilfer resources right beneath their noses. Go! Find the individuals and simultaneously send a message to expedite their progress. Circumstances have shifted, and we must act by dawn tomorrow, declared the ominous Black Bear. The nearby players from the Black Bear Guild exchanged anxious glances. Why the urgency? Wasn't it agreed upon to commence the day after tomorrow? Black Bear snorted disdainfully. A message from the president has just arrived. The empire has undergone a coup, and the emperor was beheaded by a sword of the Order of Light. The holy sword of hero King Kyrina is likely to awaken. We must hasten our efforts to secure a foothold for our guild in Sparrow Town before the coup is finalized. The crowd inhaled sharply, their eyes gleaming with an uncontrollable excitement. The emperor's decapitation signified impending chaos within the vast Saka's empire. This was an opportunity, a chance to rise and seize dominion over the world. Chapter 13, A Bold Gamble. Fate appears to favor you, yet it presents trials that are nothing short of appalling. Even with a commendable reservoir of knowledge, navigating the myriad changes proves arduous. Fate provides a hint. Fate Hint 1. The foundation of the Eternal Life clan is beyond your comprehension. Just now, the player you vanquished from the clan has received family aid and is on the cusp of soaring. Only 6 hours remain for you. Once they utilize the new resources, even with a 2-star rare profession, defeating them will become exceedingly difficult. Thus, you might consider taking a significant risk, charging into Sparrow Town and striking again before the guards can react. Fate Hint 2. If your resolve is not steadfast, you may wish to procure a dog collar and kneel before that young girl, begging for forgiveness. Given her cold, twisted nature, you would undoubtedly be reduced to a tame pet. As night fell, Zhou Heng received the omen of fate. Resources are available at this hour? Zhou Heng's brow furrowed in confusion. According to his studies, resources from the Eternal Life clan were expected to materialize between the 2nd and 3rd days, never this late. He had assumed the long-range archer was a boon provided by their clan, yet it appeared he had benefited from slaying them before they could claim their family resources. But why the delay? Zhou Heng pondered aloud. It was already the 4th night since this batch of players had logged into the boundless world. Logically, given the Eternal Life clan's deep roots, resources should have reached Sparrow Town by now, even if it was a remote outpost. Suddenly, Zhou Heng recalled the soaring exchange rate of 100,000 copper coins and began to speculate. According to the timeline, they were currently in the Golden Era 100. As the saying goes, what flourishes must decline. After the Golden Era comes the Empire's decay. Could it be that significant turmoil within the Saka's empire had even affected a venerable power like the Eternal Life clan? With this possibility in mind, Zhou Heng's eyes sparkled with determination. The most perilous times herald the greatest opportunities. This signified a moment for ordinary individuals like the Mirais, especially for him, who possesses a unique destiny hint of supreme talent. With proper maneuvering, he could rapidly develop even under the oppression of the Chongqing family. It seems necessary to kill you once more. The scene of that young girl from the Chongqing family, holding her head high and casting a sidelong glance at him, evoked a cold smile at the corner of Zhou Heng's mouth. He eagerly anticipated the expression on her face when they met again. After a whole day of grinding in the wild, Zhou Heng's level had reached 10, with 5,010 experience points. All attributes had been randomly allocated to attack, leaving him uncertain whether this constituted a form of extreme luck. From level 4 to level 10, he had ascended a total of 6 levels, yielding a cumulative increase of 6 points in base attack. Considering the additional 150 attribute enhancement from his profession, Zhou Heng had boosted his attack by a total of 15 points at level 6. In other words, equipped with the Sun God Bow, Fake, his physical attack soared to 6,85137. Simultaneously, the spoils from slaying wind sheep were abundant, primarily due to his lightning-fast grinding speed. 1 skill book, 1,000 copper coins. 3 bronze breastplates, 6 bronze bracers, 1 pair of bronze trousers, and 7 bronze shoes. Bronze breastplate, level 5, quality, ordinary, armor, 2, movement speed, 0-1, durability, 100-100. Bronze bracers, level 5, quality, ordinary, armor, 1, durability, 100-100. Bronze trousers, level 5, quality, ordinary, armor, 2, movement speed, 0-1, durability, 100-100. Bronze shoes, level 5, quality, ordinary, armor, 1, movement speed, 01, durability, 100100. The bronze armor was genuinely crafted from bronze. Wearing the entire set reduced Zhou Heng's movement speed by 0.3. Yet the benefit was an increase of 6 points in armor, making it difficult for inadequately equipped opponents to breach his defenses. Brother, behold my bronze long sword. With an attack of 6, truly a divine weapon for the early stages. What price do you think it merits? Brother, do you need someone to level up with? I'm already at level 7 and can definitely carry you. Along the streets of Little Bird Town, players had already set up stalls to engage in trade and earn money. Zhou Heng paused before one stall, crouching down to examine the items displayed. A flute and a statue caught his eye. An elegant ancient flute, quality, ordinary. This graceful, ancient flute seemed to harbor secrets unknown to others. A deep-sea dragon statue, quality, ordinary. This statue, sculpted in the likeness of a deep-sea dragon, appeared to possess hidden mysteries. At first glance, these items seemed quite intriguing and possibly concealed some secrets. However, those who diligently studied in school are aware that the information revealed through item appraisal may not always be truthful. For if an item is deliberately manufactured, such descriptions can be modified at will. The textbook presents an illustration. A wealthy, high-ranking player became enamored with a colossal, resplendent statue, which, according to the appraisal, harbored secrets from the ancient epochs of the expansion. Without a moment's hesitation, he purchased it. However, 3 years later, it was revealed that the statue was a forgery, crafted by a professional imposter, and he became the subject of ridicule for countless individuals. Young man, what do you think? Are you interested in acquiring it? Such treasures are rare, and who knows, they might even unveil the secrets they conceal. The vendor was a middle-aged man, emanating a faint glow, indicating he was not the genuine article. Zhou Heng recalled that forgers often possessed unique skills, such as creating duplicates or treasure hunting. The statue before him was likely a creation sent by the forger to pilfer wealth from the unsuspecting townsfolk. Master, Zhou Heng was poised to inquire about the Chongqing family in hopes of gleaning information about the young woman. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, a fate prompt suddenly appeared in his vision. You have encountered an immensely powerful forger who is on the verge of transitioning from level 100 to legendary status, but alas, he has crossed paths with you. Fate has offered you a hint. Fate Hint 1. As a formidable forger, his achievement in transitioning derives from deceiving 10,000 novice players. This was meant to be a test of endurance, yet you astutely discern that the seemingly counterfeit yet elegantly ancient flute is genuine. Acquire it and alter your destiny. Zhou Heng raised an eyebrow, astonished by the middle-aged vendor. He had not anticipated that this forger had nearly reached the threshold of legendary status. To be legendary signifies reaching level 100, a tier that requires a breakthrough following the accumulation of experience. Prior to attaining level 100, players share a relatively uniform lifespan, averaging around 120 to 180 years. However, upon breaking into the legendary realm, lifespans are markedly extended, with even the least of legends rumored to live for 400 years. Chapter 14. The Elegant Ancient Flute. Zhou Heng was certain he would not select Fate Hint 2 if he dared to offend the formidable Chongqing family. He would hardly be concerned with a forger on the cusp of level 100. Thus, he resumed the conversation, stating, Master, these 2 items appear splendid. I shall take them. What is the price? The forger rubbed his hands together, a look of delight on his face. Young man, you have a discerning eye. These 2 artifacts are truly worth their weight. You shall not regret this purchase. They are reasonably priced at 500 copper coins each. Expecting the vendor to set a lofty price, it became apparent that he too was eager to complete his achievement. Zhou Heng found the price entirely acceptable. Very well then. Master, let us proceed with the transaction. You have acquired the elegant ancient flute. You have obtained the Deepwater Flood Dragon statue, 1,000 copper coins deducted. Witnessing the sale, the forger chuckled with glee. In less than 4 days, he had successfully deceived 8,000 novice players. Only 2,000 more were needed to fulfill his transition achievement and embark upon the path of legend. As the forger contemplated the future, suddenly an achievement notification appeared on his retina. You have failed to deceive the 8,000th novice player. The legendary path of the forger has faltered. Please reapply for the legendary path achievement on January 1st of next year. May your legend be within reach, boundless and eternal. The forger remained frozen, staring in disbelief at the notification before him. Here he was, on the verge of becoming a legend. Yet had he been pecked by the very geese he hunted? How could he have misjudged so terribly? Of that elegant ancient flute and the statue of the Deepwater Dragon, surely at least one must be genuine. Recovering from his stupor, the forger turned to observe Zhou Heng. who was stowing away his belongings and preparing to leave. His expression darkened. After a long pause, he sighed. Alas, it seems I have simply misjudged. How could I place the blame on a mere novice? Yet, which is truly authentic, the elegant ancient flute or the statue of the deep water dragon? Sigh. My leap achievement. Who knows what random form will take next year? The forger suppressed his rising agitation. He was no longer a low-level player, with his level 100 prowess. Slaying a mere level 10 novice was indeed an act of cruelty, but he must also bear the consequences of breaching the rules. After all, if players of his caliber could freely eliminate newcomers, the Chongqing family would have long since monopolized the infinite login zones. Eliminating Zhou Heng might only cost the latter a free revival, but for him, it would mean a loss of at least 10 levels. He did not know how significant that was for others, but for him, ascending from level 91 to 100 had been an arduous journey, especially in this era when wild monsters were exceedingly rare. He could not afford to bury those 10 levels due to a single misstep. Watching Zhou Heng disappear into the streets of Little Bird Town, the forger wearily rose and faded from sight. Was that elegant ancient flute truly not a counterfeit? As Zhou Heng toyed with the elegant ancient flute, his studies and appraisal led him to increasingly suspect its authenticity. It appeared far too new, lacking any semblance of antiquity. Truth be told, had it not been for the fortune notification asserting its genuineness, he would not have spared it a second glance. After fiddling with it for some time, and unable to discern any clues, Zhou Heng finally tucked it into his backpack alongside the unknown ceramic piece. Upon arriving at the tavern in Little Bird Town, he found it filled with players of all kinds. The Black Bear Guild had issued a formal announcement, placing a bounty of 30,000 copper coins on a novice player named Zhou Heng. How curious it was that such a prominent guild would choose to use copper coins for their rewards. Surely silver coins would be more suitable. Who knows? Perhaps others simply possess an excess of copper coins. Why is it inconceivable that he could have been slain by wild monsters? It must have been a human act, right? Little girl, it is evident you have not studied diligently. Can a player of the Chongqing family truly fall to wild monsters? If this were to spread, believe me, you would be expelled from the Chongqing family in no time. The Chongqing family, an ancient lineage that has existed for millennia, would hardly be vanquished by mere wild creatures upon their initial entry, particularly in a remote locale such as our Little Bird Town. In truth, the matter has not been articulated succinctly. When players from the Chongqing family are felled by others, a distinct scar appears upon their arm. Although the underlying mechanism remains a mystery, the presence of such a scar unequivocally indicates a player-induced demise. One death results in one scar. 3 deaths yield 3 scars. Thus, could it truly be a human act? Or is it conceivable that a wild beast could be the culprit? Who possesses the audacity to slay a player from the Chongqing family, believing themselves so distant from the specter of death? Zhou Heng sat quietly in a corner, sharing a table with the group, listening intently without uttering a word. The prevailing discussions revolved around the bounty placed on him by the Black Bear Guild and the slaying of Chongqing family players. However, he gleaned no geographical coordinates that he sought. An hour later, just as Zhou Heng deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer, a raucous shout from a drunken player echoed from afar. Tell me, if I were to loiter at the Bird Inn, serving as a dog for that Chongqing player, might I secure the identity of a pretty boy? That Chongqing player is truly stunning. Upon this proclamation, the previously boisterous tavern fell into a sudden hush, followed by a chorus of laughter. Brother, don't be delusional. Your beard is practically denser than my hair. Trust me, a beauty like that would never cast her gaze upon you. In the ranks of the Chongqing family, those who catch her eye are either extraordinarily handsome or possess formidable prowess. In my view, the player who felled her might just have a chance if he were to kneel at the Bird Inn as a dog. A glimmer of insight sparked in Zhou Heng's eyes as a subtle smile graced his lips. Fortune favors the diligent. After an hour of idle chatter, he finally acquired the information he sought. Hence, a visit to the Bird Inn would undoubtedly lead him to his quarry, and with the discovery of this individual, he could access their resources. Chapter 15. The Second Slaying of Chongqing. The Bird Inn, a rather opulent establishment in Birdtown, featured a grand entrance adorned with a copper bird soaring gracefully, casting a faint glow in the ambient light. Welcome. How may I assist you? The front desk was attended by a middle-aged woman, slightly plump with a sallow complexion, her countenance tinged with a hint of melancholy. Though she masked it well, Zhou Heng's keen perception did not overlook her distress. In this boundless world, players have always referred to the original inhabitants in this manner, a habit formed over years of gaming, compounded by the passage of time, which rendered the populace reluctant to alter their ways. Should one truly regard these original inhabitants as mere game characters, they would find themselves in dire straits. "Excuse me, I would like to book a room. May I inquire about the rates?" Zhou Heng asked with a smile, retrieving 1,000 copper coins from his backpack and sliding them towards her. "Additionally, could you kindly inform me if there are any female players from the Chongsheng family currently staying here?" The elder sister instinctively sought to reject Zhou Heng, as this matter pertained to the esteemed Chongsheng family. However, upon witnessing the mountain of copper coins being pushed towards her, she hesitated for a moment. After ensuring there were no outsiders around, she whispered, "Young man, what do you inquire about this for?" Zhou Heng replied, "Sister, as you can see, I am quite handsome, standing over 180 centimeters tall. I wish to see if I can establish a connection with that esteemed individual. After all, you know how challenging it is for us ordinary players to make any significant progress." Hearing his words, the elder sister recognized the validity of Zhou Heng's reasoning. In the present day, the class stratification within the Sarkis Empire was severe, with various resources firmly in the grasp of the formidable players belonging to the Sarkis Empire and the Chongsheng family. Indeed, for ordinary individuals and players, the prospects of rising to prominence were bleak. "Very well," she conceded. "You seem like a decent fellow, so I shall share this with you. There is indeed a girl from the Chongsheng family who has arrived, and she is exceedingly beautiful. She resides in room 606 on the top floor." A glint of excitement flashed in Zhou Heng's eyes as he smiled and pushed forward another 1,000 copper coins. "Thank you for your assistance." Without bothering to book a room, Zhou Heng strode directly towards 606. The young girl was seated gracefully at the head of a pale blue hostel bed, clutching a scroll in her hands, her eyes shimmering with a faint blue glow. The scroll contained a complex skill book entitled 10,000 Thunderclaps, which, when activated, could summon a deluge of thunder, striking all within a 3-meter radius with overwhelming force. Additionally, this skill possessed a passive effect. If she were to be ambushed, it would automatically trigger, unleashing a thunder strike upon her assailants and momentarily delaying their attacks. Once mastered, this skill would provide her with a foundation for survival, freeing her from the fear of being ambushed. Under the family's modifications, the arduous learning requirements had been eliminated. One merely needed to invest time to absorb the knowledge. Mastery of 10,000 Thunderclaps required only 6 hours of focused study. However, just as she immersed herself in her studies, the skill's alertness was abruptly triggered, violently interrupting her concentration. Her eyes flared with fierce determination as she rose to survey her surroundings. At that moment, a dull thud echoed from the doorway, followed by the splintering of the door, as Zhou Heng strode confidently into the room. "It is you." The girl's pupils dilated in rare surprise. She had contemplated numerous scenarios, yet this outcome had never crossed her mind. A player from the illustrious Chongsheng family was being confronted by an ordinary player, and judging by his aggressive demeanor, he seemed intent on her demise. Yet, how had he managed to locate her so precisely and within such a brief span of time? A traitor? Her thoughts raced, but she understood that this was not the time for contemplation. She needed to escape. She was no fool for someone to track her down in such a short time, especially while she was engrossed in learning 10,000 Thunderclaps. They must possess a considerable assurance of being able to kill her. It was evident that he had learned from the high-range archer profession scroll she had dropped and had completed the class transition. Faced with the wrathful Zhou Heng, her chances of victory were slim, let alone against the formidable high-range archer profession. Without hesitation, the girl turned and leaped from the window by her bed. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, and the girl tumbled onto the street outside the Little Bird Inn. Surrounding players exclaimed in bewilderment, "What on earth is happening? Why is someone jumping from the building?" As they focused their gaze, their faces paled in shock. The individual who had leaped from the heights was none other than a player from the Chongsheng family. Zhou Heng's expression hardened. The more decisively the girl acted, the stronger his resolve to eliminate her grew. Such a person, if allowed to develop, would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to his own progress. Moreover, if he could not even handle an apparently ordinary player from the Chongsheng family, how could he dare confront the family itself? He might as well throw himself against a wall. Just then, the girl leaped from the high building, and Zhou Heng swiftly drew his bow, aiming an arrow at her. Long-range tracking activated. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, the arrow sliced through the air, hurtling towards the girl. She let out a muffled grunt, retrieving a blood-like item from her backpack and swallowing it whole. In the next instant, her speed surged, darting away like lightning. Zhou Heng's expression tightened, and without hesitation, he activated his Wrath of Flames, pursuing her relentlessly. A second later, a new arrow coalesced, and he once again drew his bow, releasing another shot. The girl cursed under her breath, realizing she had to flee with all her might through Little Bird Town. The two raced through the town in a frantic chase. My heavens, am I seeing things? An ordinary player is chasing down a Chongqing family player? This can't be real. I must be losing my mind. Such a spectacle is unheard of. Bystander players, coming to their senses, were utterly astonished. They had heard tales of ambushes and assassinations against Chongqing family players, but never had they witnessed a public pursuit in the town. This was no mere dismissal of a single Chongqing family player. It was a blatant disregard for the family's notorious reputation. Whoosh! Zhou Heng unleashed another arrow, and within a mere 7 seconds, 7 arrows were already in pursuit of the girl. As the arrows closed in, a flicker of anger crossed her previously indifferent face. She had never anticipated such a humiliating predicament upon entering the boundless world. She had secured her family's resources, and in just 5 hours, she would have the upper hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The girl had no time to escape. Zhou Heng's arrows caught up to her, piercing through her head, torso, and chest, dealing 180 and 60 points of damage respectively, successfully slaying her. You are impressive. I will remember you. Don't let me discover who is behind you, or I will ensure they will wish for death. The girl transformed into a phantom, fixating her gaze on Zhou Heng as he approached with purposeful strides. Her voice laced with menace. In her view, an ordinary player like Zhou Heng could not possibly discern her movements. Thus, one truth remained. Someone had betrayed the Chongqing family. Or else, it was a rival player from her family who had orchestrated this. This matter would not simply be brushed aside. As she realized the gravity of the situation, her expression shifted. She was struck by a thunderous realization. Chapter 16. The True Passage of Time. Thunderous Might, Revised. Quality, Complex. Consuming 100 mana. This skill unleashes a thunderous strike within a 3-meter radius, inflicting 25 points of magical lightning damage. When subjected to sudden attacks, such as assassination or ambush, the passive effect of this skill activates, consuming 20 points of mana to deal 15 points of magical lightning damage to the assailant, and slowing their speed by 50 for a duration of 3 seconds. The cooldown period is 120 seconds. Learning Requirement 1. If the learner belongs to the Longevity Clan, they must engage in intensive study for 6 hours. Learning Requirement 2. If the learner is not from the Longevity Clan, they must possess Thunderstrike Wood at level 10. Learning Requirement 3. If the learner is not from the Longevity Clan, they must have a lightning damage reduction of 20. Learning Requirement 4. If the learner is not from the Longevity Clan, they must have a magical power of 20. Upon reading the detailed description of the skill, Zhou Heng shook his head and carefully stored the skill book. The disparity between ordinary players and those of the Longevity Clan is subtly accentuated by such requirements. The prerequisites for this skill, upon closer inspection, reveal a singular theme: exclusivity. For members of the Longevity Clan, a mere 6 hours of focused study suffices to master it. Whereas ordinary players face a formidable challenge requiring not only the requisite lightning damage reduction and magical attack, but also the rare Thunderstrike Wood. While the former 2 requirements are manageable, the acquisition of Thunderstrike Wood poses a significant obstacle. In summary, regarding the difficulty of learning this skill, it rivals that of the Tumultuous Sea. However, there is a silver lining. Though he cannot learn it, neither can the young woman from the Longevity Clan, thereby indirectly diminishing her strength. Following this execution, he need not worry about her resurgence for the time being. After all, even if she were to reclaim family resources, it would take her a day. This day is ample time for him to advance further. Yet, just as Zhou Heng prepared to depart, an aged and gentle laughter echoed from the opposite end of the alley. Xiao Heng, I did not expect that in just 2 days you have grown to this extent. To think you would dare to slay one of the Longevity Clan? Quite impressive. The speaker was none other than the elderly matron who had allowed Zhou Heng to harvest 15 points of attack, along with 60 points of life and mana from her farm. Grandmother, what brings you here? We should leave quickly. Zhou Heng was taken aback upon seeing her. Yet he was acutely aware that this was not a place for idle conversation. After all, he had committed murder within the town, and the patrolling guards of Little Bird Town would undoubtedly be drawn toward this location. At level 10, he stood no chance against the guards. Fear not. I have already dealt with the patrolling guards and those from the Black Bear Guild. The elderly woman, hunched yet regal, scrutinized Zhou Heng with a newfound appreciation. Initially, she had seen promise in this young man, believing he could be nurtured. Now, however, it was clear that he was far more than a mere candidate for cultivation. He was one of their own. Setting aside the matter of the stolen sun god, Bao, from the Black Bear Guild, the mere act of publicly eliminating the toxins of the Longevity Clan sufficed to define his character. Come with me. I shall take you to a special place, she said with a warm smile, turning to retrace her steps. Soon, Zhou Heng witnessed her tear through the fabric of space, leaving a rift at the end of the alley. As the fateful revelation failed to manifest, Zhou Heng ceased his hesitation and followed the old woman into the rift of space. Within this rift lay a vast and boundless sea of stars. The moment Zhou Heng set foot inside, he beheld countless celestial bodies and meteors traversing from one end of the starry expanse to the other. At the terminus of this infinite starry ocean stood a colossal sword. Its height and distance remained indeterminate. Yet from Zhou Heng's perspective, this sword appeared to be at least 10,000 meters in magnitude. It was the holy sword, the sacred blade of the heroic king Kilina. The old woman, having appeared at Zhou Heng's side, gazed at the holy sword at the end of the boundless star sea, her tone filled with a melancholic resonance. It was said that the heroic king Kilina wielded this sword to sever the fates of the Sarkast Empire, obliterating that ancient realm from the annals of history. Alas, following a fierce contest between power and technology, this holy sword, a relic of bygone eras, shattered and vanished, leaving behind only this ephemeral silhouette. Would you be willing to join the Sword of Light, to bestow a radiance named hope upon this decaying empire? Fate shifts at this moment. The remnants of ancient times ultimately seek you out. Fate offers you a hint. Before crossing over, no one could resist the allure of turning a new page in the annals of their lineage. Grandmother, I too wish to join the Sword of Light at this very moment, to become a wielder of the blade and add brilliance to hope. However, I would appreciate a moment to contemplate. I believe I should gain a more profound understanding of the Sword of Light. The old woman appeared momentarily taken aback. She turned to gaze deeply at Zhou Heng, honestly surprised by the unwavering resolve of this young lad. A cunning strategist, she had encountered many individuals, likely more than Zhou Heng, had consumed grains of rice. Yet, in Zhou Heng's eyes, she could discern no trace of the desire to join the Sword of Light. Nevertheless, she remained unconcerned. Every exceptional youth possesses their own convictions, and the Sword of Light never imposes itself upon others. Moreover, having already decapitated the Emperor, the Sword of Light found itself inundated with countless aspirants eager to join their ranks. She merely hoped this young lad would not come to regret his decision in the future. Very well, grandmother understands. As she departed, an unknown ceramic shard from Zhou Heng's backpack surged forth, racing towards the holy sword at the edge of the starry sea. Chapter 17. The Sarkast Imperial Sword, Holy Sword. The speed of the unknown ceramic shard was akin to lightning. Zhou Heng had no time to react before it transformed into a streak of light, striking precisely at the hilt of the holy sword. Sarkast Imperial Sword Restoration Level, 110,000. Could it be that the holy sword was indeed the Sarkast Imperial Sword? This revelation was unexpectedly astonishing. Observing the transformation before him, Zhou Heng mused thoughtfully. At that moment, a gentle and melodious voice floated to his ears. The Sarkast Imperial Sword was forged through the blood sacrifice of 900 billion human souls by the Sarkast Emperor Nalincicast. Had events unfolded as originally intended, this instrument of death would have required the sacrifice of an additional 100 billion souls to achieve completion, cleaving through the annals of time and guiding the Sarkast Empire toward distant horizons. Regrettably, I find myself unaware, having committed a grave error. Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened as he turned to the left, drawn by a voice. There stood an ethereal figure, so intangible that it was difficult to discern her form. Yet one could just make out that she was a woman. "Young man, what is your name?" The apparition inquired with a light laugh upon noticing Zhou Heng's attention. "Zhou Heng, Zhou as in complete, Heng as in eternal," he replied. "An admirable name," she stated. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the heroic king Kyrena." Although Zhou Heng had an inkling, he was still taken aback upon hearing the title. "I have heard of the heroic king. You have witnessed the passage of time with the hero, Kyrena, in the Sea of Holy Swords. Permanent attack, 50, permanent health, 500, permanent mana, 500. Gazing at the sudden surge in attributes, Zhou Heng could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. No wonder the textbooks advised pursuing ancient epics and figures whenever possible. It seemed that merely encountering one could lead to a perpetual enhancement of one's attributes. Do not be astonished. A few hundred points is trivial. For those who command vast resources within the immortal families, it is hardly surprising. Alas, I am left with only these remnants of my power. Had I regained my former glory, your encounter with me would have granted you at least 100,000 points in attributes." The heroic king Kyrena appeared to converse with Zhou Heng, yet she was truly reflecting upon her own fate. She gazed towards the holy sword at the end of the Sea of Holy Swords. "Zhou Heng, I entrust these two items to you. Your destiny, your future, all lie within your grasp. Whether you carve a path out of despair or are ultimately devoured by the immortal families, becoming a stepping stone in their pursuit hinges entirely upon you. With that, the ethereal figure dissipated, transforming into a stream of light that surged into Zhou Heng's brow. You have received the heroic king Kyrina's transfer. True age, 35. 10. The heroic king Kyrina severed the fate of the Sakist Empire, obliterating this ancient empire with a history of 10,000 years. Using the sword of killing, the Sakist Emperor's sword, holy sword. 20. In the brilliance of justice restored, an unforeseen truth emerged, revealing that the reality was not as simple as she had perceived. The sword of killing, the Sakist Emperor's sword, holy sword, had slain 900 billion beings from the noble houses of the empire. 35. The heroic king Kyrina entrusted the sword of killing, the Sakist Emperor's sword, holy sword, to the boundless starry sea, constructing the sea of holy swords, awaiting the true wielder of the sword. You have acquired the sword of killing. The Sakist Emperor's sword, holy sword. Sakist Emperor's sword, holy sword. Level 1, quality, ancient. Killing 01000. Each kill of an equal level being grants an attack of 1. Protecting 01000. Each kill of an equal level being grants a health increase of 10. Attack speed 10. Movement speed 20. Durability upgrade 110000. As Zhou Heng beheld the Sakist Emperor's sword, holy sword, that had appeared in his hand, he was utterly astounded. He had merely made a choice of fate, yet the rewards he reaped were astonishingly formidable. Not only has he uncovered the profound truths of the boundless Sakist Empire, but he has also acquired the sacred sword of the heroic king, Kyrina. If he cannot take flight after such a promising start, he would feel he has failed to honor it, to slay or to protect. Who could have anticipated that the ancient chronicles penned in textbooks would conceal such intricate secrets? As the Sakist Emperor's sword, the sacred sword, fully crystallized in his grasp, a sword sheath materialized unexpectedly at his waist. Zhou Heng sheathed the Sakist Emperor's sword and hastily departed from this enigmatic realm. He was reluctant to remain and risk being questioned by other members of the Radiant Sword upon discovering the absence of their sacred sword, unable to provide an explanation. As for why he refrained from revealing his identity and wielding the Sakist Emperor's sword to command the Radiant Sword, Zhou Heng's reasoning was simple. He could not ascertain whether the current Radiant Sword truly embodied hope. It was entirely possible that they too were shrouded in ignorance. To entertain a more conspiratorial thought, perhaps the Radiant Sword had long been under the control of the Eternal Family and the prestigious founding clans of the Sakist Empire. Zhou Heng's suspicions were not unfounded. After all, why did the heroic king Kyrina choose to appear only after the old woman departed? Given Kyrina's esteemed position within the Radiant Sword, he would have had at least a 90 chance of publicly pledging his allegiance if he had appeared before her. With the aid of that mysterious old woman, he could have swiftly amassed resources from nothing. Clearly, Kyrina's absence indicated some underlying concern. Zhou Heng dared not linger. Taking advantage of the early morning light, he left Little Bird Town and headed towards the windy plains. He certainly could not slay the wind sheep, while it possessed experience. It could not trigger the effects of the Sakist Emperor's sword. In other words, he needed to seek out level 10 wild beasts to defeat. The only area outside Little Bird Town that harbored such creatures was the Deepwater Cave. Although there was a high probability of encountering players from the Black Bear Guild there, he had a full day before they would engage, providing him ample time to grind for attack and health points. Chapter 18. Level 30 Deepwater Serpent Corrupted. How could there be so many players? Approaching the Deepwater Cave, Zhou Heng noticed a multitude of players converging upon the area. The weakest among them were level 5 players, while the stronger ones had already reached level 10, just like him. Of course, these were all newcomers. The absence of veteran players enjoying the safety of the new player protection period was even more staggering, with levels 20, 30, and 40 appearing in droves. Zhou Heng furrowed his brow and cautiously blended into the throng of players. The event was about to commence, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. What was there to fear? They were merely level 10 Deepwater Serpents, and with the Black Bear Guild S leaders at the forefront, they could easily earn some contributions. Do you think these Deepwater Serpents truly resemble the descriptions in textbooks, with dragon heads and worm-like bodies? If you ask me, who should I ask? We're all just fresh faces here for the past 5 days. Look, it's the president of the Black Bear Guild and President Yang Kai. A low exclamation broke the silence, prompting Zhou Heng to turn and discover He Xiongba standing behind a young man clad in a pristine white tracksuit, who approached the depths of the submerged cave with purpose. Moreover, Zhou Heng recognized a familiar face among the crowd of the Black Bear Guild, the young woman from the Changshan family, whom he had vanquished twice before. Look, it's a player from the Chongqing family. Is it a golden lotus blooming on her forehead? It appears even more enigmatic and graceful than depicted in textbooks. I have heard tales of this Chongqing player, who has faced death twice at the hands of an unknown adversary. Who could possibly possess such audacity to slay a player of the Chongqing family? It must be yet another formidable figure from the early stages. Leading the group, the young man in the white tracksuit, Yang Kai, approached the submerged cave. As he gazed at the dark abyss that suddenly emerged in the wind-swept grasslands, his expression remained inscrutable as he beckoned to He Xiongba. Understanding the signal, He Xiongba surveyed the members of the Black Bear Guild surrounding him. In the next moment, a torrent of black water gel, derived from the black water grass, cascaded into the depths of the cave. Upon contact with the water, the black water gel reacted violently, bubbling as if in a tempestuous boil. As the last remnants of the gel were poured into the cave, He Xiongba turned to the Chongqing family girl, nodding in acknowledgement. Unfazed, she retrieved a vial of thick, greenish-yellow liquid from her backpack, uncorked it, and poured its contents into the cave. A deafening roar erupted from beneath the surface as the viscous liquid met the water, and in an instant, a colossal white creature surged forth from the depths. With a resounding thud, the beast landed heavily on the grasslands. It was an aberrant being, with the head of a green dragon and a body resembling that of a white maggot. Clearly, this was the level 10 deep water dragon worm residing within the cave. At this moment, the deep water dragon worm's eyes glowed crimson, its white body encrusted with the black water gel. As it roared furiously at Zhou Heng and his companions while thrashing its body in a desperate attempt to rid itself of the sticky substance. The more it struggled, the more the black water gel adhered to its form, spreading across its body as if it were a living entity. Zhou Heng surmised that once the black water gel enveloped it entirely, the creature would succumb to darkness. Yet, why did the Black Bear Guild seek to corrupt a creature of merely level 10? What role did the Sword of Light play in this unfolding drama? Previously, Zhou Heng had not pondered these questions deeply, as he was aligned with the Sword of Light, executing its bidding. However, now he observed as an outsider, a mere spectator, grappling with complexities far beyond the comprehension of a novice player who had just arrived 5 days ago. As Zhou Heng deliberated whether to advance or retreat, the effects of destiny manifested. True darkness is about to descend. As a newly initiated player, you may never grasp the reins of your fate, especially in this year, marking a millennium of unfathomable realms. Destiny has bestowed upon you a warning. Fate hint 1. Distance yourself from the wind-swept grasslands as far as possible. While the level 50 battleground may offer substantial rewards, the perils outweigh the gains. Fate hint 2. Fortune favors the bold. To navigate the future without countless obstructions, one must grasp the slender thread of hope and strive for greatness. Among the players lies a hidden potential, waiting for the opportune moment amidst the chaos of battle to relentlessly farm the attributes of the Sakist Empire Sword, Holy Sword. Escape? The term retreat is absent from Zhou Heng's lexicon. Had it been present, he would not have sacrificed himself in his previous life to save a stranger's child. Thus, he chooses to take a risk. If he can enhance the attributes of the Sakist Empire Sword, he would not hesitate to confront players of level 20 or higher. Having received the fate hint, Zhou Heng lowered his head and cautiously followed the throng of players. At that moment, the blackened gel of the abyssal water worm enveloped the creature entirely, transforming its once white form into a shadowy hue. Level 10 abyssal water worm has darkened. Evolved to level 30. You have received the Guardian Quest of Little Bird Town. Quest description: for unknown reasons, the abyssal water worm has darkened and threatens to engulf the entire Little Bird Town. All players of Little Bird Town are summoned to unite their strength and vanquish the abyssal water worm. Quest duration: before the annihilation of Little Bird Town. Quest reward: based on contribution. Not only Zhou Heng, but all players were presented with the Guardian Quest of Little Bird Town. At this juncture, Black Bear Ba raised his arms in a rallying cry. Brothers, let us slay the abyssal water worm. The opportunity for victory has arrived. Fear not, for our Black Bear Guild will ensure your safety. With these words, Black Bear Ba activated the guild's group skill, the Might of the Black Bear. You have received the influence of Black Bear Guild S. Black Bear Ba's skill, Might of the Black Bear. Health points, 50, temporary. Magic points, 50, temporary. Attack, 3, temporary. Magic, 3, temporary. Truly worthy of the Black Bear Guild's leader. This group skill is impressive. Brothers, charge forth. It is time to amass contributions. Allow me. For my attack reaches a staggering 15 points. I shall surely rank among the top. Do not jest. You dare show off with a mere 15 points? My attack stands at 23 points. Watching the throng of players surge forward, Zhou Heng felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he gazed at the abyssal water worm, darkened, and activated his initial skill, identification. Simultaneously, the Sakist Empire Sword, Holy Sword, at his waist trembled slightly. With the blessing of the Sakist Empire Sword, Holy Sword, you acquire full information about the opponent. In an instant, all details regarding the abyssal waterworm, darkened, materialized before Zhou Heng's eyes. The sight overwhelmed him with dread. How could the Black Bear Guild dare to confront such a foe? Chapter 19. Peril at every turn. Abyssal waterworm, darkened. Level 30. Attack 198396. Magic 100200. Health 1010. Magic power 22. Armor 30. Attack speed 15. Movement speed 30. Acid rain. A wave of acid rain descends, striking within a radius of 1,000 meters. Inflicting 10 water attribute magic damage. Slaughter. Newly initiated players slain by the deep water serpent, corrupted, will be unable to resurrect. Facing permanent death, only resurrection coins will be accepted for judgment. Growth. For each newly initiated player devoured, attack power increases permanently by 1, health by 10, and magic power by 10. Transcendence. Upon consuming a total of 10,000 in newly initiated players, evolution into the Blackwater Serpent will be possible, level 50. Zhou Heng is no fool. The moment he comprehends the detailed explanation of the Deepwater Serpent, corrupted skills, he realizes the sinister intentions behind it all. The Black Bear Guild is not here to aid newly initiated players through their early struggles. They are clearly intent on claiming their lives. Generally speaking, a novice village area accommodates approximately 10,000 newly initiated players. Towns like Little Bird Town host around 30,000 to 50,000. In other words, should the Black Bear Guild succeed in their scheme, at least 1/3 of all present newly initiated players, including himself, would perish. Fate can be cruel. While it appears that as a novice, there exists infinite potential, the moment the birth point is determined, destiny is sealed. Yet, if fate smiles upon you, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Fate offers you a hint. Fate Hint 1. Raise the Sakashtar Imperial Sword, Holy Sword. Proclaim loudly, declaring oneself the rightful hero King Kyrena, compelling the Sword of Light to manifest and alter the fates of the thousands of players present. Fate Hint 2. Expose the Deepwater Serpent's attribute secrets, inciting chaos, thus providing players with a sliver of survival. Faced with the sudden fate hints, Zhou Heng unhesitatingly chooses the second hint. The second option can be executed prior to the first, if it can be avoided. He does not wish to reveal his possession of the Sakashtar Imperial Sword, Holy Sword. Damn it, how could this be possible? With the slaughter skill, being slain means no chance to trigger the boundless rewards of free resurrection. They would be permanently consumed. Help, help, I do not wish to die. Zhou Heng concealed himself among the crowd, feigning terror and wailing loudly. Instantly, the newly initiated players, emboldened, charged at the Deepwater Serpent, frozen in their tracks. However, if they are slain by the Deepwater Serpent and unable to activate the free resurrection opportunity, they would indeed meet their end here. After all, they are not facing a level 10 Deepwater Serpent, but rather its corrupted level 30 counterpart. In this moment, a multitude of players dismissed Zhou Heng's warnings as mere alarmism, believing resurrection was still an option. But the very next second, countless players turned in horror towards Yang Kai, the president of the Black Bear Guild's Little Bird Town branch, who stood beside a resurrection platform that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. President Yang, why is there a resurrection platform here? Please, do not jest. We do not wish to resurrect here. Yang Kai, clad in a white tracksuit, stood firmly beside the resurrection platform, hands in pockets, coldly observing the throng of newly initiated players as though they were mere materials. In that moment, even the most naive of newly initiated players began to realize the grim truth. Damn it, they intend to kill us, to use us as sustenance. Urban legends are indeed true. Everything is true. Why is it so? Shouldn't the remnants of such rumors be mere jest? Why is it like this? I do not wish to perish. I do not wish to perish. Who will come to my rescue? Some newly initiated players, bravely enduring a wave of acid rain, attempted to flee, only to be swallowed whole by the deep-water leech that surged forward. The sound of their bodies being crushed echoed, shattering the last vestiges of hope for countless new players. These players, logging into the boundless world, could only trigger the visceral effects of reality when faced with irreversibility. In other words, Those who were consumed truly met their end, whether in the blue star or in this infinite realm. No, I do not wish to die. I do not want to die. Flee. In the general store of Bird Town, a voluptuous woman stretched languorously. The beasts of the Black Bear Guild have indeed taken action. How could they bear to harm 10,000 vibrant souls, all fellow citizens of the Blue Star? From behind the store, an old crone approached, her back hunched. Human nature is eternally thus. There is no utmost evil, only a greater evil. After her words, another figure emerged from behind the general store. This man, bare-chested with sinewy muscles glistening like bronze, approached with a hefty 2-meter-long machete in hand. What is the point of all this chatter? I, Yang Kai, will handle this. The Black Bear bully and that old, decrepit mayor are yours to deal with. Yet even before the man could act, the old mayor, leaning on his cane, calmly obstructed their path from a distance. Long Knife, grant this old man a favor. Let this matter be settled here. After all, it is not the citizens of the Sokka's empire who have perished. For players from the Blue Star, death is simply death. The Long Knife referred to by the mayor was none other than the muscular man wielding the machete. His expression hardened as he scoffed. Old man, were your daughter in such a plight, I believe you would rush forth even faster than I. The old mayor chuckled dismissively. After all, it is not my daughter who is inside, is it? The voluptuous woman stepped beside Long Knife, extending her right hand to snap her fingers in the air. In the next moment, a resplendent black rose materialized between her fingers. Grasping the black rose, she elegantly inserted it between her bosom and gazed at the old mayor with a hint of regret. Mayor Tart, what promises have the Black Bear Guild or the Chongsheng family made to you that you would so willingly sell your conscience? Do 10,000 vibrant lives truly hold no value in your eyes? The old mayor, known as Tart, smiled lightly. Taliesin is barren. They have promised me that while curing her, I shall receive 300 years of life. 300 years, a life akin to a legend. A fleeting expression of horror flickered in the voluptuous woman's eyes. The Chongsheng family has been researching effective ways to extend life for an eternity. If they could bestow life itself, do the nations of Blue Star, the organizations within the Sokka's empire, and their ilk truly possess any hope of vanquishing this genuine malignancy of the world? Astonishing, isn't it? Witnessing the expression of the plump woman, a flicker of fear crossed Tart's eyes as he reminisced. When I first heard this news, I was even more astounded than you. The Chongsheng family, these players who invaded from Blue Star, have finally digitized life, manipulating it as if on a panel. I was reluctant to acquiesce, for it entailed the existence of 10,000 vibrant new lives. Yet the offerings they presented were simply too bountiful. Therefore, I implore you all to remain. With these words, Tart grasped his staff and struck the ground. In an instant, an endless expanse of verdant flora surged forth from Tart, expanding wildly in all directions. The domain of the forest world unfolds. Every human is destined to die, some heavier than a mountain, others lighter than a feather. The Long Knife's expression grew icy as he positioned the great blade upon the back of his hand, sliding it outward bit by bit. With every inch he moved, the 2-meter blade mysteriously augmented by tenfold. By the time he drew the entire sword across the back of his hand, the once 2-meter blade had inexplicably extended to 100 meters. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, the Long Knife anchored himself to the ground, gripping the sword with both hands, fixating intently on Tart. Old man, 10,000 vibrant lives. The goddess of light shall not spare you, nor shall the light forgive you, and neither shall I. With a resounding cry, the Long Knife vanished from his original position. In the next heartbeat, he materialized at Tart's flank, the 100-meter blade descending upon Tart's neck with the force of a thunderbolt. Fate is often a capricious term, not one lofty and unattainable. Who could foresee that within this fleeting moment, you would face consecutive decisions dictated by destiny? Fate offers you a warning. Fate warning 1. You may believe that the Sword of Light will intervene, yet the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the hidden predator behind. Who can foresee that the long-retired Mayor Tart possesses the strength to contend with 3 generals? The Sword of Light is hindered within Little Bird Town, with an estimated support time of 30 minutes. However, 30 minutes is ample time for you to be discovered by the Black Bear and Chongsheng players, leaving you without a glimmer of hope. You must make a choice. Perhaps plunging into the deep water cave may be your only true salvation. Fate warning 2. Destiny is never static. Raise your hands high, offering a tempest of thunder, and kneel in supplication, seeking forgiveness from the maiden of the Chongsheng family. If this exalted lady grants you pardon, the Black Bear Guild, covertly supported by the Chongsheng family, will assuredly spare you from becoming fodder. Of course, You must fervently pray that this esteemed lady will indeed forgive you. As Zhou Heng pondered how to respond amidst the throngs of players, he felt a jolt upon encountering yet another fate warning. He had not anticipated that someone as formidable as the old crone would be thwarted within Little Bird Town by its mayor. Kneeling in supplication was out of the question, so was he left with no alternative but to seek refuge in the deep-water cave? Zhou Heng gazed towards the deep-water cave, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. Brothers, we still possess a glimmer of hope. The deep-water cave is our sole refuge. Charge forth, my comrades. It is inconceivable that Zhou Heng could escape alone to the deep-water cave and bring everyone inside, stirring the waters for a greater chance of survival. As he raised his voice in rallying cries, Zhou Heng approached the entrance of the deep-water cave. When all eyes turned toward him, he plunged into the tranquil surface of the water, demonstrating the way for the others. It was he, the young lady of the Changshan family, fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. If there was anyone she longed to eliminate, it was undoubtedly Zhou Heng. Were it not for him, she would never have collaborated with the Black Bear Guild, nor would she have been compelled to remain in Little Bird Town instead of advancing to become the Lord of Frost City. To pursue or not to pursue? This thought merely flickered in the mind of the Changshan lady before she resolutely made her decision. She dashed to the mouth of the deep water cave, unhesitatingly plunging in before the watchful crowd. Yes, the deep water cave is my salvation. Charge forth, brothers. Only the deep water cave can rescue us. A multitude of newly arrived players grasped the situation and, as if fleeing, rushed toward the deep water cave, diving into its abyssal depths. Black Bear Ba, witnessing this, erupted in fury. What are you all standing around for? Block them. However, the sheer number of new players overwhelmed the Black Bear Guild members, who were unable to contain the tide of newcomers flooding into the deep water cave. As it appeared that nearly all of the new players had ventured deep into the cave, Black Bear Ba's eyes bulged in rage. For this day he, as the vice president, had toiled for a month in preparation. Damn it all, Black Bear Ba seethed, wishing he could dismember the first player who had leaped into the deep water cave. Were it not for him, the situation would not have escalated to this point. At that moment, the president, Yang Kai, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Black Bear, go down. The first to descend was Zhou Heng. The fury on Black Bear Ba's face intensified. What? It's him? No wonder that voice sounded so familiar. Had he not seized the Daylight Divine Bao, the situation would never have reached this level. The counterfeit Daylight Divine Bao had an immense allure for creatures like the Deepwater Jiao. If he had possessed it, he could have easily controlled the wrath of the Deepwater Jiao, corrupted, allowing them to devour thousands without the new players ever realizing it. But all of that had been thwarted by that detestable Zhou Heng, forcing them to initiate their plan. Black Bear Ba, consumed by rage, charged toward the deep-water cave. Yang Kai observed everything coldly, choosing not to stop Black Bear Ba from entering the cave. After all the new players in Black Bear Ba had ventured into the depths, the famished deep-water Jiao, corrupted, surged into the cave in a fit of wrath. Black Bear, do not blame me. The true objective of the guild is not the level 50 deep-water Jiao, but the level 60 deep-water Jiao King. From the very beginning, you were a part of the plan. Rest assured, I will take good care of your wife and daughter in Hai Shur. Go in peace. Yang Kai, with a sinister smile, approached the entrance of the deep-water cave, retrieving a luminous white cloak from his backpack, enveloping the entire entrance. This cloak, bestowed upon their guild by the Changshan family, was aptly named Changshan Dawn. Although he was unaware of the reasoning behind such a name, its function was indeed extraordinary, aside from players of the Changshan family. No other players whose level did not exceed 51 could escape. In other words, the only player able to exit the deep-water cave was the girl from the Changshan family. Chapter 21. Attack 300. Health 3000. You are afflicted by cold erosion. Health 1. You are afflicted by cold erosion. Health 1. Observing the incessant notifications of health depletion on his retina, Zhou Heng swam with all his might, searching for a means to escape the depths. Soon, he discovered the water's surface, and in astonishment, he broke through, landing on a moderately sized patch of land. Indeed, the deep-water cave was not solely comprised of water. There were caverns as well. You have discovered the deep-water cave. Experience 10. 10 experience points, neither too little nor too much. As he stepped onto the surface of the deep-water cave, a gentle breeze wafted from the caverns ahead, prompting Zhou Heng to quicken his pace. After a brief 10 minutes, he ventured into the depths of the cave. Here lay a hidden meadow beneath the surface, which, by all accounts, should have been dim and lifeless. Yet, under the illumination of mysterious or above, the entire meadow was as bright as day. Standing at the entrance of the meadow, with his extraordinary long-range vision, Zhou Heng clearly observed a multitude of level 10 wild creatures roaming within. Deep Water Serpent, level 10. Attack, 3162. Magic, 00. Health, 300300. Mana, 00. Armor, 5. Attack speed, 15. Movement speed, 18. Skills, Feigned Attack, Venomous Bite. Level 10 wild creatures were precisely what Zhou Heng required at this juncture. With this batch of beasts, the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, would receive excellent nourishment, significantly enhancing its attributes. Should the numbers be sufficient, it would not be impossible to fully enhance the attributes of the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, right here. If completely maxed out, with an attack power of 1000, even the Black Bear King would find himself at a disadvantage. Let the hunting commence. Zhou Heng drew the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, from his waist and charged into the meadow. The deep water serpents, with commendable speed and attack rate, might pose a challenge to ordinary players. However, with the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, equipped, Zhou Heng's attack speed soared to 20, and his movement speed reached 29. This was still owing to his 4-piece bronze set. Without it, his movement speed could escalate to 32. At this velocity, the deep water serpents were mere playthings. Hardly a cause for concern. In terms of farming efficiency, he was now significantly faster. With a base attack power of 885,177, he could slay a deep water serpent in but a second. Gripping his sword, Zhou Heng feigned ignorance of the deep water serpent approaching from the flank. And in the instant of its ambush, he executed 2 swift strikes. 172. 172. The 2 swords struck with precision at the vital points of the deep water serpent, unleashing maximum physical damage. The terrifying blow instantaneously depleted the serpent's health bar, resulting in its demise. You have slain the deep water serpent. Experience 100. Copper 2. Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, absorbs power. Kill count 1. Life preservation 10. Observing the increment of 1 point in attack power and 10 points in vitality, Zhou Heng could not suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although these attribute points were merely a bonus from the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, as long as the sword remained in his possession, they represented a tangible enhancement to his capabilities. He set a modest goal to convert all the deep water serpents in this area. At this moment, experience points and copper were of little consequence. Elevating the attributes of the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, was of utmost importance. Zhou Heng transformed into a serpent slayer, scouring the small prairie for deep water serpents. You have slain the deep water serpent. Experience 100. Copper 2. Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, absorbs power. Kill count 1. Life preservation 10. You have slain the deep water serpent. Experience 100. Copper 2. Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, absorbs power. Kill count 1. Life preservation 10. While Zhou Heng was engaged in slaying the deep water serpents and augmenting the attributes of the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, on the other side, a young lady from the Changshan family logged into this territory. She clutched a floating blue orb, which wavered uncertainly, pointing in Zhou Heng's direction. This was a guiding item, with different variants possessing distinct effects. The blue orb in the young lady's possession was a special guiding tool known as the Revenge Guide. When a player is defeated, they can utilize the Revenge Guide to track the player responsible for their demise within a certain range. Zhou Heng, this time, the one who shall perish will be you. The Changshan family girl, her expression cold, strode purposefully towards the cavernous passage stretching into the depths. Initially unaware of Zhou Heng's name, she had been thoroughly disrupted by his consecutive defeats of her, rendering many of her resources unusable. In her frustration, she sought assistance from the Black Bear Guild, trading some of her resources with He Xiongba and Yang Kai. Through these exchanges, she learned of Zhou Heng, the thief of the false sun god Bao, and upon comparing their appearances, it became evident who her assailant was. This revelation heightened her interest in Zhou Heng. Now, she eagerly anticipated their third encounter. This time, she wielded 3 formidable advantages. First, a unique passive skill, Tenacity, modified by the Changshan family, which granted immunity to all physical damage below 100 points. Second, a specially cultivated fruit, Swift Fruit, that provided a permanent increase of 10 in movement speed. And third, the Burning Wrath. Zhou Heng's ability to defeat her was primarily due to his rage combined with the long-range prowess of his archer class. But as long as he could not breach her defenses, she would always hold the upper hand in speed. Thus, she had no reason to anticipate defeat in this battle. Following Zhou Heng's direction, the Changshan family girl swiftly vanished from sight like a shooting star. You have slain the deep water serpent. Experience 100. Copper 2. The Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, draws power. Kill 1. Protect 10. With the latest notification, a smile crept across Zhou Heng's lips. As the last of the deep-water serpents fell beneath the blade, the enhanced attributes of the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, reached new heights. Kill 300-1000. Protect 300-1000. With all these attributes combined, Zhou Heng's attack power soared to 388-5777, while his health reached a staggering 3590. This figure did not diminish his regard for the young lady of the Chongqing family. Even if she stood before him now, it would require immense time for him to defeat her. From this moment onward, in terms of strength, he and the Chongqing family girl were no longer in the same league. Zhou Heng surveyed his surroundings, utilizing his extraordinary long-range vision to spot any remaining foes. However, instead of encountering another deep-water serpent, he caught sight of the Chongqing family girl rushing towards him from the path he had taken. A signal of vengeance? Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened as he focused on the revenge guide in her hand. This guide was one of the most well-known items, and it had deterred many players from attempting to clandestinely eliminate members of the Chongqing family. Chapter 22. Triple Kill of Chongqing. Zhou Heng had considered that she might use this item to locate him, but he had not anticipated that she would act within just one night. Yet, this only underscored the terrifying nature of the Chongqing family players. It is well known that those cultivated by the Chongqing family seldom exhibit the traits of a spoiled heir. Nearly every player who logs into the infinite world possesses a ruthless sharpness. Thus, her boldness in confronting him so soon clearly indicated that she was well prepared. Had he not possessed the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, he might have indeed found himself at a disadvantage against her. Nonetheless, if she intended to deliver him equipment, he would not mind acquiring another piece of loot from a Chongqing family player. With this thought in mind, Zhou Heng devised a plan, switched weapons, and equipped the Sun God Bow, fake, aiming at the Chongqing family girl before unleashing an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air, hurtling towards her right eye with astonishing speed. The Chongqing family girl sensed the impending danger. Her pupils contracted as she turned to face the incoming arrow, and rather than evade, she raised her hand to catch it. Bang! The arrow struck the center of her palm, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Zhou Heng observed this with narrowed eyes. The Chongqing family's foundation was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary players. In just one night, she had managed to withstand his minimum physical damage of 1185. This implied that her physical damage reduction had exceeded 1185 in a single night. Zhou Heng, this time, you shall not escape. I will slay you thrice, and on the fourth encounter, I will find you, allowing you to wail in terror amidst the despair of death. The young maiden of the Chongqing clan cast aside the arrow in her hand upon the grassland, clutching the guide to her vengeance, and strode purposefully toward Zhou Heng. As she approached, she spoke, "Of course, I am intrigued by your talents. Reveal to me your abilities and the identity of your benefactor, and I may, in light of your commendable appearance, allow you to remain in my palace as my consort. You have but one chance to speak before I reach you." Her voice, cold as when they first met, now bore an added hint of mockery and disdain. Zhou Heng stood approximately 100 meters away, and upon hearing her words, he could not help but smirk. The disparity of information was indeed a coveted treasure. Had the maiden known the attributes of the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, in his possession, she would likely refrain from making such amusing remarks. To suggest he could remain in her palace as a mere consort, without her family's awareness of such frivolity, was laughable. Stowing away the daylight bow fake, he switched to the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, and advanced toward the Chongqing maiden. He was curious to see if she could withstand his formidable physical attack of 777. Should she endure, he would concede defeat today. However, the absence of a warning from fate indicated that she held no chance of overcoming him, signifying that the distance between them was steadily diminishing. In the past, she would not have thought much of this, but after being vanquished twice, caution had become her ally. Observing her immunity to arrow damage, yet failing to create distance, she deduced that Zhou must possess an unknown source of confidence. Could it be that his strength from the previous night was not his full capacity? Contemplating her own armor rating of 25, the Chongqing maiden pondered for a moment before deciding to engage in battle. Regardless of whether Zhou Heng concealed his true power, she would not flinch. Firstly, she was a member of the illustrious Chongqing clan of Blue Star. Secondly, the Chongqing clan feared no one. They had dared to confront figures as formidable as the Sakasite Emperor, let alone a mere novice player. Neither party retreated, each striding boldly toward the other. Soon, they met at the heart of the small grassland within the deep-water cave. The Chongqing maiden, with one hand gripping the guide to her vengeance and the other holding her bow, regarded Zhou Heng with an icy gaze. Zhou Heng, wielding the Seikast Emperor's sword, holy sword, returned her cold stare. Attack speed 10, movement speed 20. Attack speed 20, movement speed 40, attack 20. The Chongqing maiden could only activate her Wrath of Fire with 30 mana, while Zhou Heng unleashed his own with a staggering 300 mana. Immediately upon activating her Wrath of Fire, she decisively crushed the guide to her vengeance, drew her bow, and aimed for Zhou Heng's brow. Having been slain by him at close range once, she was determined to make him feel the sting of an arrow at close quarters. Yet to Zhou Heng, her movements appeared agonizingly slow, akin to a tortoise crawling. Zhou Heng, with unwavering resolve, brandished the sword of Seikast Emperor, a sacred blade, striking at a velocity unimaginable to the young maiden of the Chongqing family, severing her head from her body. With a resounding slice, her form arced in a parabolic descent onto the verdant meadow below. As she tumbled, the fierce determination in her eyes morphed into confusion, ultimately giving way to terror and bewilderment. She should have had another opportunity for resurrection. She possessed 10 resurrection coins gifted by her brother. Why had the judgment not been triggered? This was utterly illogical. Not only was she perplexed, but Zhou Heng too found himself in a state of disbelief. Under conditions where the opponent held resurrection coins, the Boundless World's judgment should merely have emptied her health bar. It was inconceivable that it could sever a player's head while they still had a chance to revive. How could this be possible? What exactly did you do? For the first time, fear glimmered in the eyes of the Chongqing maiden, her once haughty tone now trembling with trepidation. I have merely deprived your Chongqing family of the authority to utilize resurrection coins, Zhou Heng replied. Isn't this ability something you have always recorded? A faint glow emanated from the sword of Seikast Emperor, coalescing before the young maiden into a slender silhouette. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon this apparition. How could this be? You should have perished completely, Hero King Kilina. She attempted to articulate her thoughts, but found herself gasping for breath, consciousness fading as she succumbed to an endless void. The Chongqing family player, an unnamed maiden, was dead. Chapter 23, Terrifying Gains. She is dead? Zhou Heng approached her severed head, astonishment evident on his face. Indeed, I possess certain abilities that can obstruct the connection between players and their resurrection opportunities. My demise is inextricably linked to this power. Hero King Kilina mused softly. I had assumed that once you relinquished it to me, it would dissipate entirely. Zhou Heng weighed the sword of Seikast Emperor in his hand, his gaze flickering. Kilina chuckled lightly. I have merged with the sword of Seikast Emperor. The only ability I can retain now is this one. To be honest, had you not confronted a player from the Chongqing family, I would not have appeared so swiftly. Ah, Chongqing, who does not desire it? Yet, who among those who have encountered it has not succumbed to madness? Zhou Heng remained silent. His understanding of the myriad complexities of the boundless world was confined to the teachings found within textbooks. Beyond that, he could only describe his ignorance. Fate is fraught with peril. One must remain vigilant at all times to navigate through this vast, obscure, and shadowy journey of destiny. Fate offers you a hint. Fate hint 1. No one can be truly trusted, not even the one once exalted and revered by many as Hero King Kilina. Destiny's second hint. Firmly uphold the belief that human nature is innately good, and maintain sufficient respect for this former heroic king. The glimmer in Zhou Heng's eyes deepened. The sudden revelation from fate seemed to validate his inner speculation. This heroic king, Kairna, appeared not to be wholly devoted to the light as the rumor suggested. This hint likely pertained to the slaying of the Chongqing family. Perhaps, upon vanquishing players from the Chongqing lineage, one could bypass the resurrection mechanism and obtain something of significance. However, such secrets were beyond the comprehension of a mere level 10 player like him. Nevertheless, the fact that fate had bestowed this hint indicated that caution was requisite. After slaying the young lady of the Chongqing family, the heroic king Kairna vanished, and Zhou Heng sheathed the Seikast Empire's imperial sword, the holy sword, and began to examine the spoils of the vanquished. Such true death would undoubtedly yield all resources. Anything carried would be dropped. Moreover, if fortune favored him, some special quests might materialize in the form of pages, though the likelihood of this was rather slim. Estimated at approximately 30. The treasures dropped by the Chongqing family maiden were abundant and exceedingly rare. The first item that caught his eye was a scroll, the City Lord's Token. Quality, National Edict, Special, Seikast Empire Edict. Henceforth, Su Ling shall assume the role of City Lord of Frost City, governing all affairs therein. What does disparity mean? This is disparity. While ordinary players toil to earn meager copper coins by slaying monsters, Players of the Changshan family have already begun to take control of various cities with such decrees in hand. Zhou Heng knew little about Frost City. It was merely mentioned in textbooks as a Tier 3 main city belonging to the Saka's empire. Within the Saka's empire, cities are classified into 5 tiers: village, town, Tier 3 main city, Tier 2 main city, and Tier 1 main city. When assessed against the national framework, a Tier 2 main city is essentially the largest city within a region, while a Tier 3 city corresponds to a relatively prosperous city within that area. As for Tier 1 main cities, they are home to some of the significant cities within the national system. Is this the true foundation of the Changshan family? Truly formidable. Gazing at the city lord's decree in his hand, Zhou Heng murmured to himself. Had he not received the singularly unique talent of a destiny hint? Had he not slain the adversary thrice with the developmental pace of the Changshan family players? Su Ling would likely have already departed from Little Bird Town to formally take control of Frost Main City. Destiny presents myriad choices. With each choice that arises, a new challenge awaits you. Destiny grants you a hint. Destiny Hint 1. Take the decree personally issued by the Saka's empire. Assume office and govern Frost City, overseeing all city affairs. However, you must also bear the wrath of the Changshan family, for your actions will utterly enrage them. Destiny Hint 2. Seek out a suitable black market to trade this hot potato for a handsome reward. However, correspondingly, you must endure the prying eyes of the black market. After perusing the hints from Destiny, Zhou Heng silently stowed away the city lord's decree. The lord's document must remain concealed at all costs. Neither Destiny Hint 1 nor Hint 2 is appropriate for his current situation. This item requires a careful and measured approach. Zhou Heng gazed at the second death drop, a scroll of elemental attribute mitigation. Quality good. Upon usage, it grants a 50 reduction in all elemental attributes. Usage requirement: slay 1,000 level 10 monsters. The terrifying prowess of the Changshan family is once again evident. Zhou Heng is certain that such a scroll, providing a reduction of 50 points across all elemental attributes, is something ordinary players would not only struggle to obtain, but might not even comprehend how to acquire it. With such resources at their disposal, the gap between players of the Changshan family and ordinary players only widens, akin to the chasm between luminescence and the full moon. Without hesitation, Zhou Heng utilized the scroll of elemental attribute mitigation, triggering the corresponding slaying quest. He then turned his attention to the remaining resources: 10 resurrection coins, 3 gold coins, and 3,000 silver coins. Based on prior information, those 3,000 silver coins alone would suffice for him to exchange for 300 million copper coins. Not to mention the gold coins, the exchange rate of which remains unknown. A 30 probability, and I actually triggered it? Zhou Heng picked up the quest scroll and opened it. Black Bear Ambition. Quest description: slay the Black Bear Overlord, level 50, and assist the Deepwater Cuttlefish, corrupted, in evolving into the Deepwater Cuttlefish King. Quest duration: none. Quest reward: Thunder Elixir, brilliant, prerequisite. To think the Black Bear Overlord is also a pawn? Zhou Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated this outcome. Truth be told, during his 4 days in the Boundless World, he had witnessed the essence of cunning and deceit. Yet he never imagined that the level 50 Black Bear Overlord would also be a victim of such machinations. It remains uncertain whether the Black Bear Overlord is aware of this matter. He speculates that the Overlord likely remains oblivious, for that individual hardly seems like one who would sacrifice himself for the guild. If the Overlord is indeed unaware, perhaps I could devise a strategy. Zhou Heng's gaze flickered as ideas began to form in his mind. It is often said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although there is a minor grievance between himself and the Black Bear Overlord, in the face of such a significant dilemma, he believes the Overlord to be of a rational disposition. Chapter 24. Attack 600, Health 6,000. Beneath the quest scroll, Zhou Heng noticed the prerequisite reward: Thunder Elixir. Thunder Elixir. Quality: brilliant. When cast forward, it paralyzes all units of level 60 or lower. Duration: 60 seconds. Armed with the quest scroll and the Thunder Elixir, brilliant. Zhou Heng felt not only capable of persuading the Black Bear Overlord, but also qualified to seize resources from him and the Black Bear Guild. Safeguarding the Thunder Elixir, brilliant. Zhou Heng resumed his exploration of the Deepwater Cavern. His primary objective remained to locate and exit while simultaneously hunting level 10 monsters, thereby enhancing his Sakashed Emperor's sword and the elemental mitigation to 50. As Zhou Heng continued his descent into the depths of the cavern, other tunnels were overrun with the ravenous deepwater leeches. The deepwater cave offered a glimmer of hope for survival. It was undeniably not a sanctuary for all. Those who lagged behind were inevitably destined to become a feast for the voracious leeches. Some self-proclaimed clever players believed that by luring the deep-water leeches into the cave and then taking their own lives, they could escape the clutches of these monsters. However, upon their demise, they found themselves resurrected at Yonkai's revival platform, only to be cast back into the depths by members of the Black Bear Guild in a cycle of despair. It could be said that the novice players had no retreat. They faced a grim choice of either being consumed by the leeches or enduring the trials until they became the fortunate few who could escape. This entire ordeal perfectly encapsulated a phrase from the textbooks. In an endless and boundless world, the law of the jungle prevails. And only through utmost caution can one hope to find a sliver of life. Countless previous players had scoffed at this notion, believing that in such a vast realm, anyone could be the protagonist. Yet now, their sole desire was to survive amidst the brutal battle royale against 30,000 other new players. You have slain a deep-water snake. Experience 100. Copper 2. Sacaster Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, absorbs power. Kill 1, protect life 10. You have slain a deep-water snake. Experience 100. Copper 2. Sacaster Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, absorbs power. Kill 1, protect life 10. Zhou Heng ventured deeper into the cave, having slain another 300 deep-water snakes, bringing the total enhancement of the Sacaster Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, to 606,000. With his current strength, he felt adequately prepared to confront the deep-water leeches, corrupted, head-on. Thus, the dilemma emerged, to battle or to grind. Zhou Heng pondered, quietly awaiting his decision. Destiny is not always passive. Significant choices can often influence its course. You wish to slay the deep-water leeches corrupted to diminish the slaughter. Destiny offers you guidance. Destiny Tip 1. Wielding the Sacaster Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, and employing the various combat skills learned in school, you can confront the deep-water leeches directly. Your chance of victory will reach 100, with no concerns lingering, and you may even trigger a special event. Destiny Tip 2. Should you act now? You risk being labeled a saintly figure, yet survival necessitates a cautious approach. You meticulously grind the wilderness, preparing to act before your kill and protection metrics are fulfilled. Upon witnessing the destiny prompts displayed before him, Zhou Heng's expression hardened. Given the gravity of the guidance provided, should he choose the second option, it would indeed be indefensible. Thus, he resolved to engage in battle. Zhou Heng did not consider himself particularly virtuous, but if he possessed the capability to prevent the deep-water leeches corrupted from continuing their slaughter, why allow his fellow kin to suffer? Although these individuals were now strangers to him, who could guarantee that they would not become allies in his future confrontations with the Chongqing family? In a moment of contemplation, Zhou Heng began to accelerate deeper into the labyrinth, driven by the necessity to locate the junction that would guide him toward the elusive deep-water serpent, Blackened. After an hour, he finally reached the intersection. Upon arrival, he was met with a pungent odor of urine wafting toward him. This scent extended from the far end of the junction, lingering ominously in the air. Zhou Heng's expression darkened. The unmistakable stench was a testament to the despair of newly arrived players caught between life and death. It seemed likely that they were ahead. He quickened his pace, heading toward the source of the foul odor. However, instead of encountering the new players or the deep-water serpent, Blackened, he stumbled upon someone he never expected. He Xiongba. Sensing the rapid approach behind him, He Xiongba turned around, his eyes widening in shock, emanating a fierce and menacing glare. Zhou Heng, I've searched high and low for you. I was pondering where to find you, and here you are, delivering yourself right to me. Truly, it seems I found treasure without the need for toil. With that proclamation, He Xiongba lunged forward with lightning speed, aiming to seize Zhou Heng. Unperturbed, Zhou Heng raised his hand and tossed a scroll. Before you consider my demise, perhaps you might want to examine this. He Xiongba grasped the scroll, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized Zhou Heng, then opened it without hesitation. Upon reading, the ferocity in his eyes morphed into disbelief. He fixated on the task scroll in his hands, attempting to validate its authenticity with his level 50 experience. Such items could not be forged. They were undoubtedly dropped by slain players. However, therein lay a grave concern. If the task inscribed on the scroll was genuine, the knowledge of it would be scarce among the members of the Heixiong Guild. After all, even the vice president had been a pawn in this scheme, leaving the remaining members without the privilege of awareness. Thus, only Yang Kai, the guild leader, and Su Ling, a player from the Chongshang family who had approached him the previous night, would possess this task. Zhou Heng could not have killed Yang Kai, as that individual was stationed at the entrance of the deep-water cave. This implied that Zhou Heng had indeed slain Su Ling of the Chongqing family. Should this hypothesis hold true, the implications were dire. for such task scrolls only dropped upon a player's true demise. If his conjecture was accurate, it meant that Zhou Heng had completely eradicated Su Ling, a mere novice player obliterating a Changshan family member with at least 10 chances for resurrection. Was that even conceivable? In an instant, He Xiongba's thoughts raced. The disdain in his gaze toward Zhou Heng was replaced with palpable trepidation. Zhou Heng, you surpassed my expectations. That was the second young lady of the Su clan from the Chongqing family. Having slain her, you cannot remain concealed for long. Typically, players from the Changshan family withdraw from the boundless world after securing resources for a month, leaving you with merely 26 days. Once that time elapses, the Su family will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation of Xiaonyao Town, and you will be exposed without fail. Zhou Heng surmised that Black Bear might deduce Su Ling's demise from the mission scroll. Yet he did not anticipate that this conjecture would arise in the blink of an eye. If Black Bear was not deceiving him, then indeed, he had merely 26 days remaining, at most. Should anyone from the Changshan family's Su clan come searching, it would be impossible to conceal the truth for such an extended period. All right, I understand. Thank you. No need to thank me. It is I who should be expressing gratitude to you. Black Bear spoke, his visage marred by fury. He had devoted countless efforts to the Black Bear Guild, and even in the absence of merit, his toil was undeniable. Yet, what did the Black Bear Guild do? They had the audacity to use him as nourishment for the Deepwater Dragon, allowing it to evolve into a level 60 Deepwater Dragon King. Chapter 25, Soloing at level 30. What are your thoughts? Zhou Heng inquired, his tone grave. Black Bear's expression darkened. If they are devoid of compassion, they should not blame me for my lack of mercy. Zhou Heng, you show me this. It must mean you intend to join forces with me, correct? Hand over the Thunder Elixir, and I assure you, I shall slay that beast, Yang Kai. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Heng shook his head. I cannot give you the Thunder Elixir. You are far too reckless. Moreover, since Yang Kai has included you in his schemes, he undoubtedly possesses the confidence to handle unforeseen circumstances. We must deliberate further on this matter. Black Bear fell silent, although he was reluctant to admit it. Zhou Heng was indeed far more composed and level-headed than he, since that scoundrel Yang Kai had factored in this formidable level 50 entity. He must have sufficient assurance to face any eventualities. Perhaps that scoundrel was not merely a level 51 fifth transition, but rather a level 65th transition. You may be correct, yet the Thunder Elixir in your possession is of little use. Have you returned all the attribute augmentations recorded in the textbook to the instructor? You are merely level 10. You cannot intervene in my battle with Yang Kai. Zhou Heng smirked confidently. My strength is far from superficial. Let us do this. Barring any unforeseen events, the Deepwater larva, corrupted, lies ahead. Once I have vanquished it, we shall discuss matters further. Black Bear observed Zhou Heng's demeanor, his gaze sharpening. The fact that Zhou Heng could eliminate the second daughter of the Chongqing Su family, Su Ling, indicated his exceptional capabilities. From level 1 to level 10, one randomly acquires 1 point of attributes per level, totaling 10 points. From level 11 to level 21, one gains 5 points per level, summing to 50 points. From level 21 to level 31, one receives 10 points per level, amassing 100 points. Thus, even if Zhou Heng were at level 30, with a total of 160 randomly acquired attributes, it would be challenging for him to contend against the Deepwater larva, corrupted, alone. Soloing at level 10 is arduous. After a prolonged silence, Black Bear declared solemnly, "Very well, I shall witness your strength. I have been tracking the Deepwater larva, corrupted. Follow me. It is just ahead in the rightward tunnel." Black Bear led Zhou Heng, swiftly turning into a spacious tunnel. The stench of urine was overwhelming, and distant cries of despair could be heard. No, no, I do not wish to die. Who will save me? Who will save me? Ah! The sound of creaking echoed ominously. The chilling cries intermingled with the sounds of gnashing teeth were utterly disconcerting. With a stern expression, Zhou Heng swiftly dashed towards the source of the noise, drawing forth the Seicast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. As he surged forward, his speed escalating dramatically. Black Bear Ba followed closely behind, observing with keen interest as Zhou Heng's velocity surged into the 30s. A remarkable feat for someone at level 10. Was it a result of some extraordinary fortuity, or was it the influence of that sword? As Black Bear Ba pondered this, Zhou Heng arrived at the scene. The deep water serpent, drenched in blood, was voraciously devouring a still-living player. Nearby, 3 newly minted players cowered in a corner, desperately pleading for their lives. A glint of determination sparked in Zhou Heng's eyes as he brandished the Seicast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, and thrust it toward the deep water serpent from behind. With a sickening sound, the the serpent sustained a wound that inflicted 6,585 points of damage. Black Bear Bob blinked in disbelief, convinced he must be seeing things. A level 10 newcomer, having logged into the infinite world for just over 4 days, dealt 6,585 damage with a single strike. The wounded deep-water serpent turned its fury upon its assailant, its rage palpable as it lashed out, attempting to retaliate with a swift tail swipe. Roaring with anger, it summoned a rain of acid from above. Fortunately, the deep-water serpent's ability to consume new players only augmented its physical attack, not its magical prowess. Otherwise, the ensuing acid rain would have dealt far more than a mere 100 damage. Undeterred by the corrosive downpour, Zhou Heng expertly maneuvered, evading the serpent while continuously inflicting damage. 6,585. 6,585. 6,585. As the deep-water serpent sought an opportunity to counterattack, it soon realized that its speed and attack rate paled in comparison to Zhou Heng's. Even its own assaults could not match his might. If this continued, despite its formidable 10 health points, it could not withstand the onslaught of 6,585 damage per hit. Flee! Flee! The instinct for survival surged within the deep-water serpent. With a furious roar, it struck the cavern walls, using the chaos to escape. Flee? Where could you possibly go? Zhou Heng, wielding the Saycast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, spoke with an icy demeanor. Since he possessed the capacity to vanquish this beast, he would not permit it to continue its slaughter of humanity. Pursuing the deep-water serpent, Zhou Heng relentlessly struck as he chased. After approximately 100 strikes, Zhou Heng deciphered the serpent's attack patterns and began to aim for critical weak points. A strike to the eye yielded a staggering critical hit of 1347. Seizing the advantage, he swiftly dispatched the creature that the new players could hardly contend with. You have slain a level 30 deep-water serpent, corrupted. Experience, 300,000. You have not acquired a transition certificate. Your level cannot exceed 10. Is that all? Black Bear Boss stood by stunned, as he absorbed the entirety of the spectacle. Initially, I believed that vanquishing the deep-water serpent, corrupted, would necessitate his assistance. Yet from beginning to end, he had no opportunity to intervene, whether in dealing damage or preventing the deep-water serpent, corrupted, from fleeing. Zhou Heng, you are even more formidable than I had imagined. It is no wonder you dare to take the lead by slaying the Eternal Life players. I believe we can indeed collaborate. Zhou Heng, gazing at the spoils on the ground with a sense of awe. 3 items lay before them: 10 silver coins, a serpent horn bow, and a weathered parchment scroll. Serpent horn bow, level 30, quality, superior, forged from a yet-to-be fully evolved serpent horn. Attack, 130. Enchantment 1, inflicts corrosive damage upon attack, dealing 10 dark attribute damage to the target for a duration of 5 seconds. Enchantment 2, for every 100 meters the arrow travels, the final damage increases by 1, up to a maximum enhancement of 100 physical damage. Enchantment 3, can ignore 1 equipment requirement. Equipment requirement, level 25. Thanks to the 3rd enchantment, this bow, which originally required a level of 25 to wield, no longer has such prerequisites. Such gear is exceedingly rare within the boundless world. And even if Zhou Heng were to forego its use in the future, it could fetch a handsome price. After securing the serpent horn bow, Zhou Heng turned his attention to the final item, the weathered parchment scroll. Chapter 26, Attack 1000, Life 10,000. Experimental log. I have fused with darkness. I have succeeded. I have become the great dark mage, master of the source of darkness. Light is destined to be extinguished. We are the sovereigns of this world. Plans have shifted. The Great Abyss has postponed its assault. I have received orders to cultivate the Deepwater Dragon King. Cultivating the Deepwater Dragon King is no simple task. 5 years have passed, and despite experimenting with every method, I have not succeeded. The Eternal Life family approached me, granting me the means to cultivate the Deepwater Dragon King. Who could have anticipated that this level 60 creature requires the life of a player for its cultivation? This may be difficult for the incoming players from another world to accept, but as a native, what is there for me to reject? The experiment commenced. Yet the success rate stands at only 60. New players are becoming increasingly difficult to deceive. I must alter my methods to enhance the yield of the Deepwater Dragon King. The Eternal Life family has brought good news. The Black Bear Guild has become one of the essential resources, allowing my plan to be executed more effectively. The aura of darkness draws near. I can feel it. The great Lord of the Abyss is about to descend upon the Soccer's empire, and we are poised to dominate this realm. The log contains considerable content, but bears no signature, leaving Zhou Heng momentarily at a loss as to who is clandestinely cultivating the Deepwater Dragon King. However, Guided by the hints from the task assigned by the Eternal Life player Zhou Heng, along with the ominous clues of fate, all signs point to one individual, the mayor of Little Bird Town. Initially curious about what he was to behold, Hebei Ba's expression darkened upon reading the log. The information revealed that the only individual in Little Bird Town who meets the criteria is Mayor Tate. So, what do you propose we do next? Zhou Heng posed a question to Hebei Ba. He was new to this vast and boundless world, still grappling with many of its intricate systems. Despite 3 years of diligent study from textbooks, the experiential gap between him and seasoned experts like the Black Bear Tyrant, who had ascended from level 1 to level 50, was undeniably significant. While the methods he proposed might be prudent, they were not necessarily comprehensive. Gazing at the experimental log in his hands, the Black Bear Tyrant fell into a contemplative silence for a full 5 minutes before speaking in a grave tone. The situation appears to be even more complex than I had anticipated. I require more time to unravel it. Take this device. Once I have clarified the circumstances and devised a strategy, I will reach out to you. With that, he handed a walkie-talkie to Zhou Heng. Continue to develop your strength. We will maintain some form of contact. The Black Bear Tyrant departed, seemingly at a loss for an effective countermeasure. Zhou Heng stared at the walkie-talkie, silently tucking it away before commencing his search for level 10 wild monsters. The enemy was formidable, far beyond what he could currently withstand. Although the Black Bear Tyrant seemed to ally with him, there was no guarantee that, should conflict arise, they would remain on the same side. Thus, the enhancement of his abilities became imperative. Half an hour later, Zhou Heng entered a newly discovered cave, which also boasted a grassland and deep water snakes. Judging by their numbers, there were at least 300 of them. This is excellent, Zhou Heng exclaimed, a smirk gracing his lips as he unsheathed the Sakist Imperial Sword, Holy Sword, and approached the swarm of wild monsters, the deep water snakes. Upon spotting Zhou Heng intruding into their territory, launched an immediate assault. As night fell, surveying the field strewn with the corpses of deep water snakes, Zhou Heng smiled as he accessed the panel for the Sakist Imperial Sword, Holy Sword. Sakist Imperial Sword, Holy Sword. Level 1, Quality, Ancient. Kill count, 1,000, 1 attack per kill of an equal level entity. Health restoration, 1,000, 10 health points per kill of an equal level entity. Attack speed, 10. Movement speed, 20. Durability. Upgrade requirement, 110000. After an entire day of relentless effort, Zhou Heng finally maximized the attributes of this legendary Holy Sword. Equipped with the Sakist Imperial Sword, Holy Sword, his physical attack soared to a staggering 108, 852, 177. In terms of attack attributes, he was already comparable to a level 41 player, which marked the beginning of the 4th tier. Considering his health attributes, Zhou Heng theoretically stood a fighting chance against the level 50 Black Bear Tyrant. However, this was merely a theoretical assertion. The disparity in experience and practical combat between players of his level and those like the Black Bear Tyrant was not to be underestimated. Not to mention the even greater differences in their skill sets. Although Zhou Heng was unaware of the strength of the Vice President's skills at Black Bear Tyrant's level, based on the knowledge gleaned from textbooks, it was common for players at level 50 to possess complex and even esoteric skill sets. Thus, relying solely on attributes to gauge a player's strength was decidedly skewed and imprudent. Despite Zhou Heng not directly confronting the formidable strength of the Black Bear Tyrant, under sudden circumstances and fueled by a burning rage, he should possess some capacity for self-preservation. Yet, he remains lamentably weak. If granted a little more time, I am certain he would grow significantly stronger. Tightening his grip on the Sakisut Emperor Sword, Holy Sword, Zhou Heng prepared to continue hunting monsters. Although he had already reached level 10, he was still one task away from his first class change, and despite his extensive efforts, he had yet to obtain the class change task scroll. Therefore, his primary objective remained focused on enhancing his elemental resistance. Once achieved, he would feel far more confident against magical attacks. As he pondered, Zhou Heng ventured deeper into the submerged cavern. Late into the night, he found himself in a vast cavernous chamber. The cave was circular in shape, with each opening leading to a seemingly bottomless tunnel. At the center of the cavern lay a mass of dry, withered grass, seemingly a nest for some creature. After circling around all the openings, Zhou Heng discovered that only one tunnel offered a breeze. Following the draft, he hastened his pace, quickly reaching the innermost depths of the tunnel. This passage led to a dead end, but curiously, at the end of the dead end, there was a fissure. The crack shimmered with a violet glow, both mysterious and profound. Deep water serpent nest, level 10 unique instance. Upon confirming the nature of the fissure, Zhou Heng could not help but smile. This deep-water serpent nest was likely the breeding ground mentioned in the experimental log. In other words, it housed a multitude of level 10 deep-water serpents. He could only wonder if their numbers exceeded 10,000. If they did not reach this figure, his goal of achieving full elemental resistance might not be realized today. Contemplating this, Zhou Heng stepped into the fissure, entering the unique instance of the deep-water serpent nest. Chapter 27. The Will to Transcend. Upon entering the deep-water serpent nest, the first thing that caught his eye was a straight, extending stone path. Following the path to its conclusion, he beheld an immense breeding ground below. With his extraordinary long-range vision, he observed a vast number of deep-water serpents writhing within the breeding area. A preliminary estimate suggested at least a little over 10,000. Although the experience overflow would not significantly benefit him, this quantity was sufficient to enhance his full elemental resistance. Casting an appraisal on the deep-water serpent, he noted Deep-water serpent. Level 10. Attack, 3774. Magic, 2142. Health, 11. Mana, 2000. Armor, 10. Attack speed, 13. Movement speed, 20. Acid rain. Summons a wave of acid rain, striking all opponents within 100 meters, inflicting 10 points of water magic damage. Spit. Expels a thick phlegm forward, dealing 20 points of physical damage. Ignoring the area of effect, merely considering its movement speed, without skills or equipment to enhance speed, how could he possibly engage? Drawing the Sakasut Emperor Sword, Holy Sword, Zhou Heng leaped from the end of the path. Although the number of deep-water dragon worms is considerable, their health points reach an impressive 10,000. Coupled with their superior speed coefficient, they pose no threat, even in large numbers. As Zhou Heng charged into the swarm of deep-water dragon worms in another realm, the city of Haishur in the Blue Star Summer Kingdom, the Sky City. Ahem. Black Bear Ba, what brings you here? Su Ming of the Changshang family sat in a wheelchair, covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, coughing lightly. Upon removing it, he found it stained with blood. Black Bear Ba knelt with reverence, bowing his head. Young Master Su, Miss Ling has perished. Su Ming's hand froze in midair, the handkerchief still in his grasp. And after a long pause, he once again covered his mouth and nose, coughing violently. Cough, 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 cough. Su Ming nearly expelled his lungs. When he finally managed to suppress the fit, the white handkerchief was soaked in blood. He remained silent, handing the handkerchief to a nearby maid before speaking slowly. How'd she die? Is the news accurate? Tell me everything you know. Black Bear Ba, fearful to raise his gaze, recounted how he traveled to Birdtown, how he was discarded like a pawn to feed the deep-water dragon worms, and how he encountered Zhou Heng, who had slain Su Ling. So, you mean to say, my sister was killed by this newly emerged player named Zhou Heng? Indeed, young Master Su. I witnessed the task scroll left behind after Miss Ling's demise. You know, such items only drop upon true death. In the vast hall, as Black Bear Ba concluded his tale, an eerie silence enveloped the space. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Su Ming gently tapped the armrest of his wheelchair and, after a long while, spoke softly. I will dispatch someone to Birdtown immediately. Your sole task is to pacify Zhou Heng. Do not let him escape. If you accomplish this, you may ascend to the upper echelons of the Black Bear Guild and no longer be a discarded pawn. Black Bear Ba's face brightened with joy as he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Su. Rest assured, I will keep Zhou Heng in Birdtown. Awaiting your command. Su Ming accepted a new handkerchief, once again succumbing to a fierce coughing fit. Cough, go, and do not let me down. Black Bear Ba dared not linger, hastily affirming and scurrying away. Su Ming leaned back in his wheelchair, lost in thought as he gazed out at the breathtaking sky beyond the window. He had not anticipated that just 4 days apart, his playful and affectionate sister, who had always called him brother, had met her fate in that boundless and infinite world. Lingya, rest in peace. As for Zhou Heng, I will ensure he finds no solace in life or death. With that, Su Ming closed his eyes and abruptly vanished from the hall. Destiny is ever-changing, varying by person and decision. Your wisdom and composure are indeed essential for strides towards eternity, yet your experiences remain limited and your judgments may be flawed. Destiny offers you a hint. Destiny Hint 1. You believe Black Bear Ba will stand by your side, but your understanding of the Changshang family's terror is scant. Black Bear Ba has chosen the most prudent path, bowing to Changsheng and pleading for survival. He succeeded. You, however, have exposed yourself. You must depart from Sparrow Town at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, once the members of the Changshang family, the Su clan, arrive, even if you utilize your 13 resurrection chances, it will be of no avail. Fate offers a second reminder. As the saying goes, one learns wisdom through adversity. It is understandable that you, a newcomer, would encounter such events, should you wish to remain in Sparrow Town. Perhaps you could venture into the depths of the abyssal water serpent's secret realm and play the elegant ancient flute purchased from a level 100 forger. As this may be your sole means of confronting danger. Zhou Heng had just picked up a certificate of the first transition, dropped by the slain abyssal water serpent, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. Holding the certificate tightly in his palm, Zhou Heng fell into a contemplative silence for a quarter of an hour. Those familiar with him would recognize this as his habitual reflection. This matter was indeed a result of my insufficient consideration, failing to weigh the pros and cons from the perspective of the Black Bear Tyrant. If I were in the shoes of the Black Bear Tyrant, kneeling before the Changsheng family and sacrificing my life to exchange for a pawn status would undoubtedly be the most prudent choice. The situation has reached this point because Zhou Heng has yet to fully acclimate to the rules of this boundless virtual world. When interacting with the Black Bear Tyrant, he unconsciously brought along experiences from his peaceful past life, leading him to believe that since the Black Bear Tyrant had become a pawn, he would undoubtedly ally with him to devise an escape plan. However, he overlooked the fact that this world is not the tranquil era of his previous life, but rather a gaming epoch where everything can be sacrificed for longevity and higher levels. Taking a deep breath to soothe his turbulent emotions, Zhou Heng gazed into the depths of the abyssal water serpent's secret realm. The fate hint suggested that a means of resolution exists within, and thus, he must swiftly eradicate the abyssal water serpents, enhancing his elemental resistance while proceeding to the innermost depths. First transition certificate detected. Occupation detected. You have obtained the qualification for the first transition. Choose one of the following achievements to complete. Upon completion, you will break through level 10 and advance to level 11. First transition achievements. Achievement, Mighty Strength. Slay 1,000 level 10 monsters. Achievement, Resilient Will. Slay 100,000 level 10 monsters. Achievement, Boundless Wilderness. Slay 1,000 level 10 monsters. Achievement, Transcendent Power. Slay a level 20 player while at level 10. Achievement, Transcendent Might. Slay a level 30 player while at level 10. Achievement, Transcendent Will. Slay a level 40 player while at level 10. Chapter 28, The Mysterious Statue. Players transition from the 1st to the 9th, and even to legendary classes, all relying on the achievement system. The difficulty of achievements varies. Some, like Mighty Strength, require the slaying of merely 1,000 level 10 monsters, while others, such as Transcendent Will, demand the defeat of a level 40 player at level 10. The disparity in difficulty is akin to night and day. Yet, the more challenging the achievement, the greater the rewards upon completion. Primarily, the drop rate of monsters increases subtly with the difficulty of the achievement, a fact long validated by the eons of the gaming epoch. Additionally, there is an enhanced probability of elevating the star rating of one's profession. As previously mentioned, the highest star rating is 3 stars, which represents the natural limit of existence. However, beyond 3 stars, there are 4 stars, 5 stars, and even 9 stars. To transcend the boundary of 3 stars, one must rely on the achievement leap. In other words, the more arduous the achievement, the higher the probability of advancing in professional star ratings. Zhou Heng scrutinized the difficulty of 6 achievements and waited in silence. As expected, Destiny's hint appeared on his retina. The simplicity or complexity of your achievements will directly influence the destination of your fate. You must forge a favorable path for your future. Destiny offers you a hint. Destiny Hint 1. If you aspire to attain a future that is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals and to envision immortality, only the highest achievement leap is suitable for you. Choosing it means you are undoubtedly confident. Destiny Hint 2. Select any number from 1 to 5. With your capabilities, you can surely accomplish it with ease, though it is merely a matter of time. But is it truly necessary? From the outset, Zhou Heng intended to gamble on the will to surpass achievements. Now, with the dual assurance of Destiny's hints, he was free of concerns and directly chose the will to transcend achievements. You have chosen the will to transcend achievements. When you defeat a level 40 player, you will undergo your first promotion. Next, he had to defeat a level 40 player once. Closing the promotion task, Zhou Heng noticed that there were only a few deep water dragon worms left. He took a deep breath and began to grind fiercely. Meanwhile, Black Bear Dominator logged into the boundless world, still within the depths of the water cave. He immediately attempted to contact Zhou Heng via intercom, but found himself unable to reach him. After several attempts, Black Bear Dominator's expression darkened. Could it be that the fellow has discovered something? No, that is impossible. He is merely a fledgling player, unable to fathom the myriad complexities of the boundless world. Therefore, he must be grinding and has forgotten to check his inventory. After a moment's contemplation, Black Bear Dominator decided to take double precautions. While attempting to contact Zhou Heng, he explored the depths of the water cave, hoping to locate him swiftly. Time passed, and the dawn of the 5th day arrived. After an entire night of searching, Black Bear Dominator still could not reach Zhou Heng, his countenance darkening with despair. "My lord, Zhou Heng is surely still in the water cave. There is no other exit here. Trust me, I will surely be able to contact him." "Very well, my lord. Upon your arrival, enter the water cave directly." After ending the communication, Black Bear Dominator's face was filled with horror. He knew the Changsheng Su family would take ruthless measures against Zhou Heng, but he never anticipated the extent of their cruelty, dispatching a level 70 sealing master. A sealing master, skilled in abilities pertaining to sealing, is considered a nuclear-level profession among major factions, a role that must be fiercely protected. Once they take action, it results in the sealing of a specific area, rendering skills or equipment unusable, among other consequences. "Zhou Heng, where on earth are you? Damn it, could he truly have fled? If so, I am finished." Black Bear Dominator's face betrayed an uncontrollable urgency, prompting him to hasten his search and frequently dial Zhou Heng's intercom. In the depths of the Abyssal Serpent's secret realm, Zhou Heng severed the final head of the Abyssal Serpent, completing his total extermination of the creatures. Within this realm, he encountered a staggering total of 15,000 Abyssal Serpents, which yielded him 100 first-tier certificates, excluding those already utilized, along with several pieces of ordinary and fine-grade level 10 equipment, in addition to over 9,000 copper coins. Taking into account his previous acquisitions, Zhou Heng now possessed 3 gold coins, 3,002 silver coins, and 50,000 copper coins. You have completed the challenge of defeating 1,000 level 10 monsters. All elemental attribute reductions are now effective. Water attribute reduction, 50. Fire attribute reduction, 50. Wind attribute reduction, 50. Thunder attribute reduction, 50. Ice attribute reduction, 50. Wood attribute reduction, 50. Light attribute reduction, 50. Dark attribute reduction, 50. As he beheld the sudden surge to 50 in all elemental attribute reductions, a smile crept upon Zhou Heng's lips. With this 50-point reduction, it was likely that many magical damages would prove ineffective against him. Next, he was to pursue the elegant ancient flute mentioned in the prophecy. With the elegant ancient flute in hand, Zhou Heng strode boldly into the depths of the Abyssal Serpent's secret realm. This journey lasted an entire quarter of an hour. Upon reaching the end of the realm, Zhou Heng discerned its peculiar nature. Before him stood a colossal statue, approximately 6 meters tall. The reason it was deemed colossal was due to its seated position. The statue depicted a man whose full visage remained obscured. He had long hair, cascading behind him, and held a flute to his lips, poised to play. As Zhou Heng examined the statue, the elegant ancient flute in his grasp suddenly emitted a soft glow and began to tremble slightly. In the next moment, the flute slipped from Zhou Heng's control, gliding towards the position of the statue's flute. Astonishingly, it replaced the stone flute, resting against the statue's mouth, producing a faint, melodious hum. The flute's notes were deep and resonant, imbued with an indescribable sense of longing. Enraptured by the music, Zhou Heng momentarily forgot the relentless pursuit of his adversarial family and the looming threat of the Black Bear Tyrant, entering a state of oblivion. Meanwhile, the level 70 sealing master, Wang Lu, only 40 years of age, exuded a youthful charm clad in an exquisitely crafted crimson robe. He approached the Black Bear Tyrant, his gaze piercing and cold. The Black Bear Tyrant trembled in fear, although he was level 50. The presence of such a rare profession as the sealing master instilled in him an overwhelming dread, fearing that any misstep might lead to his demise. "Apologies, my lord, but Zhou Heng seems to have sensed something and has not connected to the intercom," the Black Bear Tyrant stammered. Wang Lu cast a disdainful glance at the intercom in the Black Bear Tyrant's hand, a flicker of contempt flashing in his eyes. It was no wonder he could only serve as a vice president in such a remote place. Devices like intercoms were beneath him. "Very well, allow me to handle this. You simply remain where you are." With that, under the terrified gaze of the Black Bear Tyrant, Wang Lu summoned a beam of light, encasing the Black Bear Tyrant within a luminous box. He then stowed the sealed box into his backpack, retrieved a banner, and planted it firmly at his feet. Name, Zhou Heng. Exploration site, the Deepwater Cave. Initiate. In the next moment, the banner radiates a gentle luminescence, dispersing countless elemental light sprites. emanating from the banner's center and spreading throughout the deep water cave. Chapter 29. The Sublime and Elegant Arena of Duel. You hear the melodious flute of the ancient hero resonate. Magic 500. Amana, Sapulu, Nol Nol Nol. The flute's melody abruptly halts, as a myriad of shimmering lights converge upon the elegant ancient flute, followed by a resounding crack as a 6-meter-tall statue shatters into fragments. Elegant ancient flute. Quality inferior. Sublime and elegant fighting spirit. Play any flute melody, during which no one can attack you. Upon completion, both parties engage in a sublime and elegant duel, ignoring resurrection mechanisms. The victor lives, the vanquished perishes. Inferior flute melody. During the sublime and elegant duel, the combatant's level attributes are influenced by the quality of the elegant ancient flute. Current level 1. Equipable items 1. Eroded. The inferior elegant ancient flute cannot sustain its efficacy for extended periods. Cooldown time 6 months. After examining the effects of the elegant ancient flute, Zhou Heng finally comprehends why fate prompted the selection of this item. Indeed, only this skill could provide him a glimmer of hope against formidable foes like Black Bear Ba. Who would have thought that a flute casually purchased at the roadside possessed such capabilities? Yet, what exactly constitutes an ancient hero? Such knowledge is never mentioned in textbooks. Throughout 3 years of high school, Zhou Heng acquired extensive knowledge, yet information regarding ancient heroes was utterly absent. Either the authors of the textbooks could not fathom it, or the national system and the Changshan family selectively concealed such information. Regardless of the reason, Zhou Heng felt an instinctive connection between the secrets of the boundless world and ancient heroes. Safeguarding the elegant ancient flute, Zhou Heng gazed at the intercom. He now had the means to contact Black Bear Ba. However, before he could proceed, fate's warning reappeared on his retina. Destiny is mysterious and ever-changing. Your enemy has instantaneously transformed from Black Bear Ba into a level 70 sealer. Destiny grants you an enhancement. Destiny Reminder 1. The powerful sealer has located your position. Your time is limited. Immediately play any flute melody to ensure your survival before commencing the performance. Destiny Reminder 2. Arrogant and complacent. Leisurely await the confrontation with your foe before playing. Of course, you may find yourself unable to produce the melody. A level 70 sealer? Zhou Heng's pupils constricted, and he cannot suppress a deep breath. High-level players face substantial penalties for defeating novice players, and these penalties escalate dramatically with level increases. A level 70 player, especially a sealer, risking immense penalties to eliminate a novice player, indicates the considerable ambition of the Chongqing family Su clan. However, times have changed. I am no longer the defenseless novice I once was. Observing the elegant ancient flute in his hand, Zhou Heng unhesitatingly constructed a mound of earth, settled down, and began to play the melody. Fortunately, in this world, students are required to explore various subjects. In this lifetime, the number of flute melodies I've learned may be few, yet I find contentment in the mastery of any single piece. Accompanied by the summer national anthem played by Zhou Heng, a figure emerged from the rift in space. Is this where one truly disappears? The level 10 unique secret realm seems to harbor a stroke of good fortune for this young man. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lu's eyes, and without hesitation, he stepped into the depths of the deep water dragon worm secret realm. You have entered the deep water dragon worm secret realm. Following the path traversed by Zhou Heng, Wang Lu arrived at the endpoint. Standing there, he gazed upon the vast, nurturing ground, immediately locking his sight on Zhou Heng, who sat atop a mound, playing the flute. Is this the Summer National Anthem? The Summer National Anthem, the official score of the Summer Nation, boasts a soaring and grand melody, intended to promote an indomitable spirit. What is this young man up to? Wang Lu furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. He stepped down from the path's end, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself before Zhou Heng with a swift movement. Observing Zhou Heng, a flicker of admiration crossed Wang Lu's eyes. For someone of his age to attract the personal attention of the young master of the Su family, a prominent clan, surely indicates he has accomplished something earth-shattering beyond Wang Lu's knowledge. Zhou Heng, come with me, Wang Lu declared, reaching out to grasp Zhou Heng. Given his strength, subduing a level 10 youth would be a trivial matter. However, Wang Lu's pupils constricted as the ominous feeling intensified. Before he could comprehend the situation, lines of text suddenly flashed across his retina. You are listening to the flute. The effect of noble and elegant combat spirit is activated. Noble and elegant duel arena is being generated. Centered around Zhou Heng, an immense light screen extended outward, soon enveloping both Zhou Heng and Wang Lu. What is this? As a level 70 advanced player, Wang Lu encountered such a phenomenon for the first time. You can no longer inflict damage to enemies before the noble and elegant duel arena is established. Noble and elegant duel arena has been completed. Inferior flute melody effect activated. Your level has been reduced to 1, retrieving your level 1 attributes. You may retain 1 weapon usable at level 1. Wang Lu's pupils dilated. A chilling sensation washing over him. His level has dropped to 1, and he is permitted to keep only a weapon suitable for level 1. Yet he is a level 70 seal master, who would retain a weapon for level 1 usage. Wang Lu glanced at his attribute panel. True name, Wang Lu. Level 1. Attack, 24. Magic, 00. Life, 30-30. Magic power, 30-30. Armor, 0. Attack speed, 10. Movement speed, 12. Water resistance, 0. Fire resistance, 0. Wind resistance, 0. Lightning resistance, 0. Ice resistance, 0. Wood resistance, 0. Light resistance, 0. Dark resistance, 0. Experience, 0-100. Sealing expert. When casting sealing skills, the success rate is 20. With a level judgment of 3. Upon witnessing his own level 1 attributes, Wang Lu broke into a cold sweat. However, what terrified him even more was the disabled resurrection coins section beneath the attributes. This indicated that the arena was no ordinary duel ground. It was a battleground where life and death were at stake. It was a matter of survival or demise. In a state of panic, Wang Lu rummaged through his backpack to see if he possessed any usable items. Fortune favored him. Nestled within his pack lay a wooden stick, a level 20 weapon that disregarded level restrictions, boasting an attack of 60 and 500 health points. Suddenly, a surge of confidence enveloped Wang Lu. He cast a glance at Zhou Heng in the distance, and with a deft motion of his hand, the wooden stick materialized within his grasp. At that moment, Zhou Heng also opened his eyes, regarding Wang Lu and slowly unsheathing the sword from his waist. Senior, I've been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Chapter 30, Instant Kill. Wang Lu's expression turned icy, speechless, and devoid of mockery. With decisive swiftness, he unleashed all his skills to their utmost potential, hurling himself towards Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng remained immobile, positioning the sacred sword of the Saka's empire before him, his eyes radiating a piercing, cold light. Rage ignited within him. Magic power, 300. Attack speed, 20. Movement speed, 40. Attack, 20. Flame surged forth from Zhou Heng, followed by a glimmer of cold light, and blood erupted. As Wang Lu executed a strike, he froze in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. Rage ignited. Who exactly are you? This movement and attack speed, I cannot accept. After struggling to reach level 70, why? With eyes filled with resentment, Wang Lu yearned to turn and gaze upon Zhou Heng, the one who had effortlessly dispatched him. Yet, his body betrayed him, collapsing helplessly as blood splattered around him. This is a perfect, noble, and elegant duel. Congratulations to player Zhou Heng on his victory. You have acquired all resources of the defeated. As the notification chimed, Wang Lu, the level 70 sealing master, exploded. A myriad of resources scattering across the ground. 30 million copper coins, a skill book, 3 blank sheets of paper, a robe, and 2 resurrection coins. Zhou Heng meticulously assessed the resources dropped upon Wang Lu's demise. Golden body. Quality. Simple. True damage reduction. 100. Learning requirement 1. Consume 100 portions of silver crystals. Learning requirement 2. Defeat units exceeding one's level by 10. Is this the skill system of a level 70 powerhouse? It begins with the legendary true damage system. Zhou Heng was unaware of what silver crystals were, but he was confident he could find a way to meet the learning requirements. Regardless, the 100 true damage reduction was essential. Comprehensive development was key to advancing further in this boundless world. Zhou Heng then turned his attention to the second item that had dropped, a blank sheet of paper. Quality, ordinary. It appeared to be merely a simple, unwritten sheet. The 3 sheets were separate from one another, devoid of any use beyond their blankness. However, Zhou Heng harbored doubts that a level 70 sealing master would casually carry 3 seemingly useless sheets of white paper. Intrigued by this enigmatic item, he resolved to keep a vigilant eye on it, tucking it away in his resplendent backpack. Yet, in the next moment, a notification startled him. You cannot place the white paper in the backpack. You require more than 10,000 slots to accommodate it. Zhou Heng's pupils constricted as he gazed at the 3 sheets of paper in his hand, instantly comprehending their immense value. Each sheet demanded an occupation of 10,000 slots, revealing that they were far from ordinary. They were undoubtedly resources harboring profound secrets. Cautiously securing the 3 sheets close to him, Zhou Heng picked up a robe. Crimson robe. Level 40. Quality, resplendent. This robe, forged from crimson fabric, is a favorite among countless mages. Sealing coefficient, 10. Enchantment 1. Magic recovery of 1. Enchantment 2. Magic value of 30,000. Equipment requirement, level 40. It was indeed an impressive, resplendent robe, yet regrettably, he was unable to don it. Apart from these drops, there was a backpack nearby, which, without a doubt, was the one used by Wang Lu in his lifetime. The backpack possessed 999 slots, identical to Zhou Heng's. However, unlike his own, every compartment in the other S backpack was brimming with resources, a substance known as moon deergrass. Moon deergrass. Quality, rare. It blooms under moonlight, attracting moonlight deer. Zhou Heng speculated that Wang Lu must have been collecting this vast amount of moon deergrass for a task related to the moonlight deer. It was regrettable that the defeat of Wang Lu did not yield any pertinent quest. Otherwise, he would have certainly sought to undertake it. After thoroughly examining all the items, Zhou Heng turned to his first turn quest. You have completed the achievement of the will to surpass. You have slain level 70, sealing Master Wang Lu, eradication. You have exceeded the achievement of the will to surpass. Monsters drop permanently increased by 10. Long-range archer promoted to 3 stars. Long-range archer promoted to 4 stars. You have leveled up to level 11. Has the drop rate been directly quantified? The profession even soared to 4 stars? Zhou Heng was overjoyed. A 4-star profession was undoubtedly incomparable to a 2-star. With eager anticipation, he opened the profession panel. Long-range archer. Star rating, 4 stars. Attribute growth, 300. Additional attribute growth, 200. Long-range vision. In unobstructed conditions, your sight can extend up to 30 kilometers. Long-range shooting. Your arrow attack range is enhanced from 500 meters to 30 kilometers. Long-range tracking. When you lock onto an enemy, your attacks will permanently pursue them within shooting range. Blood pump. Within 1 minute. All attributes can be temporarily converted into attack magic. Subsequently, you will enter a prolonged debilitation period lasting 30 seconds. All attributes revert to 1. Archer's cultivation. You will no longer require arrows. The world around you becomes your ammunition. In comparison to the 2-star rating, the 4-star designation bestowed upon Zhou Heng an abundance of delightful surprises. The enhancements in both long-range vision and long-range shooting were overwhelmingly substantial. However, what truly delighted Zhou Heng was the enhancement of his attributes, which surged from a mere 150 to an impressive 500. This transformation signified that he could now acquire an additional 350 fundamental attributes. From level 1 to level 11, he experienced a total of 10 enhancements, each yielding 10 random attributes. The supplementary 350 attribute points translated into 35 random attributes. In no time, the allocation of these 350 points to various attributes resulted in a remarkable qualitative leap in Zhou Heng's overall capabilities. Real name, Zhou Heng. Level, 11. Attack, 1, 235, 247. Magic, 5,001,000. Health, 590, 590. Mana, 1,056, 010, 560. Armor, 0. Attack speed, 10. Movement speed, 12. Water resistance, 50. Fire resistance, 50. Wind resistance, 50. Thunder resistance, 50. Ice resistance, 50. Wood resistance, 50. Light resistance, 50. Dark resistance, 50. Experience, 0-100. Experience can only be gained from defeating level 11 enemies. Fate hint. Unique when confronted with a fateful choice, destiny will provide you with tangible guidance. This is Zhou Heng's base attribute when unarmed. While his attack and health may not surpass those of the well-developed players from the Chongqing family, he felt confident that his magic and mana would allow him to dominate peers of the same level. Not to mention, the infinite arrows bestowed by an archer's training would enable him to wield the power of the horned bow effectively. Next on his agenda was to depart from Birdtown and head towards Frost City. Yet, uncertainty loomed over whether this journey would be safe. Chapter 31, 7 Days. As Zhou Heng contemplated, a fate hint materialized. Fate often plays tricks on those in distress. A slight misstep may lead to eternal damnation. Fate grants you a hint. Fate hint 2. Hidden within the depths of the abyssal serpent's lair, pray that the mayor of Birdtown does not take offense at your actions. The entrance was completely sealed. It seemed that his only option was to log off. Generally, new players in the boundless world would log off on the 7th day and then report back to their school to ensure their safety. Given the current circumstances, Zhou Heng could not gamble on whether the mayor of Birdtown would retaliate against him. logging off and waiting for 7 days was the most prudent choice. Although it would squander a week, as long as he could escape the abyssal cave, combined with the insights from fate, he could certainly elude the Changsheng family's pursuit. With this in mind, Zhou Heng promptly logged off. You are about to log off, assessing your environment. You are in a safe zone. You are about to exit the boundless world. The young homeroom teacher opened his eyes, astonished to see Zhou Heng. As the top student in his class, he held high hopes for this pupil. Yet here he was, logging off the boundless world on only the 5th day, suggesting that something unfortunate had transpired. Was the issue significant? Should the teacher log into the boundless world to assist him? The young homeroom teacher inquired gently. Zhou Heng took a deep breath, rising respectfully to respond. Teacher, it is unnecessary. It is merely a minor inconvenience that I can manage on my own, though I may need to rest for a few days. The young headmaster, Yu Tong, is rumored to be a level 50 player on the verge of a 5th transformation. Yu Tong gazed deeply at Zhou Heng, sensing an inexplicable change in him. He appeared considerably more composed and reserved than before. If matters become unmanageable, do not hesitate to seek assistance from me. My abilities remain formidable, and I can lend you a hand. I am indeed inclined to extend my support to Zhou Heng, for it is rare to encounter a student of such maturity and poise at this age. Who knows, he may one day contribute to the prosperity of the Xian nation. Very well, then, I shall let you be, and I will take my leave now. Zhou Heng politely bid farewell and turned to exit the classroom. This departure signified his complete graduation from academia, stepping into the boundless world as an independent player. As previously noted, Zhou Heng arrived in this world as an infant, discovered and adopted. Thus, his home in this realm is an orphanage known as Warmth. The caretaker, an elderly woman with a visage weathered by time, bore cheeks wrinkled like dried meat, sagging down her mouth. Yet, this did little to obscure the kindness and compassion gleaming in Qi Xinyan's eyes. Why are you here so early? Isn't it's supposed to be the day after tomorrow? Qi Xinyan, upon seeing Zhou Heng enter, set aside her knitting and beckoned him closer. Zhou Heng approached with a tone filled with deep respect for the matron of the orphanage, for he held her in high esteem. According to the memories he possessed, this grandmother had overseen Warmth Orphanage for over 2 centuries, transforming from a youthful beauty to her current frail state. Once, someone inquired if it was worthwhile to dedicate oneself to an orphanage. In times of peril, you must persevere. While I can assist you momentarily, I cannot sustain you indefinitely. Thus, all must ultimately rely on your own efforts. Qi Xinyan affectionately ruffled Zhou Heng's hair, her eyes brimming with nostalgia. It was during a tempestuous night that she returned from the boundless world, discovering the wailing Zhou Heng abandoned by a roadside refuse bin. Unlike other forsaken children, Zhou Heng, despite being an infant, was distinctly different. He was clad in adult garments, his tiny form enveloped beneath a shirt. Hence, she took a special interest in this unusual child. Regrettably, apart from his peculiar attire at the time of discovery, he bore no other remarkable traits. As most children who exited her orphanage were typically precocious and composed. I understand, grandmother director. I will handle it myself. Zhou Heng had no intention of revealing his plight to Qi Xinyan, even though this venerable matriarch, who had presided over the Warmth Orphanage for 2 centuries, might indeed be the legendary player rumored to have transcended to the 10th transformation. Yet, even a legendary player would undoubtedly struggle against the formidable Changsheng family, a colossal force that has existed since the inception of the boundless world. 2 centuries, 10 millennia. How does one combat such a disparity? Hence, it would be prudent for him to address this matter independently. Very well, then, I shall retreat to rest and recalibrate my mindset. Indeed, Director Granny, the dwelling is modest, approximately the size of a 30-square-meter studio apartment from a previous life. Yet, despite its compactness, it is replete with all essentials, imparting a cozy ambience. Zhou Heng intends to spend the next 7 days here, cherishing the company of the children from the orphanage and Director Granny. On the morning of the 6th day, a new seal master stood within the breeding grounds of the deepwater flood dragon's secret realm. With a decisive motion, he tore at the fabric of space, and in the next moment, a square luminescent box fell to the ground. The seal master seized the box and promptly crushed it. With a crack, the formidable black bear tumbled forth from the box. The seal master grasped Black Bear Bob by the neck, lifting him off the ground. "Where's my brother Wang Lu?" he demanded. The newcomer was none other than Wang Heng, Wang Lu's elder brother. Black Bear Bob looked bewildered, his memories clouded at the moment of his brother's sealing. I don't know. I was sealed by that level 70 seal master. And then you released me. He sensed his brother's essence lingering here and concluded, he must be dead. Yang Kai, enlighten me. How could a player of at most level 10 a mere recent high school graduate, have slain my brother, who was of level 70. Zhou Heng's voice was frigid as he glared at the silent Yang Kai behind him. Chapter 32. Swift as the wind. 87 seconds. Yang Kai's expression mirrored his unease. He had not anticipated that the nurturing of a deep-water flood dragon would engender such tumult. Setting aside the disappearance of Miss Su Ling from the Chongqing family, the mere vanishing of a level 70 seal master was sufficient to stir considerable upheaval. I apologize, but I am unaware. My primary task is to guard the resurrection platform and prevent Black Bear Ba from escaping upon discovering any discrepancies. Wang Heng's countenance twisted with fury as he tightened his grip around Yang Kai's neck, squeezing relentlessly. With each notification of health depletion, Yang Kai's vitality dwindled rapidly. Were it not for your service to the Chongqing Su family, I would have obliterated your existence. Following Yang Kai's demise, Wang Heng commenced a thorough search of the Deepwater Cave. 3 days passed without any discoveries, until Wang Heng encountered the mayor of Bird Town, Tart, within the cavern. After vanquishing the Elder of the Sword of Light and her cohorts, Tart rushed to investigate the reported anomalies in the Deepwater Cave. However, upon entering, his fury ignited. Not only had the breeding of the Deepwater Flood Dragon failed, but he also found his breeding grounds for the Deepwater Flood worms utterly obliterated. You are Wang Heng, correct? Do you have any inkling of the effort I expended to cultivate these Deepwater Flood worms? Tart glared at Wang Heng, leaning heavily on his cane. Wang Heng's mood soured further. Seeing a level 50 weakling daring to shout at him, his gaze sharpened, and he struck decisively. Yet in the next instant, his sealing technique was thwarted by the opposing domain of the forest world. A level 80 seal master. I have killed my share before. Little one, I merely wish to ascertain who has slain my deep-water dragonfly. Of course, you may also attempt to provoke this old man. Tart's eyelids drooped slightly, a glimmer of cold light emanating from the depths of his gaze. Wang Heng's heart skipped a beat. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from this figure. After a moment of silence, Wang Heng spoke. I am unsure, but my brother has come here in pursuit of a new player named Zhou Heng. It is possible they engaged in a battle within the realm of the deep-water dragonfly. My brother is level 70, and he may very well have been slain by this newcomer, Zhou Heng. I cannot fathom the reasons behind this. If you, sir, possess any knowledge, I would be grateful if you could share it. A flicker of astonishment passed through Tart's eyes. Zhou Heng, the young lad he nominated to join the Black Bear Guild, I presume? Contemplating this, Tart maintained his composure and replied, If I knew, I would certainly inform you. However, for a new player to kill someone of level 70, unless one is deranged, such a statement is utterly implausible. With that, Tart turned and vanished into the shadows of the deep-water cavern. The statue had disappeared. It pertained to the ancient hero system. Zhou Heng could not possibly have slain a level 70 seal master while still being a newcomer, so he must have unlocked a quest related to the ancient heroes. Thus, Tart strolled through the darkness of the cavern, a manic joy and excitement barely contained at the corners of his mouth. Zhou Heng, he must capture him. Once he apprehends the other, he can unlock the ancient hero system and uncover the truth predating the establishment of the Sakashtar Empire. Zhou Heng, where are you? Do reveal yourself swiftly. Do not make it difficult for this old man to find you. After 3 more days, adding the previous time, precisely 7 days had elapsed. Zhou Heng took a deep breath, seated at the head of his bed, envisioning the boundless world, logging into the infinite world. Logging into the online game Infinite World, Zhou Heng opened his eyes to find himself still standing in the same spot as when he logged out. At that moment, Destiny's prompts surged forth like a tide. At the moment you logged into Infinite World, Destiny surged forth. Destiny has bestowed upon you a prompt. Destiny Prompt 2. Remain in place and wait. Zhou Heng's pupils contracted sharply. Upon reading the first Destiny prompt, his hair stood on end, and without a moment's hesitation, he drew his dragonfly horn bow, swiftly depleting his health to 0. You have killed yourself. Free resurrection attempts. 1. You have consumed 12, leaving you with only 75 seconds. Destiny has bestowed upon you a prompt. As Zhou Heng awakened from the resurrection platform, a faint arrow of light, visible only to him, surged forth from within his body. Racing towards the teleportation array in Birdtown, Zhou Heng dared not linger for even a moment. Equipping the Sakashtar Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, and activating the skill Wrath of Flames, charging forth with all his might in the direction of the arrow. That direction. Tart, 7 kilometers away, felt a change in expression as he perceived Zhou Heng's location. Although his suspicion was confirmed, was this outcome not a bit off? The depths of the cavern should have posed no danger, or perhaps the adversary had sensed something amiss. Tart's expression darkened to an extreme. He could not permit the ancient hero system to slip away from beneath his gaze. He had to intercept the opponent before Zhou Heng departed from Little Bird Town, especially with the teleportation point leading to Frost City. A dense aura of darkness enveloped Tart, and in the next moment his speed surged, darting towards Little Bird Town like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Wang Heng observed the luminous screen in his hand, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Initially, he had doubted Zhou Heng's capability to have slain his brother, yet now he found himself reluctantly convinced. This maneuver was far beyond that of an ordinary novice player. Clearly, Zhou Heng had completed his first transformation and was qualified to utilize the teleportation array. Zhou Heng, regardless of whether you were the one who killed my brother, you must provide me with an explanation. Wang Heng strode forward, also racing towards Little Bird Town with remarkable speed. Chapter 33, Frost City Parade. Countdown 50. The fury within was cooling down, and Zhou Heng's life points visibly diminished by 100. Countdown 40. Zhou Heng could already see the faint glow of the teleportation array in the distance. As soon as he arrived, he could be transported to the Level 3 main city. Frost City. Countdown 30. As Zhou Heng approached the teleportation array, he felt its vast yet gentle power. At that moment, the cooldown for Fury Within had completed. Without hesitation, Zhou Heng activated Fury Within once more, combining it with the Sakarst Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, causing his movement speed to soar to an impressive 62, a speed unparalleled among players of the same level in the Boundless World system. Countdown 20. Zhou Heng had reached the teleportation array's vicinity. The grand array radiated a majestic light, as if it were an eternal entity, steadfastly emanating the might of teleportation. 3 kilometers away, Tart witnessed Zhou Heng arriving at the entrance of the teleportation array, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He absolutely could not allow Zhou Heng to enter Frost City, for that was a place he could not go. Zhou Heng, stop! Tart bellowed, disregarding the use of dark powers in Little Bird Town. An infinite darkness surged into him, transforming into a massive black tentacle exceeding 10 meters in diameter, which disregarded the numerous defenses of Little Bird Town, hurtling toward the teleportation array. Nearby, approximately 2 kilometers away, Wang Heng's pupils constricted as he beheld the enormous black tentacle penetrating Little Bird Town. He realized that anyone capable of making his brother vanish could not possibly be an ordinary individual. The old man he had encountered, possessing such terrifying abilities, could unleash a strike that even he might not withstand. The more he pondered, the more intrigued he became by Zhou Heng. Whether it was the task from a Su family of the Changshan clan or the old man's bizarre and anxious actions, they both suggested that Zhou Heng harbored a significant secret. With a cold snort, Wang Heng grasped an orb of light in his hand, unhesitatingly hurling it towards the black tentacle. Sel, he uttered sharply, then dove towards the teleportation array from the air. Tate felt an immense resistance from the tentacles and immediately fixed his gaze on Wang Heng. Damn you, I should have eliminated you back then. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Tate seethed with fury, a more terrifying darkness surging from his being. Wang Heng, indifferent to Tate's presence, relentlessly hurled sealing orbs around himself, plunging downward with absolute speed. Countdown 5. Zhou Heng dashed into the teleportation array, activating the portal to Frost City. At that moment, countless shadows surged forth along the black tentacles, threatening to engulf Zhou Heng. In a split second, Wang Heng followed closely behind, radiating a brilliant light that shielded Zhou Heng from Tate's dark assault. Countdown 0. You have successfully survived. The fate prompt ends here. As the teleportation array activated, Zhou Heng and Wang Heng were transported to Frost City. Tate stood in the void, watching Zhou Heng vanish without a trace, his eyes glowing crimson. His expression twisted like a demon. Damn, damn, damn. Why you hinder me? Why do you obstruct me? I refuse to accept this. Tate went mad, torrents of darkness cascading from him, and in the next moment, his level surged from 50 to 60, and then from 60 to 70. Thus, Tate's level skyrocketed to 100. Ha ha, Little Bird Town, I shall come for you. All of you shall perish. Tate laughed maniacally, allowing the darkness enveloping him to flow freely. Little Bird Town was instantly consumed by the shadows. You have successfully escaped Little Bird Town, but the true danger has not been averted. The enemy still lurks. Fate offers you a prompt. Fate Prompt 1. Ignore the dazzling light of the teleportation and proceed to the right. You shall evade the pursuit of the sealers. Fate Prompt 2. Ignore the dazzling light of the teleportation and proceed to the left. You shall evade the pursuit of the sealers. A glint of insight flashed in Zhou Heng's eyes. Truth be told, it was his first encounter with such viable prompts. The question arose, left or right? Without hesitation, Zhou Heng abandoned contemplation and followed his instincts. The dazzling light of the teleportation would only last a second upon completion, and that fleeting moment granted Zhou Heng the opportunity to act. He abruptly turned right and advanced swiftly. Before long, he found himself amidst a throng of people, clearly having plunged into a crowd. As the brilliance faded, Zhou Heng realized he was enveloped in an endless sea of humanity. Where has the city lord gone? Step forward and explain. The influx of players from other realms had already impeded the development of us, the original inhabitants of the Saka's empire. And now this chaos? After the emperor's beheading, prices soared once more. We demand an explanation from the city lord. Otherwise, what value do our copper coins hold? We require stable prices. Frost City must establish a stable currency exchange rate. Countless players joined in this grand parade. As Zhou Heng's vision cleared, he opened his eyes in search of Zhou Heng. But upon focusing, his expression turned utterly grim. After the emperor's downfall, the prices indeed experienced a relentless collapse, particularly the exchange rate of silver coins to copper coins, which skyrocketed from an original 1,000 to an astonishing 100,000, eventually soaring to 300,000. Yet, despite this economic turmoil, it was unexpected for Frost City to erupt into such a large-scale protest. Observing the seemingly endless throng of demonstrators, Zhou Heng felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his abilities and seal them all away. However, he understood that such an act was neither feasible nor permissible. After all, the Frost Codex, which subdued Frost City, was no trivial matter. Otherwise, how could that darkened elder remain merely on the other side of the teleportation array? After searching in vain for Zhou Heng, who was nowhere to be found, Zhou Heng reluctantly suppressed his frustration and chose to vacate the area. Concealed within the crowd, Zhou Heng followed the masses, waving banners and shouting slogans, all the while remaining vigilant to his surroundings. He witnessed Zhou Heng soar into the sky and vanish into the distance. Yet he remained steadfast, uncertain if his adversary had truly departed or was lying in wait. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to continue with the protest until it reached its conclusion. 6 hours later, in the afternoon sun, Zhou Heng reappeared above the sea of demonstrators. Noticing that Zhou Heng was still absent, he finally conceded defeat and turned to leave. Even as his opponent disappeared completely, Zhou Heng maintained his guard, aware that this could be yet another ploy. He resolutely decided to follow the protesters, departing only when the crowd dispersed. Indeed, Zhou Heng reemerged twice more, and upon confirming Zhou Heng's absence, he left with palpable reluctance. Chapter 34. The Contract of Lifespan. Where is everyone? Where is the city lord? Was it not said that the new city lord had assumed office? I recall it was a member of the Changshang family, the Su clan. Su clan, please provide us with clarity. When will the monetary system be stabilized? My current income cannot even exchange for a single silver coin. I am not seeking to level up or enchant items. Su clan, step forward and offer us an explanation. Countless players gathered before the Frost City Lord's mansion. This grand edifice, entirely forged from ice, boasted flying eaves and bracketed roofs, exuding an air of classical beauty reminiscent of ancient Xia. Strangely, hovering above this magnificent structure made entirely of ice was an enormous, crystalline tome, resembling the size of a residence. Upon inspection, the book's basic information became clear. This was the legendary Frost Codex, the very cornerstone upon which Frost City stood at the border of the Saka's empire, classified as a third-tier main city. After all, most players resided within levels 30 to 60, with not a single player having achieved a breakthrough to level 61. They had not even entered the ranks of high-level players, thus lacking the authority to challenge the third-tier city Lord's domain. As the commotion reached a crescendo, the crowd began to disperse naturally. Yet at that moment, the Frost Codex suddenly radiated a brilliant light, resembling a cascade of willow strands. Soon, a quest that all entities within Frost City could accept materialized before them. Third tier, main city quest, the dark stray of the Hound unleashed. In a surprising turn of events, the mayor of Little Bird Town, Tart, has succumbed to darkness, intending to obliterate the Frost City territory of the Saka's empire. Severely wounded by the Frost Codex, he managed to escape. The task at hand is to apprehend the fugitive Tart within 100 days. The constraints dictate a level range between 11 and 30, with rewards including the opportunity to study the authentic Frost Codex and a random advanced ice-type skill. The sudden emergence of this main city quest has caught all wandering players and onlookers off guard. What? The mayor of Little Bird Town has turned to darkness? Once again, it appears the malevolent beings of the dark arts are at play. Is Little Bird Town safe? Have many lives been lost? Fear not. For the intervention of the Frost Codex implies that the town is likely unscathed. How can one be so certain? With the Chongqing family keeping a low profile, there seems to be little purpose in lingering. It would be wiser to pursue Tart, for this represents a unique opportunity to witness the true form of the Frost Codex. It is rumored that merely observing the original text can significantly enhance one's ice attribute mitigation. Let us proceed, for Tart, having been gravely injured by the Frost Codex, is undoubtedly still lurking near Little Bird Town. We still have a chance. The formidable procession of players arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before long, Zhou Heng found himself seated in a quaint tavern amidst the throngs. While the main city quest is undoubtedly enticing, his first-hand experience with Tart lends him a deeper understanding of the threat posed. The tendrils, shrouded in dark energy, linger vividly in his memory. Even if gravely wounded by the Frost Codex, can such a figure truly be compared to ordinary players? Moreover, could it be that the Frost Codex did not truly incapacitate Tart, and that his current demeanor is a deliberate ruse to draw Zhou Heng in? Initially, Zhou Heng struggled to comprehend why such a powerful entity would target a novice player like himself, especially since he had only just completed his first-class advancement, rendering him akin to an insignificant insect within the vast Sokka's empire. However, it dawned on him that this might be connected to the ancient statue deep within the Abyssal Serpent's secret realm. An ancient hero, indeed. What kind of legacy allows the dark forces to invest such interest? Zhou Heng silently ordered some food, intending to satiate his hunger before contemplating his next steps. Half an hour later, having indulged his appetite, he rose to leave. Just then, he heard a woman's desperate pleas nearby. "Brother Wu, I beg you, help me achieve a feat. I've been stuck at the 3rd tier for 10 years. I truly wish to break through the 3rd tier. I will bow down to you." Turning to the source of the voice, he beheld a woman of pleasing appearance and graceful form, her hair cascading down as she knelt before a burly man, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes and sat back down. Achieving the 3rd tier at level 30 should be attainable without selecting overly challenging tasks. There must be some compelling reason behind her predicament. The player referred to as Brother Wu kicked the woman away, exclaiming, "Scram, you think I don't want experience too? Do you have any idea how challenging it is to locate a level 30 wild creature? I'm practically begging. Yet it might not suffice to gather enough of the same tier wild creatures to complete the achievement of transcendence. Wuge, I implore you, guide me. I am willing to do anything. Please allow me to transcend to the 3rd tier. I genuinely yearn for this transition." Wuge, the woman, in a fit of hysteria, was filled with madness and dread. The man known as Wu Gu flashed a cold glint in his eyes as he seized the woman by her neck, lifting her off the ground. "Have you, behind my back, employed a lifespan contract? Are you on the brink of death?" Upon hearing the term lifespan contract, the fear in her eyes became uncontrollable, and she began to wail in despair. "Wu Gu, I have but a year left to live. I must break through to the 3rd tier. I am out of time." With a resounding crash, the woman was unceremoniously thrown out of the tavern. Wu Gu, his face a mask of fury, rose silently, leaving behind the payment for his meal and vanishing from the small establishment. The woman, now abandoned, remained at the tavern's entrance, gazing up at the sky as she wept uncontrollably. Zhou Heng silently observed everything, acutely aware that his understanding of this boundless world was woefully inadequate. The concept of a lifespan contract was completely alien to him until now, a topic not even mentioned in textbooks. He ordered 2 glasses of fine wine and filled one for the kind gentleman beside him, softly inquiring, "Excuse me, may I ask what a lifespan contract is?" The gentleman appeared to be a genuine foreign player. "Which country do you hail from, young man?" "From the Summer Kingdom. A newcomer to the game, I presume?" "Indeed, you must be quite remarkable, not belonging to the Longevity clan and still managing to reach Frost City in such a short time indicates you possess considerable innate talent." The foreigner, intrigued by Zhou Heng's apparent potential, began to elaborate. A lifespan contract, as its name implies, is a pact wherein one exchanges their lifespan for resources. Some say that a deity, known as the Master of Lifespan, stands behind the contract. Others assert that it is a scheme devised by the Longevity clan to harvest the lifespans of ordinary players. Honestly, that woman is quite pitiable. Her talent is tragically inadequate. Without a lifespan contract, she would struggle to reach level 30, let alone achieve the 2nd transition. The foreigner became increasingly animated as he spoke, pulling out a business card from his bag and handing it to Zhou Heng. "Young man, as a newcomer, you may not yet be aware of the world after the 1st transition. Take this card to the entrance of the secret realm in the outskirts of Frost City. It will grant you entry to the realm once without cost." Chapter 35. The Secret Realm of Starship Remnants. Zhou Heng took the card and narrowed his eyes slightly. It was an entry card for the secret realm of Starship Remnants, marked as low quality. With this card, he could enter the realm without any expenditure. Though the description was brief, the implications were profound. This card is indeed a valuable item, but I trust there is nothing I need to repay for it? Zhou Heng hinted subtly. A foreign friend cast a penetrating glance at Zhou Heng and suddenly burst into laughter. Not bad, my boy. I have high hopes for your future. However, there is no need for you to do anything. Consider this level 13 minor realm as a gift from your uncle. It's a perfect opportunity for you to experience the chill of Frost City. As the foreign friend stood up, he playfully plopped a hat atop his head and flashed Zhou Heng a warm smile before vanishing into the little tavern. Zhou Heng lowered his gaze, once again scrutinizing the business card, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Reflecting on the previous conversation between Wu Gu and the woman, he pondered that the player system post-transformation might differ from his previous understanding. An idea, both logical and unexpected, dawned upon him. Perhaps, after the transformation, all types of wild monsters have been monopolized. Ordinary players seeking to level up would have no choice but to cater to those formidable players or the Chongqing family. The more he contemplated this hypothesis, the more it resonated with him. Without further hesitation, he tucked the business card away and turned to head towards the outskirts of Frost City. The outskirts of Frost City. Here, the level 25 elite players reign supreme, charging an entry fee of 50-50, with profits divided 1 to 9. Those wishing to level up could negotiate their price. The Chongqing family beckoned beautiful women and handsome men, welcoming anyone aspiring for a brighter future, regardless of whether they were players or not. The Light Association recruited members, merely requiring a glance at one's talent bar. As long as one held proper values, unconditional membership was granted. The Caesar Divine Court sought members, prioritizing women among players. The expansive outer district resembled a bustling marketplace, with stalls, spirited vendors, and even individuals selling their entire day's labor. As Zhou Heng strolled through, he confirmed one thing. His speculation was accurate. Wild monsters were indeed largely monopolized. The gaming approach he once knew had transformed. Gone were the days of exiting the city to grind monsters for levels and gear. In the current Frost City, a transformed player like him had 3 paths to enhance his level. 1. Depart the Frost City area and venture into other regions, risking the same outcome since such resource plundering was not confined to Frost City. 2. Leave the Sakura's empire's borders, delving into the unknown depths of mountains, deserts, and vast seas, gambling his life for a chance at the future. 3. Work for others to save up for a paid minor realm. The prospect of working was utterly unappealing. In his previous life, he toiled endlessly, living as a beast of burden. Now, having been granted a second chance with a unique talent and destiny hint, he was determined to carve his own path. Following the throng of people, Zhou Heng arrived at the entrance to the minor realms in the outer district. There were 6 realms in total, arranged from left to right in order of price. From the least to the most expensive, the star-level wreckage realm he could enter was the first and cheapest, costing 3 silver coins per entry. This price could hardly be deemed affordable. Rather, it was exorbitantly steep. Not only was the current currency system in disarray, with 1 silver coin fetching a staggering 300,000 copper coins, but even in a time of stable prices, this amounted to a hefty 5,000 copper coins. A wild monster had only a slim chance of dropping copper coins. Amassing 5,000 copper coins through grinding would indeed demand an extraordinary effort. Not to mention that upon entering Frost City, the wild creatures have been monopolized, leaving players with no choice but to toil away, relying on their meager monthly wages to elevate their levels. Frankly speaking, were it not for the tangible display of his stats and the ability to log in and out of the game, he might indeed question whether he was truly engaging in an online game. How many have ventured in? Guarding the star-level ruins is a rather unsavory character, with a sharp, angular face that suggests a lack of decorum. Casting a languid glance at Zhou Heng, he nonchalantly propped his feet up and declared, 1 person, 5 silver coins. Pay up or be on your way. Without hesitation, Zhou Heng produced the entrance card for the star-level ruins and handed it over. The unsavory figure examined the card before accepting it. Enter, he said. Star-level ruins. Level, 1120. Capacity, 16. Would you like to enter the star-level ruins? Zhou Heng unreservedly selected yes. As brilliant rays enveloped him, he soon vanished from the entrance of the star-level ruins. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a desolate expanse of cosmic void. In the distance, twinkling stars flickered with faint light, while ahead lay a chaotic array of technological debris. There were exoskeletal mechs, remnants of starships, and various striking celestial mech fragments. During his 3 years of high school education, he had learned that within the boundless world, Not only were there various professions, but also technological artifacts from unknown eras. The myriad scientific advancements benefiting humanity on Blue Star were fundamentally inspired by and developed from the technological relics of the Boundless world. Were it not for the transformative impact of the Boundless online game on Blue Star's existential environment, leveraging the scientific knowledge gleaned from the Infinite world, a world war driven by technology would have long since erupted on Blue Star. As for more, that is beyond Zhou Heng's current understanding. Fate often reveals itself when needed. As it does for you, so too for others. Fate offers you a hint. Fate Hint 1. The vast cosmic debris may appear to be merely a small realm of levels 11 to 20, yet it conceals secrets within. Proceed to the right there. You may find what you seek. Fate Hint 2. Life inevitably brings choices, and simultaneously, to your left, a woman poised to influence the course of history faces a dire crisis. A mere gesture from you could alter fate. In the face of such destiny, what will your choice be? Zhou Heng raised an eyebrow, glancing in surprise to the left. He held little interest in women at this moment. Confronting the Changsheng family, he was likely embroiled in a situation of life and death, making any engagement with women unwise, not to mention the potential for romantic entanglements. The threats from the Changsheng family alone rendered any connection untenable. Thus, he deemed it prudent to refrain from causing harm to others. However, if a simple act could alter the course of history, it seemed a worthwhile endeavor. With this thought, Zhou Heng activated his extended vision, swiftly locking onto the woman surrounded by 2 men and 2 women who awaited rescue. In a realm of extreme distance, Zhou Heng discerned that the woman encircled before him was unlike any ordinary female. Her hair and brows were entirely snow white, reminiscent of a pitiful child afflicted with leukemia. Yet, unlike such a child, the woman's silken white locks shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow, bestowing upon her an aura of almost divine sanctity. Was this the woman capable of altering the course of history? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Heng resolved to act decisively. He yearned to discover what benefits this woman, who held the power to reshape fate, could bestow upon him, and whether it would align with his aspirations. Chapter 36. Frigid Frost. Zhou Heng extended his palm, summoning the bow of the Jiao into his grasp. Without hesitation, he drew the bowstring and, leveraging his innate sharpshooting talent, unleashed a volley of arrows aimed at the 2 men and 2 women surrounding the white-haired lady. To ensure success, he gifted each adversary 10 arrows. Given his current prowess in physical attack, ordinary players below level 20 would surely succumb to his onslaught. After releasing 40 arrows, Zhou Heng refrained from further action and ventured deeper to the right. His reluctance to intervene excessively stemmed from a simple truth. The fate prompt indicated a critical juncture in destiny. This suggested that if he refrained from acting, the woman would perish. Conversely, his intervention could alter her fate. Thus, his sole objective was to eliminate her assailants without further meddling in their affairs. As for anything else, what concern was it of his? After the 40 arrows had been loosed, his singular task became one of patience, waiting to see if destiny would unfold differently. If it did, he would undoubtedly profit. Hand over the item. It is not yours to possess. Kailina, you have no choice. Do not force us to slay you. You no longer have resurrection tokens. Should you die this time, it will be final. The white-haired woman, encircled by 4 adversaries, bit her lip, her expression grim. She clutched a silver coin tightly in her grasp, a treasure she had salvaged from the interstellar wreckage. This item was crucial for her to carry away. Otherwise, her grandmother's illness would remain untreatable. Seeing Kailina hesitate, the 4 exchanged glances, each recognizing the malice reflected in the other's eyes. In times past, a single silver coin would have been sufficient to provoke such an aggressive response. However, the current surge in value had rendered silver coins exponentially more precious than copper ones. It was worth noting that 1 silver coin could now be exchanged for 300,000 copper coins. How could they allow such a valuable item to slip through their fingers? It seems you are courting death. If you seek your demise, do not blame us for showing no mercy. Just as they prepared to strike Kailina, arrows whistled ominously through the air from a distance. The 4 were taken aback, hastily maneuvering to evade the incoming projectiles. Yet, no matter how they twisted and turned, the arrows relentlessly pursued them. Damn it! When the world is this? When did arrows learn a curve? The realization struck them. This was the innate ability of a long-distance sharpshooter, the art of long-range tracking. A long-distance sharpshooter was present within this secret realm. Flee! I have but 1 resurrection token remaining. You still possess a resurrection token. I do not. Accompanied by a series of relentless, anguished screams, A man and a woman dissolved into light, vanishing within the confines of the secret realm, while the remaining pair was swiftly obliterated. Am I saved? Kylina gazed at the remnants left behind by the fallen duo, a flicker of astonishment gracing her features. Could it be a long-range sharpshooter? Thank you. Uncertain of her savior's identity, Kylina bowed in gratitude to her surroundings before collecting the belongings of the deceased, a total of 3,000 copper coins, and a rudimentary tome on light elemental skills. After securing her newfound possessions, Kylina pressed onward to the left, her intention to accumulate funds leading her deeper into the depths of the starship wreckage. Her grandmother had instructed her to venture to the innermost recesses of this interstellar ruin, claiming it held what she sought. Though much had slipped from her memory, she trusted her grandmother would not deceive her. Thus, she continued her journey leftward. Friend, hand over all your money. Surely, you must have scavenged some silver coins? Zhou Heng had traversed nearly 30 kilometers within the starship wreckage when a group emerged from behind the debris. This band of 6, clad in dark gray attire, comprised 4 men and 2 women. At the forefront stood a burly man wielding a wrench, a mocking grin etched across his face, eyes glinting with derision as he regarded Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened. He had encountered a band of robbers within the secret realm. He placed his hand upon the hilt of his Sakiset Imperial Sword, Holy Sword, at his waist, and spoke coolly, Gentlemen, the cost of entering this secret realm has already been substantial. There is no need to escalate matters to such extremes. The 6 individuals momentarily paused before erupting into laughter, pointing at Zhou Heng. A newcomer, I presume? Certainly. What veteran would utter such audacious words? The burly leader toyed with his wrench, addressing Zhou Heng with a smirk. Listen, kid, since you're new, I won't press the matter too hard. Let me enlighten you. Any resources scavenged by players within the interstellar realm must be surrendered if encountered by members of our Radiant Association. The only thing you can take away from the starship wreck is the experience gained from slaying monsters. Understand? Zhou Heng's expression darkened. Having paid 5 silver coins to enter a level 11 to 20 secret realm, only to leave with experience points, was not merely an issue of fairness. It was blatant robbery. Furthermore, during his 30-kilometer trek, he had not encountered a single wild monster. Radiant Association? I must inquire if your organization is backed by the Changxing family? Zhou Heng surmised that a mere Radiant Association lacked the authority to brazenly plunder players' wealth. It was evident that a formidable power supported them. Ah, perceptive of you. The burly man chuckled. You are indeed correct. Our Radiant Association is backed by the Changxing family. Otherwise, we would not dare to so openly pillage resources. It has been decreed that any technological resources scavenged within the starship wreck must remain behind. As for the silver coins you've collected, well, you understand, they are our reward. A robust man approached Zhou Heng, patting him on the shoulder before extending his hand in a gesture that unmistakably signified it was time to pay. With a swift sound of a blade being unsheathed, a glint of cold steel flashed. The burly man had no time to react before Zhou Heng severed his head with a single stroke. As the head flew from the body, the remaining 5 individuals' pupils constricted in shock, and they instinctively rushed toward Zhou Heng. Though they were level 20, they were no mere pushovers. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to Zhou Heng's. With a movement speed of 32 and an attack speed of 20, not to mention the terrifyingly high attack power granted by the Sakiset Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, these pathetic lackeys were utterly outmatched. In a flurry of 5 strikes, the 5 did not even have the chance to unleash their skills before their heads were severed, their lives extinguished. 6 individuals, not a single resurrection coin among them. So, is this what that foreign friend referred to as coldness? As Zhou Heng collected the spoils from the 6, he couldn't help but sigh. Who would have imagined that in an era of online gaming, players would find themselves without even a chance to resurrect? Where could one seek justice for such a fate? Back in school, he often heard teachers speak of class stagnation and developmental difficulties, but at that time, he felt little of its weight. Now, as he entered this boundless world, the suffocating sensation brought on by class stagnation was more palpable than ever. What is this? Upon collecting the drops from the 5, Zhou Heng noticed something peculiar among the 6th individual's loot. He picked it up and examined it. Chapter 37. Fusion Core Fragment. Fusion Core Fragment. Quality, Radiant. Health, 200. Health limit, 100 days, permanent. Attack speed, 20. Movement speed, 40. Armor, 100. Upgrade, 1,100. Zhou Heng's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at the item in his hands. This was indeed a piece of equipment akin to a permanent health deduction item, deducting 200 health points every hour, amounting to a staggering 4,800 points each day. The cost was significant, Yet the potential rewards were equally substantial, 100 health points permanently added each day. One should not underestimate this daily increase of 100. Over time, it would accumulate into an overwhelming enhancement. Moreover, considering this was a fragment of an item, how much more could one gain if it were fully restored? Zhou Heng's imagination was not yet vast enough to fathom the possibilities. However, one thought did occur to him. Could he endure the health loss if he equipped this enigmatic item? After a moment's calculation, Zhou Heng resolutely consumed the fusion core. You have ingested the fusion core. You are merging this equipment. Fusion core integrates with your heart. Equipment successful. With the successful integration of the fusion core, Zhou Heng's attack speed surged from 10 to 30, and his movement speed leapt from 12 to 52. This level of enhancement was far beyond what could be balanced by mere attribute points. Contemplating this, Zhou Heng unleashed a series of punches, quickly acclimating to his newfound attack and movement speeds. At that moment, a cacophony of creaking sounds echoed from all directions. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that a horde of mechanical canine monstrosities was encroaching from every side. Mechanical hounds of the undead. Level 15. Attack 57, 114. Magic 00. Durability 1000. 000. Magic power 00. Armor 20. Attack speed 18. Movement speed 25. Skills: laser eyes, cutting light blade. In stark contrast to organic beings, these mechanical entities possessed no health points. Instead, they were defined by their durability. Moreover, their armor was fearfully robust, with 20 points of physical defense. It would require significant skill for an average player to breach it. 10, 100, 1,000. Soon, the debris of interstellar wreckage surrounding Zhou Heng was teeming with mechanical hounds. Zhou Heng drew forth the sacred sword of Sochist, resolute and unyielding in facing the onslaught. A thunderous crash resounded as the closest mechanical hound lunged at him, unleashing a barrage of piercing lasers from its mechanical eyes at a velocity too swift for Zhou Heng to evade. 57. In that instant of attack, Zhou Heng unleashed the formidable attack speed conferred by his fusion core equipment. With a flurry of 4 strikes per second, he sent the 2 mechanical hounds that followed crashing into oblivion. To vanquish the mechanical hound, with its durability soaring to 10,000, would still require a modicum of time. Before long, Zhou Heng successfully felled one of the mechanical hounds. You have slain a level 15 mechanical hound. Experience 50 for a creature of level 15. A first transition player would receive 50 experience points upon defeat, while those of a non-first transition would garner 150 points, all adhering to a 10-fold calculation. The mechanical hounds continued to surge forth, undeterred by the demise of their fallen comrade. 57, 11, 0, 35. 57, 11, 0, 35. You have leveled up to level 12. Randomly increased health by 50. 4-star class effect activated. Health additionally increased by 250. You have leveled up to level 13. Randomly increased health by 50. 4-star class effect activated. Health additionally increased by 250. Zhou Heng's level began to ascend rapidly, soaring from level 11 to level 16 in a matter of moments, a remarkable 5-level increase. Perhaps by fortune, all 5 attribute boost post-transition were allocated to health, granting him a substantial increase of 500 health points. This enhancement was an unforeseen boon for Zhou Heng, as his most pressing need at that moment was indeed health. Give it to me. It is mine. Just as Zhou Heng consumed a health potion to maintain his vitality, a low, gravelly rumble resonated from the depths of the interstellar wreckage, a sound not of human origin. In the next instant, a colossal mechanical hand emerged from the remnants, pressing against the shattered debris as it gradually coalesced into an imposing form. Soon, a 5-meter-tall monstrosity, constructed entirely of fragmented debris, materialized. The remnants of the Crow's Arm mech level 20. Attack 120240. Magic 00. Durability 1010. Magic power 00. Armor 100. Attack speed 20. Movement speed 30. Skill endless restoration. Compared to the level 15 mechanical hound and the level 20 Crows' mech remains, this entity is far more terrifying. Not to mention anything else, its physical defense of 100 alone is enough to deter most level 20 players. However, for a mage, the surrounding mechanical hounds might prove challenging. In the Starry Ruins, the party limit is 6, and such a group must contend with both the mechanical hounds and the Crows' mech remains, which elevates the difficulty further. Unfortunately for it, its opponent is Zhou Heng. Armed with the Sakast Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, Zhou Heng boasts a physical attack of 11-2-3-5-2-2-4-7. Even after accounting for the 100 armor, he can inflict astonishing damage exceeding 1,000. Coupled with an attack speed and movement speed of 40 and 72 respectively after equipping the Sakast Emperor's Sword. Soloing the Cross's mech remains is no challenge for him. Zhou Heng positioned the sword before him, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination, and in the next moment, disregarding the surrounding mechanical hounds, he charged at the Cross's mech remains. Chapter 38, The Eternal Crosses. Give it to me. That is rightfully mine, not yours, human. The Cross's mech remains roared, its massive mechanical fist descending from the sky, accompanied by countless fragments that fell with it, creating significant damage at an alarming speed. Zhou Heng remained unfazed. With his formidable attack and movement speed, the Cross's mech remains appeared as nothing more than a toy a couple of stories tall. 10,235. 10,235. 10,235. 10,235. Zhou Heng unleashed 4 strikes in a second, his damage output astonishingly prolific. If all went as anticipated, the endless restoration skill was likely in effect. Unfortunately for the Crosses, it was up against Zhou Heng, the man who struck 4 times a second. After deducting the 1,000 recovery per second, Zhou Heng's damage per second stood at 3,094. In other words, to vanquish the Cross's mech remains with 100,000 health, he would require approximately 3,232 seconds. Of course, this is an ideal scenario. Does movement time not factor in, and what of the recovery animation after sheathing his sword? Thus, Zhou Heng estimated that this behemoth could survive for no more than a minute in his presence. The Cross's mech remains, devoid of pain, remained indifferent to Zhou Heng's assaults, repeatedly chanting its demands. Give it to me. It's my mine. Zhou Heng was not foolish. He understood that the opponent coveted the fusion core he was equipped with, a divine artifact capable of permanently enhancing vitality, something only a fool would relinquish. Therefore, he resolved to eliminate it. With each sword strike, at last, as the last sliver of health evaporated, the colossal Cross's mech remained shattered, its debris scattering across the ground. You have slain the level 20 Cross's mech remains. Experience, 500. High-level experience. 1 is worth more than 5. Upon the demise of the Cross's mech remains, nothing dropped, but rather, it provided a fate prompt. Fate begins to shift, and countless crises stir in the shadows as you stand on the precipice of choice. Fate offers you a clue. The first clue of fate. It is said that pulling a single thread can unravel the entire fabric. The white-haired woman is in pursuit of her unique belonging, as the vast expanse of interstellar wreckage is on the verge of vanishing. At this moment, an array of Karasa mech remnants awakens. You may attempt to hold on for 5 minutes, granting that white-haired woman precious time. Should you choose this path, the probability of altering history stands at 80. An 80 probability? That is nearly tantamount to a certainty of historical change, is it not? Who then is that woman? Zhou Heng gazed towards the direction of the earlier figure, unwavering as he brandished the Sakastra Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. With an 80 chance of altering history, anyone not utterly foolish would seize this opportunity. Thus, enduring for 5 minutes becomes the challenge he must confront. A resounding explosion echoed from the depths of the interstellar wreckage, followed by the emergence of a colossal sakura tree directly above. Kailina, you are mistaken. That future you seek is not what it appears. Both you and I are mere pawns, insignificant yet capable of altering the course of destiny. This final strike shall be delivered by me. Neutrino Obliteration Cannon. As the dazzling radiance of the neutrino obliteration cannon erupted onto the screen, the entirety of the interstellar wreckage began to tremble violently. Kailina knelt before an immense, indistinguishable mechanical wall, cautiously extracting a sphere of light from a small aperture. Detecting the clone of the mech owner, Kailina, the ancient mech deity, the eternal Karasa, attempts to power on. Power on failed. Countdown 300, 299, 298, 297, 296. I'm not dead. I still exist. I've always been here. Nothing can shatter me. I am. Within the interstellar wreckage, countless identical and repetitive voices resonated from all directions. And then, to the naked eye, towering Karasa mech remnants began to coalesce from the wreckage. Fusion core, my fusion core. Give it to me. Give it to me. The Karasa mech remnants lowered their gaze to the area where their cores should have radiated brilliance, now dimmed to a mere shadow. A faint red glow flickered in their dull mechanical eyes, and they roared towards Zhou Heng's position. Instead of advancing towards Kailina, The Karasa mech remnants surged towards Zhou Heng as if summoned by fate. Stand aside. How dare a mere human obstruct me? Some players, who had painstakingly gathered resources to grind, were sent flying by the Karasa mech remnants, crashing heavily in the distance. What on earth is happening? The interstellar wreckage was merely a small dungeon for levels 11 to 20. How could such a calamity unfold? Who can I ask? These mechanical beasts are utterly insurmountable. My goodness, with 100 points of damage resistance? If I strike, it seems I shall inflict no harm, and instead suffer recoil damage myself. Should we attempt to linger here? Perhaps a chance remains for us to vie for a modicum of resources. You must prioritize your own safety. I possess no resurrection tokens, so I shall take my leave. A multitude of players has fled the remnants of the interstellar ruins, daunted by the perils that lie within. The attributes and sheer numbers of the Krosa's mech debris are such that merely casting a glance induces trepidation. As I behold the vast assembly of Krosa's mech remnants, my hand trembles uncontrollably around my sword, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Each of these grants 500 experience points. Should I dispatch them all, I would ascend directly to level 20. That treasure belongs to me. It is rightfully mine. Surrender it, human. It ought to be mine. The 3 Krosa's mech remnants approaching me are the first to launch an assault. Yet, to me, these mechanical foes, with their attack speed of 20 and movement speed of 30, appear as sluggish as tortoises, devoid of any challenge. Without a moment's hesitation, I swing my sword at the Krosa's mech remnants. This avalanche of experience is mine for the taking. Chapter 39. A Surge in Power, Level 20. 10,235. 10,235. 10,235. The Sakasat Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, collides with the Krosa's mech remnants, inflicting tremendous damage. Soon, one of the remnants lies vanquished at my feet. You have slain a level 20 Krosa's mech remnant. Experience gained, 500. Witnessing my experience soar once more, a smile unfurls at the corners of my mouth. Hand over the spoils. Give them to me. From behind, a massive horde of Krosa's mech remnants surges toward me, their colossal forms obscuring the sky, instilling a sense of dread merely by their presence. I take a deep breath, resolve to attempt multi-target combat, a vital skill for any player venturing into the boundless realms of this world. For no one can guarantee they will not be overwhelmed in the future. Thus, where circumstances permit, it is prudent to practice such combat techniques diligently. Engaging with the 3 Krosa's mech remnants surrounding me, I utilize my astonishing speed to evade their strikes while simultaneously learning to convert this combat experience into my own prowess. 10,235. 10,235. 10,235. You have slain a level 20 Krosa's mech remnant. Experience gained, 500. You have slain a level 20 Krosa's mech remnant. Experience gained, 500. 5-minute countdown, 120. A 5-minute time limit appears in my vision, but I pay it no mind, wholly focused on defeating the wild creatures. 5-minute countdown, 100. 5-minute countdown, 80. 5-minute countdown, 30. I race against time, fervently vanquishing the wild beasts, and my level finally ascend from 16 to 17. With the random attributes and the additional 500 points from my class still allocated to my health. Thus, I have elevated my health by a total of 1,800 points. From level 11 to level 17. Meanwhile, at Kylina has lost consciousness, her form sprawled against the mechanical wall's crevice. A radiant glow partially lodged at her heart. Detecting the clone body of the machine owner, Kylina, the ancient machine deity, the eternal Krosa, attempts to reboot once more. Boot failure, countdown, 300, 299, 298, 297. Fate is always uncompensated. 5 minutes have elapsed, yet the situation remains grim. Fate offers you a hint. Fate hint 1. Continue aiding the silver-haired woman. Eradicate the remnants of Krosa's mechanized soldiers to procure time for her to obtain exclusive items. Fate hint 2. Fate hint 1 may very well be the most advantageous suggestion. Zhou Heng chuckled softly, taken aback that fate could provide such a maneuver. It was akin to an explicit suggestion. However, this hint aligned perfectly with his intentions. He had not yet exhausted his efforts, and leveling up prematurely would squander the entry card bestowed by his foreign friend. Zhou Heng commenced his second 5-minute trial of endurance. At that moment, the remnants of Krosa's mechanized soldiers were becoming increasingly unruly. Give it to me. That belongs to me. Mine. The army of Krosa's mechanized remnants roared in fury, surging madly towards Zhou Heng. With a scoff, Zhou Heng recognized that he could not endure such a level of onslaught head-on. Although his health appeared substantial, it was still insufficient against such overwhelming numbers. He began to maneuver skillfully, employing a speed that far exceeded that of Crosa's mechanized remnants, gradually whittling away their health. You have slain a level 20 Crosa mechanized remnant. Experience 500. You have slain a level 20 Crosa mechanized remnant. Experience 500. You have slain a level 20 Crosa mechanized remnant. Experience 500. In his battle against Crosa's mechanized remnants, Zhou Heng grew increasingly adept at handling multiple foes, sensing an impending breakthrough. Soon, 5 minutes elapsed, and the hint of fate resonated once more, reiterating the same suggestion: continue to strive for another 5 minutes. This indicated that the silver-haired woman had once again failed to secure her specialized weapon. Yet this was fortuitous, granting him ample time to elevate his level. Otherwise, considering the current state of Frost City, he could not fathom how much time and effort it would require to reach level 20. Zhou Heng initiated his third round of 5 minutes of endurance. You have slain a level 20 Crosa mechanized remnant. Experience 500. You have leveled up to level 18. Random health increase of 50. 4-star class effect activated. Health additionally increased by 250. Zhou Heng was unaware of how long he had been grinding or how many times he had triggered Fate's hints. At last, after vanquishing yet another Crosa mechanized remnant, he reached level 20. He had finally reached the limit. Now only the second transition certificate remained. Gazing at the multitude of Crosa mechanized remnants that lay defeated beneath the sword of Sacaster, Holy Sword, Zhou Heng felt a tinge of regret. The experience is high, yet it does not yield any significant rewards. Not to mention the second transition certificates. Not even a single worthless skill is dropped. However, upon reflection, it is understandable, as these remnants are merely a congregation of various mechanical debris from star remnants. To refer to them as mechanical life forms would be a significant overestimation. As Zhou Heng continued to progress, he felt that the Crosa's mech debris must possess a core entity. It is precisely this core that allows the Crosa's mech remnants to coalesce from the myriad of interstellar wreckage. Initially, Zhou Heng was unclear about the location of the Crosa's mech's core, but after traversing this path, it was evident to anyone with sense. After all, the ability to incite such a vast quantity of Crosa's mech debris into a frenzy must be intimately connected to its very essence. Coupled with the mention of the white-haired woman's exclusivity in the Fate hints, if his conjecture held true, the woman was searching for the Crosa's mech's core within the interstellar debris. Has she yet to succeed? I have already achieved it. Further attempts would be futile. It was as if the light sphere, which could never merge with Kailina's heart, suddenly paused upon hearing Zhou Heng's distant murmur, emitting a radiant glow. Successfully analyzed clone Kailina. Authentication in progress. Soul factor alignment in progress. Initiating connection to the boundless, infinite online game. Accompanied by a cold, mechanical voice, the light sphere finally integrated into Kailina's heart. In an instant, the colossal mechanical wall trembled, the intensity of the tremors increasing, lifting Kailina into the air, and she was swiftly drawn into a breach. As Kailina ventured deeper into the breach, the entire immense mechanical wall began to draw in material from all directions. Chapter 40, Imperial Announcement. No, I am the core. Croesus, you are not the core. I am. I refuse to be absorbed. I refuse to be absorbed. Countless Croesus mech remnants, poised to assault Zhou Heng, seemed to sense something, frantically clutching their heads and screaming. Some Croesus mech remnants even crushed their own mechanical heads in despair, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly striking the floor. However, regardless of how these Croesus mech remnants wailed and resisted, their bodies seemed to be summoned, converging towards a distant point. Zhou Heng stood atop a starship wreckage, gazing at the point where all the Croesus mech remnants were gathering. It was a colossal mech whose size and specific form remained unclear. Yet the radiant glow emanating from it assured that this was no ordinary machine. Soon, Zhou Heng discerned the general appearance of the assembled mech. Its mechanical eyes sparkled with golden brilliance. Its angular metallic features were striking, and a pair of massive luminous wings extended from its back. Every movement exuded an awe-inspiring majesty. You witnessed the eternal resurrection of the ancient mechanical deity, Croesus. Health points 100,000. In that instant, Zhou Heng's health, which had previously stood at 3,590, surged to 103,590. This increase, even with the sacred sword of Sakist Emperor in hand, left Zhou Heng astounded. This is indeed the ancient mechanical deity, Croesus. It is truly terrifying. With such a formidable vitality, the daily depletion from the fusion core no longer warrants concern. The health bar is simply too robust. Under Zhou Heng's watchful gaze, the eternal Crozar coalesced completely. Its eyes emitted a golden radiance, and its hands reached towards the celestial remnants above, forcefully pulling apart to the sides. With a resounding crack, Zhou Heng received a notification. The Stargate ruins have been destroyed. You have been forcibly extracted from the Stargate ruins. In a flash of white light, Zhou Heng was transported back to the entrance from which he had initially entered the ruins. Above Frost City, a colossal mech loomed, its immense luminous wings casting countless specks of light, surveying the entire Frost City from its lofty perch. Look at the sky. Is that the legendary mech? My goodness. Is this a relic of ancient technology from before the establishment of the Saka's empire? Why is there a mech in Frost City? I recall that these were solely under the control of the Changshang family. Indeed, I heard that the official Summer Nation lacks such technology. Only the Changshang family possesses it. Countless players gazed into the heavens, fixated on the eternal Crozar suspended in the void. At that moment, the eternal Crozar extended its colossal mechanical hand, reaching towards the air above Frost City. In the next instant, a torrent of information flowed into its database. It became apparent that the Saka's empire was experiencing a catastrophic economic collapse. It was also clear that the Changsheng family continued to maintain their grip on power. What difference does this outcome bear from the past? Kyrina, you were ultimately mistaken. The clone Kyrina was unaware of who had rescued her, yet as an ancient mechanical deity, could she truly be oblivious? However, the mechanical eyes of the eternal Crozar narrowed slightly as they focused on the sword at Zhou Heng's waist. While others might not recognize its significance, it certainly understood. The Saka's Emperor's sword, a blade that had claimed countless lives. To possess the Saka's Emperor's sword and to rescue my host. What an intriguing young human, the eternal Crozar murmured, directing its gaze towards the direction of the Frost City Lord S mansion. Inside the central hall of the Frost City Lord S mansion stood a chamber, its entire structure supported by 4 ivory-white pillars. At the center was a pure white throne, intricately designed, upon which an elderly man sat. His beard trailed on the ground, and he leaned on a cane, appearing to feign sleep. Yet, from his appearance, he seemed a man on the brink of death, perhaps not far from his end. Yet, above this elder floated a colossal crimson numeral, 999. That was his level, a reflection of the old man's power. This should not be the case. What has gone awry? Given our control over the Stargate remnants, even if a clone were to emerge, it should not have been possible for it to resurrect without my notice. The elder slowly opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with bitterness and reluctance. He had remained in Frost City for over a century, awaiting the appearance of a host for the eternal Crozar who could alter the course of history. After employing the eternal Crozar, the Changsheng family had swiftly eliminated its host. He had prepared for this moment with great foresight. With a deft hand, he allowed the ruthless forces under his command to infiltrate the interstellar remnants, tirelessly pillaging the resources of players to ensure that none could abscond with the treasures contained within. In tandem, he had deployed a multitude of Crozar mech programs within the interstellar ruins, should any clone attempt to awaken the eternal Crozar. The vast array of mech programs he had unleashed would annihilate them before they could initiate the fusion. Logically, his two-pronged strategy was intricately designed, making it exceedingly difficult for those lurking in the shadows, intent on awakening the ancient Crozar, to succeed in such a precarious situation. Yet, against all odds, they triumphed. The elder raised his gaze towards the eternal Crozar, looming in the void, gradually rising to his feet. Alas, it seems my frail bones may meet their end here today. I can only hope that my can will arrive post-haste. With a sigh, the elder leaned upon his cane and stepped forward, vanishing from the Lord's manor of Frost City in the blink of an eye. Above Frost City, the eternal Crozar grasped the elder's towering head, reaching a staggering level of 999, its eyes emitting a piercing golden light before crushing it with a resounding crack. The old dynasty has perished, a new one must rise. Since you lack the prowess to ascend to the ancient, allow me to take your place. As the words fell, a proclamation resonated in the ears of all within the Sakura's empire and the players. Sakura's empire announcement. Everyone, players included, gazed in disbelief at their endless system logs. Moreover, is it serious to seek eternal life at the cost of death? That formidable force has stood unvanquished for millennia. Chapter 41. Faction Selection. Frost City issues urgent mission, Frost Vigil. The ancient mechanical deity, the eternal Crozar, has resurrected from annihilation, attempting to subvert the legitimacy of the Sakura's empire. Please ensure the survival of Frost City amidst the onslaught of the eternal Crozar. Mission rewards, based on contribution. The resource vault of Frost City is now accessible to all units of Frost City. The Frost Codex is now open to all units of Frost City. Please safeguard Frost City at all costs. As the Imperial announcement concluded, players within Frost City were simultaneously met with an urgent mission. With eyes wide in shock, they looked once more at the blood raining down from the heavens, where the ancient mechanical deity, the eternal Crozar, had been replaced by an immense metallic gate. Standing majestically in the east, west, south, and north of Frost City, approximately 100 kilometers away, these gates loomed at a height of 30 meters, reflecting a chilling metallic sheen under the moonlight. All players held their breath, fixated on the towering gates, including Zhou Heng. It seemed as though something was about to emerge from within. Soon after, from each of the 4 cardinal directions, a colossal mechanical life form, towering at 30 meters, emerged from the metallic gates. The vast vanguard, Berserkers, level 70. Attack, 24. Magic, 00. Durability, 1,000,000. Mana, null. Armor, 3, 200. Attack speed, 50. Movement speed, 15. Skills, Guardian Steel Seal, Regenerative Shell, Plasma 36, Axe Style. Behold, this is a level 70 mechanical entity. The vast Guardian army, axe wielders, brandishes colossal iron axes that exceed 100 meters in length, raising their arms in a fervent display. The old dynasty has perished. A new era must arise. Why should you, mere mortals, continue to serve the Sakas? The long-lived wreak havoc, chaos reigns, the populace suffers, and sentient beings endure great anguish. Abandon your Saka's nationality and join my ranks. Ascend to mechanized divinity and embark on a legendary path. Your choice awaits. Choose Faction 1. Renounce your Saka's empire nationality, joining the Vastar Nation led by the Eternal Crasa to become a 9th-tier citizen of the Vastar Nation. Choose Faction 2. Retain your Saka's empire nationality and, as a citizen of the Saka's empire, confront the Eternal Crasa. What? An endless, boundless online game features faction wars? I have long harbored disdain for the long-lived family. In this instance, I shall side with the Eternal Crasa. The Vastar Nation? A celestial realm, perhaps? Should I indeed change factions? The boundless infinite world diverges from other online games, is an immensely vast realm, due to issues such as rigid class structures and inequitable resource distribution. Ordinary players no longer possess the nearly limitless resurrection opportunities they once enjoyed. Thus, this faction war, where a moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences, warrants serious contemplation. Zhou Heng lowered his gaze, pondering whether to join the Vastar Nation led by the Eternal Crasa. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable significance surrounding this vast star nation. At that moment, a fate prompt echoed. Fate invariably presents itself when choices must be made, branching into countless paths. A moment's misstep may lead to irrevocable doom. Fate offers you a hint. Fate Hint 1. Renounce your Saka's empire nationality and join the Vastar Nation led by the Eternal Crasa, an even more magnificent and grand system. However, joining at this moment may not be a wise decision, as a crisis looms. Fate Hint 2. Retain your Saka's empire nationality and, aided by the impending support of the long-lived family, successfully repel the advance of the Vastar Nation. Choosing this path may yield substantial rewards. Zhou Heng's gaze flickered momentarily before he resolved to retain his Saka's empire nationality. To be deemed a substantial reward by fate could not possibly signify a mere trifle. Coupled with the information presented in Fate Hint 1, Zhou Heng had no justifiable reason to choose the first option. You have retained your Saka's empire nationality. Prepare to withstand the approaching mechanical onslaught. The vast Guardian army, axe wielders, awaited patiently, observing that not a single human had chosen to sever ties with the Saka's empire and rise against the tyranny of the long-lived family. The mechanical voice carried a note of mockery. It appears you have made your choice. The old dynasty has perished. A new era must arise. The Guardian army of the Vastar Nation, charge. Today, we seize Frostfall. Tomorrow, we conquer the Frost Domain. The day after, we shall take the Imperial capital. With a thunderous roar from the vast Guardian army, axe wielders, countless soldiers surged forth from the mechanical gates, launching an assault on Frostfall City. All players below the 3rd tier retreated, while all players above the 3rd tier rallied to withstand the onslaught of the Vastar Nation. The president of the Radiant Association's Frost City branch, Yu Ming, raised his arm and called out with fervor. This was an opportune moment to demonstrate loyalty before the Chongqing family. If he could deftly manage the situation and await the arrival of the family's elite players, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Not only him, but Pollock, the head of the Caesar Divine Court branch station in Frost City, was also utilizing his authority to rally players. While fending off the relentless onslaught of the vast vanguard, he began requesting resurrection coins from the city. In a siege of this magnitude, lacking resurrection coins meant that every fallen enemy was a permanent loss. Thus, those coins were imperative to secure. As for how the acquired coins would be distributed, that was solely at the discretion of the branch leader. Zhou Heng was swept along with the tide of first-turn players, being herded close to the Lord's estate in Frost City. A corpulent youth, adorned with a lotus petal on his forehead, stood atop a platform, surveying the first-turn and non-first-turn players, including Zhou Heng, from a lofty vantage. "I never imagined that you lowly beings still had some utility," he declared, from the front. "You are to transport resources from the Frost City repository to the front lines. Listen closely. Should anyone dare to pilfer even a morsel of these resources, I will make them wish for death." As he spoke, the overweight youth kicked a woman at the front, bellowing, "What are you standing there for? Get in there and start moving." The crowd seethed with indignation, yet dared not voice their anger, for he was a player of the Chongqing family. Zhou Heng rested his hand upon the Sakashed Emperor's sword, holy sword, contemplating whether to strike down this Chongqing family player. With the sword's execution effect, this gluttonous creature was assuredly doomed. However, he weighed not only the potential retribution from the Chongqing family, but also whether such an act would further augment the presence of Kalina within the Sakashed Emperor's sword. He had received hints from fate regarding the enigmatic Kalina hidden within the sword, remaining ever vigilant. As he pondered, a few individuals soon approached Zhou Heng's vicinity. At that moment, the Sakashed Emperor's sword began to tremble slightly. What is this?" Zhou Heng focused intently on the sword, noting its subtle quiver without any further peculiarities, such as Kalina manifesting to converse with him. "Next," commanded the rotund youth, as he kicked the individual before Zhou Heng into the resource repository, indicating it was now his turn. Zhou Heng stepped forward, maintaining an air of dignity as he regarded the corpulent youth. The youth, taken aback, scrutinized Zhou Heng, feeling an odd familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. However, despite ruminating for some time, he could not recall where. "What is your name?" the rotund youth inquired, appraising Zhou Heng from his elevated position. With a slight smile, Zhou Heng placed his hand upon the Sakashed Emperor's sword and replied, "Zhou Heng." He believed that upon uttering his name, recognition would dawn upon the youth. To his dismay, the corpulent youth merely responded with an indifferent "oh," then waved him off, signaling him to proceed inside. This reaction left Zhou Heng momentarily taken aback. Thus, has the Chongqing family, particularly the Su clan, concealed information? Or is it that this seemingly united Chongqing family is not as cohesive as it appears? Contemplating these questions, Zhou Heng stepped into the resource repository of Hanzhuang City. Observing the densely packed resources within, he felt akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, overwhelmed by the abundance. He picked up a nearby vial. Inferior Radiance Potion. Quality, premium. Upon consumption, in 6 hours, it grants a reduction of 100 in light attribute. A marvelous find. Ignoring the bewildered and shocked expressions of those around him, Zhou Heng downed the Inferior Radiance Potion in a single gulp. You have consumed the Inferior Radiance Potion. Absorbing. Estimated time, 600 seconds. Anticipated enhancement. Light attribute reduction of 100. Excellent, particularly in terms of flavor. Zhou Heng, still savoring the experience, discarded the empty vial and reached for another one beside it. Inferior Darkness Potion. Quality, premium. Upon consumption, in 6 hours, it grants a reduction of 100 in dark attribute. Comparable to the Inferior Radiance Potion, Zhou Heng unhesitatingly consumed it as well. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? This is Hanzhuang City's resource repository, controlled by the Su clan of the Chongqing family. If you are discovered, you are doomed. A girl with freckles, roughly Zhou Heng's age and unmistakably a novice player, exclaimed. You say this repository is controlled by the Su clan? Then who is that plump fellow outside? Zhou Heng whispered in inquiry. The freckled girl glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention and replied in a hushed tone. His name is Su Hai. Rumor has it he is the foremost scion of the Su family's collateral line and quite lecherous. If you have a beautiful partner, you must be cautious. Su Hai. Zhou Heng's expression turned peculiar. The name certainly matched the reputation. However, a question arose. As the foremost scion of the collateral line, he should be aware of the incident involving Su Ling. So, had he simply not seen the news, or had he forgotten it entirely? Zhou Heng considered this possibility, but chose not to dwell on it. Compared to the inept Chongqing players, he was far more interested in the resources within the repository. Were it not for his limited backpack space, he would have truly wished to empty the place. Beside the inferior darkness potion were several more vials. Zhou Heng examined each one, discovering a delightful array of elemental potions. How could he possibly pass up such an opportunity to enhance his attributes? Without hesitation, he began to consume the various resources. You have consumed the inferior hydration potion. Absorbing. Estimated time, 600 seconds. Anticipated enhancement. Water attribute reduction of 100. You have consumed the inferior flame potion. Absorbing. Estimated time, 600 seconds. Anticipated enhancement. Fire attribute reduction of 100. Seeing that Zhou Heng not only disregarded her warnings, but escalated his reckless behavior, the freckled girl was rendered speechless in shock. Was this fellow unafraid of death? If he were discovered by other players seeking to curry favor with the Chongshang family, even if he survived, there was no way he would emerge unscathed. Are you trying to get yourself killed? No more drinking. Zhou Hai has an older sister who finds amusement in trifling with men. If you get caught, your life will be ruined. Zhou Heng disregarded the warning from the freckled girl and continued on his own path. Soon, he stumbled upon a new discovery, the Pegasus cigarette. Quality, resplendent. Crafted with the essence of a unicorn and infused with heavenly licorice, this unique cigarette offers extraordinary benefits. Each puff grants a permanent increase of 100 to attack, 100 to magic, 1,000 to health, and 1,000 to mana. Upon finishing a box, 20 cigarettes, one gains a permanent boost of 10 to attack speed and 10 to movement speed. Note, each individual may consume a maximum of one box. An absolute treasure. Even if Zhou Heng does not smoke, he cannot resist such an enhancement, especially with the added benefits to attack and movement speed. If the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, Zhou Heng would certainly indulge. Without hesitation, he opened the Pegasus cigarette, lit one, and took a deep drag. The taste was delightful, even slightly sweet, reminiscent of honey. You inhale the Pegasus cigarette, gaining a permanent increase of 10 to attack, 10 to magic, 100 to health, and 100 to mana. Zhou Heng observed the burning cigarette, estimating he would receive 10 more notifications before finishing it. The freckled girl, fearing the consequences of Zhou Heng's actions, had already distanced herself. Witnessing Zhou Heng's unabated audacity, she couldn't help but grimace. Was he genuinely skilled, or merely overconfident, believing he was invincible with a glimmer of revival? While she pondered, a first-tier man beside Zhou Heng inquired about the cigarette's aroma, suspiciously sniffing the air. You absorb the residual smoke of the Pegasus cigarette. Permanent increase of 2 to attack, 2 to magic, 20 to health, and 20 to mana. The Pegasus cigarette? The special edition rumored to be exclusive to the Chongqing family? The first-tier man looked astonished towards the source of the scent, his face lighting up with joy. To discover a non-Chongqing family player indulging in the Pegasus cigarette within the resource repository controlled by the Su family is a moment worthy of reporting. If the Chongqing family players were pleased, he might even receive a few silver coins as a reward. There's an unauthorized individual here. The first-tier man then vanished in a flash of light, leaving the repository to report, as the chatter was too disruptive. Zhou Heng sheathed his sword, cigarette in mouth, exhaling clouds of smoke. Indeed, this experience was exhilarating. Chapter 43, 156310. In the distance, the freckled girl, ever watchful of Zhou Heng, was nearly speechless with shock. This guy has truly lost his mind. Not only was he recklessly raiding resources in the Frost City treasury, but he was also committing murder. Was he in such a hurry to meet his demise? Unbeknownst to Zhou Heng, his gaze fell upon a nearby scroll. Common Skill Advancement Scroll. Upon use, it guarantees the advancement of a common-level skill by 1 tier. With this artifact, his Wrath of Fire could ascend from common to complex level. What kind of enhancement would that entail? Zhou Heng decisively employed the progression scroll for an ordinary level skill, and with a resonant chime, his skill Inferno Wrath ascended from the ordinary level to the intricate level. Inferno Wrath. Quality, intricate. Upon the activation of this skill, 1's body becomes engulfed in searing flames. It consumes 300 mana points, with an attack speed of 20, movement speed of 40, and an attack power of 20. Alternatively, it can consume 3,000 mana points, yielding an attack speed of 30, movement speed of 60, and an attack power of 200. Drawback. Following the conclusion of the skill's duration, 100 health points are deducted every second for 20 seconds. If health falls below 1,000, it is forcibly retained at 1 point. Duration, 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. After advancing to the intricate level, the duration and cooldown remain unchanged, yet the consumption significantly escalates. With Zhou Heng's current mana pool, he can utilize the mode that consumes 3,000 mana points. This implies that once he activates Inferno Wrath at the cost of 3,000 mana, in conjunction with the Sakaset Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, his attack speed can reach a terrifying 70, and his movement speed an astonishing 132. Such formidable attack and movement speeds are only 18 units less than the vast vanguard, Axeman, while his attack speed surpasses theirs. In stark contrast, Zhou Heng's might and terror become evident. It is crucial to note that he is merely at level 20 and has yet to undergo his second-class transition, while the vast vanguard, Axeman, boasts a formidable level 70. What? Is someone plundering resources within our Chongqing family's repository? I shall see who is so eager for demise. After consuming the ordinary level skill progression scroll, Zhou Heng heard the furious voice of Zhou Heng, a player from the Chongqing family, echoing from outside the repository. He never anticipated that within their own territory, someone would dare to provoke the Chongqing family. This was a blatant disregard for their authority. Zhou Heng, with his prominent belly, entered the repository and soon spotted Zhou Heng, guided by the fallen player he had dispatched. Is this the lad? Zhou Heng furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity, yet unable to place it. Stop! What are you doing? When did you lowly scum dare to disturb the Chongqing family? He exclaimed, incredulous at the audacity of Zhou Heng. He considered Zhou Heng merely a new player, inflated by his talent to believe himself invincible. As he mentioned the death of a Chongqing player in Frost City, memories surged in his mind. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zhou Heng from afar. Astonished, you? And this formidable figure, coincidentally, was Zhou Heng. What? Recognize me? Zhou Heng casually rested his right hand on the hilt of the Sakaset Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, and placed his left hand in his pocket, strolling leisurely towards Zhou Heng. Run. Zhou Heng uttered no further words. Unlike his earlier nonchalance, he now exhibited a chilling calmness. Without hesitation, he activated the skill Inferno Wrath and dashed towards the exit of the repository. Oomph. Now you wish to flee. Do you think you can escape? Zhou Heng didn't even activate his skill, Raging Inferno, yet effortlessly caught up to his opponent with a movement speed of 72. What? How is this speed even possible? Zhou Heng was overwhelmed with shock and trepidation as he witnessed Zhou Heng close the gap so easily. His adversary lacked Raging Inferno, and at level 20, was a full 10 levels and one achievement transition below him, a second transformation player. How could such a disparity in levels be bridged so effortlessly? With a grim expression, Zhou Heng swiftly turned and hurled a barrage of vials and jars at Zhou Heng. You are afflicted by water, elemental corruption. Movement speed 10, temporary. You are afflicted by fire, elemental corruption. Health 100, temporary. You are afflicted by physical attribute corruption. Armor 500, temporary. Current armor, 500. Observing the various statuses afflicting him, Zhou Heng could not help but marvel. Such resources were not found in his own repository, yet his opponent had managed to unleash a plethora of them. With 500 armor, a mere touch from Zhou Heng would likely inflict damage before he even had the chance to react, deducting 500 health instantly. What an opportunity! Although he lacked access to certain resources and privileges compared to the direct line descendant Su Ling, Zhou Heng had nonetheless clawed his way to level 30 in the Boundless World. Seizing this chance, he was determined not to let it slip away. Compared to ordinary players, his physical attack reached a staggering 134, 268, nearly double that of a typical level 30 player. Moreover, his talent was critical strike at a high level, striking a vital point would double the damage. He aimed for Zhou Heng's neck, and based on the damage cap, his strike would inflict 768 points of health loss. With the critical strike taken into account, this single blow could deal an astounding 536 points of damage. He was convinced Zhou Heng could not withstand it. For anyone capable of defeating Su Ling from the Su family must follow a high attack, low health build. With this strike, victory seemed assured. However, as the figure of 536 floated above Zhou Heng's head, Zhou Heng stood frozen in disbelief. This damage was something a typical level 20 player could never endure. Why was his opponent different? Chapter 44, The Frosted Treasure Vault. Zhou Heng gazed at the 536 points of damage hovering above him, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Zhou Heng. He was also reminded of his earlier victory over Su Ling. Otherwise, considering the developmental trends of the Chongqing family, he might truly have been unable to defeat Su Ling at this moment. After all, if a side branch of the Chongqing family could inflict 536 damage on him, how could a direct descendant like Su Ling be any less formidable? Zhou Heng, we can sit down and discuss this. There is no need to escalate the situation to such an uncomfortable degree for everyone involved, Zhou Heng pleaded, casting his weapon to the ground and raising his hands to his head, ignoring the astonished and bewildered gazes of those around him as he knelt before Zhou Heng. As a player from the Chongqing family, Zhou Heng possessed his own pride. After all, it is difficult to kneel when one has been exalted for so long. Once, there were not few ordinary players who dared to provoke this illustrious member of the Eternal Life clan. However, due to the existence of resurrection coins, he had no reason to cower and even took delight in engaging with them in their playful banter. After all, he had countless chances to revive, while they had but a singular opportunity. The dilemma now lay in the fact that the adversary he faced this time was unlike any before. Intelligence from his clan indicated that Zhou Heng, who had slain Su Ling, possessed the formidable ability to eliminate players without regard for their resurrection rights. This implied that their confrontation would be decisive. Either his opponent would survive, or he would, should he manage to inflict severe damage with a single strike. He might revel in mocking his foe to bolster their courage. Yet, if his blow failed to even rattle their health bar, how could he possibly prevail? Thus, surrender emerged as the only viable option. Even he, Zhou Heng, dare not jest with death. How could this be possible? In the distance, the freckled girl bore witness to the unfolding scene, her eyes wide with astonishment. The once haughty and imperious player from the Eternal Life clan was now on his knees before an ordinary player. Even the esteemed warriors of the Xia kingdom could not compel these individuals to submit in such a manner. Observing Zhou Heng's loss of dignity, Zhou Heng scoffed lightly, pressing his sword against the latter's neck. Stand up and lead me to the true treasure of the resource vault. I believe you know where it lies, correct? Zhou Heng opted not to execute Zhou Heng on the spot, fully aware that doing so would unleash the horde of players present, potentially allowing them to seize the resources he desired. Therefore, Zhou Heng had to remain alive for a while longer, at least until Zhou Heng acquired the genuine treasures of the Frost City Resource Vault. I understand. Zhou Heng cautiously rose, an inscrutable gleam flickering in his eyes. Brother Zhou, our Frost City possesses remarkable treasures. You have indeed come to the right place. I shall guide you to the finest gems, ones that will surely catch your fancy. Zhou Heng addressed Zhou Heng as Brother Zhou, as if they shared a close camaraderie. Zhou Heng, uncertain of Zhou Heng's intentions, felt reassured by the fate hints he had received, alleviating his worries about any potential treachery. Very well, as long as the items satisfy me, I can grant you your life, Zhou Heng declared, adding silently to himself, just kidding. Upon hearing this, a broader grin spread across Zhou Heng's plump face. Excellent. I trust Brother Zhou is a man of his word. Let us venture deeper. Many fine treasures await, and I will point them out to you one by one. Zhou Heng nodded, guiding Zhou Heng deeper into the resource vault with his sword. Brother Zhou, this item is a must-have. It is a specialty of our Frost City, ice crystal. When consumed, it gradually confers ice attribute resistance over the course of a month, and this particular piece can enhance resistance by 1,000 points. Zhou Heng picked up the ice crystal as described by Zhou Heng and confirmed its efficacy. Indeed, consuming it would yield a substantial enhancement in ice attribute resistance after 1 month. Sometimes, the manifestation of fate occurs so subtly, leading one to inadvertently seal their own demise. Your shallow understanding has triggered a fate prompt. Fate has bestowed upon you a hint. Fate Hint 1. While the consumption of ice crystals indeed offers substantial benefits, it also conceals unknown secrets. Any human who partakes in ice crystals must endure a permanent loss of 10,000 life points. The acquisition of 1,000 ice attribute mitigation is not so easily attained. Fate Hint 2. Your life points are considerable. Perhaps you might consider exchanging 10,000 life points for 1,000 points of ice attribute mitigation. Upon seeing these fate hints, Zhou Heng's mind immediately conjured the image of a forger. This must be unique information from the Chongqing family. An ordinary player like him could easily fall into irretrievable peril, facing immediate death. After all, ordinary players do not possess an abundance of resurrection opportunities. Zhou Heng silently stowed the ice crystals and pressed Zhou Heng to delve deeper. Soon, the two halted before a grand silver door. Brother Zhou, the true treasure of the resource vault in Frost City lies within. Zhou Heng cautiously proclaimed, his excitement palpable, though he managed to conceal it well enough that Zhou Heng detected it. What lies inside? Zhou Heng pressed, lowering his sword slightly, feeling the chill at his neck. Zhou Heng quickly forced a smile. Brother Zhou, it's absolutely valuable. I don't know much, but I've heard from the elders of my family that it seems to be related to something ancient, a statue of a man playing a flute. A statue of a flute-playing man? An ancient hero? Zhou Heng's lips curled into a smile. If it truly was an ancient hero, then this treasure hunt would yield great rewards without any effort expended, setting aside the other gains. The mere elegance of the ancient flute would provide him with a confidence unmatched by the Sakistar Imperial Sword, Holy Sword. After all, compared to the potential perils of the Sakistar Imperial Sword, the current elegant ancient flute posed no issues whatsoever. I am quite intrigued by the statue you speak of. Open it, Zhou Heng commanded sternly. Seeing Zhou Heng's interest, Zhou Heng rubbed his hands together eagerly. Brother Zhou, just watch me. I promise I will open it for you. However, about this sword. Zhou Heng gestured towards the Sakazter, imperial sword at his neck, feeling an inexplicable dread as it loomed there. Zhou Heng smirked and lowered the Sakazter imperial sword. As soon as it was set down, Zhou Heng shouted, "Move!" Before he could finish, his head separated from his body, rolling heavily to the side. Zhou Heng's eyes widened in horror and defiance. How could your attack speed be at this level? My mother will avenge me. Zhou Heng did not spare a glance at the fallen Zhou Heng, calmly sheathing his sword. He had anticipated this turn of events. Did they truly think his attack speed of 40 was to be underestimated? Chapter 45, The Statue Revisited. Zhou Heng's drop was quite distinctive. 1,000 silver coins, 12 pairs of women's underwear, pink, 12 pairs of women's underwear, red, 12 pairs of women's underwear, purple. A plethora of women's lingerie and undergarments lay before him, revealing the truth behind the freckled girl's words. This individual was indeed quite lascivious, concealing the solitary 1,000 silver coins. Zhou Heng surveyed the imposing silver doors, stretching at least 30 meters before him. He refrained from immediate action, for based on Zhou Heng's previous reaction, it was evident that some special mechanism must be in play. He awaited a sign from fate. However, after a considerable pause, no guidance was bestowed. Instead, a voice emerged from behind him. Your hesitation is wise. This door was meticulously forged by a level 100 master blacksmith, and only members of the Changshang family, the Su clan, possessed the means to unlock it. Zhou Heng turned to find the freckled girl, the one who had previously alerted him. Do you possess a solution? Zhou Heng scrutinized her intently. Despite her youthful visage and innocent demeanor, he sensed a fade beneath the surface. Having lived 2 lives, he perceived an undying flame flickering deep within her eyes, fiercely ablaze. I am Su Lanlan, she said, winking playfully at Zhou Heng with a cheerful smile. He was momentarily taken aback. Then a thought struck him, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Are you at odds with the Changshang family's Su clan? Su Lanlan rubbed her nose and nodded earnestly. You are correct, but there is no reward for that answer. Zhou Heng regarded her thoughtfully, finally grasping why fate had offered no hints. The key to the door stood before him. What do you require? He inquired succinctly, confident she would comprehend his intent. Su Lanlan gazed at the silver door, pondering for an extended period as if making a momentous decision, and then cheerfully declared, I desire a token from within. It is the City Lord's seal of Hanzhuang City. With it, I can claim the city as my own, as my abilities necessitate a main city to unlock their true potential. Furthermore, if you truly eliminate Su Ling, I would like the City Lord's document you possess. That is insufficient. Merely opening a door does not constitute an equitable exchange, Zhou Heng countered. Su Lanlan appeared unfazed, retrieving a piece of white paper from her pocket and tossing it towards him. This is the only item my mother left me before her passing. She claimed it holds the key to uncovering the ultimate truth behind the Changshang family's schemes in Sakas. It is quite special and cannot be stored in a large backpack. You must handle it with care. As Zhou Heng examined the paper, his gaze sharpened. He recognized it. He possessed 3 additional sheets. If the truth was as Su Lanlan suggested, this paper was indeed a crucial artifact to decipher. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Heng nodded. Upon opening the door, I shall relinquish the City Lord's document to you, and you may take the token. With the terms of their agreement established, Su Lanlan exhaled a sigh of relief and cautiously approached the silver door, yet she did not rush to open it. Instead, she motioned for Zhou Heng to step back a meter. As he complied, Su Lanlan commanded now. In an instant, countless silver arrows shot forth from the void, halting mere inches before her. These were stealthy arrows, exceedingly formidable. A single shot could inflict a staggering 100,000 points of true damage. Without sufficient strength or the backing of the Su clan, one could not withstand such a level of devastation. As Su Lanlan elucidated to Zhou Heng, she stood at the center of the silver door, knocking thrice and repeating the action 7 times in total, amounting to 21 knocks before the silver door creaked open slowly. You may enter. There is no danger. Su Lanlan proceeded first, with Zhou Heng following closely behind, as they ventured into the true treasury of Frost City. Within the treasury lay only 2 items, supported by white stone pillars. One was a token, which, if all went as anticipated, was the City Lord's order that Su Lanlan sought. The other was a skill book. This skill book was something every direct descendant of the Changsheng family would possess. To be frank, had you not slain Su Heng and lent a hand, I would have done anything to seize this valuable item from you, Su Lanlan remarked, casting a glance at the skill book, murmuring softly. Empire's fortune. Quality, unknown. Experience gain, 10 permanent. Upon learning, one may perceive the fortunes of the Saka's empire and utilize their own imperial luck to enhance various endeavors, such as forging, alchemy, and mining, among others. Learning requirements, none. Indeed, it was a rare gem. Such an item that offered a permanent increase in experience gain was irresistible, not to mention its true utility in augmenting probabilities across various domains. After absorbing the empire's fortune, Zhou Heng tossed the city lord's document to Su Lanlan. With the document in hand, Su Lanlan's smile brightened even more. She nodded in gratitude toward Zhou Heng, saying, "Thank you. You must leave here quickly. No more than 30 minutes, and the Su family's reinforcements will arrive. Su Heng may not recognize you, but that does not mean the other elite members of the family are unaware." Zhou Heng's name evoked a sudden shift in Su Lanlan's demeanor. Her innocence and radiance vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. She tightened her grip on the city lord's token and document, casting Zhou Heng one last deep glance before turning to exit the treasury. From this moment forth, she could no longer be that innocent girl sheltered by others. Zhou Heng hastened to the far end of the Frost Treasury, soon encountering the flute statue mentioned by Su Hai. Compared to the one he had discovered in the Abyssal Serpent's secret realm, this statue was grander and more majestic, towering at a height of 30 meters, precisely at the treasury's upper limit. Approaching the statue, he gazed upward and could faintly discern the contours of a man's face, though obscured by hair, revealing only part of it. Yet, even so, Zhou Heng sensed a glimmer of compassion emanating from the statue's eyes. With the experience from the previous encounter, Zhou Heng felt more at ease this time. Without overthinking, he retrieved an elegant ancient flute from his bag and attempted to offer it. Soon, the elegant ancient flute, as he had anticipated, trembled slightly before drifting toward the towering statue, settling into the stone flute's position, melding seamlessly with it. As a gentle light blossomed from the elegant ancient flute, a melody unlike any he had previously heard wafted through the air. Gazing at the familiar yet unsettling surroundings, Zhou Heng found himself bewildered. He had not exited the endless abyss, so how was this possible? At that moment, he sensed something unusual before him. Focusing intently, he discovered a shadow standing directly in front of him. Chapter 46. This generation is lacking. Before him stood a man adorned with flowing hair cascading past his knees, draped in a loose robe of indeterminate style, wielding a long flute. One hand rested gracefully before him, while the other was tucked behind his back. Had the millennium truly passed? This generation of players seems somewhat lacking. The ethereal figure cast a glance at Zhou Heng, a serene smile gracing his lips as he pressed the luminescent flute against Zhou Heng's shoulder, stifling his attempt to rise. "Remain seated. Here, we abide by no such formalities. My time is limited, and I shall impart upon you 3 vital pieces of knowledge. First, you have but one final millennium remaining. Should the server run for 11,000 years without achieving the predetermined objectives, you shall be forsaken and cast away, and your suffering will commence then. Second, safeguard my flute diligently and endeavor to uncover the statues I've left behind. Third, in your pursuits of achievement, strive to select the utmost challenges available." As the luminous figure faded from view, Zhou Heng's gaze flickered, his heart racing with disbelief. In his 18 years of existence within this realm, he had never encountered the notion of logging into Blue Star from an infinite online game. Was this truly an anomaly? Or had the possibility of accessing Blue Star always existed, only to be obscured from knowledge? This was a contemplation Zhou Heng had never previously entertained. Yet now he regarded it with skepticism. Through the window, he beheld the distant islands of the sky, emblems of eternal life, sending a chill coursing through him. The complexities of Blue Star were far more intricate than his superficial understanding had led him to believe. Shaking his head to dispel the unsettling thoughts, he focused on the infinite online game, initiating his login. You hear the melodious notes of the ancient hero's flute. Magic, 5,000. Magic value, 100,000 in an instant. Zhou Heng's magic surged from 500 to an astonishing 500, while his magic value reached an extraordinary level, totaling 110,560. The magnitude of such magic and power without a single spell at his disposal was almost unfathomable. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would hardly have believed it. It was clear that his immediate priority was to learn a magical skill. He gazed at the elegant ancient flute, which had undergone a transformation after a fresh round of play. Elegant ancient flute quality, inferior noble and graceful resolve. When playing any flute melody, you cannot be attacked during the performance. Upon completion, a noble and elegant duel ensues, ignoring the resurrection mechanism. The victor lives, the vanquished perishes. Inferior melody. During the noble and elegant duel, the combatant's level attributes are influenced by the quality of the elegant ancient flute. Current level, 1. Equipable items, 1. You may equip one additional item compared to your opponent. Noble and compassionate tenderness. Playing a gentle melody can limit all enemies who hear the flute to a level of 10. The modeled effect does not influence this attribute. Modeled. The inferior elegant ancient flute cannot maintain its efficacy for extended periods, with a cooldown of 3 months. Though the model duration is reduced by 3 months, it remains lengthy. Relying solely on this skill set to overcome foes during the cooldown period pales in comparison to the effectiveness of the noble and compassionate tenderness. At level 111, one randomly acquires 1 attribute point per level, totaling 10 points. At level 1121, one randomly gains 5 attribute points per level, summing to 50 points. At level 2131, the random acquisition increases to 10 attribute points per level, culminating in 100 points. At level 3141, the increments rise dramatically to 100 attribute points per level, amounting to 1,000 points. At level 4151, one receives 500 attribute points per level, leading to a total of 5,000 points. At level 5161, the acquisition escalates to 1,000 attribute points per level, yielding a grand total of 10,000 points. Finally, at level 6171, one randomly garners 10,000 attribute points per level, resulting in a staggering 100,000 points. Following this method of advancement, Zhou Heng's vitality and magical power now rival that of a level 61 player. Although there exists a disparity in terms of attack power, with the aid of the Sacaster's Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, he is capable of contending with ordinary players at levels 31 and 51, for not all can channel their random attributes into offensive capabilities. Should he combine this with the extraordinary ranged archer profession's talent for blood pumping, he could transform his attacks into an astonishing force. Zhou Heng calculated his attack after utilizing blood pumping, reaching a terrifying figure of 211,235, not accounting for the base attack of the Sacaster's Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword. While this attack is formidable, it remains insufficient to eliminate an average level 70 player in a single blow. This is merely against typical players. When faced with formidable celebrity players or masters of the everlasting family, such attributes still fall short. After comparing his capabilities, Zhou Heng's initial elation swiftly dissipated. Rumor has it that players from the everlasting family, once fully developed, possess base attributes that are 2 to 10 times greater than those of ordinary players. While his attributes may appear extraordinary in contrast to a level 20 common player, the foes he must confront are unparalleled in the world, thus revealing his weakness. As Zhou Heng absorbed the enchanting melody of the flute, on another front, Su Lanlan successfully established dominion over Frost City. With the Lord's decree in hand, she stood atop the Lord's residence beside the Codex of Frost, examining her attribute panel. True name, Su Lanlan. Level 10. Attack, 918. Magic, 00. Health, 270,270. Mana, 110,110. Armor, 1. Attack speed, 10. Movement speed, 12. Water resistance, 0. Fire resistance, 0. Wind resistance, 0. Thunder resistance, 0. Ice resistance, 0. Wood resistance, 0. Light resistance, 0. Dark resistance, 0. Experience, 010. Frost Sovereign. Upon becoming the Lord of Frost City, this talent's effects activate. Majesty of the Sovereign. For each human unit present within the main city, gain a temporary increase of 1 in attack and magic, and an additional 10 in health and mana, temporary. Frost Throne. Once seated upon the Frost Throne, you shall not descend. Your vision expands with the size of the main city. Your voice resonates across its expanse, and your movements are dictated by the city's dimensions. Armor, 10,000, city level. Winter is approaching. The ability to summon frost and snow that envelopes one's controlled territory, inflicting ice elemental damage equivalent to the main city's level, 100 points per second, upon all non-Frost City units. Mother, I shall soon fulfill your dying wish. Regardless of the circumstances, I will ensure that the Su family, those ravenous beasts who devour without remorse, pay dearly, even if that cost is my own life. Su Lanlan is unlike Zhou Heng. She is merely a newly emerged player on the cusp of adulthood. Were it not for inheriting her mother's talent, she would not stand here today. As the vast star kingdom mounts its offensive, the Su family will undoubtedly dispatch their elite players, among whom will be the one who took her mother's life, the dashing and charming Su Chonghuan, a scion of the Su family known for his reckless treatment of women. Chapter 47. The greater the turmoil, the pricier the fish. Changhuan, be serious. I have an unsettling feeling about this situation. Amidst the mountainous terrain near Frost City, Su Luiwei, armed with a massive bow, and Su Changhuan paused atop a peak. She gazed at Frost City, now not too distant, her thoughts in disarray. Su Changhuan, possessing striking good looks and captivating eyes that have ensnared countless women, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Luiwei, your instincts have always been sharp. Could it be that trouble is brewing for us? I have brought along a full 2,000 revival tokens. Suduyu graspit herboth, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head. It shouldn't lead to death. Perhaps there are enemies within Frost City that we are unaware of. In any case, we ought to proceed with caution. Su Changhuan, thinking of the beauties of Frost City, couldn't suppress a mischievous smile. Fear not, I have it all under control. With that, Su Changhuan noticed two streaks of vibrant light soaring overhead, a spark igniting in his eyes. It is the elders of our clan making their move. We must hasten to Frost City. Indeed, let us quicken our pace. Su Luiwei took the lead, propelling herself forward with remarkable agility toward Frost City. This one is excellent. Take it. This one is acceptable. Let remain. An intermediate red potion? A fine find indeed. Soon, Zhou Heng had gathered 1,000 intermediate red potions. Compared to the smaller red potions, the intermediate ones possessed greater efficacy, restoring 1,000 points of health, 300 points instantly, and the remaining 700 points gradually over time. This quantity would suffice to restore him 1,000,000 health points. Given that the fusion core deducts 200 points per hour, this amount would sustain him for approximately 20,833 days. This time span is ample for him to devise a more effective strategy. After stowing the 1,000 intermediate red potions in his backpack, Zhou Heng continued his search, only to soon discover something amiss. Not only had he not found the second transition certificate he sought, but there were also none of the first, third, or even the more prestigious 6th, 7th, or 8th transition certificates to be found. Zhou Heng's expression darkened. He had surmised the likely reason. The Changsheng family was likely suppressing ordinary players' advancement from the very root. Firstly, monsters were scarce for farming, and secondly, the second transition certificates were tightly controlled. Was this not the Changsheng family's method of maintaining dominance? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Heng resolved to continue his search for something suitable for himself, but at that moment, a destiny prompt materialized before him. Fate is capricious, and the intertwining of destinies is unpredictable. Certain occurrences shall not alter in response to your actions. Fate provides you with hints. The second hint of fate suggests that as the tempest intensifies, the value of the fish increases. In the impending clash of the Frost War, a genuine opportunity arises as you make your way towards the Lord's manor. In 10 minutes, the melodious notes of an ancient flute shall beckon fortune to your side. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Zhou Heng's eyes. Escape was not an option, with his current attributes and professional skills. Complemented by the elegant ancient flute and the Seikast Empire's sword, the Holy Sword, he possessed the strength to confront all but the most outrageous foes. Moreover, the hints of fate spoke of opportunity, indicating there was no risk of death. To dismiss such an opportunity would be unwise. Thus, Zhou Heng surveyed his surroundings, taking the final moments to seek equipment that could enhance his attack and movement speed. At this juncture, attack and health were secondary. His confidence in overcoming high-level players lay in his speed and agility. The Frost Resource Vault did not disappoint, presenting him with 3 pieces of equipment that bolstered either attack speed or movement speed: a pair of gauntlets, a pair of cloud boots, and a hat. Skybound Cloud Gauntlets level, 40 quality, premium attack speed, 10 durability, 100 requirement, level 20 equipment requirement, level 40 Skybound Cloud Boots level, 40 quality, premium movement speed, 10 durability, 100 requirement, level 20 equipment requirement, level 40 Skybound Cloud Hat level, 1 quality. Radiant attack speed, 10 movement speed, 10 Curse of the Clouds. Cannot equip if level exceeds 50. Equipment requirement. Level 1, it appeared that these 3 pieces formed a cohesive set, all beginning with Skybound. Regrettably, these were the only items found within the Frost Resource Vault. Equipping the Skybound Cloud Gauntlets, Skybound Cloud Boots, and Skybound Cloud Hat, alongside the Seikast Empire Sword, the Holy Sword, his attack speed surged to 55, while his movement speed soared to 902. Though the increase was modest, around 20, it represented a significant enhancement for stats that were otherwise challenging to elevate. With such prowess as his foundation, Zhou Heng felt no trepidation towards the approaching adversaries. Rather, his spirits soared with enthusiasm. Upon exiting the Frost Resource Vault, he gazed towards the distant Lord's Manor, the cacophony of players defending the city resonating behind him. Truth be told, he yearned to ascend the city walls. Yet the moment was not ripe. He had more pressing matters to attend to, for the hints of fate would not deceive him. 5 minutes later, Zhou Heng arrived at the Lord's Manor, which stood deserted, devoid of even a single guard. All capable defenders had been summoned to the city walls to protect Frost. He found a suitable mound of ice to rest upon, retrieving a pack of Tiamat cigarettes from his bag. He lit one and took a leisurely draw. With 5 minutes remaining until the 10-minute mark of fate's hint, he would not squander this chance to bolster his strength. 5 minutes was ample time for him to finish a second Tiamat cigarette. Accompanied by the swirling of smoke, Zhou Heng received a notification of permanent enhancements. Attack 100, Magic 100, Life 1000, Mana 1000. With the first enhancement, he had already gained an impressive boost of 200 in attack, 200 in magic, 2000 in life, and 2000 in mana. After completing the second enhancement, the time reached the 10-minute mark indicated by the fate notification. Zhou Heng, no longer hesitating, took out the elegant ancient flute, resting it against his lips to continue playing the national anthem of Xia. As the passionate and spirited notes filled the air, a figure approached slowly from the distance. Chapter 48, Levels 20 to 60. Upon entering the inner city of Frost City, Su Luyu and Su Changhuan encountered an ambush, perpetrated by none other than Su Lanlan, a distant relative of the Su family. Su Luyu had limited knowledge about Su Lanlan, aware only that she was the result of an indiscretion involving Su Changhuan's father after a night of revelry. However, this sister was not favored by Su Changhuan's lineage and was ultimately relegated to the periphery of the Su family, granted only a meager means of sustenance. Subsequently, due to various circumstances, she was slain at the hands of Su Changhuan. Su Luyu had no inclination to involve herself in the conflict between these half-siblings. Her purpose for coming to Frost City was singular, to retrieve the treasures from the Lord's Hall. Although the elder of level 999 had passed, he remained a senior member of the Su family, and his belongings ought not to fall into obscurity. Yet, when she reached the main gate of Frost City, she hesitated. Zhou Heng. Su Luyu's pupils constricted as her grip on the grate bow tightened slightly. The worthless Su Hai, devoid of capability and ambition, momentarily failed to recall who Zhou Heng was. However, as a seasoned, task-oriented individual, she could not have overlooked significant events within the clan. The incident involving Su Ling's death seemingly did not incite fury in Su Ming, the prominent heir of the main branch. Yet the capture order issued for Zhou Heng revealed his underlying rage. Thus, upon seeing Zhou Heng, her instincts sharpened. She was aware that she was a level 70 player from the Eternal Life family, while Zhou Heng, according to her appraisal, had only just reached level 20. A mere level 20 player playing the flute before her, a level 70 player, especially whilst performing the national anthem of Xia, carried profound implications. She understood this clearly. The other party exhibited no fear of her, and might have been purposely awaiting her arrival. If he was indeed waiting for her, she would need to be doubly cautious. "Are you waiting for me?" Su Luyu murmured hoarsely after a brief silence, instinctively raising her bow. The melody, typically invigorating and filled with motivational fervor, now sounded to her like the ominous tolling of a death knell. She could not allow him to finish. She could not allow him to finish. Su Luyu's instincts screamed within her, sensing that the conclusion of Zhou Heng's performance would herald misfortune. Her gaze sharpened as she resolved to heed her intuition. Without hesitation, she deftly twisted the enormous bow, alternating her limbs. Her right hand, which had been gripping the bow, drew back the string while her left foot swiftly lifted to kick the bow outward, propelling it with great force. In this seamless motion of pulling and pushing, the colossal bow was drawn taut. As the bowstring stretched, an ethereal arrow materialized between its limbs, glistening with a crystalline clarity while exuding a chilling aura. At that moment, the melodious flute abruptly ceased, and a notification flickered onto her retina. "You have heard the melodious flute. You're under the influence of an unknown power. Level temporarily reduced by 10. Your attribute skills will retain the values of level 60. With the notification's appearance, Su Luiyue was astounded to find her attributes gradually regressing, quickly reverting to the level 60 standard. What does level 60 signify? Typically, players at this stage possess a total attribute of 15,160. Even as a member of the Changshan family, benefiting from its rich heritage and her profession, her base attributes were 25 times that of an ordinary player. Nevertheless, her attributes paled in comparison to those of level 70 players. It is crucial to note that from levels 61 to 71, each level grants random attributes of 10,000, making each subsequent level significantly more potent than the last. Su Luiyue. Level 60. Profession, Giant Bow Archer, 4 stars. Attack, 50, 100. Magic, 1, 300, 026, 000. Life, 290. 290. Mana, 2, 020. Armor, 3, 000. Attack speed, 10. Movement speed, 70. Water resistance, 2, 000. Fire resistance, 2, 000. Wind resistance, 2, 000. Thunder resistance, 2, 000. Ice resistance, 4, 000. Wood resistance, 1, 500. Light resistance, 600. Dark resistance, 600. Experience, 010. Archer of longevity. Choosing the archer profession. The attack speed remains constant at 10. For every increase of 10 in attack speed, the damage coefficient rises by 10 and movement speed by 10. With every 10,000 attacks, health is permanently increased by 100. Each successful hit on an enemy grants a layer of Archer's mark, and 3 consecutive hits result in an explosion that inflicts true damage equal to 2 of the opponent's health limit. Observing her plummeting attributes, Zhou Heng's expression darkened considerably. Her talent, while not among the most formidable, had necessitated a focus on enhancing her health before reaching the 7th transition. Her level 60 attributes, when compared to those of Su Changhuan at the same level, were rather lacking. Gazing at the few skills that remained locked, a fierce determination ignited in her eyes. She released the bowstring, unleashing the arrow she had drawn. As the effect of majestic compassion activated, Zhou Heng rose to his feet, eyeing the incoming arrow with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, he drew his own horn bow, knocking an arrow, and, at the instant her arrow was released, he aimed and shot in turn. Bang! The arrows collided in the void, Zhou Heng's projectile proving as fragile as paper, failing to withstand the force. Yet, rather than panicking, Zhou Heng swiftly drew the bowstring, unleashing the full potential of his equipment, including the long sky cloud bracers, maximizing his attack speed. At an attack speed of 44. Zhou Heng drew his bow with lightning speed, unleashing 4 arrows in the blink of an eye. Su Luiyue did not flinch or evade, enduring Zhou Heng's projectiles. As she raised her gaze towards him, intending to mock him, her pupils dilated in disbelief as she witnessed the damage hovering above his head. Her bow was an enchanted weapon, dealing ice elemental damage. Each arrow triggered her passive ability, Frost Freeze, which reduced movement speed by 50 for a duration of 3 seconds, while also inflicting an additional 20 magical damage. With a magical attack of 13,000, although this arrow did not land a critical hit and only dealt minimum damage. Factoring in the Frost Freeze, her actual damage should amount to 15,600. Furthermore, with her effective attack speed at 60 and the enhancement from her talent, Archer's longevity, her damage would ultimately increase by 50. In essence, this arrow striking Zhou Heng should have inflicted 23,400 ice damage. The damage displayed above Zhou Heng was 23,350, indicating that his ice resistance was a meager 50. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The real question was why he could withstand her arrow, which dealt 23,400 ice damage, and remain unscathed. Was this truly the vitality one would expect from a level 20 player? Chapter 49. 1 Arrow, 41,537. Observing his movement speed plummet to 3, Zhou Heng mentally counted, and after 123 seconds, his speed was restored. This indicated that the opponent's basic attack had a slowing effect lasting 3 seconds. Zhou Heng endured this arrow for 2 reasons. First, to gauge the opponent's output capacity and firing speed. As a diligent student, much of the knowledge acquired over 3 years of high school finally bore fruit at this moment. The opponent's bow was enormous, and its power was extraordinary. To evade such an attack, they needed to maintain a distance of at least 500 meters, while his movement speed required reaching 80. Coincidentally, his speed exceeded 80, meaning he possessed the capability to kite Su Luiyue, a player from the Longsheng family who had been reduced to level 60. Naturally, the opponent might have a counterattack, but one must take things step by step without haste. Seizing the moment while Su Luiyue was momentarily distracted, Zhou Heng decisively switched his equipment to the Sakashtar Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, boosting his speed to 902 as he fled into the distance. Zhou Heng, you cannot escape. Su Luiyue's eyes glinted with frost. She intended to uncover the secrets Zhou Heng held, and with her plethora of debuff skills, he was akin to a turtle in a jar, awaiting her slaughter. She retrieved a sphere of black and white flames from her backpack and crushed it, aiming at Zhou Heng's position. You have used entangling flames. You and player Zhou Heng will share locations for 30 days. Zhou Heng fled ahead, while Su Luiyue pursued behind, the two of them racing several kilometers. Soon, Su Luiyue encountered a troubling realization. As a former level 70 player, now reduced to level 60, she could not catch up to an ordinary level 20 player. Watching the distance between them widen, her expression darkened ominously. With a low level, substantial health, and an attack speed of at least 40, she now found her movement speed surpassing even her basic capabilities. If this continued, how could she effectively utilize her debuff skills and items? Su Luiyue was gripped by a foreboding sense, her intuition warning her that she could not allow the distance between herself and Zhou Heng to widen, lest she suffer a significant loss. Resolutely, she summoned the ancestral skill of the Changshan clan, Wrath of the Inferno. This skill, of obscure rank, consumed 30,000 mana, provided an attack speed of 40, a movement speed of 80, and an attack power of 2,000. In an instant, her movement speed surged from 70 to 150. With such velocity, she doubted Zhou Heng could distance himself from her. Empowered by this terrifying speed, Su Luiyue rapidly closed the gap with Zhou Heng. Just as she believed she could easily catch up to him, a shocking revelation unfolded before her eyes. He too had activated Wrath of the Inferno. Shouldn't this skill be exclusive to the players of their clan? Watching her health steadily decline, Su Luiyue's expression turned grim. She feared the same betrayal that had crossed her mind before. Someone had leaked this skill, capable of increasing attack and movement speed, to ordinary players. Zhou Heng observed everything from behind him, timing the end of his Wrath of the Inferno precisely as he unequipped the Saycast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, in favor of the Serpent Horn Bow. Although this would significantly reduce his speed, his extraordinary long-range archer class talent, Blood Pump, allowed him to deal explosive damage. With Blood Pump activated, he converted all his life and mana limits into physical attack power, leaving him with but a single hit point. Thanks to the final second of Wrath of the Inferno. Even after switching from the Saycast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, Zhou Heng maintained an attack speed of 60, which meant that for 1 second, he would unleash 6 arrows dealing 222, 685 damage each. This damage was intimidating to Zhou Heng himself. How could a level 60 Su Luiyue possibly withstand it? As 6 arrows were released in succession, Su Luiyue, upon seeing the incoming projectiles, wore a cold expression, refusing to dodge and pursuing him with all her might. Thud! An arrow pierced through Su Luiyue's forehead, dealing a staggering 537 points of physical damage. In that moment, she was momentarily stunned. What did she just witness? A level 20 player inflicting 537 points of physical damage with a single arrow? Considering her armor was 3,000. This meant the opponent's strike was a critical hit of 537 damage, with a lower limit of 222, 685. Panic surged through Su Luiyue as she had no time to ponder further. She spotted the other 5 arrows whistling toward her. Without hesitation, she twisted and maneuvered her body. As a player of the Changshan clan, her training had far surpassed that of an ordinary player like Zhou Heng. What would have been nearly impossible to evade in Zhou Heng's eyes, Su Luiyue managed to dodge, feeling the arrows glide past the gaps in her chest. What? Since when could arrows curve? This was no ordinary level 20 player. This was a long-range archer. Su Luiyue's mind raced, quickly pinpointing a class that could track from the moment of advancement, a 2-star special class, the long-range archer. Su Luiyue clenched her teeth in determination, realizing that evasion was futile. She retrieved a crimson vial from her backpack, recklessly pouring its contents in her mouth while disregarding the oncoming arrows, charging full speed towards Zhou Heng. She had no other skills or potions available to temporarily enhance her speed. Her only remaining option was a forbidden skill, one that existed outside the conventional skill framework. Such skills bore a singular characteristic. They inflicted severe side effects and permanently reduced attribute limits, making their use a last resort. 30 seconds later, as arrows whistled towards her once more, a fleeting look of ferocity crossed Su Luiyue's exquisite visage. She had missed the optimal opportunity to eliminate Zhou Heng. Had she known he possessed such extraordinary speed and attack rate, along with formidable health and physical damage, she would have ensured he never escaped her within a 300-meter radius. Within that distance, she could have unleashed various debilitating potions in conjunction with frost-slowing effects to easily secure his demise. Alas, it felt as though invisible hands toyed with her fate, leading her to squander her best chance. Chapter 50. The Might of Thunder. The two adversaries engaged in a relentless chase, Zhou Heng maintaining his distance from Su Luiyue. Every 30 seconds, he unleashed a blood pump, augmenting his already substantial physical damage to gradually deplete her health. In this boundless realm, once hostilities commenced, Both parties could observe each other's health bars. Su Yue's health appeared scant, yet upon inflicting tens of thousands in damage, it became evident that her health was only slightly affected. Zhou Heng could not discern the exact value of her health bar, but he estimated it to be at least 2 million. At level 60, possessing over 2 million health was a testament to the prowess of the Chongqing family players. With over 200,000 attribute points attributed to her health at level 60, it was a feat that ordinary players could scarcely fathom. Zhou Heng's arrows were unerring, for once they locked onto a target, they would not relent. Thus, every 30 seconds, he could inflict a minimum of 222,685 physical damage, totaling 336, 110 across 6 arrows. Based on her estimated 2 million health, he calculated he would require 15 30-second intervals, equating to approximately 8 minutes. 222, 685. 222, 685. 222, 685. However, she was a giant bow archer with a constant attack speed of 10, releasing 1 arrow per second. She could intercept but a single arrow, while the remaining 5 would still rain down tremendous damage upon her. This could not continue. Su Yue's gaze fell upon a gray skill marked as forbidden, her last resort. The skill of blood sacrifice. It was not yet time. She believed she still had a chance, just a little longer. Aware of the dreadful permanent penalties associated with blood sacrifice, Su Yue decisively retreated into the city of Frost City, seeking cover among the urban architecture, hoping for an opportunity to turn the tables on Zhou Heng. Observing her retreat, a smirk danced upon Zhou Heng's lips. Truth be told, had she not utilized the 30-day location sharing, even with his far-reaching vision, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to pinpoint Su Yue amidst the bustling streets of Frost City. However, the intrigue lies in the fact that the other party has shared their location with him, which means that coupled with the terrifyingly vast line of sight, Su Yue will have nowhere to hide. As several arrows are released, Su Yue's expression darkens significantly. She should not have shared her location with Zhou Heng while entangled in the flames. Who would have thought that this tool, designed for the amusement of long-lived players to toy with ordinary players, would one day backfire and be used against her? With a deep breath, a hint of crimson hue envelopes Su Yue, and she activates her recently cooled-down skill, Raging Inferno. In an instant, the flames, intermingled with the forbidden skill's vivid red, coalesce into a swirling mass of ash and darkness that encircles her, bestowing upon her immense power and speed. Blood ignition activated. Health limit 100,000. Magic limit 100,000. Attack limit 500. Magic power limit 300. Health value 1. Magic value 1. Movement speed 20. Attack speed 100. Duration 12. Weakness period 3 days. As she observes her diminished attributes, a flicker of pain crosses Su Yue's eyes. Though the permanent reductions are not excessively high, they are sufficient to inflict discomfort upon her. All of this is due to the person in the distance. She gazes toward Zhou Heng, a fierce murderous intent flashing in her eyes, and in the next moment, she charges toward him without hesitation. With a dull thud, Su Yue, shrouded in the dark mist, rushes toward Zhou Heng with a speed so astonishing that he can barely comprehend it. This is? Zhou Heng's heart skips a beat, and seeing Su Yue approaching with such unbelievable velocity, his first instinct is to flee. Yet, perhaps due to the momentary lapse in his heartbeat leading to insufficient blood flow, he finds himself calming down. If Su Yue had utilized such a skill to significantly enhance her speed earlier, why had she not done so? Clearly, this skill comes with a terrifying cost, possibly a forbidden type of skill mentioned only briefly in textbooks. If Su Yue's skill is indeed of the forbidden variety, then her current health must be at 1, as such skills require sacrificing all power for a final blow. Unfortunately for her, Su Yue is facing herself. Zhou Heng silently acknowledges this, opening his hand to reveal a thunder potion, which he casts forward, incapacitating all units of level 60 or lower. This item will be Su Yue's undoing. Seeing Zhou Heng not only refrain from fleeing but also standing his ground, Su Yue feels a twinge of confusion. Yet, with the arrow on the string, she must release it. She must eliminate Zhou Heng at once, for if this drags on, it will surely be her demise. However, just as she nears Zhou Heng and unleashes a barrage of debilitating potions and skills, she witnesses him raise his hand and throw something in her direction. Bang! That object shatters. You are affected by the thunder potion. You are paralyzed. Countdown, 59. Su Yue's eyes widen in disbelief as she gazes at Zhou Heng, her face a mask of incredulity. How could he possibly possess resources of such caliber? Suddenly, a thought strikes her, and her expression twists into one of grim realization. Is it Zhou Heng, the wretched main lineage harlot, just a mere 4 days into her journey as a novice player? How dare she wield such power? As she observed Zhou Heng approaching with his speed reduced to a mere 10 and his attack rate a dismal 0.1, Su Luiwei felt an invisible force constricting her throat, rendering her breathless. She fixated on the sword Zhou Heng slowly drew from his waist, her instincts screaming within her. Flee! Flee! This strike will spell doom. Zhou Heng, we harbor little animosity. It is merely you and that main lineage harlot Su Ling. We could easily collaborate. With my covert assistance, I can assure your evasion from the relentless pursuit of your clan. Su Luiwei yearned to negotiate for her survival. But before she could finish her plea, she felt her body elevate unnaturally, culminating in a faint thud the moment she realized her head had separated from her body. That task is bestowed upon you. Huh. Main lineage, I shall not survive. Do not harbor any illusions. Su Luiwei's eyes widened, her death unyielding. Chapter 51. The Name of Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng stood in silence for a considerable time, gazing at the vast bounty of silver coins that erupted from Su Luiwei upon her demise. The strength of his adversary surpassed his wildest imaginings. Had he not possessed sufficient speed and explosive skills, coupled with the fortuitous acquisition of a thunderous potion in the early stages, he would have had no chance of vanquishing Su Luiwei. Setting aside other considerations, merely the forbidden skill she employed at the end, that sudden surge in speed. If every member of the Changshan clan could develop such abilities, how could he contend with them? In that moment, Zhou Heng began to comprehend why the players who once battled against the Changshan in his youth ultimately faded away or vanished entirely. When faced with players of such caliber from the Changshan clan, if one does not accelerate their development at an extraordinary pace from the outset, victory becomes an impossibility. The Changshan clan's grip on the boundless online gaming realm is even more formidable than one could imagine. Announcement from the Sakura's Empire. Player Zhou Heng is rewarded with 1,000 attack points, 1,000 magical points, 10,000 health points, and 10,000 mana points. Player Zhou Heng is awarded a complex skill learning exemption scroll. Player Zhou Heng receives 1,000 contribution points to the vast Star Nation, First Honor. Announcement from the Sakura's Empire. What did they just hear? A level 20 player, Zhou Heng, single-handedly slaying a level 70 player from the Changshan clan. Su Luiwei? Is this truly a human? Since when could a level 20 player defeat a level 70 member of the Changshan clan? They are, after all, members of the Changshan clan. Above the skies of Frost City, the Eternal Croesus suddenly halted his onslaught, shaking his mighty arms as he laughed uproariously, his metallic glimmering eyes scanning the endless heavens. Fate has finally aligned in his favor. The Changshan clan, those leeches feeding off players and empires, must be utterly obliterated. Once the first hero rises, countless valiant souls will aspire to scale the heights and challenge the towering Changshan clan. Opposite the Eternal Croesus stood 2 elderly men adorned in golden robes, their figures stooped, their long white beards trailing down to their pant legs. Logically, such attire and demeanor would evoke an overwhelming sense of ancient grandeur and profound history at first glance. However, the expressions of the 2 elderly men were devoid of joy. Instead, they bore an unsettling countenance. This was merely the impact within the ranks of the players. One must not overlook that such a high-level imperial announcement directly addresses all players. This implies that the vast populace of the Saka's empire would also stir restlessly. Croesus, this proclamation will not alter the course of events. Conversely, we can extinguish you once, and we can extinguish you countless times thereafter. The mighty Star Kingdom has already faded into the annals of history. Why do you persist in your futile struggle? Serving my longevity and seeking the true boundlessness is the only truth. The 2 golden-robed elders glared with wide eyes, issuing a low growl of defiance as they unleashed their skills upon the Eternal Croesus. The entire Frost City trembled violently, the ground began to fracture, and structures collapsed. Zhou Heng scarcely had time to notice the 1 million contribution points awarded by the imperial announcement. He swiftly seized the death drops scattered on the ground, evading the crumbling edifices while seeking an escape route. Fate is oftentimes cruel. In the face of boundless calamity, one can feel so weak and helpless at times. Fate offers you a hint. Fate hint 1. Proceed towards the east. The ancient mechanical deity, the Eternal Croesus, never takes the lives of ordinary players. Outside the eastern city gate lies a path destined for escape from this vortex, but you must discover it, for luck is also a facet of strength. Fate hint 2. The battles in the heavens above, belonging to an unknown system, grow increasingly terrifying. Even the slightest aftershock could lead to the downfall of this Tier 3 main city, which has stood for countless ages. Yet, the more perilous the situation, the richer the opportunities. You might take another gamble and head westward. Upon perceiving the retinal hints of fate, Zhou Heng instinctively surged towards the west. Escape was virtually impossible. Not to mention the unknown number of resurrection coins he possessed. Merely the prowess displayed by Su Luiwei was enough to compel him to risk acquiring more resources. Previously, he might have had the chance to negotiate with the Changshang family regarding matters of life and death. But following that imperial announcement, such possibilities were extinguished. The thought of a level 20 attempting to slay a level 70 sent his blood racing. How could the Changshang family, a group known for their ruthless nature, not harbor a deep-seated hatred for him? As Zhou Heng advanced westward, he examined the spoils from his defeat of Su Luiwei. 2,000 resurrection coins, 360, 000 silver coins, 0 copper coins, 20 bottles of large slowing potions, reducing speed by 50. 1 bottle of a special potion that forcibly reduces speed to 10 for levels above 60, a unique arena-type item. A task scroll that appeared to hold no signs of depriving drops, and a colossal bow. Zhou Heng appraised each item carefully. The Dragon Bow, level 70. Quality rare. Crafted from the bones of a dragon, it possesses formidable strength. Magic 2000. Enchantment 1. Attack is converted to ice elemental damage. Enchantment 2. For each charge, damage increases by 100, up to a maximum of 1000. Enchantment 3. Attacks cannot be slowed or halted by resistance levels below 40 before they reach their destination. Enchantment 4. Equipment requirement is level 60. Equipment requirement, level 70. This is a truly fearsome giant bow, not merely due to the formidable effects of Enchantment 4, but also because of its remarkable power to increase charged damage by 1000. If Su Luiwei were to charge for 10 seconds in place, he could indeed be vanquished by a single arrow. However, this amplification has a notable weakness. If the enemy flees, it becomes exceedingly difficult to land a hit. Coincidentally, this vulnerability is perfectly countered by long-range archers. It can be said that he is the most suited individual for wielding this Dragon Bow. Stowing away the Dragon Bow, Zhou Heng turned his gaze towards the quest scroll. Chapter 52, The Great Copper of the World. Longevity Quest, The Great Copper of the World. Quest requirement, exchange silver coins for copper coins as much as possible. Quest reward, equivalent exchange based on the amount of copper coins exchanged. Zhou Heng's pupils contracted, staring incredulously at the quest in his hand. If the quest titled The Great Copper of the World is genuine, it implies that the Longevity clan deliberately lowered the exchange rate of copper coins for silver coins, thereby profiting from the low price to amass copper coins. Initially, Zhou Heng believed there was merely a disruption in the currency system between silver and copper coins, but it now appears that there are many hidden secrets behind the situation. In that moment, he finally understood why the level 70 sealer he had slain possessed so many copper coins. He must have received insider information and exchanged silver coins for copper coins. Therefore, what exactly is the Longevity clan plotting? What does the Great Copper of the World signify? Zhou Heng thought of the great harmony of the world, yet given the current demeanor of the Longevity clan, it is utterly improbable that they could lead players towards such a harmonious path. Thus, there must be clandestine matters unknown to ordinary players. His access to information remains too limited. Silently storing away the Longevity quest, the Great Copper of the World along with 360,000 silver coins. Zhou Heng examined the remaining items. Large Deceleration Potion X20. Quality, Premium. When thrown, it inflicts a movement speed reduction of 50 on enemies. Maximum reduction of 200 movement speed. Cage Deceleration Potion X1. Quality, Rare. When thrown, it forcibly reduces the movement speed of targets at level 60 or below to 10. Indomitable Arena. Quality, Premium. Adhering to ancient arena rules, upon casting, both parties enter an arena battle, complete with a resurrection platform, engaging in a fight to the death. Casting requirements. 1. Both parties must maintain a stable relative position. 2. Casting duration must be 60 seconds. 3. The user's level must be limited to half the sum of both parties' levels, skill retained. After appraising all the drops, Zhou Heng could not help but acknowledge that the players of the Longevity clan possess an abundance of valuable items, not to mention the aforementioned deceleration potions. This indomitable arena alone holds immense significance for him. Once the activation conditions are met, he could bypass the sacrificial Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, and execute the annihilation of Longevity clan players. The only uncertainty lies in whether this item is one-time use or permanent. Carefully storing the indomitable arena, Zhou Heng hastened westward, suddenly feeling a warmth emanating from his chest. He lowered his gaze and was astonished to discover a faint glow emanating from his chest. Startled, he hurriedly opened his personal attribute panel. Instantly, he identified the skill that had undergone a transformation, the Empire's Fortune. Lines of text materialized on his retina. You have slain the eternal family player, Su Luwei. You have extracted a thread of the Sakist Empire's fortune from her. Fortune value, 0001. Current fortune value, 001. You have satisfied the feedback criteria of the Empire's fortune system. You have obtained a fragment of data from the ancient Sakist Empire database. Ancient Era Expansion, True Era Progress 2. True Era 37. You have slain a player of the Eternal Family and acquired the Eternal Quest, the Great Copper of the World. A vast net enveloping the Sakist Empire is slowly unfurling. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhou Heng's eyes. He had not anticipated that the Empire's fortune could not only enhance the rate of experience acquisition and increase probabilities, but also draw resources from the Sakist database. It was noteworthy that the prompt referred to Sakist rather than Sakist, raising the question of whether the former Empire of Sakist had not been entirely obliterated. Zhou Heng pondered extensively, yet the useful information remained scarce. After all, compared to the original True Era Progress, the increase of merely 2 was insufficient to extrapolate the broader picture from the limited data. He required more information. Zhou Heng continued his journey westward when, suddenly, he perceived something. With the terrifying 30-kilometer vision granted by his exceptional sight, he easily discerned the distant scene. Su Lanlan knelt on the ground, her head bowed, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, while a massive knight's lance pierced her chest, crimson flowing freely. Such a scenario typically indicated the exhaustion of resurrection coins, leaving no further chances of revival. Thus, Su Lanlan was doomed. The handsome young man, exuding charm and elegance, stood before her, his height around 178 centimeters, slightly shorter than Zhou Heng. The two were engaged in conversation, the specifics of which Zhou Heng could not grasp due to his lack of proficiency in spoken language. The fate prompt had not provided any indication, leading Zhou Heng to question whether this was the abundant opportunity the fate prompt had previously alluded to. His expression darkened as he equipped the Sakist Imperial Sword, Holy Sword, and surged towards Su Lanlan at a speed of 902. Some might argue that a speed of 902 is merely that of a sprinter in Blue Star. However, it is crucial to remember that this represents a constant speed, not a fleeting dash. How long could a human maintain such velocity on Blue Star? Yet, in the boundless, infinite world, achieving this speed meant that as long as one did not perish, maintaining a constant velocity for a century would be a trivial feat. The tremors of Frost City intensified, fissures tearing through the surface, and Zhou Heng nearly stumbled into one, but his agile form allowed him to leap over the crack, preserving his steady pace of 902 as he surged forward. As he drew nearer, the scene before him began to shift. The charming young man withdrew the knight's lance from Su Lanlan's chest, blood gushing forth and staining the ground with a vivid crimson hue. The brilliance in Su Lanlan's eyes visibly faded as she reached out to grasp the hem of the other's garment. However, he nimbly retreated, a wicked smile adorning his face as he watched her fall heavily to the ground. He then crouched down, locking eyes with Su Lanlan, and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Zhou Heng discerned a single word from his lips, which seemed to be sister. Thus, the charming youth before him must be Su Lanlan's brother, indicating a familial connection. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters. Closer now. Su Changhuan spat at Su Lanlan, gripping her chin and lifting her blood-streaked, pallid face. This daughter, conceived unexpectedly by his father, was a mystery to him. Through his father's influence, he had ascended from the common populace to the ranks of the Su family as collateral branches. Such prestige. Yet here he was, ready to fight her to the death over a deceased outsider. My sister, you are ultimately too narrow-minded. Entering the Su family should have granted you a realm of your own, but alas, you have chosen the wrong path. Just as Su Changhuan prepared to extinguish Su Lanlan's final breath, he suddenly sensed something amiss and glanced towards Zhou Heng's direction. Zhou Heng, how could he be here? If it were any other ordinary player, even one at level 20 attempting to confront level 70 Su Luwei, he would not feel alarmed, for they possessed resurrection coins, making true obliteration improbable. However, if this individual was Zhou Heng, he had to tread cautiously, for in the presence of this man, resurrection coins were ineffective. One misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. Su Changhuan had no desire to meet his end. He had only been with 701 women thus far, still needing one. 299 more to reach his goal of 10,000. While the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood, he thought, deciding that retreat was the best strategy. Without hesitation, he abandoned Su Lan Lan and turned to flee into the distance. Chapter 53. The Radiance of Frost. Upon witnessing Su Changhuan's sudden flight, a flicker of astonishment crossed Su Lanlan's pale visage. She attempted to turn and glance behind her, only to find herself unable to move. You have been affected by dark elemental toxins. Health 1000. You do not possess resurrection coins. Please restore your health as much as possible, or you will perish. The endless notifications from the boundless world continued to sound, yet Su Lan Lan paid them no heed, her gaze fixed intently on the retreating figure of Su Changhuan. How desperately she wished to bring an end to the man who had killed her mother. But alas, she found herself powerless against his formidable strength, far beyond her expectations. Are you all right? Zhou Heng arrived, closing the distance in swift strides before halting before Su Lan Lan. He retrieved a resurrection coin from his pocket and extended it toward her. Upon recognizing Zhou Heng, the bitterness on Su Lanlan's face dissipated, replaced with an overwhelming joy she could scarcely contain. Trembling, she grasped his hand and whispered faintly, "Help me kill him, Su Changhuan. I'll lend you my last vestige of strength. As for resurrection, it is futile. I have invoked forbidden powers, and I'm no longer attached to this world. I entrust it to you. You have only 30 minutes left. Please, avenge me and my mother. You have received a gift from Su Lan Lan. You have acquired the Frost Lord's token, fragmented, valid for 30 minutes. As the items were placed into Zhou Heng's hands, Su Lan Lan smiled faintly and let her arms fall heavily to the floor. Gazing at the 4 objects in his grasp, Zhou Heng remained silent for several moments before gently closing Su Lanlan's eyes. Despite having only a fleeting acquaintance with this young woman, he felt no particular affection toward her. Yet, it was poignant to think that while girls her age in his hometown were still cherishing their childhood, here was one who would never again open her eyes. Forever lost to the world. Was it the fault of this realm, the Longsheng family, or perhaps the vast, boundless expanse of this endless online game? Zhou Heng was uncertain. He only knew that within his capabilities, there were certain actions he could and must undertake. The Frost Lord, a figure of ruin, boasted an attack power of 300,000, a health pool of 50 million, and a mana capacity of 50 million, with an attack speed of 50 and a movement speed of 80. The skills were marked as broken. The Frost Throne. Once seated upon the Frost Throne, one could never descend. Vision would expand with the size of the main city. Sound would echo in accordance with its dimensions, and movement would be constrained by the city's scale. Thus, was he to retain these fundamental attributes for merely 30 minutes? A cold glimmer ignited in Zhou Heng's eyes as he resolutely shattered the luminous orb, assimilating the power of the Frost Lord's innate abilities. In an instant, his foundational attributes surged correspondingly. His gaze then fell upon the forbidden skill, a ray of hope. A ray of hope. Quality, forbidden. It consumes all of one's vitality, bypassing the resurrection mechanism to seize a final chance in battle. It allows the conversion of all attributes to either attack or magic, retaining 1 health point and 10 mana, which cannot be diminished by non-forbidden skills. Attack speed is 50, movement speed is 50. Should victory be attained post-10, one enters a weakened state for 3 days. Should defeat occur, obliteration follows. After perusing the details of the forbidden skill, even Zhou Heng, well aware of the terror these abilities could invoke, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Once this skill was unleashed, only 2 outcomes awaited: victory or death, truly a narrow escape. Nevertheless, he was drawn to this skill. Combined with the unique innate talent of Fate's insight, he believed it would yield him a wealth of unforeseen advantages. Next came the initiation of achievement transcendence, followed by the eradication of Su Changhuan. Zhou Heng inhaled deeply, casting aside any hesitation, and activated the second transition certificate in his possession. Detected second transition certificate. Detected existing profession. You have obtained the qualification for the second transition. Please select one achievement from the following list to complete. Upon completion, break through level 20 and ascend to level 21. Second transition achievements. Achievement: Resilient Strength. Slay 1,000 level 20 monsters. Achievement: Unyielding Power. Slay 100,000 level 20 monsters. Achievement: Fushed Ambition. Slay 1,000 level 20 monsters. Achievement: Exemplary Radiance. Slay a level 30 player of a higher level once. Achievement: Transcendent Radiance. Slay a level 40 player of a higher level once. The unfading radiance of achievement. Defeating a level 50 player. Achievement, Frost Radiance, special slaying, Su Changhuan. Zhou Heng did not allow fate a moment of reaction and decisively opted for the highest difficulty achievement, Frost Radiance. You have unlocked the achievement Frost Radiance, special. Please eliminate the players Su Changhuan from the Chongqing family. Zhou Heng swiftly buried Su Lanlan and lifted his gaze towards the direction in which Su Changhuan had departed. Within his expansive 30-kilometer field of vision, the opponent's whereabouts were unmistakable. Judging by their speed, they moved with remarkable swiftness, at least 150 in velocity. If coupled with the raging fury of their skill, Zhou Heng felt uncertain about his ability to pursue. However, that was in the past. Now, he possessed the temporary talent of Frost Lord. Whether Su Changhuan's speed began at 200 or even 300, he felt no trepidation. Under the Frost Lord's skill, Frost Throne, he effectively commandeered Frost City, affording him the liberty to change positions at will. A gust of wind, accompanied by a violent tremor, surged from the distance, ruffling Zhou Heng's garments. He ceased to linger and gradually descended towards the empty void below. At the moment he settled, a throne of translucent frost materialized, gracefully elevating him. The instant Zhou Heng took his seat upon the Frost Throne, his perspective expanded infinitely, revealing the vast expanse of Frost City. He locked onto Su Changhuan, who vanished in the blink of an eye. Su Changhuan sought refuge in an abandoned inn, lighting a celestial cigarette to calm his nerves. Su Lanlan had employed the forbidden skill, a slender thread of life. It was certain she would not survive, although she might provide Zhou Heng with some information resources. Locating him within the sprawling Frost City was a fanciful notion. Unless the adversary possessed an exceedingly rare item that allowed for the retrieval of names, it was implausible. Such a tool was beyond the reach of even a level 70 expert like himself, let alone Su Lanlan. Therefore, Zhou Heng would remain oblivious to his presence. What secrets do you conceal, Zhou Heng? What could transcend the resurrection mechanism to slay players? Su Changhuan murmured to himself as he inhaled the smoke. In the next moment, a chilling voice pierced his thoughts. "Want to know? Why not try it for yourself?" Turning towards the sound, Su Changhuan beheld Zhou Heng seated upon the Frost Throne, his expression icy and unyielding. Instantly, a shiver ran down his spine. Chapter 54, Absolute Domination. Without hesitation, Su Changhuan activated the skill, Raging Fury, and fled into the distance. His speed of 150, combined with the 80 provided by the obscure Raging Fury, reached a formidable 230. Had his equipment not been damaged during the fierce battle with that woman, his velocity could have soared to 280. Nonetheless, even at 230, he surged forth like a leopard, rapidly disappearing amidst the structures of Frost City. Alas, the adversary he encountered was none other than Zhou Heng, the Frost Lord. Although he was unaware of why Su Changhuan had never witnessed this ability, he was nonetheless pleased with the outcome. The only remaining question was the thickness of Su Changhuan's health bar and how many skills he had left at his disposal. As Su Changhuan gazed at the retreating figure of Zhou Heng, he felt a flicker of unease wash over him. In an instant, Zhou Heng materialized before Su Changhuan, wielding the dragon bow, and loosed an arrow in his direction. The mere sight of the dragon bow sent a tremor through Su Changhuan's heart. It had been scarcely 20 minutes since he parted ways with Su Luiwei, and in that brief span, his adversary had used over 2,000 resurrection coins to eliminate her, while he was left with a mere 500 after his encounter with that wretched Su Lanlan. If Su Luiwei, with her 2,000 coins, could not withstand the onslaught, how could he, with only 500, hope to endure? Moreover, he had witnessed the Frost Throne beneath Zhou Heng, a manifestation of Su Lanlan's talent. Though he was unaware of how she could bestow her abilities upon another, the current predicament was one he wished to avoid. It appeared that Zhou Heng possessed a teleportation skill devoid of cooldown, a dismal revelation for Su Changhuan. With a sudden turn, Su Changhuan darted into an alley while activating his attributes. Su Changhuan, level 70, class, Plague Master, 3 stars. Attack, 0-0. Magic, 2346. Health, 200-200. Mana, 300-300. Armor, 0. Attack speed, 10. Movement speed, 150. Water resistance, 2500. Fire resistance, 2500. Wind resistance, 2500. Lightning resistance, 2500. Ice resistance, 2500. Wood resistance, 2500. Light resistance, 2500. Dark resistance, 2500. Experience, 0-10. Buff enhancement. The buff's cast will amplify debuff effects against enemies by 100. Toxic armor consumes a portion of mana to conjure a dark elemental armor equivalent to a shield value of magic 2. Cooldown 30. Abyssal toxic flow consumes a portion of mana to envelop oneself in dark elemental toxins, dealing magic 0/6 elemental damage to enemies. Cooldown none. Deadly poison world consumes a significant amount of mana, 10 health points and 10 mana points, inflicting magic 12 dark elemental damage on all poison units. Cooldown 1 day. Damage exemption consumes a portion of health to negate a single instance of physical or magical damage. Cooldown 3 minutes. When one considers the sum of his magic and health, his total attributes exceeded 500,000, a staggering 5-fold disparity when compared to an ordinary level 70 player. Yet, despite this significant difference, facing Zhou Heng still made his palms sweat profusely. There is no denying that Zhou Heng was not a foe to be underestimated. As Zhou Heng once again flickered closer, Su Changhuan felt a surge of dread. In such a convoluted terrain, was there truly no cooldown on his teleportation? What hidden skill traits had Su Lanlan concealed during their confrontation? As he observed Zhou Heng drawing power from the dragon bow, which glimmered with 2 orbs of light, Su Changhuan understood that this was the bow's enchantment feature, indicating that it had charged twice. It was clear that the teleportation did not hinder the bow's charging process. In other words, once Zhou Heng completes his charge, he is about to confront a terrifying augmentation of 1,000 in an unknown attack power. Can his 2 million health withstand such a force? Su Changhuan dared not hesitate, opening his mouth to exhale a dense cloud of verdant mist. He then gestured to summon his toxic armor, and under the enhancement of his innate abilities, his temporary armor reached a formidable 104. Although this temporary armor does not benefit from his own armor's mitigation, it is sufficient to absorb 104 points of damage. Such damage reduction can be activated every 30 seconds. You're affected by abyssal toxic flow. Health, 276. Seeing his health plummet by 276 in an instant, Zhou Heng could not help but gasp in shock. At this rate of damage, even with the temporary 50 million health provided by the Frost Lord, he would not withstand more than a few hits. It is no wonder that Su Lanlan met her demise against Su Changhuan. This level of toxic damage is indeed formidable. However, this system is somewhat countered by his long-range archer capabilities. Zhou Heng drew his bow, fully charging the dragon bow to unleash an arrow enhanced with 1,000 damage and aimed it at Su Changhuan. Su Changhuan, with keen eyes, quickly locked onto the incoming arrow. With a graceful twist, he darted into an adjacent alley. Just as he thought he had evaded the arrow with his exceptional skill, he was horrified to see the arrow curve and pursue him. In that instant, he realized the gravity of his situation, his expression turning ashen, and he hastened to navigate through the alley. 3 minutes later, as he watched the arrow pierce his chest, dealing a critical hit of 614 damage, Su Changhuan gazed gravely at Zhou Heng, who had teleported directly in front of him, vanishing into a flash of white light. From this strike, he discerned 2 crucial facts. First, Zhou Heng's magical attack was approximately 77 million, and he was most likely a long-range archer, endowed with the full visibility of Frost City. Otherwise, given Su Changhuan's adept maneuvering, it would have been impossible for an archer's arrow to accurately strike him in such a confined space. The situation was dire. As Su Changhuan revived at the resurrection point, he found himself surrounded by numerous players who had perished on the city walls. Upon witnessing the resurrection of this esteemed member of the Changsheng family, the players were momentarily taken aback. How could a member of the Changsheng family appear at the resurrection point? Had he also fallen to the imperial guards of the vast Star Nation? Just as the players were filled with curiosity and contemplation about whether to approach him to forge connections, a flash of white light suddenly appeared. Su Changhuan's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he charged in the crowd, shouting furiously, "Zhou Heng, do you truly wish to pursue this vendetta against the Changsheng Su family? It is not too late to cease hostilities. I can advocate for you within the family, even ensuring your acceptance as a member of the Changsheng Su clan." Zhou Heng's demeanor remained unchanged. He understood that his adversary was not trying to recruit him, but rather was aware of his impending demise. Zhou Heng? Is that the Zhou Heng from the imperial announcement? The surrounding players gasped in astonishment, their gazes turning toward the frost throne in the sky. In the fleeting moment of Zhou Heng's disappearance, they vaguely glimpsed a strikingly handsome young man with a cold demeanor. Chapter 55, The World Knows My Name. With a precise shot, an arrow pierced through Su Changhuan's shoulder blade, inflicting 693 points of ice elemental damage. Upon witnessing the damage inflicted, Su Changhuan felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. With Zhou Heng's instantaneous teleportation combined with the charged dragon bow, a full charge was certain to annihilate him. Under such dire circumstances, the only viable course of action was to deplete his resurrection coins at the swiftest speed possible to secure his demise. Su Changhuan rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a vial of pale blue potion, gulping it down hastily. You have consumed the Starlight Vision Potion. Attack and life attributes permanently reduced by 10, regardless of future enhancements. This reduction will endure. You have gained a permanent godlike perspective within a radius of 10 kilometers. The Starlight Vision Potion, unearthed from the ancient relics of the vast Star Kingdom, was said to be a concoction used by powerful machinery masters. When consumed by those whose physical capabilities fell short, it could lead to situations akin to Su Changhuan's, resulting in a permanent reduction of certain percentages of attack and life points. In a sense, it was akin to a product of forbidden skills. In contrast to Zhou Heng's extraordinary long-range vision as a sharpshooter, this godlike perspective afforded a 360-degree surveillance with no blind spots. Under such visibility, Su Changhuan's movement speed was no longer hindered by the city's constraints. The techniques honed over years by the Changshang family came to fruition at this moment. He soared through the narrow alleys like a majestic eagle. Zhou Heng, seated upon the frost throne, observed everything intently, his eyes flickering with intrigue. His knowledge paled in comparison to that of the Changshang family players. Although the potion Su Changhuan consumed was relatively ordinary, it was undoubtedly no simple elixir. Otherwise, it would not have transformed him from a headless fly into a soaring eagle. He surmised that the potion must have granted him a vision akin to his own long-range perspective. However, it was all in vain. He had discerned the opponent's health line, while the shield's value remained unclear, likely totaling around 3 million. This indicated that Su Changhuan's current health stood at just under 3.05 million. Zhou Heng deemed it unnecessary to probe further. With a base physical attack of 13,235, coupled with the temporary attack bonus of 300,000 from the Frost Lord, his total physical damage soared to an astounding 3,013.23 million. Paired with a pinpoint critical strike, Su Changhuan's health of under 3.05 million could be obliterated in an instant. Zhou Heng switched weapons, replacing the dragon bow with the Sacrast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. With his godlike perspective, Su Changhuan sensed the abrupt change, his heart racing in trepidation. Curse it! Is it that sword? It must be that sword. He had already earned the capability to sever my lifeline. What else do I have left to use? I cannot die, I must not. Su Changhuan's expression twisted in agony as he frantically scanned his skill panel and backpack. However, in the reckless battle against Su Lanlan, all his potent skills had entered cooldown. His most formidable skill, Toxic Domination, required a full day to recharge, while the lesser ones still demanded half an hour. Yet, only 4 or 5 minutes had elapsed since their encounter, leading to his first defeat. How can I escape? What I use to flee? Su Changhuan's eyes brimmed with desperation. Every ounce of energy funneled into his brain as he sought a path to survival in this dire predicament. Yet, instead of finding hope, he felt a fierce gust of wind approaching from the flank. No, Zhou Heng, you cannot slay me, for I am a member of the Changsheng family. With a sudden gasp, Su Changhuan's eyes widened in horror as he beheld his own severed head spinning through the air, ultimately plummeting to the ground. Blood spilling forth in a gruesome arc. I refuse to accept this. What manner of sword is it that you wield? I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. I was so close to achieving my goal of slaying myriad foes. Su Changhuan fixed his gaze resolutely upon the structure before him, declaring, Announcement from the Saka's Empire. Reward for player Zhou Heng. Attack 1000, Magic 1000, Health 10,000, Mana 10,000. Reward for player Zhou Heng. Exemption Scroll for Complex Skill Acquisition X1. Reward for player Zhou Heng. 800,000 contribution points to the vast Star Nation, second honor. Announcement from the Saka's Empire. The Imperial announcement echoed thrice, with scarcely a 20-minute interval since the last, reverberating in the ears of all players. Countless players raised their heads in astonishment, gazing around in disbelief. Who exactly is Zhou Heng? How is it possible that he has already slain a member of the Changsheng family twice in such a short span? My goodness, this Zhou Heng is truly fearsome. To defeat a level 70 opponent at level 20 is already remarkable. To do so twice is absurd, and the intervals are alarmingly brief. Are we mere players witnessing the emergence of a true deity? Such an imperial announcement, accompanied by rewards, surely should be issued only once. Why has this same individual received such bountiful rewards a second time? 1,000 in attack and magic, 10,000 in health and mana. Does this imply that merely slaying a player from the Changsheng family grants such lavish attributes? Previously, countless individuals suffered under the oppression of players from the Changsheng family, silenced by their fear. However, now, the prospect of earning 1,000 in attack magic and 10,000 in health and mana by defeating a member of the Changsheng family ignited a flicker of hope within them, a willingness to risk their lives for such rewards. In this moment, an insidious seed named Slay Changsheng took root in the hearts of innumerable players. Above the Frost City, amidst the clouds. Now shall we flee? With not even a moment's hesitation, the two transformed into beams of golden light, hastily retreating toward the capital of the Saka's empire. Escape? Do you truly believe you can elude me? I am what you call the ancient mechanical deity. Before me, what means do you possess to escape? The eternal Croesus let out a chilling laugh, its silver-gold mechanical hand reaching out into the void. In the next instant, its mechanical arm vanished from this side of space, only to reappear on the other side, followed by two anguished screams as golden rain of blood fell upon the heights of Frost City. You are nourished by the unknown golden blood rain. Attack 1,000, magic 1,000, health 10, 000, mana 10, 000. This enhancement was not limited to Zhou Heng alone. Every player in Frost City benefited from it. Zhou Heng gazed skyward, utilizing his extraordinary long-range vision to pinpoint the eternal Croesus amidst the clouds. At the moment their eyes met, the eternal Croesus also turned its gaze toward him. In the fleeting moment, the eternal Croesus nodded to Zhou Heng, unfurling his vast wings of light, unleashing a torrent of scorching brilliance upon the entirety of Frost City. Immediately, an announcement echoed in the ears of all players. Frost City announcement. From this moment forth, all players in Frost City will be forcibly logged out as the city undergoes construction for approximately 3 weeks. The announcement reverberated 3 times, and Zhou Heng, not daring to hesitate, swiftly picked up the death drop of Su Changhuan from the ground, transforming into a white light that vanished within Frost City. Chapter 56. The game has only just begun. It was now deep into the night, the bright moon hanging high in the sky, casting a serene glow over the quiet orphanage courtyard, where the soft sound of falling needles could be heard, accompanied only by the gentle rustling of the breeze. A profound tranquility enveloped the scene. Zhou Heng entered the courtyard, momentarily devoid of any sleepiness, grasping a broom nearby and, under the moonlight, began to mimic a 3-person game with the broom. For the next 3 days, Zhou Heng assumed the role of the headmaster, assisting in caring for the children in the orphanage. As the 4th day approached noon, while he was playing a game of eagle and chicks with the children, a flustered Yaya dashed in from the entrance, exclaiming, "Brother Heng, it's bad. The wicked Changsheng has come, and Yaya is scared." Zhou Heng halted his portrayal of the eagle, scooping up the 5-year-old Yaya and turning to gaze towards the entrance of the orphanage. He was aware that the Changsheng family, the Sus, would come for him, but he had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift. He had to admit that the capabilities of the Changsheng family were terrifyingly formidable, both in the boundless world and in the realm of Blue Star. He could hardly believe that he was the only Zhou Heng in Xia country. It seemed improbable that anyone else could locate him in such a short span of time, save for the Xia country officials or this extraordinary Changsheng family. Under the blazing sun approaching noon, 2 black-clad bodyguards, donned in sleek attire and dark sunglasses, escorted a pale, handsome young man into the orphanage. The moment the striking young man crossed the threshold, his gaze locked onto Zhou Heng, a flicker of intense malice flashing in his eyes. Soon, with the assistance of the bodyguards, the handsome youth approached Zhou Heng, producing a handkerchief and coughing up blood before stating, "I presume you do not know me yet. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Ming, the elder brother of Su Ling, my most cherished sister." Zhou Heng, maintaining a calm demeanor, set Yaya down and signaled her to take the other children for lunch. Once they were gone, he scrutinized Su Ming with a slight smirk, remarking, "It is said that when the Changsheng family travels, we common folk must kneel in reverence. Why, then, do your 2 robust bodyguards not compel me to do the same?" A glint of coldness flickered in Su Ming's eyes, but quickly faded as he chuckled. "Such superficial matters do not concern us. After all, the humiliation of this nature pales in comparison to the more effective methods employed in the boundless realm. Zhou Heng, you are a clever individual. Would you be interested in marrying into the Su family? If you agree, we can overlook the deaths of both my sister and Su Changhuan." Zhou Heng chuckled at this notion. "Do you truly believe that? Or do you take me for a fool?" A flash of fury crossed Su Ming's delicate, pale features, finally revealing a hint of change. "Do you know how much I long to bury you alive in a cement mixer?" Zhou Heng settled onto a dilapidated plastic stool before Su Ming, his hands tucked into his pockets, a serene expression gracing his face as he regarded the other man. Come now, I have long wished to experience the sensation of being sealed within a jar and encased in cement. It is but a matter of 3 weeks. I shall consider it a test of my resilience. Zhou Heng coughed twice, spitting several mouthfuls of blood. It seems your time is limited. Noticing the blood-soaked handkerchief in Zhou Heng's grasp, Zhou Heng could not help but smile faintly. Such a profound curse, capable of influencing one's existence from the boundless world, must surely be a highly advanced form of sorcery, as he had learned from his studies. Wiping the blood from his lips, Zhou Heng met Zhou Heng's gaze. Zhou Heng returned the scrutiny, and the two men maintained their stare for a full minute. You are even more astute and audacious than I had imagined. No wonder you, a level 20 player, can contend with one of level 70. Linger estimates at your hands is no injustice. Zhou Heng deemed further conversation unnecessary and signaled to the black-clad bodyguard beside him. They exchanged a knowing glance and began to wheel Zhou Heng toward the orphanage's exit. As Zhou Heng was pushed through the gates, Zhou Heng's voice echoed softly behind him. You best take care to live healthily. Our game has only just begun. Brother Heng, are you all right? Grandma always said not to oppose the Changsheng. Brother Heng, we don't want you to die. Yaya rushed out, clinging to Zhou Heng's pant leg, tears streaming down her cheeks like raindrops on a pear blossom. Zhou Heng chuckled softly, ruffling Yaya's hair, wiping away her tears, and gently lifting her into his arms. It's all right. Your brother is quite formidable. Though the Changsheng family is powerful, they are not invincible. As Zhou Heng cradled Yaya, gently rocking her, he gazed toward the capital of Xiaogua. There lies the only force capable of challenging the Changsheng within the nation. He pondered whether his actions in the boundless world could galvanize the official powers of Xiaogua to mount an offensive against the Changsheng family. Even if that proved impossible, he was certain he would plant a seed that would grow, leading to the eventual downfall of the dragon that loomed over Xiaogua. With his soothing words, Yaya soon fell asleep on his back. This girl is truly something. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, a month had elapsed since Zhou Heng awakened to his former wisdom. On the first day of the new month, he organized some matters within the orphanage and attempted to log back into the boundless world once more. As he envisioned the vast expanse, Zhou Heng transformed into light and vanished from his humble abode. You're logging into the online game, Boundless Endless. Welcome back. Boundless Endless welcomes you, wishing you to discover the infinite, trace the endless, and pursue the ultimate truth of the boundless. Chapter 57. The Wailing of the Gale. Upon logging in, Zhou Heng had no time to assess his surroundings, as a plethora of notifications flooded his vision. You have slain the level 70 Changsheng family player, Su Changwan. You have achieved the second transition, unlocking the achievement leap of Frost Radiance, Special. Wild Monsters drop permanent 10. Long-range shooter promoted to 5 stars. Attack speed 20, movement speed 40. You have upgraded to level 21. The second class advancement complete. Zhou Heng could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. He promptly opened his personal panel to review his newly acquired class, the 5-star Long-Range Archer. Long-Range Archer, class advancement scroll. Star rating, 5 stars. In the once vanquished empire of Sakastra, archers were renowned for their unparalleled long-distance shooting prowess. This remarkable blend of ancient archery and technological might has birthed the new class of Long-Range Archer. Attribute growth, 400. Additional attribute growth, 300. Long-distance vision, in unobstructed conditions. Your sight can extend up to 50 kilometers. Long-range shooting. Your arrow attack range has been elevated from 200 to 500 meters to an astonishing 80 kilometers to 800 kilometers. Long-range tracking. Once you lock onto an enemy, your attacks will permanently pursue them within shooting range. Blood pump. For a duration of 2 seconds. All attributes can be temporarily converted into magical attack power. Subsequently, you will enter a debilitating period lasting 29 seconds. All attributes reduced to 1. Archer's cultivation. You shall no longer require arrows, as all elements of heaven and earth become your arrows. The enhancement compared to the 4-star long-range archer is substantial. However, he has not acquired any new class skills. Zhou Heng speculated that perhaps ascending to a 6-star class will be necessary to unlock entirely new abilities. With the additional 200 attribute growth, Zhou Heng has benefited from 2 instances of 10 attribute enhancements from level 1 to level 21, culminating in a total of 120 random attribute points, all of which he allocated to his health. To be frank, given his current health, the increment of 1,200 points was somewhat trivial to him. Nonetheless, even the smallest of gains accumulates over time, leading to notable enhancements. Zhou Heng then opened his personal panel, observing the significant changes to his attributes. True name, Zhou Heng. Level, 21. Attack, 332. 356, 647. Magic, 870, 017, 400. Health, 136, 790, 136, 790. Mana, 152, 560, 154. 560. Armor, 0. Attack speed, 30. Movement speed, 52. Water resistance, 150. Fire resistance, 150. Wind resistance, 150. Thunder resistance, 150. Ice resistance, 150. Wood resistance, 150. Light resistance, 150. Dark resistance, 150. Experience, 0-100. Fate hint. Unique when faced with a choice of fate, the cosmos will provide you with tangible guidance. These are his fundamental attributes devoid of any additives. A stark contrast to the state he was in just a month prior upon first logging in. Closing the attribute panel, Zhou Heng surveyed his surroundings and realized that his location had shifted. He had completed the assassination of Su Changhuan in a narrow alleyway, the same place where he had logged out of the game. Yet now, before him stretched a broad avenue, entirely composed of gleaming silver metal, extending to the horizon where a colossal, magnificent mechanical city loomed. Flanking the grand avenue stood rows of iron sentinels, all of whom saluted in unison as Zhou Heng cast his gaze upon them. The robot closest to Zhou Heng boldly declared, "Esteemed human sovereign, the 99th Legion of the Frost Mechanical City has awaited your arrival for quite some time. Please proceed along this central thoroughfare to the vast hall." The vast hall, as referred to by the mechanical beings, likely indicated the grand mechanical metropolis at the end of the wide avenue. Understood. Thank you, Zhou Heng replied with gratitude, embarking along the exceptionally broad central path towards the vast hall. To either side, countless players cast their curious gazes. Look, someone is standing on a central thoroughfare. Remarkable. We've been threatened with gunfire just for approaching this road. What gives him a right? Could he be the Zhou Heng who has slain 2 players from the Chongqing family in succession? What a handsome young man. Who says ordinary players lack prowess? He's surely heading to the vast hall, right? Do you think he might be the one to lead us against the Chongqing family? Let us hold our judgment for now. The abilities of the Chongqing are not something we mere players can contend with. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Zhou Heng gradually distanced himself. After an undetermined amount of time, he finally arrived at the entrance of the vast hall. This was a truly magnificent steel fortress, radiating splendor. The midday sun cascaded upon the metallic walls, reflecting a breathtaking silver brilliance that stirred the very soul. Creak! Before Zhou Heng could knock, the colossal doors, towering at least 300 meters high, slowly swung open, revealing a crimson carpet laid out within. As he advanced along the carpet, Zhou Heng beheld the neatly aligned steel guards, towering silver-white columns stretching thousands of meters skyward, and a dome resembling the boundless starry cosmos. At the carpet's end stood 3 metallic thrones, arranged in descending order of height, the third being the shortest and the first the tallest. The foremost throne, perched high above, emanated an indescribable sense of sanctity, while the second throne, slightly lower, exhibited a feminine rose-red hue. Upon the third throne sat the eternal Crosa. As Zhou Heng approached, he realized he was nearly the height of Crosa's toe. The eternal Crosa, upon noticing Zhou Heng, allowed a flicker of light to dance in its golden eyes. "Young friend of the human race, I have awaited you for some time." Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Zhou Heng bowed slightly. "Zhou Heng at your service." Eternal Crosa. With a gentle smile, the eternal Crosa replied, "There is no need for such formality. I possess no future. Yet you are graced with an infinite and unknown future. I have summoned you here for 3 primary matters." Zhou Heng raised his gaze to the eternal Crosa, remaining silent, awaiting further discourse. The eternal Crosa nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction with Zhou Heng's demeanor in this momentous encounter. Truly a remarkable blue star player, having reversed the odds from level 20 against level 70. Thus, I will be succinct. The first matter, you may wish to consider utilizing your 1.8 million contribution points to acquire items of value, for what lies ahead is far beyond your current imagination. The second matter, I require you to journey to the Wailing Winds. Since the fall of the Sokka's emperor, a wretched figure at the hands of the Sword of Light, the issue of life contracts has become increasingly dire. Amidst the wails of the howling winds, no fewer than 1 million original residents of Sokka's have suffered under the tyranny of these contracts. I implore you to assist me in investigating the fate of these life contracts. In the course of my efforts to integrate Frost City, I stumbled upon 2 intriguing artifacts that I believe you will find valuable. As the eternal Crosa spoke, 2 ceramic-like fragments floated into Zhou Heng's hands. While others might not recognize their significance, he was all too aware that these were shards of the Sokka's Emperor's sword, the Holy Sword. The very act of the Eternal Crosa entrusting these to him implied an awareness of his possession of the Sokka's Emperor's sword. Yet, it was only natural. How could a mechanical deity that once faced the hero king Kilina fail to recognize such relics? Just as Zhou Heng was about to express his gratitude, a fate prompt manifested upon his retina. Fate evolves with circumstances. A new opportunity has arisen. Perhaps you should seize it. Fate prompt 1. Reject the Eternal Crosa. It will not bear ill will over such trivial matters. Follow your own desires and pursue your unique future, though this path is fraught with uncertainty. Fate prompt 2. Accept the mission of the Howling Winds and promptly venture forth to uncover the conspiracy behind the life contracts. This will mark a new beginning, albeit with some unpleasant experiences. Fate prompt 3. Accept the mission of the Howling Winds, yet do not rush to the site. Instead, indulge in revelry, allowing the winds to guide you. Perhaps unexpected rewards await. Zhou Heng was taken aback that the fate prompt presented 3 viable paths, each offering a distinct experience. After a moment's contemplation, he clasped his hands in gratitude towards the Eternal Crosa and declared, "Thank you for your generous gift. I am willing to venture into the Howling Winds to investigate further." The Eternal Crosa nodded, acknowledging the risks involved. "However, I trust you to navigate through these perils. If you cannot handle such a challenge, it may be wise to seek peace with the Changsheng family sooner rather than later." With that, the Eternal Crosa gestured towards the void, and the vast Star Nation contribution shop materialized in Zhou Heng's vision. Chapter 58, The Calm Before the Storm. Treasury of the Vast Star Nation. Star Nation flag, replica, quality, resplendent. Rumored to contain one of the keys to the treasury of the vast Star Nation. Exchange, 15 million contribution points. Starlight Vision, elixir, quality, premium. Upon consumption, randomly acquire 1 skill from a godlike perspective of the earth. Usage requirements, attack greater than 1 million or health greater than 1,000. Drawback, if the usage standards are not met, forcibly consuming will permanently reduce acquired attributes by 10 constant. Exchange, 10 million contribution points. General Relativity Infinite Backpack, replica, quality, glorious. All resources below the resplendent grade can be infinitely stored without occupying backpack slots. Slots, 99.99. Enchantment 1. The ability to consume the most inferior resplendent resources from one's backpack, facilitating uninterrupted upgrades and evolutions. Exchange, 10 million contribution points. Plasma Shield, quality, resplendent. Once deployed, all skills of players below level 51 will become ineffective until the energy is depleted. Exchange, 1 million contribution points. Zhou Heng continued to peruse the offerings, genuinely captivated by the plethora of treasures. Yet the item that stirred his heart the most was the General Relativity Infinite Backpack. The utility it held for others was uncertain, but for him, its significance was extraordinary. Eternal Crosses, I desire the General Relativity Infinite Backpack. I lack sufficient contribution points. May I inquire if I could perhaps have it on credit or in installments? Zhou Heng did not linger for fate's guidance. He was determined to take charge of his destiny, achieving his ambitions or addressing failures as they arose. Eternal Crosses gazed down upon Zhou Heng, remaining silent for a considerable time before retrieving a book of normal size from the void and tossing it to him. The General Relativity Infinite Backpack was once the possession of the sovereign of the vast Star Kingdom. It can infinitely contain all resources that are not of ancient grade. In the past, the immense vast Star Kingdom nearly fit into this backpack. From this moment, you owe the vast Star Kingdom 2 million contribution points. If you can complete the Wailing Wind mission, it will count for 2 million contribution points. As Zhou Heng held the book, he was astonished, questioning the casual nature of a sci-fi systems backpack. Was this truly a backpack, or merely a book? Were it not for the identification revealing it as a General Relativity Infinite Backpack imitation, he would have doubted its true nature. Nevertheless, possessing it elevated his stature considerably. Upon activating the General Relativity Infinite Backpack imitation, all his resources flowed into it, including the various items dropped by Su Changhuan. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Heng began taking stock. The resources dropped by Su Changhuan were substantial: 500,000 silver coins and an equal amount of 0 copper coins, indicating he had come at the Great Copper Quest. Beyond these, nothing else remained. It was unclear whether they had been exhausted in the life and death struggle with Su Lanlan or if they had never existed to begin with. Zhou Heng found it hard to believe that Su Changhuan would develop an infatuation with a statue of a woman whose features were not distinctly carved. There must be some hidden truths he was unaware of. After completing his inventory of Su Changhuan's drops, Zhou Heng placed his 3 resplendent grade backpacks into the General Relativity Infinite Backpack Imitation. General Relativity Infinite Backpack Imitation consumes a resplendent grade backpack. Space begins to expand. Current expansion rate, 10. General Relativity Infinite Backpack. With the consumption of 3 resplendent grade backpacks, the expansion rate of the General Relativity Infinite Backpack Imitation reached 30. In other words, he needed to consume 7 more resplendent grade backpacks to effectuate meaningful evolution. Eternal Croesus spoke with a tranquil and serene tone. Go forth. I await your good news. Zhou Heng did not linger any longer, bidding farewell to Eternal Croesus and departing the Iron Giant city. At this moment, a steel sentinel approached, leading a mechanical steed, and saluted Zhou Heng. Your Grace, Zhou Heng, the journey to the Howling Wind is long and devoid of teleportation arrays. This fusion warhorse may be what you require. It consumes energy, and you possess a fusion core to connect with this steed. Each recharge will cost you 10,000 life points. As the fusion warhorse was brought closer, Zhou Heng was instantly enamored. It was a pure, technological marvel, reminiscent of a steel warhorse that had emerged from a science fiction realm. Its magnificent horn, gleaming in a unique blend of gold and silver, appeared undeniably formidable and cold under the sunlight's refraction. Fusion Warhorse, Level 1, Attack, 10002000, Magic, 00, Durability, 1010, Energy, 10100, Armor, 1000, Attack Speed, 10, Movement Speed, 200. Upgrade, 0100, Self-Repair, can continuously self-repair using the fusion core after being destroyed. 1 unit of energy allows the warhorse to traverse 1 kilometer at full speed. Thus, 100 energy enables a journey of 100 kilometers. According to the Steel Sentinel, the consumption of 100 life points equates to 1 unit of energy. Very well. Please extend my gratitude to the Eternal Croesus for this magnificent warhorse. I find it delightful. Zhou Heng took the reins of the fusion warhorse, which emitted 2 realistic snorts. Mounting the steed, he set forth towards the Howling Wind. The Frost Mechanical City lay 1,200 kilometers from the Howling Wind, meaning he would need to replenish the fusion warhorse's energy 12 times to reach his destination. At a speed of 200, he could cover the distance in approximately 6 hours. Just as Zhou Heng departed the Frost Mechanical City, within the colossal city of steel, an elderly woman, leaning on her cane, approached the feet of the Eternal Croesus. Did you incorporate Kalena's genes into the clone of Kyrena? Why? The Eternal Croesus remained unmoved, responding in a calm manner. The elderly woman tapped her cane lightly and chuckled. I wish to reforge the sword of the Sakara's Emperor, Holy Sword. The child wields the shadow while we hold the light. After all, only a millennium remains. Should Blue Star falter, we too shall perish, correct? That kind of terror is beyond the endurance of our fallen stellar nation. The Eternal Croesus fell silent for a moment, and eventually murmured, then let the storm come with greater ferocity. Chapter 59, The Unexpected Individual. In a dense forest 600 kilometers from the Frost Mechanical City, Zhou Heng reclined on the fusion warhorse, propping his feet up and sipping from a red flask as he occasionally indulged in a celestial cigarette. This journey had lasted a full 10 days. During this time, through the fusion core and celestial cigarette, he amassed an attack of 1800, magic of 1800, and a permanent life of 19,000, alongside a permanent magic power of 18,000. Each player could only partake in 1 box of celestial cigarettes. Further consumption would yield no additional attributes. Hence, with the completion of an entire box, Zhou Heng experienced a delightful enhancement of both attack and movement speed by 10 each. Simultaneously, the additional 2 ceramic shards obtained from the Eternal Croesus were successfully integrated into the Sakastra Imperial Sword, Holy Sword. In comparison to the original Sakastra Imperial Sword, Holy Sword, the lethality surged to 1,000,300, while the protective capability escalated to 1,000,030,000. Initially, Zhou Heng had intended to slay some level 21 wild creatures to allow the upgraded Sakastra Imperial Sword, Holy Sword, to taste blood during the 10-day journey. However, to his astonishment, aside from creatures of level 11 and below, he scarcely encountered any beings of level 11 or higher. He was uncertain whether this was due to the geographical location bordering the Saka's empire or if the Chongqing family had indeed eradicated the wild creatures in this area. If the situation remained consistent within hundreds of kilometers, both novice players and the newer generation would truly lack a place to level up and enhance their skills. The constraints of levels were far more exaggerated than he had anticipated. Suddenly, the fusion steed came to an abrupt halt, as if something obstructed its path. Zhou Heng rose slightly to gaze forward and discovered a ragged, stooped old man, his face marred with dirt and blood, lying on the ground. Just as he prepared to dismount and assist the man, the fate prompt, which had been absent for 10 days, materialized on his retina. Countless destinies intertwine, resembling a dark forest. Only with sufficient caution and care can one survive and emerge from such a level of darkness. Fate offers you a hint. Fate Hint 1. By aiding this seemingly harmless elderly man, you shall attain a sense of fulfillment from within, for a good education encourages such actions. Yet, you shall also invite an unfathomable misfortune, as your adversaries are far more formidable than you can imagine. Fate Hint 2. As Tart, who seeks to obliterate Little Bird Town, retreats severely wounded from the powerful assault of the Frost Codex, he encounters you while searching for a chance to recover. You possess the ancient hero system he craves. Perhaps you could play a beautiful melody on your flute, allowing him to experience what true power feels like. Zhou Heng paused mid-dismount, having contemplated various possibilities. Yet he had never considered that the old man blocking his path would be Tart, the mayor of Little Bird Town. His knowledge of Tart was minimal. He only knew that the latter had become a target for the Frost Codex's attack, capable of being schemed against at levels 11 and 30. Could this be the proverbial pursuit of iron shoes without finding a place, with the result falling into his lap effortlessly? He had not even sought out Tart. The latter had come to him. Zhou Heng dismounted and gracefully approached Tart, helping the unconscious elder to his feet. "Grandpa, are you all right? How did you end up like this?" Zhou Heng showcased his reasonably adept acting skills. Tart played along. "Cough. I am parched. Do you have something to drink?" "Cough, cough." Zhou Heng feigned urgency, rummaging through his backpack and retrieving a few blue potions to offer. "Grandpa, this is all I have. Will this suffice?" Tart coughed twice again, presenting what he believed to be a kindly smile, and then guzzled the blue potion eagerly. He initially believed he would never have the opportunity to encounter Zhou Heng again. After all, with the latter's extraordinary prowess, it was conceivable that, after a year or two of development, he might indeed find himself unable to contend with him, let alone acquire the ancient heroic information that Zhou Heng possessed. Yet, fortune seemed to smile upon him, allowing their paths to cross as he fled down the path of the howling winds. "Old man, would you mind if I played a tune?" Zhou Heng gracefully extracted an elegant ancient flute from his backpack, performing a delicate flourish. Tart's heart tightened as he fixated on the refined instrument. He was well aware of the nature of the statue Zhou Heng had destroyed, which bore flute, and thus he was understandably concerned. However, upon casting a discerning gaze, he discovered that it was merely an ordinary flute. Remembering his own disguise, he realized that Zhou Heng could not possibly uncover his true identity in such a brief span of time, leading him to conclude that he was being overly cautious. At this moment, he was activating the unyielding arena, a tool that would ensure Zhou Heng could not escape. Once he reached a count of 60, Zhou Heng would be his to command. "Of course, I don't mind at all." Tart revealed a set of yellowed teeth, resembling a rustic farmer. Zhou Heng nodded with a smile, remaining silent as he sat beside Tart, playing the melodious tune "The Eagle Catches the Chick." This was a notably brief piece, indicating that he was holding something back. While listening to Zhou Heng's enchanting melody, Tart feigned consuming a blue vial to incapacitate him, all the while secretly activating the unyielding arena. Before long, the count reached 60, and the effects of the unyielding arena were triggered. You're affected by the unyielding arena effect. You have entered the unyielding arena. You must adhere to the ancient arena rules. Once the arena battle commences, a resurrection platform is provided. It is a fight to the death. With the effects of the unyielding arena activated, Tart abruptly sat up from the ground, laughing maniacally. "Zhou Heng, you are mine now. Did you ever imagine I had such a backup plan?" However, as Tart laughed, he soon realized something was amiss. Zhou Heng seemed to have anticipated this very scenario, remaining seated and continuing to play his flute. In an instant, a chill ran down Tart's spine. An ominous premonition surged within him, and without hesitation, he lunged for Zhou Heng's neck. In a flash, as Zhou Heng's melody concluded, the noble and compassionate gentle effect was activated. You listen to the melodious flute. You're influenced by an unknown power. Level temporarily set to 10. Your attribute skills will retain all values of level 21. Tart gazed at Zhou Heng, disbelief and horror filling his eyes. He realized he had miscalculated. Zhou Heng had been aware of his intentions from the very beginning. The pretense of the old man and the offer to play him a tune had all been a ruse. He should have prevented Zhou Heng from completing his performance, extinguishing any unlikely possibilities in their infancy. Instinctively, Tart reached for a device that resembled the unyielding arena but bore a different aura, intending to crush it. This was the unyielding exemption arena, a countermeasure tool against the unyielding arena. If he could shatter it, he would escape its control. Yet, just as he was about to crush the device, a sharp glint of sword light sliced across his neck. 12,207. With a staggering damage of 12,207, the physical assault obliterated Tart's health bar in an instant. His ambition to shatter the unyielding arena was ultimately thwarted, as he helplessly witnessed the severing of his head from his neck. You have slain the mayor of Little Birdtown, Tart, due to the unyielding arena's influence. The opponent is about to respawn. Observing the radiant white light that signified Tart's resurrection, Zhou Heng glanced at the Sakist Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, in his grasp. Surprisingly, the act of slaying Tart did not bypass the resurrection mechanism, but rather annihilated him directly. Or perhaps, the Sakist Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, was effective solely against the Changsheng family, serving as their exclusive weapon, as Tart's white light coalesced directly before him. Zhou Heng was determined not to grant his adversary the opportunity to activate that item, though its nature remained a mystery to him. He was well aware of the unyielding arena, for he possessed one himself. Once such an item is employed, it signifies a relentless battle to the death. Given these circumstances, he could not afford to relinquish even the slightest chance for Tart to turn the tide. Just as Tart revived, he was denied even the chance to utter a threat. He merely felt the damage of 12,207 wash over him once more. Tart's eyes widened in shock, his hands gripping Zhou Heng's shoulders tightly. Yet he could not finish a sentence before once again dissipating into white light. Zhou Heng observed silently, and once the radiant glow of resurrection faded, he delivered another decisive strike. With his critical damage soaring to 12,247, Tart's meager 40 armor proved utterly inadequate. Thus, Zhou Heng executed his blows repeatedly. Initially, Tart sought a glimmer of hope, as he still possessed 300 resurrection coins pillaged over the past month. However, with each resolute strike from Zhou Heng, his inner turmoil intensified. At that moment, he was consumed by regret. Why had he not attacked the instant Zhou Heng drew near? With his level 70 attributes, he could have surely overpowered his foe, a fact evident from Zhou Heng's own attacks. With a critical damage of merely 12,247, such a level of damage was insufficient even to slay a level 60 player, let alone a level 70 member of the Changsheng family. Thus, the only explanation for Zhou Heng's ability to strike down a level 70 player at level 20 lay in the flute bestowed by the statue. That was undoubtedly the case. As despair enveloped him, Tart felt as if all his schemes had merely served as a wedding gown for Zhou Heng's triumph. Soon, his resurrection coins were depleted, and amid a flash of white light, he beheld the severance of his head from his neck. You are more decisive than I, yet I shall await you below, Changsheng. You are no match for me. You have slain the mayor of Little Birdtown, Tart. You have been cursed by darkness. Your location has been locked. You have lost items to the darkness. The probability of monster drops has activated with a 20 effect. You have looted 3 items from your death drop. As Zhou Heng gazed at the items that fell from the void, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Instead of hastily collecting the drops, he opened his attribute panel to investigate the Dark Curse. Dark Curse, a unique power that belongs solely to the darkness, allowing all members of the Dark Association to view your coordinates on the Grand Map. The Dark Association, unsurprisingly, stand in opposition to the Radiant Sword. However, according to Fate's hints, when approaching the Radiant Sword, it is suggested that the Radiant Sword may not be as luminous as it appears, and the Dark Association may not be as sinister as it seems. The specifics remain elusive, as Zhou Heng has gathered insufficient information to make a judgment. Closing the attribute panel, Zhou Heng crouched down to collect the soul 3 drops from the death of Mayor Tat of Birdtown. Dark Assistance, 1-time item. Quality, inferior. A class of taboo item extracted from pure darkness. Attack, 50. Magic, 50. Health recovery, 2. Mana recovery, 2. Duration, 3. Upon use, there is an 80 chance of succumbing to madness, a 19 chance of entering a frenzy, and a mere 1 chance of retaining sanity. Usage requirement, none. The first item presented is remarkably extravagant. It not only amplifies attack magic by 50, but also offers health and mana recovery, albeit modest at 2. However, under extraordinary circumstances, it could prove invaluable. The sole caution lies in its effects, while the exact nature of the 99 madness and frenzy is uncertain. Zhou Heng certainly has no desire to experience it. The second death drop is relatively mundane, yet upon appraisal, even after having slain numerous members of the Changsheng family, Zhou Heng could not help but fixate on it. Shroud. Quality, legendary. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary shroud, but based on certain clues, it might belong to an ancient hero. A legendary item, surpassing even the quality of the Sakasudo Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. Although it currently serves no purpose, Zhou Heng is confident that there will come a day when he will need this shroud. Carefully placing the shroud into the depths of his quasi-infinite backpack, Zhou Heng turned his attention to the final death drop. Compared to the previous two, this drop was exceedingly peculiar. It was a green glass jar adorned with a smiling face, exuding warmth and kindness, filled with approximately 17 units of green liquid. Adhering to the principle that darkness yields no ordinary items, Zhou Heng approached with caution. Upon appraisal, the item proved to be quite extraordinary. Lifespan container. Quality, resplendent. Lifespan capacity, 12,000,999. This is a vessel for containing lifespan, composed of a special material, possessing remarkable effects, though the specifics remain unknown. As Zhou Heng discerned the information about the lifespan container, a fate hint abruptly appeared on his retina. Chapter 61, Master of Lifespan. The dark prologue is gradually drawing near, and you must take action. Fate grants you a hint. Fate Hint 1. Under the subtle manipulations of the Changshang family, in conjunction with the specific 3 resources, Whirlwind's Breath, Certificate of Exile, and Azure Cloud Dew, you may expend the lifespan contained within the lifespan container, achieving an unlimited extension of your own lifespan. However, the cost of such an act is enduring the decay of your body. Fate's second revelation. Yet, what the world remains oblivious to is that within the upper echelons of the true immortals, genuine longevity never relies on the hand of any material possession. The so-called specific resources and combinations are merely a jest played by the Master of Life upon the masses. To earn the true acknowledgement of the Master of Life and genuinely extend one's lifespan, one must possess the might of a formidable warrior. Perhaps you might contemplate unlocking the vessel of longevity to undertake the trial of eternal life set forth by the Master. Is it possible that such secrets exist? Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes slightly and, without hesitation, opened the vessel of longevity, consuming the verdant liquid within, which contained the essence of 1,200 years of life. You have consumed the essence of longevity. Your lifespan has increased by 10 years. You have activated the longevity attribute. Your growth in lifespan has drawn the gaze of the Master of Life, who casts a glance upon you from the boundless depths of eternity. A voice, resonant with disdain, yet tinged with somberness, echoed in Zhou Heng's mind. Do you also yearn for longevity? If so, I shall grant you the trial of eternal life. As Zhou Heng consumed the entirety of the green essence, a wave of verdant ripples surged around him, coalescing upon the back of his right hand to form a pattern resembling a green vine. You have acquired the trial of longevity, the weight of life. Trial requirements. Amidst the howling winds of despair, the longevity contracts of the immortal clan run rampant, long devoid of respect for life. You must slay 10,000 decayed players from the immortal clan. Trial reward, 1,200 years of life. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Heng mounted his steed and set forth toward the howling winds of despair. His curiosity regarding this place, unrecorded in any textbook and unmentioned by the eternal Crowzar, grew increasingly piqued. As night fell, the luminous full moon hung high in the sky, and Zhou Heng galloped at full speed, finally arriving at the howling winds of despair before dawn. The scene before him was quite different from his expectations. He had envisioned a city with millions of inhabitants, yet found only a vast canyon cleaved open in the land. Gather for teams. Thunder of the howling winds. Priority to wood law. Freshly obtained wind stabilizing pearls. No copper coins accepted, only silver coins. Bring your price. Full sets of second turn gear available, with level reductions, ideal for new second turn players. Come and get them. Light ruins are being farmed. High attribute priests, come quickly. At the entrance of the canyon, a throng of players congregated, either hawking their wares or inviting others to form teams. Though Zhou Heng's level was not high, his mechanical steed, the Fusion Warhorse, stood out as unique among the crowd. Such technological dungeons were predominantly monopolized by the Immortal Clan, making them nearly impossible to access. As Zhou Heng made his appearance, numerous vendors and players turned their attention toward him. Hey there, what do they call you? Would you like to join our light association? We have a professional team of priests, each one beautiful and tall, guaranteed to please you. As long as you possess sufficient strength, 2 or 3 together is also acceptable. A male player, introducing himself as a member of the Light Association, approached Zhou Heng, offering him a soft cigarette that originally cost 1 silver coin, now priced at 30,000 copper coins. As he gazed at the soft cigarette being offered, Zhou Heng's mind stirred, and he extracted the coveted Tianma cigarette he had received from Su Chonghuan, extending it to the man before him. "Brother, do indulge." The man's eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing the legendary Tianma cigarette, as golden light flickered in his gaze. Instinctively, he pressed down Zhou Heng's hand, whispering with a sly grin, "Big brother, are you here on behalf of the higher-ups? If there is anything you wish to know, do not hesitate to command." Zhou Heng's lips curled into a smirk. His assumption was correct. It was rumored that the Guangming Association acted as lackeys for the Changsheng family, wielding power among ordinary players. And it seemed this was indeed the case. The appearance of the Tianma cigarette, coupled with the fusion warhorse, led the man to naturally conclude that Zhou Heng was dispatched by the Changsheng family. In the howling winds of despair, what other matters could arise but those pertaining to the life contract? Zhou Heng cast a meaningful glance at the man, gently patting his hand, and said softly, "This place is crowded. Take me somewhere quieter." The man's heart leaped with joy. This was undoubtedly a significant figure sent from above, although not from the Changsheng family. Anyone capable of producing a Tianma cigarette and a mechanical steed surely held a respectable standing in their eyes. With this thought, the man inclined slightly and gestured for Zhou Heng to follow him, quickly leading him to the Guangming Association's encampment beside the canyon. They settled within a metallic tent, where a man poured a crystal-clear drink for Zhou Heng. "Big brother, do taste this elven wine procured from the Guangming ruins. Not only is it rich in flavor, but it also permanently enhances magic by 50 points. Zhou Heng glanced at the elven wine, his brow furrowing slightly. Was this all they had to offer? Only this mediocre enhancement? With a downcast gaze, Zhou Heng sipped the elven wine, yet his mind was busy piecing together the information embedded in the man's words. Throughout his journey from the Frost Mechanical City, he had encountered no wild beasts exceeding level 11. Yet here, one could directly encounter level 51 quintuple transformed creatures. There had to be a deeper reason behind this. He found it hard to believe the Changsheng family was so benevolent. Coupled with the lifespan containers he had acquired along the way, a faint suspicion began to take shape. You have consumed elven wine. Magic limit increased to 50. If you can consume elven noble wine, magic limit will rise to 500. If you can consume elven queen wine, magic limit will ascend to 5,000. Upon seeing the sudden notifications appear before his eyes, Zhou Heng's initial suspicions were further solidified. The Changsheng family had indeed laid bait in the howling winds of despair, enticing players to strive endlessly for this elusive hook. If he was not mistaken, as the support from the howling winds increased, so too would the strength of the wild beasts. Chapter 62, The Mockery of Lifespan. Setting down the elven wineglass, Zhou Heng regarded the man ambiguously and inquired, "How has the strength of the wild beasts been lately? Any troubles?" Indeed, Zhou Heng's gaze sharpened as he lit a Tianma cigarette for himself, exhaling clouds of smoke while solemnly stating, "I've come here primarily to inquire about the Zhou Heng mentioned in the Imperial announcement. Do you know him?" The man certainly did not recognize Zhou Heng. Otherwise, their very first meeting would have revealed his identity, which conveniently afforded Zhou Heng the opportunity to maneuver. Upon hearing the name Zhou Heng, the man's expression subtly shifted, and he instinctively swallowed hard, as if confronted with an unspeakable terror. "Esteemed sir, Zhou Heng is indeed a figure of dread. To slay a being of level 70 whilst being merely at level 20, one cannot fathom such a feat, even in the annals of history. Your presence here suggests he may also be in this vicinity?" Zhou Heng nodded affirmatively. According to the intelligence received, Zhou Heng has departed from the newly established Frosteel City and is advancing towards the Wailing Winds region. I may have arrived too late. He might already be concealed among the throngs. The man's countenance paled significantly. He has ventured into the Wailing Winds region. Surely, his intent is to secure a lifespan contract. It is rumored that Zhou Heng has recently turned to the dark arts and aligned himself with the vast Star Nation, undoubtedly aiming to oppose us. Brother, allow me to lead you to the president. This matter has escalated beyond what a mere subordinate like myself can manage. He began to rise, only to be restrained by Zhou Heng's hand. This information must not reach your branch president. We are in the light, while our adversary lurks in the shadows. The fewer who are aware, the better. Moreover, while your strength may be lacking, your grassroots position affords you a wealth of experience and insight. It is precisely individuals like you that I require. Zhou Heng's words, laced with both humility and praise, swiftly bridged the gap between them. The man stood dumbfounded for a moment, feeling somewhat at a loss. As a mere level 37 third transformation individual, he could hardly comprehend why someone of Zhou Heng's stature would value his input. Brother, you honor me with your regard. Should you seek knowledge, Do not hesitate to inquire. I shall speak freely. Seeing this, Zhou Heng smiled, refraining from hastening his inquiries regarding the Changshan family's schemes concerning the lifespan contracts. After all, such information was likely within the purview of his assumed identity, and to ask a minor figure would be counterproductive. Indeed, if he were to pose such questions, it could jeopardize the situation. While Zhou Heng pondered how best to delve into the secrets of the Wailing Winds region, a voice, all too familiar, echoed from outside the iron tent. Wengu, do you have a lifespan contract for 10 years? I am in need of one. Have you considered your position? You are left with only 30-some years of life. Should you expend another 10, you will be left with barely 20, came the response. Stepping outside the tent, Zhou Heng immediately recognized the hunched figure standing before Wengu. It was his homeroom teacher, Yutong. Who is he? Zhou Heng inquired. Ah, do you mean him? His name is Yutong. He is said to be a high school teacher from City on Blue Star. Kvait Nave. He married a woman of formidable reputation and used to flaunt their affection here daily, claiming he would hold a grand wedding once he reached level 51. As the man spoke, his eyes glinted mischievously. He leaned closer to Zhou Heng and whispered, "What he does not know is that individuals like him, untouched by the world, often have their partners arranged by us. That incident of him falling into a coma was orchestrated to ensure they delve deeper into the Wailing Winds region, exchanging their lifespan for attributes. You see, those of his ilk contribute the most lifespan. Many have exceeded their quotas due to this manipulation." Zhou Heng's pupils constricted as he cast a sidelong glance at the man, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing within his gaze. At that moment, he finally comprehended why the Eternal Crosses had described this place as a realm of suffering. Were he in Yutong's position, upon discovering that his partner had been arranged by others and that everything was orchestrated for the sake of his lifespan, he would undoubtedly descend into madness. Observing his homeroom teacher, Yutong, hastily departing with a 10-year lifespan contract in hand, Zhou Heng inhaled deeply, suppressing the boundless wrath that surged within him. His attributes were commendable, placing him among the ranks of ordinary players who had just undergone their second-class transfer, or even among those who had attained longevity. However, the adversaries he faced were far beyond mere level 21 players. This matter required a meticulous and strategic approach. In this secret realm, which locale would be most suitable for leveling up? Zhou Heng inquired without glancing at the man beside him. The man, pondering little, chuckled quietly. 4 farming monsters. The Radiant Ruins would be ideal. You may not be aware, but we have crafted numerous legends surrounding the Radiant Ruins based on historical accounts. Tales of discovering the power of the Radiant Goddess, or the remains of the Queen of the Radiant Elf race, all to invigorate those ambitious souls. You have slain a Radiant Association player. You have acquired all dropped items from the opponent. Individuals like this sycophant possessed little of value in their bags, the only noteworthy item being the Wind Stabilizing Pearl that Zhou Heng required. Wind Stabilizing Pearl. Quality good. When placed in the bag, it can stave off the wails of the howling winds, and it seems to possess additional, intriguing functions. Upon completing the appraisal, Zhou Heng noticed a line of small text beneath the appraisal results, a fateful hint. Chapter 63, Radiant Anomaly. Some items may appear simple, yet they harbor profound mysteries. Destiny offers you a hint. Destiny Hint 1. As a special crop produced in the Howling Winds domain, its primary function is to resist the howling gales. Possessing it allows you to traverse the howling winds with impunity. Destiny Hint 2. You might consider collecting 100 Wind Stabilizing Pearls. An unexpected delight may await you. Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes. The unexpected delight hinted at by fate was certainly not of ordinary gain. He must find a way to amass these 100,000 Wind Stabilizing Pearls. At present, he could only hope that his upcoming journey of monster farming would yield as many resources as possible. Placing the Wind Stabilizing Pearl in his bag, Zhou Heng exited the tent and made his way to the Radiant Ruins. Before long, Zhou Heng discovered the Radiant Ruins at the right side of the canyon within the Howling Winds domain, in stark contrast to the guarded secret realms of Frost City. This location was entirely unmonitored. The entrance to the Radiant Ruins was a staircase descending into the earth, composed of weathered ancient stones and moss, exuding an aura of antiquity. Beside the entrance stood a conspicuous sign, emblazoned in bold red letters. Radiant Association, Caesar Divine Court, and listening to the Tides Hall in collaboration. Trespassers keep out. Any ordinary player would certainly halt at such a warning, but Zhou Heng was different. Having already slain a member of the Radiant Association within their stronghold, he welcomed encounters with such enemies. Additionally, as the Radiant Ruins were categorized as a level 21 to level 41 secret realm, it implied that the players from the 3 major factions entering the realm would not exceed level 41. With such a disparity in levels, Zhou Heng felt emboldened to eliminate as many as he could. With this thought in mind, he descended the staircase, step by step disappearing into the depths of darkness. As Zhou Heng entered the realm of the Radiant Ruins, he found himself beside a dilapidated wooden cabin, surveying the chaos that surrounded him. The entire environment was a scene of desolation and disorder. Suddenly, the ominous growls of monsters reached his ears from behind, and upon closer inspection, he discerned the looming presence of a wolf-like creature, the Radiant Starving Wolf. Level: 31 attack, 1000 to 2000 magic, 1000 to 2000 health, 1010 mana, 1010 armor, 100 attack speed, 30 movement speed, 70. The creature's malevolent claws could deliver a physical assault dealing 2 points of damage, while its fiery breath could unleash a magical fire attack inflicting 2 points of damage. Zhou Heng gasped in astonishment. The attributes of this beast far surpassed those of the deep-water larva he had previously vanquished in the novice village. The Radiant Starving Wolf's total attributes exceeded 22,000, indicating that even a level 50 opponent would struggle against such formidable stats. Faced with such overwhelming power, how could a mere player, bereft of life, exchange contracts? Hope to prevail? As the Radiant Starving Wolf perceived Zhou Heng's hesitation, it lunged forward, activating its claw attack. Remaining calm, Zhou Heng deftly sidestepped the assault while brandishing the Sakist Emperor's sword, delivering a flurry of strikes, 88 per second, aimed at the creature's vital neck region. 12,147, 12,147, 12,147. Even with Zhou Heng's formidable physical prowess, it required 9 strikes, coupled with critical hits, to finally bring the creature down. You have defeated a level 31 Radiant Starving Wolf. Experience gained, 62. As the notification echoed in his ears, a cascade of resources tumbled to the ground. Approaching to collect them, Zhou Heng was bewildered to find that they were all wind-stabilizing pearls, 20 in total. He was taken aback. Such valuable items were not supposed to drop so readily. He recalled that at the canyon entrance, these pearls could only be purchased with silver coins, not copper. Given the rarity of such resources, their abundance in this instance seemed improbable. Even with an additional 20 drop rate, such a yield was extraordinary. Otherwise, the market value of these items would never rise to the level of silver coins. Contemplating the sign at the entrance of the realm, Zhou Heng speculated that the unexpected drop rates might be the very reason for the restrictions placed on this location. Driven by curiosity, he ventured deeper into the ruins. Meanwhile, the scarred woman clenched her hand, summoning a pair of daggers, and in the blink of an eye, activated her skill. Swift concealment, thunderous backstab. Vanishing from sight. With a swift thrust, she pierced Zhou Heng's neck, dealing 892 points of physical damage. However, the smirk that once graced her lips quickly faded, as did the smiles of her 5 companions. They had assessed Zhou Heng's level to be 21. And it was expected that a player of such a level would be easily overpowered by opponents of level 31 and above. Yet, despite the strike, his health bar remained unperturbed. In the blink of an eye, as the 6 individuals were momentarily entranced, Zhou Heng swiftly wielded his blade, decapitating the scarred woman. With a defensive rating just above 200, she was considered formidable among third-tier players. Yet, such defenses were insufficient to withstand the might of his Sakist Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. The woman's eyes widened in horror as a chilling realization dawned upon her. You are Zhou Heng, she gasped. You tread the path of heaven uninvited. While hell has no doors, yet you choose to engage others until I can rally my forces. Though slain, the scarred woman possessed resurrection coins, rendering her death inconsequential. However, Zhou Heng's identity had been unveiled, and he would soon face relentless pursuit. After her demise, Zhou Heng pointed the blade of the Sakist Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, at the remaining 5. Chapter 64. Horseback and Slaughter. It appeared that some peculiar transformation had indeed occurred here, with the 3 major factions farming the stability orbs. Yet, why were they collecting so many? Were they stockpiling? Or did they possess knowledge of the million? Zhou Heng pondered, dismissing the latter possibility. Had the 3 factions, or even the Changshan family been aware of such a matter, they would have already amassed countless million-level stability orbs. There must be some underlying mechanism at play. Gathering all the drops, Zhou Heng continued deeper into the Radiant Ruins. Soon, he arrived at the heart of the crumbling remains, an area steeped in eerie mystery. At the end of the dilapidated walls, there was no path, but rather a luminous route suspended in the void. This radiant pathway stretched into the profound depths of the abyss, seemingly without end. With a vision of 50 kilometers, Zhou Heng could see howling winds, searing flames, and eternal frost along this path. Within these diverse elemental regions, numerous players were engaged in battling the radiant starving wolves. Zhou Heng could not let such an exceptional opportunity for attribute farming slip away. Traversing this route would undoubtedly allow him to fill the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, while harvesting a significant number of stability orbs. It was conceivable that by the end of this endeavor, he could directly amass 1,000,000 stability orbs. Unable to suppress his desire any longer, Zhou Heng summoned his steed, the Fusion Warhorse, and, brandishing the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, set forth along the luminous path. What transformation had transpired here, resulting in the sudden proliferation of stability orbs? Who could provide answers? This was my first encounter with such an anomaly. I wondered if the leaders had reported these events. A foreboding sense lingered within me. Do you share this sentiment? Indeed, ever since the vast Star Nation emerged 3 weeks ago, I have sensed an impending misfortune, a feeling I had never experienced before. Well, let us continue farming. With such an abundance of stability orbs, even without special purposes, the sheer quantity is enough for us to reap substantial profits. A group of players from the Caesar Divine Court were farming radiant starving wolves in a frigid region, their laughter echoing as they beheld the orbs dropped by the monsters. They were genuine foreigners, belonging to the Chongshang family S. Morden, loyal servants of the Chongsheng clan. At that moment, they suddenly heard the sound of hooves approaching along the radiant path. Following the sound, a group of Caesar Divine Court players beheld Zhou Heng charging towards them, brandishing the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword. The foreign players instinctively assumed they were under attack, but upon noticing Zhou Heng's mechanical warhorse, they silently moved aside. Clearly, they believed him to be a representative of the Chongshang family, as only those from this esteemed lineage could command such a mechanical steed. However, that thought quickly dissipated when Zhou Heng cleaved down the nearest Caesar player with his sword. Panic ensued. This was indeed an enemy. The front line moved to engage. Yet the back row, evidently composed of captain-level players from Caesar Divine Court, had not even issued their team commands before Zhou Heng decapitated their front line, which consisted of heavily armored tanks specializing in defense and vitality. Frostbite struck a Caesar mage just as he was about to complete his incantation. Before he could unleash his spell, he was reduced to a mere flicker of white light. Swift, so swift, equipped with a long sky 3-piece set and wielding the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, Zhou Heng's attack speed reached an astonishing 88. In the luminous ruins, who could withstand even a second of his onslaught at levels 21 and 41, coupled with the terrifying speed of 200 from the Fusion Warhorse? Zhou Heng transformed what should have been a prolonged and fervent battle into a cavalcade of mounted slaughter. You have slain a Caesar Divine Court player. You have slain a Caesar Divine Court player. You have slain a Caesar Divine Court player. Zhou Heng continued his relentless assault, swiftly annihilating the entirety of the Caesar players within the frost-laden region, concurrently dispatching the luminous starving wolves. Once the area was cleared of both players and monsters, he collected over 10,000 wind stabilizing pearls. Stowing the pearls in his backpack, Zhou Heng patted his Fusion Warhorse. If only you could automatically loot the drops. All right, let us move on to the next area. With a resounding neigh, the Fusion Warhorse galloped deeper into the path of light. Enemy attack. Not from any of our 3 major guilds. This damage, it's definitely Zhou Heng. Damn it, Zhou Heng. Are you truly declaring war against our 3 guilds? Zhou Heng, your arrogance won't last long. If you have the guts, stay within the luminous ruins for the rest of your life. Like a tempest sweeping across the prairie, Zhou Heng moved through the battlefield unchallenged. During this time, he attempted to practice looting while mounted. Despite many missteps, he understood that failure breeds success. After hundreds of unsuccessful attempts, he finally grasped the technique. As his efficiency in looting while riding improved, his slaughtering pace increased significantly. Previously, he had not encountered many ordinary players and thought that the disparity between them and the Chongsheng family players was minimal. However, it became apparent that ordinary players feared confronting the Chongsheng family for good reason. If even he, a level 21 newly advanced player, could not match them, how could he dare provoke a lineage that had endured for millennia? You have slain a Tingqiao Pavilion player. You have slain a Tingqiao Pavilion player. You have slain a Luminous Association player. You have slain a Luminous Association player. In contrast to the solitary endeavor of conquering the realm of Caesar's Divine Court, the Radiant Association and the Listening Tide Pavilion engage in a collective pursuit, with the latter being predominantly composed of female players, while the former consists mostly of males, evidently orchestrating a scheme of male-led female involvement. However, to Zhou Heng, these merely represent opportunities to enhance the attributes of the Sakast Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword. Time slipped away unnoticed as Zhou Heng reined in his fusion steed, casting a glance at the Seicast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, in his grasp. Chapter 65. The Eternal Structure of the Radiant Deity. Seicast Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword. Level 3. Quality, Timeless. Kill count, 3,000. 300. Each kill of a creature of the same level grants 1 attack. Protection count, 3,000,000. Each kill of a creature of the same level grants 10 health. Attack speed, 10. Movement speed, 20. Durability. Upgrade cost, 310,000. At last, the sword had reached its full potential, yet regrettably, it had not triggered any additional abilities. More fragments of the Holy Sword were still required. Stowing away the Seicast Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, Zhou Heng proceeded to examine the wind-stabilizing pearls he had amassed throughout his journey of slaughter. The Radiant Association, Caesar's Divine Court, and the Listening Tide Pavilion had proven quite formidable. Combined with the wind-stabilizing pearls dropped by the Radiant Wolf, he had accumulated a staggering total of 500,000. In other words, he needed to acquire another 500,000 to fulfill his million-target goal. Moreover, his level had risen to 30 during this spree of wilderness hunting. Levels 21 to 31 each provide 10 points of random attributes, and having leveled up 9 times, he reaped a total of 90 points in random attributes. Interestingly, all 90 points were allocated to magic this time. Closing his inventory, Zhou Heng gazed into the depths of the Radiant Path, which appeared endless and daunting. What lay at the end of this luminous journey? Did this path exist before the Radiant Ruins? Zhou Heng was uncertain, yet he felt compelled to delve deeper. With determination, he mounted his fusion steed and galloped toward the unknown depths. After an indeterminate period of pursuit, having charged his steed once more, Zhou Heng encountered a creature unlike any other. This being was a colossal wolf-like entity, far larger than the Radiant Wolf. However, unlike its counterpart, it was composed entirely of light, stationed at the forefront of the Radiant Path, seemingly awaiting or obstructing something. He halted his fusion steed, locking eyes with the luminescent giant wolf. "Depart from this place, human. You do not belong here." The light-formed giant wolf surprisingly spoke, its immense eyes scrutinizing Zhou Heng with disdain. "And what if I insist on proceeding?" Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes, casting an appraisal at the luminous behemoth. Light giant wolf. Level 41. Attack 0. Magic 1,000, 200,000. Health 11. Magic power 200,020,000. Armor 0. Attack speed 70. Movement speed 120. Light structure, immune to all physical damage. Light judgment, all magical damage is subject to a magic power evaluation. Damage not exceeding 1 point of magic power will be nullified. Radiant Dew, inflicts 15 points of light, attribute magical damage within a 500-meter radius. The eternal structure of the God of Light, without the acknowledgement of the other party. One cannot slay them in any form. After examining the attributes of the light giant wolf, Zhou Heng, despite believing his own attributes to be formidable enough for a duel, found himself bewildered upon reviewing the eternal structure of the God of Light. If the skill description is devoid of errors, it implies that without the other's approval, all inflicted damage would be in vain. Were all those preceding skills merely for show? The light giant wolf sat in stillness, its enormous gaze fixed upon Zhou Heng. "Even so, do you still wish to engage me in battle? Or do you believe you possess the qualifications to earn my recognition?" Destiny is ever-changing. The transformation of the Saka's empire is imminent, and the armies of the 3 major factions have gathered. The path ahead is fraught with peril, and the way back is severed, rendering your situation increasingly dire. Destiny Hint 1. Retreat and confront the player army of the Light Association at the Caesar Divine Court, where you will face the Moridan players of the Eternal Family. Destiny Hint 2. Rainbows appear after the storm, even when besieged from all sides. A glimmer of hope remains for you to attain the best outcome. The diminutive Moridan may not withstand you, while you engage the light giant wolf and await the 3 major factions to launch a surprise attack from behind. Perhaps this is the path that true champions, recognized by the world, must tread. The hints of destiny manifested upon Zhou Heng's retina, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he made his choice. He would venture deep into the path of light, and he would confront the 3 major factions and the Moridan eternal players, as the destiny hint suggested. If he did not dare to choose this path, how could he ever become a true powerhouse? "How might I earn your recognition?" Zhou Heng, seated upon his steed, suddenly conjured forth a dragon bow. Physical attacks would prove ineffective, and the Saka's Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, lay dormant. In this battle, he could only rely on the dragon bow. Without uttering a word, Zhou Heng decisively drew the bowstring. In an instant, an arrow imbued with icy energy materialized upon the dragon bow. With a resonant twang, the arrow was loosed towards the light giant wolf. Thud! The arrow struck the light giant wolf's head, dealing a staggering 180 points of ice attribute damage. The wolf narrowed its eyes slightly, rising from its seated position. It regarded Zhou Heng, a hint of a smile gracing its lips. Such damage at this level, and you bear no curse of immortality upon your brow. It appears you are far more formidable and terrifying than I had anticipated. This is quite splendid. The light giant wolf stood fully, towering at 10 meters in height. Its forelegs formed of light, resembling colossal pillars, firmly planted upon the path of light. Even more peculiar, the moment it fully rose. The previously narrow path of light widened, creating a vast arena with a radius exceeding 3 kilometers. Human, dismount. If you seek my acknowledgement, let me witness your true attributes. The light giant wolf no longer regarded Zhou Heng from a position of superiority. This time, its gaze bore a trace of recognition and curiosity. You have heard the keyword, curse of immortality. 38. The lotus petal upon the brow of the eternal family seems to be referred to as the curse of immortality. Zhou Heng squinted, utterly astonished that a mere utterance from his opponent had unlocked the true progress of the age 38 for him, although it had only advanced by 1. That single increment held immense significance for Zhou Heng, as it suggested he might have touched upon the very roots of the Chongsheng family. If he could uncover anything related to the Chongsheng curse, he could elucidate how the Chongsheng family had remained unyielding for millennia. As you wish. Zhou Heng dismounted, patting the horse's back, and stowed the gathered fusion warhorse into his backpack. He then grasped his bow and stood face to face with the colossal light wolf. Chapter 66. The storm has arrived. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Zhou Heng's short hair and clothing to flutter. The 10-meter-tall light wolf remained silent, extending its right forepaw to inscribe the numbers 10, 9, and then 8 in the air with light. Zhou Heng was no fool. He recognized this as a countdown. With the impending clash of bloodshed looming, after numerous battles and enhancements, his movement speed, excluding the sacred sword of Sakist, was already an impressive 102. With the addition of the 3-piece set of Long Kong, his final speed reached 1232, surpassing the light wolf's 120 by a measurable margin. While this difference might not be immediately apparent, in prolonged combat, the distance between them would inevitably widen, ensuring Zhou Heng's victory. Gripping his dragon bow, Zhou Heng did not falter at the light wolf's countdown. He drew the bowstring and aimed for the creature's head, patiently waiting for the countdown to conclude. Observing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the light wolf's eyes, accompanied by a slight curl of its lips. It seemed the esteemed light wolf had been underestimated. 2, 1, 0. As the final number was inscribed, a resounding bang echoed as the 10-meter light wolf propelled itself forward like a cannonball, its formidable claws tearing toward Zhou Heng. Whoosh! Remaining calm under pressure, Zhou Heng synchronized a shot with the moment the countdown hit 0, unleashing 7 arrows in rapid succession with an attack speed of 77. He then swiftly switched to the sacred sword of Sakist, accelerating backward to evade. What? The light wolf, taken aback by Zhou Heng's weapon switch and speed, found it hard to contain its astonishment. When did an ordinary player reach such a staggering movement speed of 120 at level 30? Its claws struck the ground where Zhou Heng had just stood, yet the creature paid no heed to the arrows Zhou Heng had released, transforming into a beam of light as the arrows passed through harmlessly. Incredible! This is no mere resistance to damage. It is an elemental being impervious to harm. How intriguing! How utterly fascinating, human! Perhaps you are the special individual I have awaited for so long. The light wolf mused with excitement as it lunged toward Zhou Heng, simultaneously unleashing its skill, Radiant Rain. Instantly, light cascaded from the heavens. 14,850. After consuming a low-grade radiant potion, Zhou Heng managed to mitigate 150 points of light attribute damage. Nonetheless, he still found himself losing a considerable amount of health against the light wolf's terrifying magic damage. The light wolf halted, gazing at Zhou Heng with bewilderment. In principle, such an achievement is beyond the capabilities of a mere level 30 individual. After all, given the damage previously inflicted, it is evident that the opponent specializes in magical attacks within a formidable skill set. Not only does this individual possess exceptionally high offensive power, but their health pool is astonishingly robust as well. Observing Zhou Heng, who had merely lost less than 110 health points, the light wolf's lips twitched involuntarily. This health bar clearly approached the remarkable figure of 100,000. Is this truly a marksman class? When did marksmen at level 30 acquire such substantial vitality? Just as the light wolf deemed it unnecessary to continue the confrontation, it caught sight of a multitude of players approaching from the opposite direction, causing its eyes to narrow with intrigue. While it had tentatively acknowledged Zhou Heng's prowess, the question remained, how would he respond to a pincer attack? The light wolf was filled with curiosity regarding Zhou Heng's forthcoming maneuvers. Thus, it ceased to linger and surged forward with haste, cornering Zhou Heng in the very heart of the battleground. Meanwhile, the three major factions led by Kashmoridan of the Changshan family arrived in proximity to Zhou Heng. A pale silver mechanical hound darted from Kashmoridan's heel, barking furiously ahead. My dear, are you suggesting that Zhou Heng lies just ahead? A smile, difficult to suppress, crept across Kashmoridan's face as he tightened his hands buried in his pockets. His admiration for Zhou Heng was profound. With the ability to reverse attack a level 70 opponent at level 20, such strength made him yearn for a direct confrontation. However, since Frost City had been removed from the Kasif Empire's territory and transformed into Frost Mechanical City, he had been unable to trace Zhou Heng's whereabouts. The pale, silver mechanical hound barked a couple of times, almost as if to say, Master, the person you seek is just ahead. Kashmoridan affectionately patted the hound's head, a sickly smile gracing his lips as he commanded, Come, lead the way, my dear, so I may finally meet this Zhou Heng. Without hesitation, the mechanical hound surged ahead, swiftly heading towards the light wolf. Kashmoridan, accompanied by players from the three factions, followed the hound deep into the radiant path. Soon, they arrived at the heart of the battleground, led by Kashmoridan. Chapter 67, A Comprehensive Analysis. Mr. Cash, this wolf is no easy opponent, murmured a player from the Kaiser Divine Court beside Kashmoridan. Kashmoridan cast a glance at his companion, remaining silent as he focused on the battlefield ahead. How could he, as a member of the Changshan family stationed in the Howling Abyss, be unaware of the light wolf's strength? The light wolf, a legendary elemental creature, was bestowed with numerous boons from the god of light. In the past, their families, the Moradins, the Su family, and the Leaf family, had expended considerable resources to subdue this legendary being. After a prolonged silence, Kashmoridan spoke. All of you, advance and coordinate your attacks with the light wolf against Zhou Heng. My expectations are modest. Ascertain the nature of his skills while endeavoring to deplete his strength as much as possible. Kashmoridan was no fool, though he was combative. He was not reckless. Zhou Heng's ability to challenge a level 70 adversary at level 20 undoubtedly stemmed from unique strengths. He entered the Radiant Ruins, employing a special level masking artifact. However, such artifacts are incapable of offense. He required a certain amount of time to deceive the Radiant Ruins' secret realm, allowing himself to possess attributes of level 80 while being at level 41. Zhou Heng managed to slay a level 70 opponent at level 20. Could he possibly defeat this level 80 entity at level 30? It is worth noting that the Longxing family had already shared Zhou Heng's information, and he had spent 3 weeks at the Warm Orphanage, leaving him no time to enhance his strength. Thus, with only 10 days having passed, he could not believe that Zhou Heng could vanquish him at level 30. The players from the three major factions exchanged glances, perceiving excitement and determination in each other's eyes. With a vast number of revival coins provided by the young master of the Longshang family, Emo Erden, their trepidation towards Zhou Heng diminished considerably. I shall confront him, declared a killer wielding a dagger, and in an instant, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. Suddenly, a shadow darted from behind Zhou Heng, aiming for his neck. He was swift, yet Zhou Heng was swifter, instantly brandishing the sacrificial emperor's sword, Holy Sword, and slaying the assassin with a single strike. Within the Caesar Divine Court, a female player extended her palm, revealing a book composed of soft luminescence. She was a special class, a calculating master, an auxiliary profession that would be instantly eliminated by powerful factions or even the Longshang family upon appearance. Such professions, akin to seal masters, are exceedingly rare and possess the potential to alter the course of battle. They are not permitted to fall into the hands of the unworthy. Should they be found in the possession of an ordinary player devoid of background or strength, they would either be sent to their demise or compelled to relinquish it. The Lunt armor boasts a defense of 800, categorizing it as a high defense assassin's gear. Zhou Heng severed the assassin's head with a single strike, inflicting a critical damage of 15,447. His attack value stood at 8, 123, 516, 247, contingent upon wielding that sword. At first glance, the sword appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary weapon, typically lacking significant damage enhancements. At level 30, deducting the potential attack range of the long sword he might wield, Zhou Heng's attack floor was around 7,500. The calculating master summarized her data, and upon revealing the results, she gasped in shock. What sort of celestial being is this? At level 30, her attack barely surpassed 100, yet this individual directly achieved around 7,500. The players from the Caesar Divine Court, the Radiant Association, and the Listening Wave Pavilion all gasped in astonishment. An attack floor of 7,500 explained his audacity to venture alone into the Radiant Ruins. However, doubts began to cloud their minds. An attack value of 7,500 at level 30 is indeed formidable. Yet such attributes would stand no chance against a level 70 player from the Longsheng family. Thus, Zhou Heng must be concealing something. The crowd turned their attention to Cashmoral Dan, who stood beside a pale, silver mechanical dog, fixated intently on Zhou Heng. Without further hesitation, they formally engaged in battle. Thus, they had come for this human, rather than for me. Observing the mass of human players charging towards Zhou Heng, the Light Wolf felt a sense of bewilderment. It had initially believed that the Longsheng players had mobilized for the sake of its escape power, only to discover that their true aim was a single human. The giant wolf of light scrutinized Zhou Heng with great curiosity, pondering what actions he had undertaken to provoke such a collective assault from numerous players. Even the member of the Changsheng family seemed apprehensive, hesitating to attack immediately, instead opting to utilize a diviner to assess attributes and skills. What? That beast. We faced 10-meter foes before, just watch me. Wait, why has my damage been deemed ineffective? Can't you evaluate its attributes? There is no way to combat this. Is this truly a creature that belongs within the realm of light? This is absurd. The steadfast tank, a veritable bulwark of health, endured the onslaught of the giant wolf, his vitality rapidly depleting. Give me a moment. I shall construct the resurrection platform. Klaus, the vice president of the Gale Whaling branch of the Caesar Divine Court, stood amidst the throng, 3 elemental orbs, representing lightning, fire, and ice, floating around him. With deft movements of his hands, he directed these elements skyward, gradually sculpting a platform identical to the resurrection point. Resurrection platform, under construction. Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes, casting a vigilant glance over the dense mass of players surging towards him, then toward the diviner stationed beside Cashmore Dan at the rear of the player army. The diviner was a rather vexing class, as the textbooks clearly stated that its strength did not lie merely in its capacity to observe and deduce enemy attributes and skills, but rather in its innate ability to conjure probabilities from thin air. Each calculation could unveil a skill, but this ability bore a significant drawback. It required the user to be in a battlefield, deemed in a state of combat by the boundless void. Zhou Heng had no desire for his own attributes and skills to be laid bare before his adversaries. From his inventory, he retrieved a complex-level skill learning exemption scroll, an item he had preserved for emergencies, and used despite the rewards from the Imperial announcement. At last, this scroll was poised to serve its purpose. Yet, just as he prepared to employ the complex-level skill learning exemption scroll to acquire skill, a fateful prompt materialized upon his retina. Chapter 68. The hunt commences. Each decision dictated by fate invariably influences subsequent developments. Are these 2 trivial complexities truly worth such a choice? Fate bestows upon you a prompt. Fate Prompt 1. Consume an exceedingly rare, complex-level skill learning exemption scroll to learn the trivial skill, Wrath of the Thunderous Seas. While your efficiency in clearing players will significantly increase, unbeknownst to you, the diviner, though formidable, will be unable to fathom your prowess wielding the sacred sword of Sakasht. Limited to calculating only known data with her eyes. Fate Prompt 2. Only through the initial Imperial-level announcement can one acquire complex-level skill learning exemption scrolls, enabling the learning of ancient and potent complex skills. You might consider preserving them for a true opportunity. After perusing the fate prompts, Zhou Heng silently stowed away the complex-level skill learning exemption scroll. His thoughts aligned with the essence of the fate prompts. He resolved to refrain from deploying this resource until the moment of utmost necessity. Since the surveyor cannot deduce any meaningful insights, why squander such a precious direct exemption scroll? It would be far more expedient to launch an assault directly. Grasping the dragon bow, Zhou Heng aimed at the surging tide of players advancing towards him, unreservedly revealing his data with each arrow loosed. His profession was most likely that of a long-range archer. The bow, a dragon bow, was capable of transforming physical attacks into magical ones, imbued with ice attributes. The magical attack range lay between 11,000 and 14,000. As of now, he had not employed any skills, leaving open the possibility that all abilities were passive. The surveyor, while calculating, relayed Zhou Heng's statistics to Cashmore Dan. Listening intently to the calculations, Cashmore Dan's brow furrowed deeply. Such a formidable attack and magic, he acknowledged, place him at a disadvantage compared to this not overly powerful player of the longevity family at level 30. However, he was no ordinary individual, having weathered many storms while stationed at the Howling Winds. This realization only intensified his gravity of thought. Could the attributes of that sword be discerned? Cashmore Dan inquired of the surveyor beside him. The female surveyor's expression soured. I am sorry, young Master Cashmore, but my talent in void calculation has consistently failed. Despite a supposed success rate of 20, Cashmore Dan's demeanor darkened. If the surveyor could not yield results with a 20 probability in void calculation, then the sword surely bore some anomaly. Reflecting on the differences observed in Zhou Heng's engagements with both ordinary players and those of the longevity family, it was evident that not a single ordinary player had been eliminated thus far. Disregarding the female surveyor's astonished expression, Cashmore Dan clasped his right wrist with his left hand, continuously rotating his right arm. With each rotation, additional segments of metallic armor manifested upon his right arm as he advanced towards the battlefield. Cashmore Dan, Vastarsbone Mecha Type 001, Level 4180, Genetic Sequence 1, 300 additional to all attributes. Profession, Fury Fist, 5 stars. Attack. Health, 5,200 1200. Rage, 0 10,000. Armor, 0. Attack speed, 10. Movement speed, 10. Water attribute resistance, 0. Fire attribute resistance, 0. Wind attribute resistance, 0. Lightning attribute resistance, 0. Ice attribute resistance, 0. Wood attribute resistance, 0. Light attribute resistance, 0. Dark attribute resistance, 0. Experience, 0 10. Rage from the heart. The more furious you become, the higher your attack increases. Surging Fury. Your attack transforms into, granting you an initial attack value equivalent to the value exchanged through equivalent substitution while in combat. Equivalent substitution. You may convert all attributes, except health, into initial attack upon entering combat, with the attack's lower limit equaling the initial attack value. Current initial attack, 620. Ultimate attack speed. Initial attack speed remains constant at 10. In battle, it escalates to 100, with an additional increment of 10 every quarter hour, capping at 300. Ultimate movement speed. Initial movement speed remains constant at 10. In battle, it escalates to 100, with an additional increment of 10 every quarter hour, capping at 300. Exquisite form. In a state of combat, movement speed increases by an additional 20. Vastar's External Skeleton Mecha Model 001. Quality, Radiant, Embedded. Final Attack, Speed Determination, 20. Final Movement Speed Determination, 20. Physical Damage Reduction, 50. Durability, 300 million. While retrieving his own attributes, Cashmore officially stepped onto the battlefield, enveloped in a pale, silver exoskeleton, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity. He was neither Su Luiyue nor Su Changwan. Having learned from past experiences, he would not afford Zhou Heng any opportunity for counterattack. As the saying goes, he intended not merely to take Zhou Heng's life, but also to seize the sword that could potentially transcend the resurrection mechanism and annihilate the Chongqing family. Throughout their relentless consumption of the boundless world over the millennia, the only force capable of forcibly erasing the Chongqing family was that sword, the Saccharist Imperial Sword, known as the Holy Sword of the Hero King, which had slaughtered 9 billion souls. You have entered the battlefield. Combat determination is in effect. Attack speed, 100. Movement speed, 100. Additional movement speed, 22. Exoskeleton armor effects continue to apply. Attack speed, 22. Movement speed, 264. Observing his movement speed surge to 1584. A smirk crept across Cashmore's lips. Next, the time for my hunt has arrived. Zhou Heng, do you truly believe you can oppose me in this state? With a professional rating of 5 stars, an additional attribute of 500, and a genetic sequence of 1 granting an extra 300, he possessed a staggering 800 million attribute points. He could not fathom how he might lose. Chapter 69, Displaying Power to the Light. The fierce wind howled along the path of light, tousling Cashmore's sturdy short hair as he strode purposefully toward Zhou Heng, who was engaged in battle with the Kaiser Divine Court, the Light Association, and the Listening Tide Pavilion. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, the giant wolf of light confronted him, surveying him from a position of superiority. Our battle is meaningless. You are but a mere conduit of leaked power, Cashmore replied calmly, gazing at the giant wolf of light. Initially, he was puzzled. The seal of the land of longevity should have been intact. Why was this creature able to leak even a fragment of power? Upon reflection, he realized that its sudden appearance here likely aimed to obstruct players from delving deeper into the Light Ruins. What lay deep within the Light Ruins was a conduit to the land of longevity, a gateway to the free city of the Chongqing ancients. What a waste of time! Cash Morden exclaimed, swiftly evading, his speed surpassing that of the giant wolf, as he accelerated toward Zhou Heng. The giant wolf's paw hung, suspended in midair, astonished as it gazed at Zhou Heng in the distance. Is the Chongqing family S. Moridan not here for it? What has that human boy done to garner the attention of a level 41, or rather a true level 80, player from the Chongqing family? The giant wolf had no time to ponder as it howled to the heavens, "Human, retreat. You stand no chance against an 80-level player of the Chongqing family." Zhou Heng, deep in thought, remained still. This moment could be deemed a pivotal choice of fate, whether to flee or to fight. The first-tier talent's fate prompt should be set to activate. Indeed, after a brief moment of selection, the fateful prompt materialized upon the retina. Fate often toys with us, leaving none of us able to discern who is strong or weak within the established hierarchy. Fate provides you with a hint. Hint 1. Confronted by a level 41 player from the Eternal family, whose attributes commence at a minimum of level 80, you feel a twinge of trepidation. Mounted upon the Fusion Warhorse, you leverage a temporary acceleration of speed to delve deeply into the luminous ruins, where, amidst the pursuit, you shall uncover significant opportunities. Hint 2. How could a mere level 80 player from the Eternal family intimidate you? With your speed combined with that of the Fusion Warhorse, you will effortlessly conquer them within the hour. Showcase your true power within the enigmatic luminous ruins, for the gifts from the light shall propel you further. Upon absorbing the fateful hints, Zhou Heng unhesitatingly opted for the second suggestion, knowing that within an hour he would surpass his adversary in speed after mounting the Fusion Warhorse. He felt compelled to reveal his prowess in the luminous ruins. From Zhou Heng's perspective, he was merely contemplating the fate laid before him. Yet from Cash Morden's viewpoint, Zhou Heng was gazing directly at him, not with the frailty and inferiority of an ordinary player, but with a near-extinct confidence and fierceness. Cash Morden felt the blood within him boil. Such an opponent truly epitomized a player worthy of being his rival. Regrettably, he would never witness the evolution of this contender. Zhou Heng presented the Sakastra Emperor's sword, declaring, "I can advocate for you to your family, seeking forgiveness for your transgressions from the Eternal Su family." As Cash Morden strolled purposefully toward Zhou Heng, he spoke aloud. The three factions still assaulting Zhou Heng halted in unison, bewildered. They were unaware of the significance of the Sakastra Emperor's sword. Yet the prefix Sakastra suggested it was no ordinary weapon. Thus, Zhou Heng could confront and slay a level 70 player from the Eternal family, relying on this formidable Sakastra Emperor's sword. The very name suggested its grandeur, not solely due to the prefix, but also the regal suffix. Goodness! Could it be the sword of the last kingdom's Sakastra Emperor? Whispers circulated among the crowd, and for a moment, they ceased their attacks. Zhou Heng understood that one day the Sakastra Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, would be revealed. Yet he had not anticipated that merely slaying 4 players from the Eternal family would lead to its exposure. However, this also underscored an essential truth. The Eternal family's accumulation of knowledge far exceeded that of others. Even he, prior to acquiring the Sakastra Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, bore expressions identical to those of the present crowd, utterly unaware of its nature. Yet they had deduced its significance from merely 4 slayings and some analytical reasoning. Casting a glance at the Sakastra Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, at his waist, Zhou Heng's lips curled into a subtle smile. "If you desire it, you may need to risk your life for it." Both Su Luiyue and Su Changhuan would find the same to be true. Zhou Heng observed everything with a calm demeanor. As if he had foreseen it all, he retrieved the Fusion Warhorse, gracefully mounted its back, and with a sharp squeeze of its belly, propelled forward with a speed of 200, accompanied by the resonant cry of the warhorse. Cash Morden pursued from behind, while Zhou Heng sprinted ahead. Initially, Cash Morden believed that Zhou Heng's speed could not surpass his own, even with the aid of a mechanical steed. However, as the brief chase unfolded, he realized he was mistaken. Zhou Heng's mechanical horse was of an exceptionally superior quality, with an estimated speed of around 200. At his current pace, it would take nearly an hour of preparation for Cash Morden to catch up. A clever calculation indeed. Cash Morden speculated that Zhou Heng had discovered the presence of a measurer, prompting him to conceal the horse, resulting in a slight deviation in the data he had gathered. Nevertheless, the issue was not grave. The minions of the Caesar Divine Court, the Radiant Association, and the Listening Tide Pavilion varied in their professions, but their singular objective was clear: to diminish Zhou Heng's speed alongside that of his Fusion Warhorse. He clasped his hands behind his back and gestured, and instantly, the three factions comprehended his intent, beginning to conjure deceleration spells. Zhou Heng chuckled as he glanced back at the trio of lackeys from the Caesar Divine Court. It was no surprise, given their affiliation with the Chongqing family, that they began formulating their slowing spells even before Cashmorden uttered a word. But could they truly reduce his speed? Did they perceive him as a mindless fool, incapable of analyzing the situation? Chapter 70. Life and Death. The cycle is endless. Zhou Heng aimed his dragon bow at Cashmorden, continuously gathering power. Meanwhile, Cashmorden charged at full speed towards Zhou Heng, while mages concealed within the crowd began chanting deceleration spells. If the spells connected, Zhou Heng's speed would undoubtedly diminish. Yet, just when Cashmorden believed that Zhou Heng was oblivious to the impending threat and was about to launch an attack against him, Zhou Heng abruptly shifted his assault towards the Caesar Divine Court, the Radiant Association, and the Listening Tide Pavilion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a staggering attack speed of 77, Zhou Heng unleashed a flurry of 3 shots, a total of 23 arrows, executing the sequence fluidly and seamlessly. At the moment of completion, his fusion warhorse let out a triumphant cry and surged deeper into the radiant path. Had he been discovered? Cashmorden narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced. After all, how could a master capable of defeating Su Luiyue and Su Changhuan at level 20 be so easily deceived? Yet, the radiant path was singular and narrow, leaving Zhou Heng no avenue for escape. An hour later, when his speed would once again be at its peak, it would be the moment he would be captured by Cashmorden. Observing Zhou Heng galloping into the depths of the radiant path, Cashmorden followed closely behind, swiftly vanishing from the original venue. The luminous giant wolf gazed intently at the two figures fading into the distance, its heart unsettled. Shouldn't it have been the key and protagonist of the radiant path? After all the fighting, it felt more like an inconsequential supporting character. Zhou Heng, however, was a name worth remembering. If he could elude the relentless pursuit of Chongsheng Cashmorden, perhaps they could conspire together for a land of longevity. Zhou Heng, you cannot escape. The Radiant Path is a unique route with only 2 exits, one leading to a secret realm and the other to a place you would dare not venture. Should you enter, your demise would be even more tragic. Cashmorden observed himself being toyed with, devoid of any shame, instead wearing a contemptuous expression as he declared, "No need for futile struggles. I am adorned in the vast starry exoskeleton Model 001, boasting an astonishing durability of up to 300 million. Your attacks and magic are formidable, yet against my caliber of attributes, you find yourself utterly powerless." Cashmorden persistently assails Zhou Heng with verbal onslaughts, aiming to gradually erode his psychological defenses. Rather than simply vanquishing Zhou Heng, it is far more effective to induce his own loss of resolve, compelling him to surrender willingly. Should he succeed in forcing Zhou Heng to abandon his resistance, his standing within the Mordan family would ascend, transitioning from the outermost 9th star ring to the 8th. Within the Chongqing family, a colossal entity composed of 34-star clans, self-identified, there exists a unique hierarchy of strength assessment. Individuals such as him, stationed in a realm of longevity, typically belong to the 9th star ring of Chongqing players. Progressing from the 9th star ring to the 1st corresponds with the sequential activation of gene sequences from the 1st to the 9th. In simpler terms, a Chongqing player of the 1st star ring possesses an additional attribute of up to 1100 solely from their gene sequence. Some may question the assertion in textbooks that the attributes of Chongqing family players are 210 times greater than those of ordinary players. This is indeed a fallacy. Only those who have truly witnessed the formidable prowess of Chongqing players can comprehend the insurmountable chasm between them and the common player. Moreover, the 1st star ring is not the zenith of Chongqing players. It merely represents the pinnacle beneath the legendary tier. Beyond the legendary lies the realm of the stars. His understanding of that echelon is limited, only aware that the least formidable star level is the radiant level. It is indeed a formidable challenge. Zhou Heng concluded decisively, retrieving the elegant ancient flute from his backpack. His progress remains too sluggish, were his movement speed swifter and his output greater. He could transcend the 50-level threshold without reliance on the elegant ancient flute for a true execution. Ultimately, he still feels weak. Zhou Heng murmured, positioning the elegant ancient flute to his lips, playing the spirited and uplifting national anthem of the Summer Kingdom. Cashmorden abruptly halted, fixated on Zhou Heng's sudden shift in action. Should Zhou Heng unleash his full power, utilizing the dragon bow against his exoskeleton's durability, he would undoubtedly allow the assault to continue, for death awaited once the time elapsed. Yet now, this inexplicable maneuver instilled greater terror. No. Cashmoral Dan's face contorted with fear as he felt himself plummet into the void, desperately grasping for the edge of the path in vain. His descent quickened, engulfed by darkness. As Zhou Heng approached the precipice, he recalled the earlier fate hint regarding a small opportunity amidst the pursuit. Without hesitation, he spurred his steed and leapt into the abyss. You have discovered a special map, the unyielding domain of radiant remnants. Experience points 1. Come forth, beings who have inadvertently fallen into this realm. I await you in the depths, where I have prepared splendid gifts along your journey. A complex skill known as the Radiant Holy Sword, ancient and powerful. Echoing with a sinister laughter, accompanied by the ethereal whispers in his ears, Zhou Heng and his steed landed gracefully. In a realm shrouded in utter darkness, visibility was utterly compromised, until suddenly the abyss was illuminated, revealing a colossal arena constructed from ethereal white clouds. Chapter 71, The Holy Sword of Light. Zhou Heng stood on one side of this grand battlefield, facing the descending Kashmir Dan, who clenched his fists, his expression somber and his gaze cast downward, lost in contemplation. As the countdown echoed, Zhou Heng sat poised upon his fusion steed, elegantly wielding an ancient flute, awaiting the commencement. With the countdown reaching its conclusion, Zhou Heng remained motionless, when abruptly, a resounding bang echoed as Kashmir Dan vanished from sight, charging towards Zhou Heng with mechanical swiftness. He was fast, yet Zhou Heng was swifter, galloping away while leveraging his speed of 200 to create distance from Kashmir Dan. Thus, Zhou Heng sat sideways on his steed, resuming his performance of the Summer Kingdom Symphony directed at Kashmir Dan. Despite the latter's utmost effort, he could not close the gap against Zhou Heng's remarkable speed of 200. Helplessly witnessing the completion of the melody, you hear the melodious flute. You're influenced by an unknown power. Temporary level, 10. Your attribute skills will retain the values of level 31. Due to the deception within the domain of light, his level stood at 41. Consequently, under the unreasonable effects of the elegant ancient flute, his level was diminished to 31, and this time he could not deceive the system. Observing his attributes plummet to near nothingness, Kashmir Dan stumbled, unable to maintain his prior speed, and fell forward, kneeling before Zhou Heng. Staring at the ground beneath him, Kashmir Dan remained in a daze for an extended period, before eventually rising to face Zhou Heng. At that moment, Zhou Heng had already lowered his flute, silently regarding him. Ah, so it is Zhou Heng. You truly deserve to be the player capable of defeating a level 70 opponent at level 20. The root of it lies here. I now comprehend the saying from your Summer Kingdom. Every sip and peck is preordained, but you can only triumph a few more times. Have you ever witnessed true immortality? You have not, and you will learn what true terror entails. I, Kashmir Dan, shall await you in the realm beyond death. With that, denying Zhou Heng the chance to strike him down, Kashmir Dan, now diminished to level 31, retrieved a weapon from his inventory and plunged it into himself. A staggering damage of 300,000 appeared above his head, instantly depleting his health bar, triggering the resurrection coin's ultimate effect, and he fell to his knees once more, his head crashing heavily against the cloud-white ground, blood pooling around him. Witnessing the sudden demise of Kashmir Dan, Zhou Heng felt no relief. The most terrifying adversary was not one like Su Luiwei, who would betray their own kin even in death, but rather a foe like Kashmir Dan, who, knowing he could not prevail, chose to end his own life. If all players from the Chongqing family were of Kashmir Dan's ilk, the challenge would indeed be formidable. This is utterly meaningless, truly devoid of significance. The creatures of the Chongqing family, astonishingly, could not even defeat an ordinary player. Such prowess is hardly worth acknowledging. Come forth, enter, delve deeper. I await you at the second trial. As that ethereal voice echoed once more, a fissure opened deep within the colossal arena, revealing a cloud-white passage leading further into the depths. In the center of this passage stood a golden chest, which, if all went as expected, contained the reward for the first trial. Zhou Heng approached and opened the golden chest, discovering a skill book within, the Holy Light Sword. Quality, complex. It consumes 10,000 maximum mana, conjuring a 10-meter-long Holy Light Sword from a sword-shaped weapon, dealing random magical damage of 310 to enemies, along with an additional 5 holy damage from that strike. Duration, 310, enters cooldown immediately after casting. Cooldown, none. Learning requirements, 1. Any profession within the light category. 2. Heart of Light, 999. Temple of Light, 1. Glimmer of Light, 1. 3. Light attribute mitigation exceeding 30,000. 4. Slay 100 players from the Chongqing family. 5. Mana exceeding 10,000. 6. Be of high rank within the Sakist Empire, at least a regional lord. 7. Remaining lifespan must exceed 100 years. 8. Possess the special quest hero's radiance. 9. Hold the identity of the Sword of Light. 10. Have at least one fragment of the Sakist Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. Upon reviewing the learning requirements for the Holy Light Sword, Zhou Heng could not help but take a deep breath. He finally comprehended the immense difficulty level required to qualify for an exemption scroll for learning complex skills. Only skills of such caliber warranted such an exemption. Without the slightest hesitation, he produced the exemption scroll for complex skill learning and forcibly applied it to the Holy Light Sword. You have used the exemption scroll for complex skill learning, exempting all learning requirements for the Holy Light Sword. Exemption determination in progress. Determination effective. You have learned the magical skill, Holy Light Sword. Next, the second trial waited. Zhou Heng gazed into the depths of the cloud-white passage, confident that the unyielding terrain of holy light lay beyond, as foretold by the previous destiny hint. Stowing away his fusion warhorse, Zhou Heng officially embarked upon the cloud-white path. Venturing deeper. Chapter 72, Glorious Twin Stars. At that moment, a destiny hint appeared upon Zhou Heng's retina. Some beings always attempt to provoke the guidance of fate. All choices, in the eyes of destiny, are but illusions. Destiny offers you a hint. Destiny continues to guide you. Left. As soon as the hint was generated, the cloud-white passage ahead of Zhou Heng split into two. Come forth, make your choice, explore, which path shall it be? Before the ethereal voice could finish, Zhou Heng turned left, treading upon the correct path. The ethereal voice lingered for a moment, laughter growing increasingly maniacal. As Zhou Heng stepped left, the cloud-white path extended itself, revealing 4 new routes. He chose the first path on the right. The cloud-white path replicated its previous actions, unfolding 8 more paths. Under the continuous guidance of fate, Zhou Heng effortlessly arrived at the terminus of the cloud-white path, which was a semicircle bathed in radiant white light. At the center of this semicircle stood a breathtaking woman, her upper body bare, her modesty shielded by divine light, arms crossed over her chest as she gazed upward. You have arrived, charming and handsome human. Come closer. Allow me to behold your splendid visage, she beckoned. As Zhou Heng stepped into the semicircle, the alluring woman suddenly lowered her head, her gaze greedily drinking in his appearance, arms outstretched in a gesture of embrace, her lips whispering insistent requests. Zhou Heng halted at the edge of the semicircle, scrutinizing the scene before him. Perhaps due to the blinding light, his vision was somewhat obscured. He realized the enchanting woman had no lower body, her navel and below engulfed in the brilliant illumination, as if drawn by the radiance itself. Flanking her were 2 statues, nearly merging with the light. One held twin swords, her right leg lifted, eyes piercingly fixed upon the captivating woman. The other leaned forward, hands clasped upon her shoulders, seemingly grasping for something. Both statues resembled women, positioned to flank the central figure. What do you see? Are you captivated by those 2 harlots? Trust me, you shall find them uninteresting, for they have long perished in the annals of time. Should you truly desire them, embrace me, and I shall present their bones for your indulgence. Come, embrace me, the stunning woman urged, her arms stretching to their fullest extent, as if to draw Zhou Heng near for a fervent embrace. Yet, the light below her firmly held her in place, denying her any chance of movement. At that moment, Zhou Heng suddenly noticed a glimmer in her eyes, a prompt appearing on his retina. You're being influenced by an unknown factor. Commencing rank assessment. Zhou Heng, level 30, unknown entity, epic life. Assessment failed. Your body is now under control. Zhou Heng was bewildered by the sudden turn of events, feeling as though he had lost command over his own body, helplessly watching himself approach the enchanting woman. Yes, just like that, come to me, dear one. I shall cherish and protect you for eternity, just as I did with those 2 harlots. Come, come, she beckoned, excitement palpable in her eyes, almost feverish in its intensity. Unexpectedly, the burial cloth Zhou Heng had tucked away in his backpack surged forth, swirling around him, and in the next instant, he received a notification. Influenced by the Shroud of the Dead, legend, you regain control over yourself. The stunning woman gazed at the shroud, encircling Zhou Heng, a flicker of fear and panic flashing in her eyes. How could this be? How could it be? You already possess that accursed bard's flute. Why can you still wield this object? No, I will not go out. The Shroud of the Dead, legend, seemed to trigger some mechanism, swirling around Zhou Heng with increasing speed. Soon, it transformed into light, coalescing into a luminous phantom within a semicircular area. This was the indistinct shadow of a woman, standing to Zhou Heng's left, gazing at the captivating beauty in the center. In the next moment, she raised her hand and pressed it against the woman's forehead. No, no, no. Damn the radiant twin stars. You cannot stop me. I am the light goddess Henera, the true deity of this realm. A scream erupted from the self-proclaimed Henera. Under an unknown force, her exquisitely beautiful face contorted in a grotesque manner, resembling a demon. Soon, under the hand of the phantom woman conjured by the Shroud of the Dead legend, the self-proclaimed Henera transformed into a blinding radiance, dissipating along with the semicircular area. In the arena, only two statues of women gazing toward the center remained. The phantom approached the statue, which had its hands clasped around its shoulders, gently caressing its face, and chuckled softly. The bard's craftsmanship is quite commendable. It resembles her well. The statue, draped in the Shroud of the Dead, seemed to fulfill some predetermined function, suddenly erupting in a dazzling, blinding light, and, subsequently, a certificate materialized in the void. You witnessed the ancient heroes, the radiant twin stars. Attack speed 30, movement speed 50. You have obtained the Light Goddess Henera's Purification Seed Certificate. Light Certificate. Quality, Ancient. With this certificate, you can acquire a second profession from the Boundless Worlds, and if that profession belongs to the Light category, you will receive an additional professional talent, Radiance of Light. Radiance of Light. All light damage increases by 2, and all light damage inflicts an additional 1 holy damage. Upon reading the information of the Light Certificate, Zhou Heng's lips could not help but curl upward. This meant that with a suitable light profession, he could become a dual-class powerhouse. Chapter 73. The Light Can Advance. And so can I. You are about to leave the unyielding zone of the light residue. Countdown, 10,987. Sarka's Empire Announcement. Reward for player Zhou Heng. Attack 1,000, Magic 1,000. Health 10,000, Mana 10,000. Reward for player Zhou Heng. Complex Skill Learning Exemption Scroll X1. Reward for player Zhou Heng. 600. 000 contribution points to the Vastar Nation, third-party honor. Sarka's Empire Announcement. Good heavens, what have I heard? Is it Zhou Heng again? He has already slain 3 players from the Eternal Family. Is there no one to stop him? Or is it that the so-called Eternal Family is merely a facade? Strong on the surface, but weak within? Terrifying, at level 20 he defeated someone at level 70. Now, at level 30, he faces someone at level 80. Has he consistently been slaying opponents 50 levels higher? The Changshang family, is it truly on the decline? Can a level 30 character defeat one at level 80? If I, at level 40, were to launch a covert ambush, would I be able to slay a player from the Changshang family? Zhou Heng's act of vanquishing a member of the Changshang family has once again served as a powerful stimulant for players throughout the Saka's empire, inciting further skepticism regarding the family's might. Observing his newly enhanced attributes and the intricate skill learning exemption scrolls, a smile crept across Zhou Heng's face. He initially believed that the suicide of Kashmor Dan would not be attributed to him, yet it appears he has indeed claimed that kill. This signifies that he now possesses 2 additional intricate skill learning exemption scrolls, a most valuable asset. As Zhou Heng surveyed his surroundings within the expansive 50-kilometer radius of his vision, he noted the 3 major factions, including the Caesar Divine Court, obstructed by the Luminescent Wolf, seemed to have caught wind of the Imperial announcement and were beginning to retreat. However, the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, and he resolved to delve deeper. Intending to fully accumulate the remaining 500,000 wind stabilizing pearls. As he ventured forth, he soon discovered a new elemental region, teeming with luminescent wolves. You have slain a luminescent wolf. Wind stabilizing pearl 20. You have slain a luminescent wolf. Wind stabilizing pearl 10. Zhou Heng was unaware of how long he had been grinding until the voice of the luminescent wolf broke the silence. Why are you collecting these wind stabilizing pearls? Do they possess some significance unknown even to me? Aware of Zhou Heng's solo defeat of Kashmor Dan, the luminescent wolf became increasingly invested in him, considering him a potential key figure in its escape from the land of longevity. As for the Sword of Light, over 30 minutes had passed since Kashmor Dan's demise, and they had yet to take any action, clearly harboring ulterior motives, perhaps even from the very beginning. Thus, the only ally I could rely upon was Zhou Heng. This exceptional human player, seeing that Zhou Heng disregarded it, the luminescent wolf scratched its head and subsequently joined in the effort to slay the luminescent wolves, assisting Zhou Heng in harvesting the wind-stabilizing pearls. The luminescent wolves, upon realizing that their killer belonged to their own kind, widened their eyes in disbelief, as if to say, "We are all wolves, and you slay your own kin? With the assistance of the luminescent wolf, Zhou Heng's pace in collecting the wind-stabilizing pearls significantly accelerated. After a day and a half, Zhou Heng successfully gathered the remaining 500,000 wind-stabilizing pearls. When 1 million wind-stabilizing pearls were amassed together, a gentle whirlwind arose from their center, swiftly coalescing into a brand new emerald-hued pearl. Breath of the Gale. Quality, resplendent. Equipping this item grants immunity to all wind elemental obstructions in the Wailing Gale domain. In comparison to the original wind-stabilizing pearls, the Breath of the Gale is vastly superior, both in quality and item description. Although he was still uncertain about the presence of wind elemental obstructions within the Wailing Gale domain, he presumed that such barriers would be countered by the Breath of the Gale. Do you recognize this item? Zhou Heng's gaze flickered as he turned to the luminescent wolf beside him. The radiant giant wolf licked its claws and nodded, stating, "Indeed, this item exists in the place where I was suppressed, though its quantity is scarce." As the radiant giant wolf seizes this opportunity, I shall recount to Zhou Heng the circumstances of my presence on the path of light and the nature of the realm of longevity. It elaborated on how it was imprisoned in the realm of longevity and how it managed to escape with a fragment of power, aided by the Sword of Light. Upon finishing the wolf's narrative, Zhou Heng discerned 3 crucial points. First, the realm of longevity is a sanctuary for the remnants of the Changsheng clan, akin to the idle nobility of ancient dynasties. Second, the realm prohibits all forms of power, relying solely on lifespan as currency. Third, there may be an issue with the Sword of Light. According to the wolf's account, a day and a half had passed since it vanquished Kashmorden, the guardian of the realm of longevity, which should have activated many functions of the Sword of Light. Yet, to this moment, no changes had occurred. Either the Sword of Light was flawed, or the realm concealed secrets unknown even to the radiant giant wolf. As Zhou Heng contemplated whether to investigate the realm of longevity, a prompt from fate materialized on his retina. Fate is always a delicate thread that, when tugged, stirs the whole body. You must bear the corresponding costs and consequences for your actions. Fate offers you a hint. Fate Hint 1. At first glance, the realm of longevity seems formidable, yet it is merely a refuge from the punishments of the Lord of Lifespan, still reliant on the radiant giant wolf, a divine being of light. Journey to the realm of longevity, cooperate with the Sword of Light, and rescue the radiant giant wolf completely. However, unbeknownst to you, the Sword of Light also plots against the radiant giant wolf, and at that time, the greed of longevity shall descend upon the entire realm. Where great terror conceals great opportunity. Fate Hint 2. Do you possess the Trial of Longevity? Simply slay any member of the Changsheng clan to draw the attention of the Lord of Lifespan, exempting you from the Lord's oppression in the realm of longevity. Thus, the light shall prevail, and I shall follow. Digesting the hints of fate, Zhou Heng squinted and murmured, "This realm of longevity. I can indeed devise a plan or two." Chapter 74. The Cost of 10 Years. However, why has the Sword of Light remained inactive thus far? As he scrutinized the content of Fate's first hint, Zhou Heng endeavored to adopt the perspective of the Sword of Light, experiencing its situation step by step. Soon, an answer emerged in his mind. It seems the Sword of Light was reluctant for him, Zhou, to reap the rewards, especially after he had struck down Kashmorden amidst the howling winds. Considering this from another angle, if one were a player of the Sword of Light, having painstakingly orchestrated extensive plans to release a fragment of the radiant giant wolf's power, only to be met with an imperial announcement of Zhou Heng slaying Kashmorden, would one not halt their actions? For if their plans were on the verge of fruition, what would happen if Zhou Heng dashed forth to claim the prize? The radiant giant wolf's eyes sparkled with excitement as it exclaimed, "What is the plan?" Zhou Heng's plan was rather straightforward. As the Sword of Light lacked his perspective, it was unable to ascertain with precision whether he still lingered within the howling winds of despair. His objective was simply to employ the Great Wolf of Light to alleviate some of the Sword's suspicions. When the Sword of Light commenced its schemes, he would then seek out the more vulnerable members of the Changsheng family to eliminate, thereby unlocking the exemption of the Land of Longevity. Naturally, even if the Great Wolf of Light could not deceive the Sword's followers, providing them with a moment's reaction time would suffice to allow him the opportunity to slay a member of the Changsheng family. Once the exemption of the Land of Longevity was secured, he could roam freely throughout its expanse. After the Great Wolf of Light vanished at the terminus of the Path of Light, Zhou Heng ventured deeper into its recesses. A day and a half later, he arrived at the end of the Path of Light, which revealed a cavernous abyss, exuding an unsettling shade of deep green. So, this is the Land of Longevity? Zhou Heng raised an eyebrow and leaped into the chasm without hesitation. Teacher, you impressive indeed. To have slain such formidable wild beasts, I must congratulate you, old man. It won't be long before you ascend to level 51 and completely depart from the howling winds of despair. In front of a moderately sized shop, a balding middle-aged man smiled as he accepted the resources from Yutong, exchanging them for a revitalizing elixir. Upon receiving the elixir, Yutong inhaled deeply, smiled back at the old man, and without uttering a word, proceeded toward a distant, dilapidated residential complex. Zhou Heng stood at a distance, quietly observing the scene. His presence here was a result of a destiny prompt. Upon entering the land of longevity, or, more accurately, the city of free winds, he received a hint from fate. The first suggestion was to directly seek out and eliminate a Changshan family player, while the second advised him to approach Teacher Yu, indicating significant opportunities. He then witnessed his homeroom teacher exchanging resources for that elixir. Once Yutong had moved on, Zhou Heng approached the shop and presented a yellow crane. Old man, may I ask you something? The elderly man, upon receiving the yellow crane, chuckled and accepted it. Young lad, you seem new here in the city of free winds. You've come to the right place. Not only are there plenty of wild beasts nearby, but there are also a multitude of beautiful women. Look over there. Several lovely legs and stockings. Zhou Heng followed the old man's gaze to see an array of female players, all from the listening to the Tide Guild. What do you think? Aren't they stunning? Let me tell you, the beauties of listening to the Tide are highly sought after. However, pursuing them isn't easy. You'll need to slay a windstorm rhino solo at least once to catch their eye, the old man said, exhaling wisps of smoke with a grin. Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes, a flicker of realization dawning upon him as he continued to inquire. Is the windstorm rhino difficult to kill? The old man bared his teeth, leaning slightly forward while rummaging beneath the counter. He then slapped down a 10-year lifespan contract before Zhou Heng. It's not that I look down on you, but very few players from the City of Free Winds can take down a windstorm rhino solo. Most rely on this. What do you think? Given that you offered the old man a cigarette, I can give you a discount. 900,000 copper coins for 1,000. I only accept copper coins. Please refrain from offering silver ones. Life contract, 10. Quality, inferior. In exchange for 10 years of life, one can attain a certain enhancement of attributes. Attack 1,000, magic 1,000. Maximum health 10,000, maximum mana 10,000. Additionally, an extra boost of 10 to attack, magic, as well as maximum health and mana. An attack or magic value of 1,000 is roughly equivalent to the random attribute values of levels 41 to 51, making this a particularly favorable figure. Perfectly suited for the training grounds of the Wailing Gale, which spans levels 11 to 51. To achieve attributes on par with level 51, one would require at least 5 such life contracts, and if one were to indulge in greed and elevate a single attribute, it might necessitate as many as 10 contracts. Thus, how much life would an ordinary player have left after utilizing these life contracts? In that moment, she finally comprehended the plight of the woman who had sobbed and pleaded in the tavern of Frost City, perhaps unable to contain her inner greed, sacrificing nearly all her life to exchange for power. Quite the enhancement. Isn't it? What say you? The old man inquired cheerfully after observing Zhou Heng's examination of the contents. Upon catching sight of the Tianma cigarettes, the old man's eyes widened, and he instinctively swallowed hard. After ensuring no one was watching, he swiftly accepted the cigarettes, grinning as he said, "Young friend, you are quite generous. Speak freely. The old man has nothing to hide." Zhou Heng glanced towards the direction where Yutong had vanished. "Old sir, I heard you call out to teacher Yutong just now. How much do you know about him? I would greatly appreciate your insights. He's been my homeroom teacher for 3 years and is a wonderful person." The old man intended to concoct a casual fabrication to placate Zhou Heng, but upon learning that he was a student of Yutong, he instinctively glanced at the hidden Tianma cigarettes beneath the counter. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, "Alas, that young man is a pitiable soul, and his situation is quite intricate. Allow me to elucidate." Chapter 75, The Mockery of Fate. The matter unfolds thus. Your ability to inquire about this with Tianma cigarettes indicates that you are privy to certain insider knowledge, yet some matters lie beyond your control. He truly loves that woman, even though he knows she deceives him. The old man recounted everything he knew to Zhou Heng, concluding with a counsel. Noticing Zhou Heng producing another Tianma cigarette, the old man squinted slightly, chuckling as he pointed towards an aged apartment complex. Gentle Haven, Building 7, Apartment 302. Zhou Heng fell silent and turned towards Gentle Haven, Building 7, Apartment 302. As soon as he departed, the old man leaned against the shop's wall, gently bowing his head as he leisurely lit a Tianma cigarette for himself. This lad is quite remarkable. At his age, a level 30. Not to mention possessing such fine goods, he must have vanquished numerous immortals. Perhaps we should consider recruiting him into our lone wolf faction, preparing for a true eradication of the immortals. Yet, he is still too weak. A level 30 is hardly formidable. It would be prudent to wait a while longer. After Zhou Heng had walked away, the old man extinguished the entirety of his Tianma cigarette in the ashtray, continuing to maintain his FA as a seemingly inconspicuous elder. At the entrance of the old residential complex, known as Gentle Abode, located in the City of Freedom, Zhou Heng effortlessly stepped inside and arrived at the door of room 302 in Building 7. Before he could even knock, muffled voices drifted through the thin walls, a conversation between a man and a woman. Honey, how long was I unconscious this time? You were out for a month. How long can I use this fluid? Not long. It will only last for 3 days. My lifespan is nearly depleted. Honey, you are too good to me. Please love me. Soon, the room was filled with a sultry, heavy sound. Zhou Heng's expression darkened. He was at a loss for words regarding his homeroom teacher. He retrieved a pack of Tianma cigarettes from his pocket and quietly waited at the staircase. Approximately 2 hours later, the sounds within the room ceased, prompting Zhou Heng to approach and knock on the door. Who is it? Come in. A woman's voice called from inside. Shortly after, a woman emerged. She was not particularly beautiful, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. Dressed in a standard pink nightgown, she opened the door. Who are you? Zhou Heng smiled and nodded at her. Hello. I am a student of Teacher Yu. I was wondering if Teacher Yu is at home? The woman looked at Zhou Heng in surprise, thinking to herself that it was odd for someone to seek out such a worthless individual as Yutong. Anyone with a semblance of strength or knowledge of a situation would have severed ties long ago. I see. Then please come in. I will call for your teacher, she replied, and, without hesitation, opened the door wider, proceeding to the inner room to find Yutong. Honey, a student has come to see you. Yutong glanced towards the bedroom, his fists clenching tightly as he nodded in response. The two exited the room and found themselves in a small square within the Gentle Abode complex, which was nearly deserted. Have you entered into a lifespan contract? As soon as they stopped, Yutong eagerly inquired. Gazing at this familiar yet distant figure, Zhou Heng sighed internally. He did not consider himself a morally upright person. He could be ruthless when necessary, yet he was not devoid of emotion. A teacher who had meticulously guided him for 3 years stood before him, and he felt compelled to extend a helping hand. Memories of their 3 years together flooded his mind. This should have been a bright, cheerful young man with a promising future. Why had he transformed into this? I am Zhou Heng, the one mentioned in the Imperial announcement. I can save you. It is not too late. Zhou Heng refrained from invoking emotional ties, recognizing through his conversations with the old man that Yutong was not unaware of his situation. Rather, he was excessively devoted. In the words of his past life, he was the ultimate sycophant, trading his own life for fleeting moments of warmth and awakening for another, even while being fully aware that the other was facilitating the Longsheng family's plunder of his lifespan. Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief, and he tightened his grip on Zhou Heng's collar. What did you just say? Please repeat that. The teacher did not hear you clearly. Zhou Heng met Yutong's gaze steadily, enunciating each word with conviction. My name is Zhou Heng, the Zhou Heng from the Imperial announcement. No, that's impossible. You have only been playing the game for just over 40 days. It cannot be true. Yutong, in a fluster, released Zhou Heng's collar. Crouching down with his head in his hands, his eyes devoid of light, his student could not possibly be the Zhou Heng who had achieved level 20 against level 70, or level 30 against level 80. Surely, they must share the same name. Observing the seemingly frenzied Yutong, Zhou Heng found himself at a loss to comprehend the psychological state of his counterpart. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear. The visage before him was grotesque, a stark contrast to the Yutong he had once known. After a prolonged bout of hysteria, Yutong finally rose in silence, offering Zhou Heng a smile that was more pitiable than sorrowful. My apologies for allowing you to witness such a spectacle, he said. Shall we sit over there? I have something for you, as well as a few matters to discuss. He produced a certificate from the Lone Wolf, a legendary organization said to have been at odds with the Changsheng family since their initial ascent. I obtained this certificate during an unexpected rescue of a member of the Lone Wolf. With it, one can partake in the Lone Wolf organization's assessment. As for your teacher's wife, she is the woman ensnared by the Changsheng family, who siphons my lifespan. I met her during that assessment. She, like you, is an orphan. When I first encountered her, she seemed so ordinary and unremarkable, yet she possessed an irresistible allure, each smile and frown rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. At this point, Yutong fell into a thoughtful silence, tightening his grip on Zhou Heng's hand as he continued. The terror of the Chongqing family is far greater than an ordinary player, can fathom. She loves me and cannot bear the thought of my sacrificing my lifespan for the elixir. She used to caress my earlobe, though now she refrains. Yet, in moments of intimacy, she instinctively returns to that gesture. Zhou Heng, if you truly can defy the Chongqing, please ensure you live well. My sole wish is that if your teacher's wife has indeed been manipulated and her memories obscured, you must help her regain them. My time is running short. In that moment, Zhou Heng's pupils constricted. As Yutong tightened his grip, he glimpsed Yutong's attribute panel, where a countdown had ominously appeared in the lifespan section. 000224. Time was slipping away. Less than 2.5 hours remained. Chapter 76. The Greed of Lifespan. For an instant, Zhou Heng felt a chill envelop him. Can love truly compel one to forsake their own life? Having toiled like a beast after graduating university in his past life, he could not grasp this notion. Yet, he recognized that he lacked the authority to judge or condemn. The weight of such love, he realized, was indeed burdensome. You teacher, is this truly worth it? A hint of melancholy washed over Zhou Heng's face. Yutong reached into the void, retrieving a square, luminescent object that he extended towards Zhou Heng. I had thought I would never have need for this in my lifetime, yet I am fortunate to have refrained from selling it, sparing you the trouble of procuring one personally. After my passing, it shall be entrusted to you for sealing. It is not particularly remarkable, possessing only a 10-year efficacy. Should there be no hope of her memory returning within that decade, you must end her life. With that, Yutong patted his knees, standing up with a carefree smile. There remains only 2.5 hours. I must make my final farewells. This time, do not eavesdrop. You are still young, and it would not serve you well to hear too much. Sealing orb. Quality good. Conceal beings of level 40 or below. Casting time. 5. Interruptions require recasting. Cool down none. Officially, what are you truly doing? 10,000 years of time. Should the Chongqing family act with such reckless abandon? Why, after all this time, has no one come to reach out to me? Zhou Heng sat quietly, murmuring to himself. He lifted his gaze towards Building 7, Room 302 of the Warmth Residence. Faint echoes of voices wafting from within. Zhou Heng's demeanor grew cold, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Perhaps he needed to take action to alter the current, unknown predicament. As his thoughts crystallized, fate's prompts began to materialize upon his retina. Fate is ever thus. Some ascend effortlessly, while others plummet into the dust. And some endure a sorrowful existence from the outset. Fate cannot be altered, yet it can be influenced with ease. Fate offers you guidance. Fate's first prompt: wait for 2.5 hours. Collect the remains of your homeroom teacher while sealing away the pitiful matron. Slay the players of the Chongqing family and unlock your peak moment in the land of longevity. Choosing this path will reveal to you the inevitable losses of life. Fate's second prompt: my destiny is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Even in the final 2.5 hours, there remains a chance to strive. It is said that performing specific actions and visualizations can lead to a direct dialogue with the Master of Lifespan. Confront the Master of Lifespan. In exchange for enhancing the trial of longevity, you may procure a sliver of hope for your teacher, Yet, success will hinge on one's own resolve. Choosing this path will drastically alter your fate and incite a new, unknown upheaval across the entire Sokka's empire. The guidance from fate was always so timely. What should have been a treacherous path suddenly shone with clarity. Even if Zhou Heng were a fool, he understood the choice he must make. Without hesitation, he opted for the second prompt, seeking a lifeline for his teacher while simultaneously courting a shift in his own destiny. He felt his growth had been too languid. A radical transformation was indeed necessary. Fate continues to sustain you. With his palms pressed together, fingertips pointing downward, he half closed his eyes, breathing in the nebulous atmosphere. Envisioning the Master of Lifespan, whose hue was a faint green, resembling a colossal tree. Following the guidance of fate, Zhou Heng joined his hands, fingertips descending, closing his eyes as he envisioned the Master of Lifespan, breathing within the haze. As he breathed in the dimness, Zhou Heng sensed his consciousness detaching from his body, soon perceiving a beam of light ahead, drawing him in. When the light dissipated, he found himself standing upon an expansive, verdant plain, at the center of which stood an immense, towering tree, swaying gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound as countless tender green leaves fell from its branches. You witnessed the boundless projection of the Master of Lifespan. Lifespan, 1,000 years. True damage reduction, 10,000. Divine damage reduction, 10,000. Chaos damage reduction, 100. You have activated the systems of true damage, divine damage, and chaos damage. Accompanying this prompt was a voice that seemed to resonate from the dawn of time. I remember you. You are quite remarkable. But for the sake of that dying individual, go forth. I grant you new trial. As for the rest, let it be determined by you and the fate that lies within. The master of lifespan gazes upon you from the boundless depths. The trial of longevity has evolved into a voracious desire for lifespan, bestowing upon you the blessings of the master of lifespan, thereby unlocking the third transition achievement. Credentials for the third transition have been detected. The existence of a profession has been confirmed. You have attained eligibility for the third transition. Please select one of the following achievements to complete. Upon completion, you shall transcend level 30 and enter level 31. Third transition achievements. Decadal interest. Defeat 10 players from the eternal family in the land of lifespan. Centennial interest. Defeat 100 players from the eternal family in the land of lifespan. Millennial interest. Defeat 1,000 players from the eternal family in the land of lifespan. 10 millennial interest. Defeat 10,000 players from the eternal family in the land of lifespan. Millionth interest. Defeat 10 players from the eternal family in the land of lifespan. Greed for lifespan. Annihilate all eternal units in the wailing winds of lifespan, city of free winds. You have chosen to pursue the achievement of greed for lifespan. Chapter 77. The War of Factions begins. This aura. Within the frosted mechanical city, the eternal Crozar, seated upon the third throne, raised its head and gazed towards the wailing winds. It could not precisely define the nature of this aura, but according to certain sources within its database, it should be the essence released by an ancient deity. This region, destined to sink into oblivion in a millennium, should not possess the power to attract the attention of such formidable deities. Why, then, does a divine force descend upon it? At that moment, the old woman beneath it suddenly halted her actions, turning her gaze towards the center of the grand hall, where a sword of radiant light floated, forged from resplendent brilliance. Merely casting a glance at it incited an overwhelming urge to kneel in submission. The situation had shifted. The Sokka's Emperor Sword appeared to have absorbed some unknown power. The eternal Crozar abruptly rose from the third throne, fixated intently on the Sokka's Emperor Sword. It sensed the previous fluctuation of power. That same force had entered the Sokka's Emperor Sword. What could this signify? Was it to uphold the will of the divine and accomplish the monumental task of severing eternity? Indeed, in a region that had failed to fulfill the first expansion pack's ancient epic for 10 millennia, deemed a forsaken land destined for ruin in the eyes of ancient deities and lords, such a place could not possibly host the descent of divine forces. However, the emergence of Zhou Heng altered the preconceived notions of a certain powerful being, the exalted master of lifespan. It believed that Zhou Heng's presence might stir unique ripples in this region on the brink of decline, thus casting a glimmer of hope into the murky depths of the Sokka's empire. Buzzing. The incandescent brilliance of the Sokka's Emperor Sword emanated faint green hues, and the entire blade began to tremble violently. Whoosh! With a resounding sound piercing the air, the Sokka's Empire Sword penetrated the ceiling of the mechanical city. Soaring above the frost mechanical city, the sword began to expand from approximately 10 meters in length to a staggering size, ultimately reaching dimensions that could be grasped by the Eternal Crozar. This was not as anticipated. The old woman gazed in astonishment at the Eternal Crozar. Rising fully, the Eternal Crozar ascended above the frost mechanical city, seizing the Sokka's Empire Sword, which now exceeded 12,000 meters in length. The moment it grasped the sword, a brilliant stream of light surged from the blade into its mechanical form, rapidly restoring its strength. Is this the power of the divine? If the Star Nation had not fallen, perhaps I too would have had the chance to step into the halls of the deities with my mechanical body. Alas, the Eternal Crozar gazed towards the capital of the Sokka's empire, its eyes radiating golden light, positioning the Sokka's Empire Sword before it. It was time to resurrect the bloodshed of the Sokka's Emperor of yore, to carve out a final glimmer of hope for the impending decline of the Sokka's empire. The old dynasty is dead. A new one must rise. Today I, the Eternal Crozar, shall sever immortality. Ding! Sokka's Empire announcement. The Empire faction is open to all players. Join the Sokka's Empire faction to defend immortality. Join the Vast Star Nation faction to sever immortality. Commencing Sokka's Empire contribution list. Commencing Vast Star Nation contribution list. Ding! Sokka's Empire announcement. After the announcement echoed thrice, all players within the Frost Mechanical City turned their gaze skyward towards the Eternal Crozar, which raised the colossal Sokka's Empire Sword and aimed it towards the capital of the Sokka's empire. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. A deafening roar surged from all directions into the frost mechanical city. For a fleeting moment, everyone was rendered deaf. Krosa, you seek death, why struggle so? You possess no hope. Your self-inflicted fate is inescapable. Since you wish for death, we shall grant it to you in the air. An array of ancient yet powerful voices thundered with fury, and a blinding light appeared above the frost mechanical city. Then, the eternal Krosa vanished. Yet, all was not concluded. At the very instant of its disappearance, terrifying mechas emerged from within the mechanical city, forming an unyielding line, numbering in the millions. They stood silently, motionless. Players attempted to identify them, and were astonished to discover that these were standard mechas of the vast Star Nation, available for contribution and exchange. In an instant, the player army erupted in excitement. To confront immortality may have seemed a mere empty phrase, but with such power at our disposal, severing immortality is not beyond reach. Haha! I too shall sever immortality. Do not disturb me. Su family, you have recklessly toyed with my wife, emboldened by your rise a millennium ago. The time for vengeance has come. Li family, we shall finally settle old scores from years gone by. A multitude of players open their faction tabs, eagerly checking the various information regarding faction warfare. Subconsciously, Zhou Heng gazed upon the faction panel that unfolded before him in the boundless world. The Sokka's Empire faction. Contribution points, 0. Task 1. Long-term eliminate any player from the vast Star Nation once, to gain contribution points equivalent to the level of the defeated, 100 for the vanquished. Task 2. Long-term eradicate any player from the vast Star Nation, to gain contribution points equivalent to the level of the defeated, 1 for the vanquished. As a citizen of the Sokka's Empire, Zhou Heng's faction displayed the Sokka's Empire. However, he discovered that he seemed to possess another faction panel. Vast Star Nation faction. Contribution points, 8. 2 million. Task 1. Long-term eliminate any player from the Everlasting family, to gain contribution points equivalent to the level of the defeated, 1,000 for the vanquished. Task 2. Long-term eradicate any player from the Everlasting family, to gain contribution points equivalent to the level of the defeated, 10 for the vanquished. Zhou Heng was perplexed as to why he had tasks from the vast Star Nation. Yet he pondered that he might leverage these two opposing faction tasks to attempt some feasible micro-operations. If successful, he could undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Chapter 78. The Judgment of Longevity. Ladies and gentlemen, what shall we do? Within a modest dwelling in Freedom City, a planning ground for the Sword of Light, a small, worn-round table surrounded 6 individuals. The speaker was a foreign man with a bushy beard, named Yorkland, a genuine player from the Eagle Nation. Beside him, a long-haired woman anxiously tousled her hair, exclaiming, "Ever since this individual named Zhou Heng ascended to the imperial notice, the situation has spiraled out of control. Everything was supposed to be as planned." Opposite the long-haired woman sat an elderly matron, leaning on her cane, her countenance extremely grim. Were Zhou Heng present, he would recognize this elderly figure as the one he encountered in Little Bird Town. However, in stark contrast to that time, this elderly woman appeared to be in dire straits. One eye flickered with shadows of vermin, and one arm was inexplicably absent, leaving only a shroud of darkness enveloping her shoulder. Despite the drastic changes, from a long-term perspective, Zhou Heng still stood on our side, even if we might ultimately be the ones to suffer the consequences. Seated diagonally from the matron was Long Dao, a muscular man wielding a massive cleaver, who, after hearing the matroness words, snorted disdainfully. "I absolutely refuse to allow Zhou Heng to reap the rewards, as long as he remains outside the Sword of Light. He is not one of us. Why should we play the mantis while he plays the cicada? Such fortune does not exist in this world. Furthermore, we cannot take all of the words of the light giant wolf at face value. I shall maintain my original stance and watch Zhou Heng's movements. Let's not forget that there may still be lone wolves lurking in the shadows." Cerna paused and surveyed everyone present. "I have just received intelligence that the eternal Krosa, wielding a colossal sword, is advancing towards the capital. This signifies impending chaos for the entire Sokka's Empire, presenting us with an opportunity. Therefore, the schemes of the light giant wolf must be executed swiftly. Our time is limited, my friends." After Cerna concluded her remarks, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. After a lengthy pause, the aged matron spoke first, expressing her concurrence with Cerna's sentiments. She asserted that the initiation of such a national-level factional conflict would usher both the players from Blue Star and the locals into a period of rapid development. Seizing this opportunity, they could undoubtedly revive the former glory of the heroic king. The long blade slammed his great sword into the ground with a disdainful snort, stating that since Cerna had spoken, he had nothing more to add, but warned that should Zhou Heng dare to seize the opportunity, he would make him acutely aware of the taste of death. Seeing the unanimous agreement among the others, Cerna smiled alluringly. Transforming into the plump figure of a woman from the local general store, she stood and declared that they would proceed as planned. She would engage with the elder of the Changshan family to negotiate for the opportunity to access the realm of longevity. With a resounding affirmation from the group, they rose, filled with fighting spirit. Securing the luminescent giant wolf would enable them to utilize its unique talent of light perception to locate the scattered fragments of the sacred sword of the Seikast Empire, thus heralding the true moment of their restoration of the heroic king's glory. As the Sword of Light commenced its mission, Zhou Heng, too, remained active. He offered the old man another Tianma cigarette, cheerfully inquiring, "May I ask you another question, old man?" The elderly gentleman regarded the cigarette Zhou Heng presented, but refrained from accepting it, instead narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Zhou Heng. The aura of the Lone Wolf token emanated from Zhou Heng, and as a member of the Lone Wolves, he was aware that such a token was typically possessed by Yutong, yet it now seemed to be in Zhou Heng's possession. "Old man?" Noticing the elder's silence and continued examination, Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, growing wary. The old man, observing this, chuckled. "You've grown cautious, eh? Just because I took a moment to regard you, but I must say, your temperament is commendable. Such a disposition ensures longevity. Now, what is it that you wish to inquire about?" He then accepted the cigarette Zhou Heng offered. The old man's eyes glimmered with intrigue, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. Zhou Heng was indeed a candidate worthy of the Lone Wolves. His intent to strategize against the Changshan family players indicated that, should he mature, he could serve as a significant ally against the official factions of the Blue Star Federation. "You certainly have ambitions," the old man mused. "But slaying a Changshan family player within the confines of Freedom City is no simple feat here. You can only kill in accordance with lifespan. How much time do you have left?" "To my knowledge, even the most wretched of the Chongqing elders start with a lifespan of 500 years. As he spoke, the old man ignited the Tianma cigarette Zhou Heng had provided, exhaling clouds of smoke. "Those Chongqing players are a wretched bunch, clinging to life despite being beyond saving. Yet they still seek to borrow life from others. I fail to comprehend the purpose of their pitiful existence. If you truly wish to sever the Changshan, you will require this." With a chuckle, the old man retrieved a green scroll from beneath the counter. In this realm, the sole method to eliminate a Changshan was to employ this scroll, which would directly erase the opponent's lifespan, albeit at the cost of relinquishing a portion of one's own remaining lifespan. In simpler terms, it pertains to one's lifespan. You have triumphed, utilizing your own lifespan to offset that of your opponent, resulting in their demise. Zhou Heng regarded the scroll presented by the elderly man with a discerning eye. The judgment of lifespan, quality, resplendent. It can only be employed in places cursed by the master of lifespan. Upon unfurling, it enacts a judgment of lifespan upon both adversaries. If victorious, one deducts an amount equivalent to the opponent's remaining lifespan, erasing them from existence. If defeated, the opponent subtracts from the remaining lifespan, leading to your demise. In the event of mutual defeat, both parties face the complete depletion of their lifespans, resulting in simultaneous death. What do you think? Can I get a try? It's quite reasonable, merely 10,000 silver coins. However, seeing as you seem to be quite prosperous, I shall offer you a discount, 5,000 silver coins. Of course, should you find yourself with an excess of lifespan and no means to spend your wealth, I happen to possess 99 more such scrolls, should you wish to partake. The old man chuckled, gazing at Zhou Heng with anticipation, awaiting his decision. Zhou Heng scrutinized the man deeply, uttering not a word, and retrieved 5,000 silver coins from his satchel to trade for the judgment of lifespan. Chapter 79. The Hunt Begins. It appears you possess unwavering confidence in your lifespan. Observing Zhou Heng's decisive purchase of the judgment of lifespan, the old man smiled, gesturing toward the opposite side of the warm embrace. There lies a high-end private club named Lingyun, home to a cadre of aging members of the Longevity clan, whose lifespans should not exceed a millennium. Zhou Heng recognized that this elderly man was not to be underestimated, yet he felt the need to broaden his perspective, envisioning the man as even more formidable. "Is it possible to ascertain the nature of one's lifespan?" "Very well, thank you." Zhou Heng expressed his gratitude and departed the general store, making his way toward the Lingyun private club. However, just as he had taken a few steps, the old man's voice resonated from behind him. "Hey, young man, at level 61 and 71, remember to utilize your Lone Wolf token. I shall personally guide you, revealing to you what a true battlefield entails. The protagonist shall not join any organization, mind you." Turning back, Zhou Heng did not linger, but proceeded to the Lingyun private club. He refrained from entering, instead positioning himself at the entrance, awaiting the exit of players from the Longevity clan, for the distinction between the long-lived and the not-so-long-lived was evident to any observant eye. After approximately half an hour of waiting, he finally beheld an elderly man emerging from the club, arm in arm with a beautiful woman, his hands roaming over her form, his eyes brimming with avarice and indulgence in her beauty. Zhou Heng followed closely behind, clutching the judgment of lifespan in his hand. Who is this trailing behind me at such a time, unaware that I seek pleasure? The old man turned, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Heng. Boy, are you coveting the woman at my side? Once I have had my fill, I might consider sharing her with you, though if she is your partner, I wouldn't mind having you join us. Haha. Zhou Heng paid no heed to the man's words, focusing intently on the elderly figure before him, gradually unfurling the judgment of lifespan. What is it you hold? Are you intending to use it against me? Huh? Do you even comprehend where you are? The old man's voice faltered midway, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the object in Zhou Heng's hand. The decree of longevity judgment. May you perish. Old relic of the Changshan family, who exists on the fringes of the Changshan lineage, relying on longevity contracts to enjoy a life of leisure in Gale Freedom City. With merely 300 years of life remaining, should he engage in this longevity judgment, even if he were to emerge victorious, he would forfeit over 100 years of his existence, and the prospect of acquiring more time would still be months away. Escape. As the effects of the longevity judgment commenced, a colossal balance scale manifested between Zhou Heng and the aging scion of the Changshan family. Verdant energy surged from both individuals towards the scale. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. Witnessing the entirety of his lifespan wagered, yet still unable to secure victory, the elder's countenance contorted in terror, his lamentations echoing in despair. No, it cannot be. I possess 300 years of life. How can this be possible? 301 years. Suddenly, the scale on Zhou Heng's side tipped, reaching 301. This additional year became the final straw that crushed the elder. Judgment successful. 300 years against 301. You have emerged victorious. As the verdict was rendered, the elder opposite Zhou Heng visibly aged at an alarming rate. His already parched visage rapidly devolved into a mass of muddy decay, crumbling to the ground. In mere moments, the once vibrant elder, who had clutched a woman with vigor, was reduced to a puddle of dark sludge, devoid of even the ethereal glow that follows death. Absorbed by the boundless void, you have slain a player from the Changshan family. Your confinement within the land of longevity has been lifted. The master of lifespan casts a gaze upon you. Gale Freedom City is now under confinement. Entry is permitted, but exit is forbidden. Is the slaughter about to commence? Zhou Heng spread his arms, gazing at the magnificent dragon bow he had successfully retrieved, a smile dancing upon his lips. With the dragon bow equipped, it signified the activation of his class's ultra-long-range archer skill set. With a sight range of 50 kilometers, complemented by the master of lifespan's lamentation over the confinement of Gale. Which elder of the Changshan family could possibly evade him? This was destined to be his personal showcase. Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of those around him, Zhou Heng leaped towards the rooftop from the beams of the building, leaving the onlookers in a state of stunned disbelief. Here, had not all skill attributes been sealed? How could he still display such prowess? Amidst the collective astonishment and shock, Zhou Heng stood at the highest vantage point, atop a small bell tower, surveying the entirety of Gale Freedom City. This city bore some resemblance to a metropolitan area of an island nation, with numerous structures exuding a strong Tang dynasty aesthetic. Gale Freedom City was vast. Even with his 50-kilometer sight, he could not discern its limits. Yet, deep within the city, he could perceive a colossal barrier of wind, and beyond it, the faint silhouette of a gigantic wolf. However, due to the distance exceeding 50 kilometers, the details eluded him. Soon, Zhou Heng identified several elders of the Changshan family within his line of sight. Like the first elder, they too appeared frail, yet they were relatively well-preserved, moving with a hint of grace. Creak, creak. Zhou Heng drew back the massive dragon bow, aiming at a player from the Changshan family. He intended to test the mettle of these players with an arrow, to discern how the realm of longevity determined attacks when he was able to strike while they could not retaliate. If he could slay them outright, that would be splendid. Otherwise, he would resort to the Sacrast Emperor's sword, the Holy Sword, for his harvest. With a swift motion, Zhou Heng released an arrow towards the nearest elder of the Changshan family. In an instant, the arrow pierced through the foe's forehead, inflicting a chilling 180 points of ice damage. The elder, who was cradling a beautiful woman, found himself collapsing in bewilderment. Isn't this the realm of longevity? Aren't attribute attacks supposed to be impossible here? How could such a damage number appear above my head? Standing atop the small bell tower, Zhou Heng observed as the elder transformed into a burst of white light, resurrecting approximately 10 kilometers away from his death spot. After a moment of contemplation, he aimed once more. This time, he switched to the Jiao Jiao Bao, eager to determine whether the issue lay with health points or the mechanics themselves. The elder, still disoriented from his recent resurrection, had little time to comprehend the situation when an arrow shot through the void, embedding itself in his arm, dealing a staggering 535 points of damage. This was the minimum physical damage from the equipped Jiao Jiao Bao, yet it was sufficient to obliterate him once again. As the elder rematerialized in a burst of white light at the resurrection point, Zhou Heng felt a flicker of speculation in his mind. But concrete conclusions would require further data. Without hesitation, he switched back to the dragon bow, pulling the string to its utmost tension, and unleashed a barrage upon all the elders of the Changshan family within his field of vision. The plethora of death and resurrection data would surely support his desired conclusions. With an attack speed of 110, Zhou Heng released 11 arrows per second, each one targeting a different elder from the Changshan family. Meanwhile, the elders conversed cheerfully, discussing the arrival of a new batch of promising female players from the Su family, blissfully unaware of the impending doom. But in the next heartbeat, 2 arrows tore through the air, striking them down with a frightful 180 points of damage. How is this possible? Isn't this the realm of longevity? The 2 elders fell, still unable to grasp what had transpired or why someone could inflict damage with arrows in this domain. Not just them, but all elders within a 50-kilometer radius of Zhou Heng would soon face his relentless onslaught. As he watched the numerous elders resurrecting, Zhou Heng's gaze shimmered with certainty. Within this realm of longevity, as long as his attacks connected, he could slay his foes. In other words, it was not merely a matter of health points, but rather an issue of the mechanics of the realm itself. Realizing this, a broad smile began to form on Zhou Heng's lips, which he could scarcely contain. This implies that he does not need to wield the sacred sword of the Sakasht Empire to eliminate the members of the Changshan family. While this may consume more time, Zhou Heng prefers to invest that time in farming the resurrection coins of his enemies rather than relying on the unpredictable heroes within the Sakasht Empire's sacred sword for Kyrena. With a firm resolution, Zhou Heng decisively unleashed his arrows, firing 11 per second, as a torrential downpour of arrows saturated the resurrection point from all angles. The elders of the Changshan family undoubtedly possessed a significant number of resurrection coins, but with his rate of fire and lethality, how long could they sustain themselves? From a moment he activated his attributes within the land of longevity, the hunt had commenced. Something terrible is happening, the dog-legged minion screamed, dashing deep into the heart of Windy Free City. In the innermost sanctum of Windy Free City, within the fierce and raging barrier of wind, though referred to as a barrier, it was essentially an endless tempest, stood an elderly man, frail and leaning on a cane. He remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon Serna across from him, his expression dark and brooding. Unexpectedly, the hunter would become the hunted. Who would have thought that a man of my age would fall prey to a mere child like you? The reason the Radiant Wolf has lost even a fragment of its power must be attributed to you, correct? Upon receiving such praise, a smile unconsciously graced Serna's lips. Wang Mo, your era has long since passed. The forthcoming years belong to us. Will you willingly release the Radiant Wolf, or shall we, the Sword of Light, take matters into our own hands? Wang Mo, the elderly figure, grew increasingly grim, his countenance contorting with rage as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, absolutely not. You will have no chance. I will await your transformation into a beast of longevity, and then I shall sever your head to commemorate my lost youth. As Serna spoke, her gaze drifted towards the depths of the tempest, where the true form of the Radiant Wolf was imprisoned. Once unleashed, without its radiant aura to suppress the curse of longevity, everyone, including Wang Mo, would become emotionless beasts of longevity. The veins in Wang Mo's hand, gripping the cane, bulged prominently, and his face twisted into a mask of fury and despair, a futile desire to devour Serna whole, thwarted by his own powerlessness. Serna observed this with amusement, unable to suppress her joy, and a soft laugh escaped her lips. Soon, she would have her revenge for her youth, for her past. However, at that moment, an elderly and elongated figure emerged from the tempest. Wango, your acting remains as poor as ever. Deceiving a little girl of merely 100 years is one thing, but trying to fool me? You fall short. The newcomer was none other than the old man who had previously interacted with Zhou Heng, one of the lone wolves of the independent wolf organization, an epic-level player from the Summer Kingdom, Li Rang. Upon seeing Li Rang, the grimace of rage and despair on Wang Mo's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a chilling smile. At least I've managed to lure you out, haven't I? The useless members of the Sword of Light have finally served their purpose. Sitting directly opposite, Serna's complexion turned pale, caught off guard by this sudden shift. An overwhelming sense of foreboding surged within her. Instinctively, she glanced towards the direction where the radiant giant wolf was imprisoned. Emerging from the depths of the howling wind was a robust figure, a towering young man adorned with 2 katanas at his waist. Striding towards her with a swagger reminiscent of tiger. "Esteemed Lady Serna, are they the ones you seek?" He grinned wickedly, tossing 5 severed heads before her. Li Rang stood not far off, observing the scene with a cold gaze. The Order of the Radiant Sword was, in fact, a formidable force. Initially, the Summer Kingdom intended to ally with this organization against the Changshan clan. However, they soon discerned that this faction was riddled with delusions. Fixated on the legendary hero king Kairna's holy sword, it became evident that this group had yet to grasp the truth of the past, rendering them utterly ineffectual. Truth be told, under normal circumstances, he would not have intervened. Everyone, including Serna, would have perished. Yet, the situation had changed. That little rascal, Zhou Heng, had seemingly gained extraordinary abilities, managing to wield power within the realm of longevity, and, as a long-range archer, he was the sole player capable of exerting influence there, a complete dimensional strike against the confines of the realm. Thus, he had no qualms about adding a spark of astonishment to this battle. "Lady Serna, fret not, it shall not hurt. I am here to guide you on your final journey." The brawny man approached the trembling Serna, slowly unsheathing his katana, poised to execute her on the spot. At that moment, Wang Mo intervened, turning his attention to Li Rang. "Your expression betrays you. You do not appear to be deceived by me, yet here you are." I failed to comprehend. Li Rang could not suppress a grin. The old man had finally voiced his suspicions. The matter was rather straightforward. "Ah, your lackey has arrived." He gestured behind him, where a rather gaunt man stumbled forward, collapsing to his knees before Wang Mo. "My lord, it's dire. Someone can wield power within the realm of longevity. Look at the profession. It appears to be a long-range archer. Based on the intelligence you provided, I suspect it is Zhou Heng." Chapter 81. Objective: Escape. The fierce winds howled through the depths of the realm of longevity, resonating ominously. Li Rang, with a sniper rifle slung over his back and his hands tucked into his pockets, wore a devilish grin, while Serna, consumed by despair over her fallen companions, appeared somewhat bewildered. Zhou Heng, he could act within the realm of longevity? Wang Mo's hand trembled slightly against his cane, his expression visibly chilling. Had it only been his family's lackey delivering the news, he would have questioned it first. However, Li Rang's presence led him to realize that the situation might indeed align with the young man's assertions. He had wondered how the members of the Radiant Sword could so effortlessly lure out a significant figure like Li Rang. It seemed they were merely there to witness the unfolding drama. What was the precise nature of the situation? To keep it brief, Wang Mo's voice was as frigid as the depths of the abyss, chilling to the bone. "So, is this the reason for your appearance, Li Rang? Are you not afraid I might expend every last ounce of strength to ensure you remain here?" Wang Mo's voice was icy, like a whisper from a malevolent spirit. Li Rang remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. This kind of threat might work on that little girl Serna. "But to fool me? Have you not fully awakened? Based on my understanding of you, you would never dare to clash with me here. Or do you believe I am blind, or that my keen eyesight has failed? What schemes are you concocting behind my back?" Wang Mo let out a cold laugh. Refraining from engaging in a verbal duel with Li Rang, he employed the technological marvels of the vast Star Nation, utilizing a communication device to send a message to all the elderly members of the Changshan families in the land of Shosue. The message was simple. The situation has changed. Activate the Shosue Judgment Library. Target: Zhou Heng. For Wang Mo, he felt akin to an elderly man precariously balanced on a narrow bridge, with young men on either side threatening to saw it apart. Regardless of whom he allied with, the opposing side would sever the bridge, leading to his inevitable demise. Thus, he could only scheme for a path to escape within the limited time available. He was unaware of Zhou Heng's circumstances, but the ability to unleash chaos in the land of Shosue, a place where assaults were forbidden, indicated some extraordinary opportunity. Engaging Zhou Heng within the confines of Shosue was evidently impossible, even with his substantial reserve of 2 million resurrection coins. His plan was straightforward: exploit the information gap, send the other elderly Changsheng family members to their doom, and seize the chance to activate the few curse exemption items he possessed, forcibly departing from this howling tempest of Shosui. As long as he remained alive, with the connections he retained within the Wang family, he could certainly secure another chance at existence in the land of Shosui. Once the message was dispatched, Wang Mo turned to the burly man beside him. Daijiro, buy me 30 minutes to delay Li Rang. I have a way to eliminate Zhou Heng. With that, Wang Mo leaned on his cane and vanished into the tempest. Indeed, circumstances are ever-changing. You schemers are quite the frightening breed. However, you cannot let the luminescent wolf escape, he remarked. The burly man, Daijiro, a player from the Changsheng family of the island, stood at the 8-star ring level. He approached Li Rang, brandishing his katana in a provocative manner. Assessing Daijiro, Li Rang noted the faint glimmers emanating from the lotus petal at his brow, suggesting he was indeed an 8-star ring Changsheng player, a level 90 individual, and yet merely of the 8th-star ring caliber. Such a being, outside the land of Shosui, would not warrant a second glance. However, given that the opponent dared to confront him here, it was evident that he was equipped with an additional life vessel. Otherwise, with merely a few years of lifespan, he would hardly be worthy of crossing paths with an epic being like himself. Li Rang resolved to entertain this little fellow for a while, as there was no escape for him at present. Fate is perpetually deceptive. A moment's carelessness can lead to the loss of some or all within a facade of truth. Fate offers you a hint. Fate's second hint. 50 kilometers west of the city, there exists an ordinary old man with white hair, easily recognizable, his gaze resolute, aimed directly at the exit of the Howling Freedom City. Should you succeed in eliminating him, a splendid opportunity may await you. Chapter 82. Are you attempting to depart from me? No, it certainly cannot be Timeless. He is merely a newcomer, with a rank of only 30. Even if he possesses a miraculous opportunity, it is utterly impossible for him to impose a limitless seal on others of such caliber. Hence, I'm assuredly left with time. 1. 21 million remnants of the Changsheng family will suffice to buy me ample time. Wang Mo continually encouraged himself. He staked his belief that the realm of longevity was not under a timeless seal. He could survive. It seems I must find an effective method to discern the Changsheng family in the future. This fellow has likely employed some unique artifact to conceal the lotus at his brow. Zhou Heng murmured, his hands deftly knocking an arrow, each shot tracking its target. He was unaware of how Wang Mo intended to evade his assault. Time was on his side, within this realm of longevity. As long as he did not eliminate all players of the Changsheng family, the seal would not cease. Ah, so this is the nature of a long-range archer? This accursed tracking ability. Wang Mo had never harbored such disdain for a profession until now. It was indeed the long-range archer. With a swift strike, one arrow found its mark, piercing Wang Mo's forehead and pinning him to the ground. In the next moment, he resurrected on the spot, fleeing once more into the depths of the alley, seeking to evade Zhou Heng's onslaught. Yet at that instant, Zhou Heng emerged from the side, seizing Wang Mo by the neck and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Observing Wang Mo's repeated deaths and subsequent revivals, Zhou Heng grew increasingly eager to extinguish his life. He hurled Wang Mo high into the air, wielding the dragon bow with finesse. As arrows pierced Wang Mo one after another, the tremendous force propelled him upwards, only to bring him crashing down again. Thus, Wang Mo found himself suspended in midair, unable to touch the ground, caught in an unending barrage. Watching his dwindling resurrection coins, Wang Mo's expression darkened, almost as if he could weep. At this rate, even with 1,000,000 resurrection coins, survival was impossible. Moreover, did Zhou Heng not possess the Seikast King's sword, Holy Sword? News had long circulated from the Cash family, yet why had he not utilized it? Wang Mo forced himself to remain calm, seizing the moment of resurrection to observe Zhou Heng unleashing his relentless combo below. The sword hung at his waist, seemingly eager to drink the blood of their Changsheng family. Upon contemplating this answer, Wang Mo felt he had grasped a final lifeline. During a brief moment of revival, he called out to Zhou Heng, "Zhou Heng, why do you not wield the Seikast King's sword, Holy Sword? Do you perhaps know that slaying enough of us would be detrimental to you? Are you overly cautious?" Upon finishing, he even bared his yellowed teeth at Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng paused, glancing at the Seikast King's sword, Holy Sword, at his side, which began to tremble. It was noteworthy that such a phenomenon had never occurred since he had acquired the sword. The unfolding of fate often occurs in unexpected ways. Yet that is of little consequence. The hints of destiny remain intact. Destiny grants you a cue. Destiny hint 2. You should not be questioned by those once defeated. Once, she was a lofty hero king, Yet now she is but a frail survivor. Suppress the Saycast King's sword, holy sword, and confront it with what you believe to be sharp words. Choosing this path may not yield substantial rewards, yet it fortifies the spirit within. The fate presented appears to offer two avenues, but in truth, there exists but a singular course. The first path is one that cannot be taken. To halt fate permanently equates to death. Thus, the only choice left to Zhou Heng is the second option. Standing amidst the gentle breeze atop a lofty edifice, his hand resting upon the Saycast Emperor's sword, he uttered coldly, "Kailena, do you wish to sever ties with me? If that is your desire, I shall impale you here and now. Your future lies in your own hands." A low hum emanated from the Saycast Emperor's sword, vibrating intensely as if expressing discontent towards Zhou Heng, yet ultimately, it settled into stillness. In that brief moment, Wang Mo darted away, plunging deep into the heart of Wind Freedom City. Chapter 83-73. 2 billion contribution points. Suppressing the tremors of the Saycast Emperor's sword, Zhou Heng scanned the surroundings, swiftly locating Wang Mo. He could not deny the exceptional agility of this elder from the Chongsheng family. His skills were undeniably of a remarkable caliber. Drawing the immense dragon bow, Zhou Heng aimed an arrow in the direction of Wang Mo's escape while hastening towards him. Wang Mo seized a nearby ordinary player, gripping his collar and bellowing, "Take this to the wind barrier and deliver it to Island Zero. I am the Chongsheng Wang family." To ensure compliance, Wang Mo cast aside his disguise, revealing the lotus petal upon his brow. The captured player trembled and stammered, "All right, all right." After casting the ordinary player aside, Wang Mo veered in another direction. His intention was twofold. Firstly, to divert Zhou Heng's attention, leading him to believe he was delivering something of great importance. As Zhou Heng's extraordinary long-range vision allowed him to see but not hear, thus providing ample opportunity for maneuvering. Secondly, should Zhou Heng choose to pursue him rather than the other, the item he entrusted would undoubtedly reach Island Zero. An arrow whistled through the air, piercing Wang Mo's chest. As he transformed into white light upon death and resurrection, a dismal expression clouded his face. When had this newly minted player, Zhou Heng, become so terrifying in temperament? His audacious tactic, devoid of even a moment's hesitation, was solely to pursue him with lethal intent, despite possessing over 19 million resurrection coins. Wang Mo found little joy in his situation. Zhou Heng's attack speed had become transparent to him, 110. To be frank, he could not fathom how a level 30 newcomer had managed to achieve such an attack speed within just over a month in the boundless expanse. He understood well that the dragon bow was hardly an impressive weapon. This implied that Zhou Heng's own attack speed, even without the Sky Empty set, lay in the 70 to 80 range. What was his concept? He could not even dream of achieving such a level at level 30, let alone at level 51. Wang Mo continued his flight, evading Zhou Heng's onslaught while racing towards the wind barrier. If he could reach it, his adversary would struggle to eliminate him swiftly, granting him precious time. However, time was not on his side, and soon, Zhou Heng was upon him. With a swift shoulder throw, Zhou Heng once again became the target of Zhou Heng's attacks. "You cannot kill me. Your attack speed is 110, while my resurrection cooldown is 12 seconds. Therefore, to slay me once, considering the projectile's trajectory, you would require at least a 25-second interval. Furthermore, I possess 2 million resurrection coins. To eliminate me, you would need no less than 348 days. Do you truly believe the seals of this land of longevity can withstand such a duration?" Wang Mo coldly questioned as he watched Zhou Heng incessantly shooting him. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Zhou Heng, attempting to discern any subtle change in his expression, which he needed to ascertain the duration of the seal. Zhou Heng, having lived 2 lives, may lack the experience of this lifetime, yet the memories of his previous existence as a laborer remain vivid. He understood the implications of Wang Mo's words, combined with the latter's attempts to escape from the Wind Freedom City. It was evident to any astute observer that he was probing the seal's duration. Unfortunately, that path was destined to be futile. You have slain the level 610 player Wang Mo of the Longevity family once. Contribution to the vast Star Nation, 610,000. You have slain the level 610 player Wang Mo of the Longevity family once. Contribution to the vast Star Nation, 610,000. After the first kill of Wang Mo, Zhou Heng received such notifications. This was an exceptional opportunity, if the 2 million resurrection coins were genuine. The mere obliteration of this elder of the Longevity family could yield him over 732 billion contribution points to the vast Star Nation. And this was merely the offering from Wang Mo, an elder of the longevity family. The entire Wind Freedom City was home to many such elders. And if he could eliminate them all, he believed he could deplete the contribution reserves of the Vastar nation entirely. Thus, with the Sakasite Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, one swift strike, who would employ it? Time passed, and 3 hours later, an ordinary player, ejected by Wang Mo, entered the wind barrier with the breath of the wind bestowed upon him by Wang Mo. He observed the island's Jiro being pinned down by Li Rang and timidly inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask who among you is the esteemed lord of the longevity family, island?" Li Rang and Cerna both glanced at the island's Jiro, who was blushing with rage, his expression a vivid depiction of distress. Li Rang's prowess as a lone wolf exceeded his expectations, stripped of his powers. He found himself entirely outclassed in a pure contest of skill. "I am Island Jiro. What business do you have with me?" he gritted, suppressing his murderous intent. The ordinary player trembled slightly, retrieving an envelope from his backpack given by Wang Mo and extending it. However, it was swiftly snatched by Li Rang, who tore it open to examine its contents. After reading the message, he handed it to Island Jiro. "Wang Mo instructs you to release the radiant giant wolf. He wishes to take a significant gamble." Island Jiro's pupils constricted as he received the letter. Upon reading it, his simple mind struggled to comprehend. Wasn't it said that the release of the radiant giant wolf was forbidden? If unleashed, who could withstand the lifespan curse of this land of longevity? And who could contend with the monstrosity transformed into a beast of longevity? Had Wang Mo truly lost his senses? Hearing this, Li Rang patted Island Jiro's thick forehead. How did the island family produce such a simple-minded, physically robust individual like you? Can't you comprehend this? The reason is that you have run out of opportunities. All hope rests upon your shoulders. To unleash the radiant giant wolf, you must pay the price of transforming all players who have exceeded their lifespan through the age contract into age beasts, thereby freeing yourself from the constraints of the land of ages and restoring your combat power at the 8-star ring. From the moment the letter arrived, your sole objective has been clear: to eliminate Zhou Heng once your attributes are restored. Daijiro found himself in a state of confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Observing Daijiro's bewilderment, Li Rang turned his gaze to the dazed Cerna beside him. "Little one, did you not wish to unleash the radiant giant wolf? Now you can fulfill your desire. Here is the key included with the letter. Take it, and you shall release the radiant giant wolf." As he watched Daijiro's contorted expression lost in thought, Li Rang contemplated the implications. His power here was unstable. Once the radiant giant wolf was released, it would send shockwaves through his strength, potentially exposing his true self to the legendary members of the Chongqing family. He looked towards the skies above Freedom City, where Zhou Heng was honing his skills against Wang Mo. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly chuckled, realizing his indecision. Why invest in such a novice when he could target those so-called high-level players? With that thought, Li Rang seized Daijiro by the collar and withdrew the age judgment from his backpack. "What are you planning to do?" Daijiro asked, bewildered at the sight of the age judgment in Li Rang's hands. Did this old man intend to perish alongside him? Wasn't he supposed to be a legendary player like Wang Mo? Such a life wasted? What do you think? Li Rang grinned, poised to shatter the age judgment in his grasp. However, at that moment, an arrow shot in from outside, knocking the age judgment from his hand. In astonishment, Li Rang turned his gaze toward the direction of Zhou Heng, who was currently engaged in combat with Wang Mo. Chapter 84. The Judgment of Light. Zhou Heng was busy extracting resources from Wang Mo when suddenly a fate prompt appeared before his eyes. The situation shifts. The path is unpredictable. Countless events arise due to diverging destinies. Fate offers you a hint. Fate Hint 1. A unique organization composed of countless lone wolves, known as the Lone Wolf Sky Snipers, has decided to invest in you, utilizing the age judgment to consume their own lifespan to eliminate the 8-star ring level player. Daijiro. You may allow Li Rang to slay Daijiro, alleviating your own pressure. Fate Hint 2. Unknown to anyone, a significant opportunity lies within Daijiro's backpack. If you crave that opportunity, you may need to attempt to slay Daijiro. However, given your current strength, directly confronting him will not be easy. You might consider employing dark assistance at the moment of contact to achieve a swift kill. Zhou Heng had never encountered Daijiro and knew nothing of the 8-star ring, yet he could not afford to overlook the significant opportunity mentioned in Fate Hint 2. Since he had the capability to eliminate his opponent, he must seize that grand opportunity. With that in mind, Zhou Heng scanned his surroundings, searching for Daijiro's figure, soon recalling the scene where Li Rang had drawn the age contract, only to be struck by the arrow. "Kid, what do you mean by this?" Li Rang's voice transcended the void, suddenly reaching Zhou Heng's ears. You wouldn't intend to handle this yourself, would you? Once they unleash the luminescent giant wolf, he will escape the confines of the realm of lifespan and regain his powers. Your strength is formidable, having slain Kashmoral Dan of the 9-star ring. Yet this is an 8-star ring foe of level 80. Li Rang squinted his eyes, gazing into the distance where Zhou Heng stood. This young man, Zhou Heng, was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. At merely level 30 and yet untransformed, he dared to provoke an 8-star ring player of level 80. Especially one from the Changshan clan. The talents of the Changshan clan were often peculiar, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Daijuru looked at Li Rang in confusion, wondering if the man had lost his senses, first speaking of lifespan and then offering a key to himself. Li Rang cast a penetrating glance at Daijuru and replied coolly, "It was Zhou Heng who intervened. He believes your death at my hands would be too trivial. He wishes to take your life himself." Upon hearing this, Daijuru's eyes sharpened with clarity, and he narrowed them. Coldly questioning, did he truly say that? Li Rang smiled lightly. Do I, a legendary figure, need to deceive you over such trivial matters? Daijuru's expression twisted into a grimace. Yet his gaze became increasingly lucid. It appears that Wang Mo, that old man, is teetering on the brink of collapse. Otherwise, he would never allow me to unleash the luminescent giant wolf. As for Zhou Heng, I eagerly anticipate our confrontation. I am curious to see what caliber he possesses to dare oppose me, a being of level 80 at merely level 30. Transitioning into a state of battle, Daijuru ceased to be foolish. He grasped the key and advanced into the depths of the wind barrier. Are you here to mock me as well? At the innermost recess of the wind barrier stood a colossal gate of radiant white light, separating the two realms. From the outside, a massive silhouette could be vaguely discerned within. This was the master of the voice, the luminescent giant wolf, a divine creation of light element. Boom! With a resounding thud, a gaping hole shattered above Wind Freedom City, and countless streams of green essence flowed in from the outside. Lifespan is not a thing of greed. You require a price. The low, gravelly voice dripped with mockery, cascading down from the heavens, accompanied by a tide of overwhelming green. A sycophant who had exploited the lifespan contract to siphon the lifetimes of ordinary players clutched his throat, emitting a wretched wail. Soon, his skin began to turn green at an alarming rate, swiftly transforming him into a humanoid monstrosity with glowing green eyes. Lifespan, I demand lifespan. Give me your lifespans. He was no longer human, but a marionette of lifespans, insatiably greedy for all vitality. Witnessing this, the ordinary players around him turned pale with fear. Some fled in terror, while others attempted to log off and escape. In a matter of moments, the once bustling Wind Freedom City saw its population dwindle rapidly. Wang Mo, who was pinned in the sky by Zhou Heng as a living target, also underwent transformation as a torrent of green mist surged into him, morphing him into a green, demonic creature. Wang Mo, Beast of Lifespan. Level 610. Attack 00. Magic 00. Health points 20 billion. Mana 00. Armor 0. Water resistance 0. Fire resistance 0. Wind resistance 0. Thunder resistance 0. Ice resistance 0. Wood resistance 0. Light resistance 0. Dark resistance 0. Mist of Lifespan Calamity. Releases a mist of calamity that inflicts dark elemental damage equivalent to 1's own life force upon foes. Source of Lifespan. Health points 10. Resurrection count 190,000. Zhou Heng's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively retreating several steps to widen the gap between himself and Wang Mo while surveying his surroundings. Such formidable wild creatures were beyond the capabilities of a player of his caliber to handle. The mere thought of that terrifying 10 health points regeneration, 200 billion times 10, sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, he remained composed. The absence of a fate prompt indicated that something advantageous was brewing for him. He recalled the earlier howls of wolves and gazed at the vast void in the sky. Beyond the void, a colossal wolf's head emerged through the emerald mist, locking eyes with him, before a thunderous howl resonated through the heavens. The radiant giant wolf temporarily bestows upon you the power of light. You have gained the temporary judgment of light. Judgment of light, when attacking all lifespan beasts. An additional 100 billion light attribute damage is inflicted. Zhou Heng's conjecture proved correct. The absence of a fate prompt signified that this was a predetermined event. With such power at his disposal, Wang Mo would merely be a plaything to be effortlessly vanquished. Chapter 85. The Ultimate Warrior. Zhou Heng, you cannot defeat Island Jiro. Your demise is inevitable. Wang Mo's indomitable will allowed him to withstand the curse of lifespan for a fleeting moment. Once he finished speaking, he completely lost his rationality and lunged at Zhou Heng. As he watched Wang Mo roar and charge toward him, Zhou Heng retreated to maintain distance from the mist of lifespan calamity while aiming an arrow at Wang Mo's forehead. 100 billion. The sheer magnitude of this damage was not only astonishing, but also aesthetically pleasing. You have slain the level 610 player Wang Mo of the Eternal Family. You have contributed 610,000 to the vast Star Kingdom. Seeing that the task of the faction battle could still be triggered, Zhou Heng could not suppress the smile creeping across his lips. This implied that over the coming days, he could amass contributions to the vast Star Kingdom exceeding trillions. Could such an accumulation of contribution points deplete the vast Star Kingdom? With a sense of anticipation, Zhou Heng navigated through the towering buildings of Wind Freedom City, simultaneously sniping the lifespan beasts throughout the city from an extraordinary distance. You have slain the level 610 player Wang Mo of the Eternal Family. You have contributed 610,000 to the vast Star Kingdom. You have slain the level 99 player Wang Su of the Eternal Family. You have contributed 990,000 to the vast Star Kingdom. You have slain the level 90 player Su Lai of the Eternal Family. You have contributed 90,000 to the vast Star Kingdom. After a quarter of an hour, Zhou Heng abruptly ceased his assault on the lifespan beasts and gazed toward a distant skyscraper. It was a tower designed in the style of a modern-day skyscraper. Atop the building stood a man clad in a samurai robe, his left hand resting on his katana while his right hand was tucked into his pocket. Surveying him from a lofty vantage point, he glanced at his attribute panel. Island 0. Level 80. Gene Sequence. 2. 400 additional attribute amplification. Profession. Ultimate Warrior. 5 stars. Attack. 0/0. True damage. 50/10. Health. 1010. Mana. Null. Armor. 10,000. Attack speed. 1,000. Maximum at level 100. Movement speed. 500. Water resistance. 0. Fire resistance. 0. Wind resistance. 0. Lightning resistance. 0. Ice resistance. 0. Wood resistance. 0. Light resistance. 0. Dark resistance. 0. Experience. 1,010. Absolute critical strike. Any damage you inflict will consistently trigger a critical strike of 200. Near perfect movement speed. Your movement speed is perpetually set at 50 of your attack speed. True conversion. Your physical attack damage is converted into true damage. True power. Upon advancing to this profession, all enhancements to your attributes are entirely transformed into true damage values. Current single damage value, 5,010. In comparison to Kashmoralden, Su Luiwe, and others, Ishida Jiro's skill set is devoid of flamboyance. He possesses merely these 4 abilities: augmenting attack speed and movement speed, alongside a foundation of true damage. After reviewing his attributes, a fervent battle spirit surged within Ishida Jiro. With such attributes, he harbored no disdain for Zhou Heng. A single encounter would surely result in death. After all, regardless of Zhou Heng's prowess, he could never engage with the realm of true damage at level 30. Even if Zhou Heng were indeed extraordinarily talented and had accessed the true damage system after over a month in the Boundless Online game, what of it? Could the opponent's true damage mitigation possibly reach such staggering levels? Such an outlandish notion seemed utterly impossible. Thus, from the very moment he stood here, the outcome of this battle was preordained. Ishida Jiro suddenly focused his gaze, his penetrating eyes fixating on the potion in Zhou Heng's hand. He recognized it as a special item from the Dark Association, known as Dark Aid. It was no surprise that Zhou Heng possessed it. After all, he was a player capable of dispatching even members of the Changsheng family multiple times. However, he was perplexed as to why the other party consumed it immediately upon seeing him, rather than engaging in dialogue like others. Instinctively, Ishida Jiro tightened his grip on the katana in his left hand. Zhou Heng's demeanor was unervingly calm, a stark contrast to how one should behave before an unknown adversary. An ominous premonition surged within Ishida Jiro. He hesitated no longer, inhaling deeply before exhaling sharply. In the next instant, a swift whoosh echoed as a long, breath-like arc sliced through the heights of the city, followed by a flash of cold light as the blade descended, executing 100 precise strikes towards Zhou Heng's neck. With an attack speed of 1,000, this ultimate warrior was terrifying, compounded by a single true damage value of 5,010 and the innate ability for absolute critical hits, resulting in a staggering damage output of 10,020 per strike. Under such a fearsome true damage coefficient, he could not fathom how Zhou Heng could withstand it. However, as his lightning-fast strikes landed upon Zhou Heng's neck, an alarming revelation struck him. Despite his innate ability for absolute critical hits, each strike's true damage registered at a mere 20, leading to a terrifying total of 2,000 true damage over a second with 100 strikes. You have used Arcade, initiating rank assessment. Judgment failed. You have lost your sanity. You are shielded by the power of light. Your rank judgment has succeeded, rendering you immune to this bout of madness. The power of light is suppressing the forces of darkness. Duration extended to? Zhou Heng slowly raised his gaze, discovering himself enveloped in a shroud of gray-black aura, resembling a true demon plummeting into the abyss. At that very moment, his attack magic reached a staggering 50, simultaneously granting him a corresponding recovery effect of 2. Observing the gradual drift of 100 instances of 20 damage and a single recovery of 32,958. A faint smile crept upon his lips. Island Jiro, if this is the pinnacle of your power, I dare say the one who will meet death is you. Are you prepared to confront your demise? Zhou Heng's calm words echoed in Island Jiro's ears like the whisper of the Grim Reaper. Chapter 86. Is this what you call level 30? Island Jiro was struck as if by lightning, his heart skipping a beat, his body spinning in a dizzying 360 degrees, unleashing another flurry of assaults upon Zhou Heng. 20, 20, 20. A relentless barrage of 20 true damage sent shivers down his spine. This was true damage. He had invested countless efforts to achieve this 5,002 true damage, yet it couldn't even breach the armor of a newly minted level 30 player. With his talent for absolute critical hits, every strike inflicted 10,020 damage, implying that Zhou Heng possessed at least 10,000 points of true damage mitigation. Was he still human? Island Jiro retreated explosively, landing atop a distant skyscraper after several evasive maneuvers. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Heng, his voice tinged with incredulity. You have a true damage mitigation of 10,000? Escape? Where could you possibly flee? A glint of icy determination flickered in Zhou Heng's eyes. Although the effect of the darkness aiding him remained uncertain, he would not let that lead him to recklessness. The opportunities presented by his opponent were far too precious. Island Jiro's attack and movement speed were astonishingly rapid. Zhou Heng was certain that he belonged to a high attack speed class. Such classes typically traded other attributes for unparalleled speed, as evidenced by the 20 points of true damage emanating from him. All of his attacks were true damage, reaching the terrifying total of 10,020. Allowing such a person to escape would leave Zhou Heng uneasy. Thus, he had to die, though his movement speed was not as great as his opponent's. He was a long-range archer, with a range and tracking capacity spanning 80 to 800 kilometers. This meant that as long as he unleashed enough arrows, there would be no escape for Island Jiro. He could not believe that beneath such a high true damage value, his basic attributes could be elevated to an unmanageable level. With this in mind, Zhou Heng pursued Island Jiro, wielding his dragon bow, repeatedly drawing and releasing arrows. As for the longevity of the magical beast, that was merely a supplementary concern. Watching the arrows pursuing him from behind, Island Jiro couldn't help but smirk. He surmised that Zhou Heng was growing anxious. After all, the duration of the darkness aiding him was limited, and his opponent could not endure for long. Yet, why had Zhou Heng not lost his sanity after consuming the darkness aiding him? Island Jiro furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping over him. As he caught a fleeting glimpse of Zhou Heng pursuing him, he seized the moment to vanquish a life-sustaining beast. The staggering damage, amounting to trillions, sent a jolt through his heart, and a dreadful thought echoed in his mind. Could it be that this individual is utilizing the power of the radiant giant wolf to suppress the dark essence within my dark assistants? Contemplating this possibility, Jiao Zhi's expression grew increasingly grim. Zhou Heng may be oblivious to the principles behind the creation of dark assistants, but as a member of the 8th star ring of the Changsheng family, he could hardly be unaware. The essence of dark assistance hinges on a wisp of dark energy, which, once ingested, wreaks havoc within the body, gradually dissipating over time, during which it bestows a temporary enhancement of attributes upon the user. The duration of this enhancement depends on how long the dark essence can remain within the body. If Zhou Heng's dark energy is indeed being suppressed by the radiant giant wolf's light power, then Jiaoji must consider not how long the effects of dark assistance will last, but whether they will persist until all life-sustaining beasts are extinguished. Should it be the former, he could afford to toy with Zhou Heng, for he possesses resurrection coins and unparalleled speed. However, should it be the latter, the situation would become untenable. Jiaoji glanced towards the exit of the Gale-free city, where throngs of players were departing. His gaze flickered for a moment, but ultimately, he relinquished that thought for the time being. He could leave whenever he wished, but Zhou Heng must be eliminated if possible. Such a person must not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a significant obstacle for their Chongqing faction in the future. With this in mind, Jiaoji began to weave through the Gale-free city, seeking to delay time as much as possible. Soon, a substantial number of arrows gathered behind him, resembling a serpent of arrows from afar. As Jiaoji darted through the streets with the agility of an eel, many of the arrows were obstructed by the surrounding structures. Zhou Heng observed everything with calm composure, unperturbed. He had encountered a similar scenario when defeating Wang Mo. Pondering how to execute the Chongqing family players with arrows in such a cluttered environment if the enemy were significantly faster. After much contemplation, he devised a strategy to shoot from countless different angles, forming a myriad of arrow streams in various directions. Given enough time, he could corner his adversary with no means of escape, particularly in a place like Gale-free City, where exit was impossible. Zhou Heng shifted his position and began firing at Jiaoji from alternate angles, intensifying the clash. With a rapid series of footsteps, Jiaoji approached Zhou Heng from the flank. Wielding his katana in a sweeping arc, Zhou Heng did not evade. Instead, he switched to his Sakasuku Imperial Sword, Holy Sword, and struck towards Jiaoji. Yet his attack speed and movement speed paled in comparison to Jiaoji's, rendering his strike ineffective. 32,958. Zhou Heng chose not to pursue, for it was unnecessary. He merely needed to obstruct Jiaoji's path from all directions. It can be said that the actions of the adversary inadvertently provided him with the opportunity to eliminate his opponent. Once he successfully shot down his foe, the latter would resurrect at the revival station, which had always been in his vicinity. For this moment, he had meticulously plotted in secrecy, all for that piercingly accurate strike. Chapter 87. The Starry Archer of Star Devouring. Jiangji realized something and abruptly raised his gaze towards Zhou Heng's direction. Upon doing so, his hair stood on end as countless arrows surged towards him from all sides. With no means of evasion, he could only halt and slash at the incoming projectiles with his sword, but it was already too late. There were simply too many arrows. Thud! Just as Jiangji was halfway through his words, he felt himself soaring into the air, weightless. He then noticed his body drifting farther and higher until a resounding splash echoed, at which point he realized that his head had been severed. You had already calculated everything. It would have been better to sever all your arrows. Before he could finish his thought, Jiangji fell silent, succumbing to death. With his demise, a multitude of silver coins spilled from his backpack, accompanied by a peculiar scroll that dropped to the ground. Mine, Mine, the longevity beasts. Upon witnessing the resources scattered here, surged towards the scene as if possessed. Zhou Heng acted decisively, collecting the unusual scroll while simultaneously shooting down the encroaching longevity beasts, seeking to escape the ever-increasing horde. Upon returning to the rooftop, he observed the relentless tide of longevity beasts approaching. Zhou Heng felt no sorrow for the silver coins and resources being devoured by the creatures. The absence of a fate prompt indicated that what he held was indeed the correct answer. Star-devouring dragon. Quality, legendary. According to legend, within the boundless sea of stars, there exists a group of star dragons governed by the principle of devouring stars. They delight in bestowing immense power upon living beings, particularly in relation to their professions. However, the beings must demonstrate a formidable source of power to them. Usage. Aim at a profession to induce a remarkable evolution. Requirements. Complete 3 highest difficulty class transition achievements. Is this the fortuitous opportunity hinted at by fate? Indeed, it seems so. Zhou Heng could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. 4 others, including Jiangji. Achieving these 3 high-level transition accomplishments might be arduous, but he was on the verge of completing the 3rd transition. By clearing all the longevity beasts within the Freewind City, he could accomplish the 3rd transition achievement of Gluttony of Age. At that time, not only would he complete the transition, but he would also be able to use the Star-Devouring Dragon to evolve his profession. Stowing away the Star-Devouring Dragon, Zhou Heng glanced at the longevity beasts frantically scavenging for resources below, and without hesitation, he drew the colossal dragon bow, eager to amass contributions for the vast star nation. You have slain level 86 Chongqing family player Suli once. Vast star nation contribution 860,000. You have slain level 90 Chongqing family player Su Ming once. Vast star nation contribution 90,000. You have slain level 120 Changshan family player Wang Teng once. Vast Star Nation contribution 120,000. Accompanying this were a multitude of notifications. In the realm of the howling winds, where the legacy of life endures, you have triumphed over the greed of lifespan. Your third transformation has been accomplished. The wild beasts have dropped a permanent item. The distant archer has ascended to 6 stars. You have reached level 31. At the moment the achievement of greed of lifespan was completed, Zhou Heng retrieved the star-devouring dragon from his inventory. The scroll before him now revealed its availability. What fortunes might this legendary evolution scroll bestow upon me? With this thought, Zhou Heng shattered the star-devouring dragon. In an instant, an unfathomable darkness enveloped Zhou Heng, and the once resplendent wind Freedom City vanished without a trace. Then, from the depths of the shadows, the resonant roars of dragons echoed, growing ever nearer and clearer. As they approached, Zhou Heng beheld colossal dragons adorned with starry hues, gliding through the abyss. Among them, a relatively smaller star-devouring dragon cast a glance in his direction, and a tender voice resonated in his ears. Human, you have done remarkably well. Achieving 3 maximum difficulty milestones at level 31 is commendable. I anticipate your brilliance in the boundless expanse. This power belongs to my kin, and now I shall lend it to you, hoping you do not squander this great might from the cosmic seas. The voice, youthful and vibrant, likely belonged to a star-devouring dragon still in its juvenile stage. The voice arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, the vast congregation of star dragons faded into the darkness, along with the overwhelming blackness that had suddenly materialized before him. As the obscurity dissipated, Zhou Heng regained his vision. You have witnessed the star-devouring dragon. Water attribute resistance increased to 2,000. Fire attribute resistance increased to 2,000. Wind attribute resistance increased to 2,000. Thunder attribute resistance increased to 2,000. Ice attribute resistance increased to 2,000. Wood attribute resistance increased to 2,000. Light attribute resistance increased to 2,000. Darkness attribute resistance increased to 2,000. A remarkable evolution has occurred for the profession of long-range archer. The long-range archer has evolved into the star-devouring archer. Zhou Heng, momentarily overwhelmed by the surge of elemental resistances, promptly opened his profession panel, eager to discover the astonishing transformations that had befallen the star-devouring archer. Chapter 88. Legendary Battle Pet Application for the Battlefield. Star-devouring archer. Star rating, 6 stars. A formidable profession evolved from the star-devouring dragon. Attribute growth, 600. Additional attribute growth, 600. Attack speed, 60. Movement speed, 60. Distant starry vision. You can survey all occurrences within an 80-kilometer radius, non-penetrative. Distant starry archery. Your arrow's attack range extends to 1,000 kilometers. Distant starry pursuit. Upon locking onto an enemy, your attacks will eternally pursue the foe within range. If one exceeds the shooting coordinates, the tracking duration increases by 10 hours. The dimensional strike from the starry sky, centered on oneself, with a radius of 10 kilometers, expending 10 magic points, inflicts a round of 20 physical damage from one's own magic upon all hostile units within the area. The flow of the starry sky. Arrows are no longer required, and each shot carries an additional 30 points of corresponding attribute damage. The will of the starry dragon, for 10 seconds. Attack speed and movement speed are both enhanced by 50, while simultaneously allowing all attributes to be temporarily converted into attack magic at a ratio of 12. Thereafter, one enters a debilitating state lasting 30 seconds, during which all attributes revert to 1. Is this the starry shooter of the swallowing stars? Zhou Heng could not help but gasp in astonishment. In comparison to long-range shooters, the starry shooter of the swallowing star surpasses them in both professional skills and fundamental enhancements. Particularly striking is the transformation of visibility from a mere frontal view to a godlike perspective, albeit unable to penetrate through structures. Yet this is far superior to mere long-range sight. Even more astonishing is the fact that each star grants an increase of 10 to both attack speed and movement speed, an enhancement of unparalleled magnitude for Zhou Heng. With the evolution from long-range shooter to the starry shooter of the swallowing stars, Zhou Heng receives an additional boost of 500 attributes. Although the cumulative attributes from level 1 to level 31 total only 160 points, adding the 500 results in merely 800 points of random attributes. However, this is merely the beginning. As his level increases, the augmentation of these attributes will become increasingly formidable. This time, 400 random attributes were allocated to magical attacks, while another 400 were assigned to magic power. thereby elevating magic by 400 and magic power by 4,000. Zhou Heng leaped from the rooftop, landing amidst the slain beasts of longevity, where resources lay scattered across the ground. The spoils from the demise of over 1 million elders of the longevity clan formed towering heaps. Curiously, however, all that remained were silver coins. There were no copper coins, and certainly no gold. Logically, it would be expected that the elders of the longevity clan, who could survive in such a place, would possess a variety of currency, yet now, over 1 million of them had yielded only silver coins. For 3 consecutive days, Zhou Heng meticulously cleared away the mountains of resources left by the elders of the longevity clan. Potions, none. Silver coins, 2. 7 billion. Radiant backpack, 1. 2 million. The remaining detritus consisted mainly of extravagant items such as women's and men's undergarments, clearly indicative of a group indulging in base desires. Aside from these, the only useful finds were 2 special items from Wang Mo's demise. Instant resurrection platform. Quality, inferior. Resurrection count, 120, 500. Exemption totem, evil. One-time use quality, ordinary. A special item from an unknown realm. Can exempt from nearly all curses below level 99. Duration, 3 days. After tidying everything up, Zhou Heng opened his attribute panel. In comparison to his previous transformation, he had achieved a significant enhancement. True name, Zhou Heng. Lifespan, 18, 820. Level, 31. Attack, 6, 123, 512, 247. Magic, 1, 199, 022, 980. Life, 170, 790, 170, 790. Magic, 17461017, 4610. Armor, 0. Attack speed, 130. Movement speed, 172. Water attribute resistance, 2000. Fire attribute resistance, 2000. Wind attribute resistance, 2000. Lightning attribute resistance, 2000. Ice attribute resistance, 2000. Wood attribute resistance, 2000. Light attribute resistance, 2000. Dark attribute resistance, 2000. True damage resistance, 10,000. Sacred damage resistance, 10,000. Chaos damage resistance, 100. Experience, 0-100. Destiny insight. Unique when confronted with choices of fate, Destiny will provide you with tangible hints. After reviewing his attributes at level 31, Zhou Heng couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The basic attack and movement speeds alone were achievements that countless ordinary players had strived for before reaching level 100. Yet he had accomplished this merely at level 31, having just completed his 3rd class transition. At that moment, a colossal wolf, towering at a height of 1,000 meters, descended from the sky, positioning itself before the city. Its head leaned closer to Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng, we meet again. Zhou Heng composed himself and gazed at the radiant wolf, nodding with a smile. Thank you. Had it not been for your luminous judgment, I would have been at a loss on how to deal with those longevity beasts. The radiant wolf narrowed its eyes slightly and replied with a light-hearted smile. Nay, it is I who should express gratitude. Had you not orchestrated events from the shadows, compelling the Chongsheng family to release me, I might still be languishing in captivity for an indeterminate time. Pausing for a moment, the radiant wolf continued, I must depart. Saka's is not a place for permanence. I shall venture to the vast, boundless realms. Zhou Heng did not dwell on it, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, I wish you safe travels. The radiant wolf called out gently, lowering its proud head to a position where Zhou Heng could reach it. In a hushed tone, it remarked, I have observed that Saka's has initiated a faction war belonging to civilization. This battle is destined for failure. However, you may require significant assistance to garner greater benefits and opportunities in this faction war. I, the radiant wolf Buzimal, am willing to serve you until the conclusion of the faction war. The radiant wolf Buzimal, a divine life form of the light element, requests to form a temporary battle pet contract with you. Temporary battle pet contract. Upon completion, you shall gain a temporary battle pet at your disposal. As Zhou Heng beheld the notification upon his retina, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. The entity before him was none other than a legendary creature. To have a legendary being as a battle pet? Zhou Heng could scarcely imagine the prowess he would wield in the upcoming faction war. Chapter 89, Legendary Might, Epic Divine Power, Truth of the Gods. Zhou Heng took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement, and placed his hand upon Buzimal's snout. In the next instant, a torrent of light surged towards his palm, flowing up his arm and into his heart. You have completed the temporary battle pet contract with the radiant wolf Buzimal, a divine life form of the light element. You have gained the privilege to view its attributes. Boozimal, divine life form of the light element, not yet recovered. Level 1000. Height, 100 meters. Attack, silver 00. Magic, silver 00. Health points, silver 00. Mana, silver 00. Armor, silver 0. Attack speed, 2000. Movement speed, 4000. All attributes encounter. The eternal construct of the God of Light. Damage that does not attain the truth of divinity cannot inflict substantial harm upon this unit. The radiance of the God of Light, capable of sensing the vast majority of entities related to light. The blessing of the God of Light, within a radius of 10 kilometers centered on itself. All square units gain an attack speed of 50, movement speed of 50, health restoration of 10, and mana restoration of 10. After Zhou Heng perused the attributes panel, Bosomer, in a contemplative tone, remarked, I am a divine creature bestowed by the God of Light. While I am unable to execute effective attacks, I am equally difficult to vanquish. However, I believe that with my attributes, I can significantly assist your future endeavors. In response to Zhou Heng's inquiries, Bosomer patiently elaborated. To my knowledge, strength is categorized into 4 types. The ordinary strength ranging from level 1 to level 100, which constitutes mortal power, followed by the legendary might from level 101 to level 1000, represented by the silver values on my attributes panel. Beyond that lies the epic divine energy, spanning from level 1001 to level 10,000, denoted by golden values. Ascending further, we reach the realm of divine truth beyond level 10001, a tier I have never encountered. Zhou Heng was profoundly astonished. The textbooks of Blue Star only taught about the progression from level 1 to level 100, and the concept of what lies beyond legendary status was entirely foreign to him. It could be said that only at this moment did Zhou Heng truly engage with the boundless and limitless hierarchy of this superlative online game. Nevertheless, he was filled with anticipation regarding the levels beyond 10001, questioning the nature of those tiers and the extent of their limits. Zhou Heng removed the Sakashed Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, and inquired of Bosomer, This is the Sakashed Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. Many fragments still lie scattered in the corners of the Sakashed Empire. Can you locate the remaining pieces of the Sakashed Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, based on it? If the description of your abilities is indeed accurate, does the Sakashed Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, count as a product of light? And if so, can it be sensed? Bosomer leaned forward towards the Sakashed Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, gently closing its eyes. Countless specks of light emanated from its brow, swiftly enveloping the sword. Subsequently, the sword, shrouded in the glimmering light, trembled lightly 10 times, turning toward the depths of Windstorm-Free City. I sense it. There should be 10 fragments of this sword over there. If all goes as anticipated, they must be in the Longshang family's treasury within the land of longevity. Bosomer turned to gaze into the depths of Windstorm-Free City. Zhou Heng's eyes brightened at the thought of the Longshang family's vast treasury, certain it would contain numerous treasures. Let us proceed and take a look. Upon standing within the Longshang family's ancestral treasury in Windstorm-Free City, Zhou Heng's expression darkened. He had anticipated a wealth of resources. Yet the contents were disappointingly similar to those he had organized previously, various items of indulgence for both men and women. It could be said that the languid descendants of the Changsheng family have fully indulged in their opulent and hedonistic lifestyle. Within the vast treasure trove of the Changsheng family, only a modest sum of 300 million silver coins was found, a figure that, when combined with the silver coins scavenged from various members of the family, allowed his total assets to surpass 3 billion silver coins. Here lies the treasure. Under the manipulation of Bozermo, several piles of feminine trinkets were sifted through, revealing buried ceramic shards within. Zhou Heng collected these shards, infusing them into the Sakashed Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, in his grasp. Successful fusion of shards with the Sakashed Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. Sakashed Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, upgraded to level 13. Sakashed Emperor's sword, Holy Sword. Level 13. Quality, Timeless. Kill attribute, 300, 013000. Each kill of a creature of the same level grants an attack increase of 1. Protect attribute, 300001300000. Each kill of a creature of the same level grants an increase of 10 to life points. Attack speed, 20. Movement speed, 40. Durability. Upgrade cost, 1310000. In comparison to the level 3 Sakashed Emperor's sword, Holy Sword, the level 13 version not only enhanced its kill and protect attributes, but also improved attack and movement speeds by 10 and 20, respectively. Furthermore, the sword underwent a significant transformation in appearance. Once merely an ordinary standard longsword, it now shimmered with a subtle luster, revealing fleeting black glimmers along its blade. Finally surpassing level 10, my return appears promising, yet it is still insufficient. I require more shards of the Sakist Emperor's sword and an abundance of Changsheng blood. Zhou Heng. Deep within the unseen realms of the Sakist Emperor's sword, holy sword, the almost fragmented figure of the heroic king Kilina opened her eyes, her expression one of malevolence. Especially as she uttered Zhou Heng's name. She had meticulously planned everything. Once this uniquely different new player reached a certain level, she would feign a casual awakening of her powers, thereby unlocking skills to guide him toward the shards, making him her puppet. However, she never anticipated that he would not only develop far beyond her expectations, but also never truly believed in her from the outset. In her quest to control Zhou Heng, she inadvertently became a formidable weapon against Changsheng. How can I extricate myself from this dilemma? Surely, there must be a way. Deep within the Sakist Emperor's sword, holy sword, the visage of the heroic king, Kilina, twisted into a devilish grimace as she racked her brain for a solution. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her expression turned even more terrifying. Chapter 90, The Lost Power. You have maximized the General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Replica. You can no longer enhance this equipment. Having completed the upgrade of the Sakist Emperor's sword, holy sword, Zhou Heng began to manage the dazzling 2 million items in his radiant backpack. Yet, after inserting merely 7 radiant backpacks, expanding the General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Replica, resulted in its inability to be enhanced any further. Gazing at the towering piles of resplendent backpacks in the distance, one cannot help but wonder whether these treasures are indeed the remnants of the Changsheng family. Is it possible that they have been left entirely here? Zhou Heng, unwilling to relinquish these magnificent backpacks so easily, pondered a way to retain them. Destiny is both chaotic and orderly. One cannot discern whether one's actions are right or wrong. Destiny provides you with hints. Hint 1. As a newly initiated player of the Xia Kingdom, your virtues of morality, intelligence, and beauty should be adequately developed. Why not bestow these million backpacks upon your compatriots? Their gratitude would undoubtedly move them to tears, perhaps even leading them to revere you as a deity. Yet, you would also forfeit something significant, such as this immense fortune. Hint 2. In the process of imitation, the generalized relativistic infinite backpack retains a thread of possibility. That is, by discovering the fabled crystallization of the generalized relativistic concept, one could reconstruct the entire generalized relativistic infinite backpack, endowing it with the potential for meaning that aligns with the generalized and infinite. Perhaps you might consider setting ablaze this most unpleasant windstorm-free city. An unrelenting fire might illuminate a promising path for you. A glimmer of insight sparked in Zhou Heng's eyes. Was there a secret hidden within this windstorm-free city? He turned to the side, addressing Bosi Mo. I intend to incinerate this city rife with discomfort. Would you assist me in transporting these resplendent backpacks away? Bosi Mo, perplexed by Zhou Heng's desire to set fire to a city with a radius of at least 70 kilometers, refrained from questioning him further and proceeded to carry away the 2 million resplendent backpacks left behind. Once this task was complete, it procured a source of ignition, aiding Zhou Heng in igniting the entirety of Windstorm-Free City. The fire raged for a full 7 days and nights. By the time Zhou Heng logged into the boundless infinite world 3 months and 10 days later, the city, once a stronghold of the Changsheng family's exploits, was entirely consumed by flames. Following the city's incineration, a sudden, muffled sound resonated from its heart, as if something had collapsed within. Bosi Mo guided Zhou Heng to the source of the sound, revealing a massive pit over 5 kilometers in diameter, profoundly deep and devoid of any light. As Zhou Heng approached the abyss, a notification appeared before his eyes. Detected technological artifact, bloodthirsty killing sword. Detected technological artifact, fusion core. Detected technological artifact, fusion warhorse. Detected technological artifact, generalized relativistic infinite backpack, imitation. Conditions for unlocking the residual powers of the dimensional microcosm have been met, initiating the unlocking process. With a resounding roar, the profound darkness of the gigantic pit emitted a deafening sound, and the next moment, the darkness itself seemed to split apart, retracting to either side. This was no mere darkness. It was a unique resource that absorbed light, functioning as an automated gateway. Bosi Mo's gaze sharpened as it stood at the threshold of the open portal, peering into the pristine passageway within. Zhou Heng, exercise caution. This secret realm is a special technological domain, accessible only under specific conditions. Your ability to unlock it signifies that you have met its requirements. I shall stand guard here, awaiting your return. With that, Bosimo, or lay down, prepare to watch over him. Zhou Heng similarly gazed at the pristine passage beneath the gate, waiting for a considerable time. The absence of any fate prompts indicated that there was nothing requiring a choice. Thus, he executed a light leap and entered the passage. You have entered the residual power of the dimensional small world. As Zhou Heng plunged into the white corridor, he descended along its length, oblivious to the duration of his fall. He only knew that, as prompts materialized on his retina, his skill set and profession were sealed, retaining only the most fundamental attributes. Within the vast confines of the generalized relative infinite backpack imitation, all resources associated with magic were rendered unusable. The expansive backpack contained only the Sakasite Imperial Sword, Holy Sword, and the Fusion Warhorse. However, was not the Sakasite Imperial Sword, Holy Sword, a magical weapon? Additionally, he seemed to recall hearing about the bloodthirsty killing sword earlier. Therefore, the Sakasite Imperial Sword, Holy Sword, was indeed the bloodthirsty killing sword, a technological blade? With numerous questions swirling his mind, Zhou Heng continued his descent to the end of the passage. Accompanied by a resounding thud, he landed firmly on the ground. Welcome to your arrival, prospective citizen of the vast star nation, unknown. To access the residual power of the passage, please proceed to the 10th space. Zhou Heng scarcely had time to survey his surroundings before the prompt flickered on his retina and vanished, replaced by a cacophony of creaking sounds from all directions. Upon looking around, he found himself in an enormous, smooth, white chamber, where a multitude of robots surged toward him. Vast Star Nation 3999th Legion, Standard Reconnaissance Soldier. Level 10. Attributes, Subpar. The attributes of the Vast Star Nation 3999th Legion, Standard Reconnaissance Soldier, were exceedingly poor. After a cursory glance, Zhou Heng decisively unsheathed the Sakasite Imperial Sword, Holy Sword. Without much effort on his part, these so-called 3999th Legion Standard Reconnaissance Soldiers were swiftly annihilated. Having dealt with this batch of soldiers, Zhou Heng approached the sole exit of the smooth chamber. Beyond the exit lay an abyss of darkness, devoid of any semblance of a second space. At that moment, the smooth white chamber behind him rotated 180 degrees clockwise, positioning itself before him and forming what was deemed the second space. Zhou Heng, disinterested in this peculiar maneuver, stepped forward with his sword drawn. Enemies detected. Species, human. Level, 30. Light energy archers, prepare. Accompanied by mechanical sounds, a multitude of mechanical archers emerged from the walls of the white smooth chamber, one after another. Their sheer numbers overwhelming. They aimed at Zhou Heng, utilizing mechanical bows that projected arrows composed of light. While evading the archers' attacks, Zhou Heng also dispatched the 3999th Legion Standard Archers, who were equally at level 10. Soon, all the 3999th Legion Standard Archers were eradicated. In the subsequent third space, Zhou Heng employed the same strategy and effortlessly cleared the challenges. However, upon reaching the fourth space, the wild monsters' levels escalated from 10 to 20, remaining as reconnaissance soldiers. Now mechanical archers at level 20. Compared to their level 10 counterparts, the attributes of the level 20 mechanical archers were significantly enhanced and more formidable. Yet they remained inadequate in the face of Zhou Heng's prowess. Swiftly, Zhou Heng vanquished the mechanical beasts of the 4th, 5th, and 6th dimensions, arriving at the 7th dimension. Here, the creatures were no longer mere scouts, but rather humanoid mechs, towering over 10 meters. One hand brandished a machine gun, while the other gripped the hilt of a sword. To reach this realm at a level of 31 without utilizing magical powers presented an opportunity to delve deeper into the vastness, contingent upon defeating me. The mech brandished the hilt of its sword, summoning a pale blue lightsaber. In Chapter 91, The Corroded Ruins of Belanco, Zhou Heng did not underestimate his opponent, despite the previous 6 spatial creatures being feeble. He cast an appraisal on the foe. It bore the designation, Combat Class Standard Armored Eagle of the 3999th Legion of the Vast Star Kingdom. Level, 30. Attack, 210 to 420. Magic, 0. Durability, 2000 to 2000. Magic Power, 0. Armor, 600. Attack Speed, 30. Movement Speed, 40. Skills, Guardian Steel Seal, Regenerating Shell, Plasma 36 Sword Style. Zhou Heng found it difficult to evaluate these attributes. He glanced at his own status bar and then sheathed his sword, advancing towards the entrance of the 8th dimension. Such terrifying attributes were a rarity for a human at this level. The combat class Standard Armored Eagle never even made contact with Zhou Heng before being swiftly dispatched. Upon entering the 8th dimension, The seventh dimension rotated 180 degrees clockwise, revealing a mech akin in appearance to the previous combat class Standard Armored Eagle. However, unlike its predecessor, this one was named the Combat Class Special Armored Eagle of the 3,999th Legion of the Vast Star Kingdom. Its attributes surpassed those of the Standard Armored Eagle by approximately 50, marking it as formidable among ordinary players at level 30. Yet, facing Zhou Heng with an attack speed of 130 and a movement speed of 170, it proved pathetically inadequate. This did not even represent Zhou Heng's full potential. Equipped with the Sakashtar Imperial Sword, Holy Sword, his attack speed would increase by 20 and movement speed by 40. At such velocity, he pondered how the opponent could possibly triumph over him. In a mere blink, he strode towards the entrance of the ninth dimension. Within the ninth dimension, a mech of colossal proportions, significantly larger than the previous two, emerged. This non-humanoid mech resembled a great eagle, its wingspan stretching nearly 100 meters. It was designated the Combat Class Star Eagle of the 3,999th Legion of the Vast Star Kingdom. With a resounding cry, the Combat Class Star Eagle charged towards Zhou Heng at a movement speed of 70. Unperturbed, Zhou Heng gracefully evaded while wielding his Sakashtar Imperial Sword, Holy Sword, aiming a strike at the Star Eagle's head. With a series of thunderous impacts, the Star Eagle collided with the wall, its head rolling away a considerable distance. The strength of the first challenge left by the dimensional microcosm was not high, perhaps even quite low. Zhou Heng was uncertain whether it was due to his own exceptional prowess or if the standards set within this miniature dimension were flawed. Having traversed through the 10th space, he deemed the first trial successfully completed. Exiting through the portal of the 9th space, Zhou Heng arrived at the 10th realm, which was entirely distinct from the preceding 9. In this space, there were no adversaries, only a humanoid mech seated upon a throne fashioned from silvery metal. It appeared as if it were in a state of slumber, resting its head in a languid manner. As Zhou Heng pondered whether to approach and investigate further, the humanoid mech suddenly stirred, and its dim metallic eyes flickered to life with a glimmer of golden light. After a millennium of solitude, someone had finally discovered this place. The purpose of this dimensional realm was on the cusp of realization. The mech gradually straightened itself, stretching its seemingly rusted limbs while surveying Zhou Heng with its golden-tinged gaze. Level 31, recently transcended, wielding the bloodthirsty killing sword, alongside a fusion core and a simulated infinite backpack of general relativity. It seemed the vast Star Nation was poised for resurgence. Does this imply that the eternal species in our region have been thoroughly eradicated? Zhou Heng mused before responding. If by eternal species you refer to those with a lotus in their foreheads, I fear they still maintain control over the Sakarth Empire. The Sakarth Empire? A degenerated version of the Sakarth Empire? It appears the people of Sakarth have suffered a dismal defeat, the mech replied, its golden eyes flickering with intensity. After a moment of contemplation, it continued, tell me who currently holds sway outside and the general state of affairs. Zhou Heng, not one to withhold information, succinctly recounted the widely known circumstances. Upon concluding his account, the mech scoffed, Crozar, and yet he is deemed eternal? How enviable for that individual, with such strength. He still earns the title of eternal. Nevertheless, the situation remains dire. From whence do you players hail? And how long have you been logged into the infinite endless realm? A chill ran through Zhou Heng. This entity seemed to possess knowledge beyond the ordinary. He promptly replied, this year marks the 10,003 RD year since our world entered the infinite endless online game. Is that so? The mech murmured, swaying as it rose from its seat. You possess potential, albeit merely a glimmer of it. Heed my words, you have but 1,000 years and 3 months remaining. Should you fail to eradicate the eternal family players and achieve a 100 completion rate of the first expansion, Ancient Times, you will be deemed unsuccessful. So come forth, young human. Let this commander witness whether you, armed with a bloodthirsty killing sword, heart fused with the fusion core, mounted on a fusion steed, and burdened with the simulated infinite backpack, are worthy of claiming the fragment I have left behind here. The humanoid mech stood fully upright, towering over 100 meters, with a pair of angelic metallic wings unfurling from its back. Its left hand was slightly open, revealing something that shimmered within, while its right hand gripped a colossal sword, exceeding 80 meters in length, which it plunged into the ground, emanating an aura of invincibility. You have 10 seconds to examine my attributes, followed by 120 seconds to defeat me. Should you fail to overcome me, you will be deemed unworthy of wielding that item, the mech declared with a smile. Zhou Heng did not hesitate, casting a discerning glance at his opponent. The commander of the 3,999th Legion of the Vast Star Nation, the weathered and decayed Belenko, boasted the following attributes: level 51, attack 36, magic 00, durability 50/50, magic power 00, armor 1000, attack speed 50, movement speed 15. His corruption drive inflicted an additional 200 corresponding damage, while the decayed regeneration allowed a recovery of 1 durability. Despite possessing a level of 51, his attack speed and movement speed bore a striking resemblance to the elite guards Zhou Heng had encountered previously, even surpassing them in all aspects except durability. It was noteworthy that those elite guards were of a solid level 70. This clearly demonstrated the formidable power of the commander from the vast Star Nation. Although his magical prowess had been sealed, Zhou Heng's fundamental attributes remained intact, with a physical attack of 6, 123, 512, 247. When augmented by the Sakaset Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, which provided an additional 3,000 attack power, his total soared to 9, 123, 518, 247. His attack speed reached 130. And with the Sakaset Emperor's Sword equipped, it escalated to 150. This implied that even at the lowest threshold of damage, accounting for the opponent's 1,000 armor, he could inflict a staggering 218, 520, 000 damage per second. After deducting the 500, 000 durability recovery, his effective damage per second stood at 168, 520, 000. With 500, 000 durability, the Decay Belenko could indeed withstand only 5 seconds. Chapter 92. The Crystal of General Relativity. The Decay Belenko gazed at Zhou Heng, erupting into uncontrollable laughter. It had been many years, an eternity, since a being in human form had engaged it in conversation. Despite its current pathetic attributes, overcoming it in 5 seconds was no trivial task. Yet, an instinct, born from its past as an epic powerhouse, signaled to it that this human was truthful. He genuinely possessed the capability to slay it within 5 seconds. 5 seconds? Let me, the Decayed Belenko, observe how you intend to accomplish such a feat. With a swift motion, Belenko brandished its colossal sword and ceased its chatter, launching an attack on Zhou Heng. In an instant, its movement speed of 15 allowed it to surge forward like a robust athlete, effortlessly closing the distance to Zhou Heng, and with an imposing stance, it swung its sword down. Zhou Heng stood resolute, wielding the Sakaset Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword. At the moment the massive sword descended, he vanished from his position. 81, 235. 81, 235. 81, 235. Given the enormous size of the Decay Belenko, Zhou Heng found it challenging to land critical hits at maximum damage. Nevertheless, he rapidly depleted Belenko's durability gauge, relying solely on minimum damage. Observing this, Belenko could not suppress another bout of hearty laughter. Good. You are indeed worthy of claiming that artifact. Only a rising talent, such as yourself, can do justice to its former glory. Human, tell me your name. As Belenko spoke, it pivoted to retaliate. However, its movement speed was pathetically insufficient before Zhou Heng, resembling a sluggish behemoth being toyed with by an agile sprite. Devoid of any chance of victory, after 5 seconds, as the final strike cleared the tarnished and decayed durability of the Bronco, Zhou Heng sheathed the Sakaset Emperor's Sword, Holy Sword, and spoke slowly. Zhou Heng. Crack, crack, boom, bang. The weathered Bronco flickered with arcs of electricity, its form beginning to disintegrate. Its dimming gaze flickered one last time before it collapsed, transforming into a pool of mechanical remnants. Yet its left hand was raised high, positioned just above Zhou Heng's chest, the light upon it pulsing faintly, seemingly indicating its extraordinary nature. Zhou Heng, a commendable name. I bestow upon you the citizenship of the vast Star Nation with the authority of the 3,999th Legion Commander Bronco. It belongs to you now. The Bronco uttered in fragmented tones before the light in its eyes extinguished entirely. This commander of the 3,999th Legion, whose existence was a mystery, had perished permanently. Zhou Heng stood in contemplation for a considerable time, honoring the Bronco's memory before his gaze fell upon the faint light within its palm. Enveloped in this light was a crumpled piece of paper, peculiarly intriguing. Zhou Heng initiated an identification process. Concept Crystal of General Relativity. Quality, Ancient. Legend has it that this is a fragment of conceptual essence refined by the vast star sovereign from countless formations, known as general relativity. With this concept crystal, the vast star sovereign forged an immensely powerful ancient backpack, the General Relativity Infinite Backpack, rumored to accommodate an infinite number of non-ancient grade items. This can be utilized for the advancement of the General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Remnant, and General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Imitation. To his astonishment, it was of ancient quality. Zhou Heng could not help but inhale deeply. This was the first ancient item he had acquired since logging into the boundless world, and yet it was merely a wrinkled piece of paper. Zhou Heng retrieved the General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Imitation, and gradually opened it while bringing the General Relativity concept crystal closer. The moment the crystal made contact with the General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Imitation, the crumpled concept crystal unfurled and smoothed out, transforming into a flawless sheet of pure white paper, which settled on the first page of the backpack. Soon after, a notification appeared on his retina. You have consumed the General Relativity Concept Crystal. Correcting General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Imitation. Correction complete. You have acquired the General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Exquisite. General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Exquisite. Quality, Ancient. All resources not exceeding the exquisite grade can be infinitely accommodated without occupying backpack slots. Slots, 1000. General Relativity. Devour the brilliant quality backpack to elevate the suffix exquisite to the corresponding quality. Evolution, 1000. In comparison to the original General Relativity Infinite Backpack, Imitation. The changes were monumental. Aside from the infinite accommodation of resources below the brilliant grade, the transformation in quality and the surge in slots were significant enhancements for Zhou Heng. However, the requirement for this infinite accommodation was daunting, as it necessitated 10 million brilliant backpacks. The brilliant grade backpacks he had acquired through solo exploration of the entire lifespan region amounted to a mere 110. However, upon reflection, such a cautious approach to infinite loading cannot be achieved with a mere million. In his perspective, even tens of millions would be considered modest. Closing the broad and conceptually infinite backpack, treasure, Zhou Heng surveyed his surroundings in search of an escape from the tense space. Soon, after some exploration, he stumbled upon two items amidst the mottled and decaying remnants of the Bronco. Detected a devourable fusion core, remnant. Would you like to proceed with consumption? A remnant of a fusion core? Surely, it cannot expect me to consume this? Gazing at the rusted fusion core, remnant, in his hand, Zhou Heng recalled the moment he first ingested a fusion core, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He refrained from consuming it immediately. Instead, he brought it close to his heart, hoping to absorb it through his body. His intuition proved correct. As the fusion core, remnant, pressed against his chest, a surge of energy radiated from his heart, swiftly drawing the core into his being. You are absorbing the fusion core, remnant. Fusion core has leveled up. Zhou Heng hurriedly examined the upgraded fusion core, remnant. Fusion core, remnant. Quality, resplendent. Life, 1000 hours, permanent. Maximum life, 1000 days, permanent. Attack speed, 30. Movement speed, 50. Armor, 1000. Upgrade, 1100. Compared to its previous state, the enhancement was substantial, particularly the daily increment of 1000 to the life maximum. Thus, within a month, it could elevate the life cap by 30,000. However, the corresponding life decrement had also increased. Were it not for his legendary battle pet, Bosomer, this life reduction might have been insurmountable. The passive skill for life recovery remained an urgent necessity. Chapter 93, The Epic Assault. Quality, National Treasure, Special. Once a symbol of the illustrious citizens of the vast Star Kingdom. With a transformation, the fusion warhorse regained its equine form, snorting twice as it gazed at the dilapidated remnants of the Bronco, voraciously consuming the remains. With each hearty bite, a silvery glow began to emanate from the fusion warhorse. Zhou Heng speculated that the warhorse was achieving a similar evolutionary upgrade to that of the fusion core, remnant, through this consumption. Once the fusion warhorse had devoured all of the decayed Bronco remnants, it underwent a remarkable transformation. Fusion warhorse. Level, 20. Attack, 1000,020,000. Magic, 0. Durability, 200. 200. Energy, 1000,1000. Armor, 400. Attack speed, 10. Movement speed, 300. Upgrade, 100. Self-repair, after destruction. It can continuously self-repair using the fusion core. Galloping the world. 1 energy allows for full speed travel of 1 kilometer. Treading the rivers and lakes. Can traverse water surfaces. With 2 energy, enabling full speed travel of 1 kilometer. Arriving a moment too late, the research facility of the vast Star Kingdom had indeed been activated. Yet how did Li Rang discover it? Upon the resplendent back of a white steed sat a stunning beauty clad in luxurious attire, white adorned with golden patterns. She gazed towards the howling winds, then lifted her eyes to the sky, as if searching for something extraordinary. Time was short, merely 3 minutes. Yet, that was sufficient. With his breath, the already tempestuous gales intensified, and a terrifying tornado materialized in an instant. This marked the beginning of her hunting moment. The woman looked upon the howling winds, a faint smile gracing her lips, before she mounted her steed and advanced towards the depths of Gale's free city. Her purpose for being here was twofold. First, she had received word from the higher-ups that Li Rang had been spotted in the howling winds, suspected of uncovering the hidden research facility of the vast Star Kingdom. Second, she had heard that the latest batch of direct descendants from the Su family had perished. As a junior member of her lineage, she felt compelled to witness the nature of such a figure. As for the ancient remnants of the Changsheng family, they were inconsequential, merely a group of futureless wastrels. As the woman conjured the winds and approached Gale's free city, Zhou Heng coincidentally met with Bosomer. Just then, a fate prompt appeared on his retina. Crisis often strikes unexpectedly. True longevity in the battlefield are beyond your current capacity to contend with, especially against genuine high-level players. Fate offers you a warning. Fate Prompt 1. Raise the General Relativity Infinite Backpack. Rare, high above, kneel on one knee in anticipation of the enemy's arrival. And while presenting this ancient grade item, humbly lick the tips of their shoes. As a formidable epic-level player, they will appreciate your degradation and charm, accepting you as their 12,000th minion. Fate Prompt 2. The time has come to wield the breath of the gale. Rely on it to withstand the new tempest while utilizing Bosomer's power to escape this place. You have only 120 seconds. The enemy is approaching Gale's free city. A jolt ran through Zhou Heng. He could not fathom why an epic-level player from the Changsheng family would come this way. But one thing was certain. They were not a force he could challenge at present. Bosomer, let's go. Without hesitation, he climbed atop Bosomer, now reduced to a mere 100 meters, signaling it to depart. You are making your fateful choice. Fate continues to provide you guidance. Leave Gale's free city, heading east. Upon reaching the exit, there must be no hesitation exceeding 3 seconds. Observing the fate prompt, Zhou Heng pointed towards the exit of Gale's free city, instructing. Reach the exit with utmost speed and turn east within 3 seconds. Bosomer responded with confusion. At that moment, they were still 20 kilometers from the exit of Gale's free city, and with Bosomer's impressive speed of 4,000, it would take merely 50 seconds to arrive. We must follow my orders. We have only one chance. Remember, we must turn east within 3 seconds. Although Bosomer wished to argue that there was no road eastward from Gale's free city, it saw the gravity in Zhou Heng's demeanor and chose silence. After all, it would not perish. It would simply follow its companion's lead. Upon emerging from the tempestuous winds at the exit of the City of Freedom, Bolo's mare swiftly landed amidst the luminous ruins. In that fleeting moment, a chilling gust swept in, causing it to squint slightly. Subsequently, a terrifying aura began to surge towards it. What is this? This presence resonates with the dreadful, epic divine energy. Bolo's mare, not daring to linger even for a moment, pivoted towards the east and leaped into the darkness beyond the path of light. Chapter 94. Master of Time and Space. The alluring lady narrowed her eyes as her mind rapidly scoured through information related to the luminous ruins. Soon, she spoke in a low voice. This Zhou Heng fellow is rather peculiar. Could he possibly be privy to some hidden knowledge? The enchanting lady, feeling the urgency of the situation, urged her white steed forward, accelerating towards the luminous ruins. Right 45, 800 meters. Left 20 for 1,000 meters. Zhou Heng's voice was cold as he wielded the breath of the storm, simultaneously fending off the tempestuous winds that surged from all directions while precisely relaying the fate prompts to Bolo's mare. Without uttering a word of inquiry, Bolo's mare followed Zhou Heng's instructions to the letter, sprinting at full speed through the darkness. Countdown 80. Proceed straight ahead, 8,000 meters. Countdown 60. Draw a circle from left to right, with a radius of 100 meters. Zhou Heng did not fully comprehend the purpose of the fate prompts, but he recognized that this was not the moment for contemplation. With a fierce howl, Bolo's mare abruptly halted and traced a circle with a radius of 100 meters. Moments later, the circle was drawn, and in that instant, all the paths Zhou Heng had traversed intertwined, forming a sleek passage akin to a circuit, ultimately culminating in a closed loop at the circle's edge. Welcome to the interdimensional game, Time Travel. Produced by the Vastar Nation and sponsored by the Master of Time and Space. Retrieving the sole factor of the tourism unit. In the distance, the alluring lady's pupils constricted to pinpoints, a wave of dread washing over her. The temporal tourism facility here should have been destroyed during that great battle years ago. Indeed, the Su, Wang, and Li clans had meticulously inspected the area for 3 years to ensure its obliteration. Logically, there should be no feasible path for time travel to materialize here. Realizing this, she hesitated no longer and shattered the temporal anchor in her grasp, locking her sights on Zhou Heng. Having accomplished this, she surged towards him with all her might. The time travel shuttle was still in the throes of preparation as Zhou Heng and Bolo's mare stood there, awaiting the luminous gate that was steadily coalescing before them. Zhou Heng, it approaches. If you cannot devise a plan, your demise is imminent. That entity is an epic-level unit, and even I cannot escape before it. Bolo's mare spoke with urgency. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Heng was its savior, and the hope had been to let him wreak havoc in the factional battle. But now, it seemed they were destined for an untimely end before they even began. Zhou Heng maintained a solemn demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on the luminous gate ahead. Countdown 55. Countdown 52. Zhou Heng, if you do not act now, it will be too late. She is upon us. Countdown 51. Damn it, it is her. The epic player of the Changsheng family, Su Mo Boss Mo let out a furious roar. She was the one who had captured and suppressed the howling winds back in the day. Countdown 50. Go, enter the light gate. Zhou Heng chutait angrily au boussemoi. The moment Boss Mo received the command, she dashed into the light gate, formed by wavy lines like a bolt of lightning. Just as swiftly, red-lipped Su Mo arrived, attempting to seize Boss Mo by the tail, but her grasp was in vain. Undeterred, she closely followed Zhou Heng and Boss Mo into the light gate. Boss Mo hopped several times, as if throwing off red-lipped Su Mo. After a while of bouncing, it began to survey the luminous path shrouded in darkness. This place felt somewhat familiar, yet it eluded its memory, an odd sensation as if it had encountered this before. Unlike Bossa Montakia, Zhou Heng remainet vigilant. The countdown indicated by the fateful reminder had not yet concluded. There were still 41 seconds left, signifying that the crisis was far from over. As expected, another fateful reminder appeared on his retina. Countdown 40. Proceeding towards the path of light, full speed ahead. Boss Mo intended to say something, but upon seeing Zhou Heng's icy demeanor, she dared not hesitate any longer. Maximizing its speed of 4,000, it surged toward the path of light. One endearing little boy, one that incites a desire to ravage. Day in and day out, he hunts the wild geese, only to be pecked by them in the end. Yet, does he think he can escape from my grasp? Perhaps he underestimates the power encapsulated within the term epic divine prowess. Red-lipped Su Mo retrieved a glowing circular token from her backpack and tossed it forward, then pointed at it. Rebuttal successful. Chapter 95. The Divine Ones have 30 seconds to reach the battlefield. Li Rang stood at the end of the path of light, gazing at the gleaming path extending into the darkness beyond, his pupils narrowing involuntarily. During that battle years ago, all devices here had been obliterated. The time travel shuttles developed by the vast Nation should have been completely destroyed. Why does this place still harbor such an entity? He was unaware of how others perceived it, but for someone of his caliber and the Blue Star Federation composed of officials from various nations, this was truly a strategic asset. Each additional unit of this kind allowed them to deploy greater strength, vying for the past and what once was. Someone? A shocked Li Rang suddenly noticed something, focusing his gaze to discover it was Zhou Heng and the luminous giant wolf. This boy is quite impressive, managing to have such a divine elemental creature willingly follow him. It remains uncertain whether it is a permanent or temporary allegiance. How did she end up here? The reason Li Rang returned was due to messages from other lone wolves, stating that red-lipped Su Mo from the Changsheng Su family had inexplicably ventured to the Howling Winds. He glanced at red-lipped Su Mo emerging from the light gate, then at Zhou Heng rushing towards him, and a plan formed in his mind. Kid, go on. I'll handle things here. Li Rang strode towards Zhou Heng, whispering lightly as they brushed past each other. Meanwhile, the countdown on Zhou Heng's retina displayed 0. This signifies that, in the fleeting moment when he brushed past Li Rang, the crisis was averted. Zhou Heng exhibited no hesitation. He clasped his fist towards Li Rang and urged Boss Mo to surge forth into the radiant path, racing towards the exit of the secret realm. As Zhou Heng and Li Rang crossed paths, the crimson-lipped Su Mo glanced over, and in that instant, she happened to witness Zhou Heng bowing to Li Rang. Having missed the preceding context, she hastily assumed that Zhou Heng had already entrusted the item to Li Rang, prompting her to summon her steed and charge towards him. Li Rang, tousling his somewhat disheveled white hair, retrieved a coin from his pocket and flicked it upwards. Subsequently, He removed the sniper rifle from his back and aimed at the coin, firing a shot. At the exit of the Radiant's secret realm, Zhou Heng paused momentarily, observing Li Rang, who might be engaged in battle with Su Mo within. He silently etched Li Rang's visage into his memory, vowing to repay this kindness once he had matured. "Let us depart from this place," he declared, sitting upright upon his wolf-headed mount, gazing towards the outside of the luminous ruins. Boss Mo, no longer hesitating, plunged into the exit of the Radiant ruins. Announcement from the Vast Star Nation faction. Congratulations to player Zhou Heng for eliminating level 6-10 Changshan family player Wang Mo. Announcement from the Vast Star Nation faction. Congratulations to player Zhou Heng for eliminating level 99 Changshan family player Wang Su. Announcement from the Vast Star Nation faction. Congratulations to player Zhou Heng for eliminating level 90 Changshan family player Su Lai. As Zhou Heng exited the Radiant Secret Realm, a cacophony of kill announcements resonated throughout the Vast Star Nation faction. "Ha, I knew God Heng could do it. Did you see that? This is the pinnacle for us ordinary players. The old dynasty has fallen. A new era must rise. Let the Changshan family meet their demise. Brothers, charge forth. God Heng has set the precedent for us. He even took down a level 6-10 giant from the Changshan Wang family. Such a monumental achievement surely proves that we are on the right path." Upon hearing the incessant yet varied faction announcements, the players of the Vast Star Nation faction were invigorated, brimming with newfound strength. Such announcements, once made, would inevitably be followed by corresponding notifications of those defeated. Some astute faction players promptly opened the shared contribution leaderboard, where they beheld Zhou Heng's name proudly displayed at the pinnacle of the Vast Star Nation contributions. 1. Zhou Heng. Contribution points, 10 million. 1. Zhou Heng. Contribution points, 20 million. With each blink, the contribution points refreshed, consistently rising. My heavens! How many Changshan family players did God Heng eliminate? The speed of this contribution point surge, is this the deity of ordinary players in Xia country? Over 1 billion. What do you mean over 1 billion? From my view, it's over 10 billion. Yet again, it has risen. By the heavens! Has he slaughtered an entire Changshan family faction? It's reached hundreds of billions. As the announcements continue to flood in, Zhou Heng's contribution points on the Vast Star Nation leaderboard soared, ultimately resting at an astonishing figure of 948 billion, leaving the players of both factions in utter disbelief, shock, and trepidation. At this moment, the contribution ranking of the Vast Star Kingdom's faction stood at a mere over 120,000 contribution points, a figure achieved through the relentless efforts of countless individuals utilizing resurrection tokens. Yet, this was not the most absurd aspect. The true bewilderment arose when, after Zhou Heng's contribution points came to a complete halt, the display indicated that he belonged to the Saka's empire. In that instant, players from both the Vast Star Kingdom and the Saka's empire were left in a state of confusion. Thus, the question loomed, was Zhou Heng, a deity among ordinary players, aligned with the Vast Star Kingdom or the Saka's empire? To assert he was with the Saka's empire, backed by the Changshan family, was nearly undeniable given the near-million annihilation of the Changshan. However, if he were indeed part of the Vast Star Kingdom, why had he not altered his faction's stronghold? Amidst the bewilderment and contemplation of countless players, Zhou Heng had already emerged from the howling winds of despair, poised to join the battlefield of faction warfare. Chapter 96, An Old Friend. The Frost Mechanical City launches a full-scale offensive in the Frost Domain, successfully occupies the 36th province of the Saka's empire, the Frost Domain. The Vast Star Kingdom launches a frontal assault on the Radiant Domain, successfully occupies the 36th province of the Saka's empire, the Kasa province. The Radiant Domain is under attack. Requesting support. Zhou Heng sat atop the head of Boss Mower, racing forward with fervor. Uncertain of his destination, he first opted to examine the battle logs of the two factions. During his nearly 2-month endeavor to eradicate the remnants of the Changshan family in the land of longevity, the conflict between the two factions had erupted, and the front lines had now extended to the border of the Kasa province in the 36th region of Sakas. The Saka's empire was immense, comprising 36 provinces, each containing numerous domains. For instance, the Frost Domain was a sector of the 36th province, Kasa. Zhou Heng was unclear about the exact number of regions within each province, but one thing was certain: each region was vast, comparable to a province in reality. Moreover, the Saka's empire was stratified into 3 tiers: outer, middle, and inner rings, with every 12 provinces corresponding to one of these tiers. The Kasa province, where he resided, was located at the empire's frontier, classified as an outer province. According to the faction logs, after the Vast Star Kingdom secured the Kasa province, They could not advance further due to the enemy's assaults emanating from other outer provinces and several nearby middle provinces, resulting in a stalemate on the borders of Casa. Zhou Heng gestured to Boss Mower, indicating they should head to the Frost Mechanical City. With his current contribution points, he intended to plunder the vast Star Kingdom's resource vault, thereby accelerating his accumulation of rewards in the faction war. However, before he could voice his intention, a new fate prompt materialized on his retina. Countless unknowns await you ahead and behind. You cannot distinctly discern the sources of information from all sides. Fate offers you a hint. Fate Hint 1. Direct Boss Mower to the Frost Mechanical City, but there, aside from the eternal base of Croesus, there is nothing else. The coveted resource vault you seek has been plundered, as indicated in the faction logs under the Frost Mechanical City ambush section. This explains why the vast Star Kingdom has been unable to advance in Casa Province. Continuing towards the Frost Mechanical City will earn you the cheers of countless players and the affection of your comrades. Fate Hint 2. Advance towards the Radiant Domain, where a familiar figure from your past awaits, potentially offering you splendid opportunities. Fate Hint 3. Move towards the Domain of Light, wielding your formidable strength to dominate the battlefield. You shall reap significant contribution points and an abundance of resources commonly utilized by ordinary players. Bozumer, let us journey to the Radiant Domain. Zhou Heng instructed the remaining Bozumer. In a blink, a fleeting shadow darted across the desert of the fiery domain, that being Bozumer, carrying Zhou Heng at an astonishing speed of 4,000, racing through the sands. To put this into perspective, this velocity surpasses the speed of sound by an astounding 60 meters. In less than an hour, Zhou Heng traversed a straight line of approximately 1440 kilometers, entering the Radiant Domain. Talus, surrender the items you acquire from that end, or we will not hesitate to eliminate you once, twice, thrice. Your revival tokens are surely limited, and there is no escape for you. Within a dense jungle, 4 grim-faced men encircled Talus from all directions, 2 wielding swords, 1 bearing a shield, and another armed with a bow, evidently forming a competent little team. Talus, undeterred, let out a frantic cry, unleashing a sonic blast that repelled the assailant, seizing the opportunity to break free from the encirclement and dart deeper into the thicket. Curse be my father, why did you betray the light, when we vowed to live splendidly? Talus is none other than the daughter of Tater, the sole child of the mayor of Little Bird Town, the same Talus Zhou Heng had only met once. An arrow pierced Talus' shoulder, its considerable force propelling her against a nearby tree. Yet, she dared not hesitate. Steadied, she continued her flight into the depths of the jungle. The remaining trio, bewildered as to why their comrade had uttered such desperate words, were aware that, as members of the Sokka's empire, each possessed no fewer than 100 revival tokens. However, their unity as a team meant they would not act recklessly. The urgency in their scout's voice indicated the presence of an insurmountable threat. Without a moment's pause, they turned to flee, swiftly, for arrows descended from above the dense foliage, and the 4 men, unable to evade, were effortlessly slain. Talus, stunned, glanced back at the fallen, then turned to follow the trajectory of the arrows. In the next instant, she beheld a being towering over 100 meters, radiant and divine, approaching her with a celestial glow reminiscent of a deity. Chapter 97. The Crystallization of Longevity. Thank you, but Talus had never encountered such a being of this caliber. Overcome with anxiety, her words stumbled as she spoke. Bozumer regarded Talus with a silent gaze, gradually parting the surrounding trees and lowering its majestic head. Only then did Talus discern the presence of a rider atop its head. Shocked, she pondered what kind of extraordinary being could command such a colossal creature willingly. However, upon recognizing the figure upon Bozumer's crown, her astonishment deepened. Indeed, I have encountered you before, Talise, and I hold some recollections of Zhou Heng. At that time, he was at my doorstep, ingratiating himself with my father, claiming his talents were lacking and expressing a desire to join the Black Bear Guild for employment. However, he now presents himself as anything but talentless. Zhou Heng dismounted from the wolf, offering a friendly nod to Talise. He did not anticipate that the acquaintance hinted by fate would manifest in such a manner. Miss Talise, I am pleasantly surprised that you still remember me, he remarked. Talise smiled awkwardly. You are quite handsome, and given that it was at my doorstep, I do have some impression of you. She dared not admit it was because she witnessed his flattery towards her father. One could never predict how a formidable individual might react. To steer the conversation away from that topic, she expressed her gratitude. Sir, I cannot thank you enough. Were it not for your intervention, the 3 revival coins I possess would surely have proven insufficient. By the way, how should I address you, sir? Zhou Heng pondered for a moment and, without hesitation, replied with a smile, Zhou Heng. Talise's pupils dilated, instinctively causing her to take a step back. Zhou Heng, are you the one listed on the contribution chart of the vast Star Nation? He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is I. Wonderful. Tali's face brightened as she retrieved an item from her bag, one she had pilfered. My lord, this is what they sought. To me, it holds far less value than the children I nurture, and I wish to sell it. Oh, but wait, why am I on fire? Just as she was about to hand the item to Zhou Heng, she abruptly glanced at her right hand, which clutched the object. A vivid green flame rapidly spread along her arm and engulfed her entire being, culminating in a harrowing scream. When the world is happening. The green flames bore an uncanny resemblance to the calamity fog I encountered in the land of longevity. Could it possibly be linked to the Master of Lifespan? As Zhou Heng sifted through the ashes, he discovered a charred crystal. An indestructible, useless crystal. Quality, inferior. It had the potential to be something remarkable, yet it had been reduced to refuse in the inferno. Just as Zhou Heng contemplated the implications, a message from fate appeared before his eyes. The song of destiny eternally resonates in the world of splendor. One can never ascertain whether their deeds will be celebrated in the future. Fate offers you a hint. Hint 1. Proceed to Radiant City and seek out the enemies you suspect may exist. Hint 2. Advance 20 degrees southwest towards Radiant City. Perhaps unexpected fortune awaits. Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, not dwelling excessively on the implications, and rode bosomer towards the southwest direction of Radiant City. Meanwhile, within Radiant City, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his expression darkening severely. Originally, he intended to construct a blood lifespan magic array in the Radiant domain, relying on players or refining lifespan crystals. The item Talise acquired was indeed a lifespan crystal that had dropped from her. Naturally, it was affected by the blood lifespan magic array. Should such a person attack Radiant City, he and the array would have nowhere to hide, which was precisely why he sought to destroy the lifespan crystal. Before Yang Kai lay two paths. 1. To remain stationed at the blood longevity magic array and await the Longsheng family's assistance. However, he hesitated to entertain this option, given the uncertainty surrounding Zhou Heng's current strength. Thus, he was left with but one choice: to abandon the blood longevity magic array and flee the Huiguang domain with utmost haste. If he could escape this place and concoct a plausible explanation for his superiors, he believed he might evade death. Resolute in his decision, Yang Kai fled towards the southwest of Huiguang City at a speed of 110. A few minutes later, his countenance turned ashen as he beheld a 100-meter luminous wolf that had appeared unbeknownst to him. He fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing to Zhou Heng. Brother Heng, please do not kill me. I am prepared to divulge everything I know. Zhou Heng approached Yang Kai, squatting down to seize his hair and lift him up. Tell me everything you know. I shall grant you but 10 minutes. Be concise. Chapter 98. Instant damage 22, 595, 000. Brother Heng, that is essentially all I know. Yang Kai sobbed, tears and snot mingling as he recounted all the knowledge he possessed. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, Zhou Heng's eyes glimmered with boundless killing intent. He was aware that the Longsheng family had never regarded ordinary players as human, yet he did not anticipate their depravity would reach such depths. They were trading the lives of their fellow human beings for longevity. His immediate priority was to find a way to dismantle the blood longevity magic array and prevent the Longsheng family from conducting a blood sacrifice involving the players of the vast Star Country. Are all the level 3 main cities in the vast Star Country currently equipped with blood longevity magic arrays? Zhou Heng inquired, narrowing his eyes with a chilling glint. Frightened, Yang Kai's legs quaked, and he dared not conceal the truth. Yes, they all have them. Even the level 2 main city of Cassis in Cassis State has one, and it is even more fortified, with many super players stationed there. Do you possess any longevity crystals? How many have you consumed? Zhou Heng pressed further. Without hesitation, Yang Kai surrendered all his longevity crystals to Zhou Heng. Here they are. I did not dare consume any, not even one. Once ingested, one can never unlock the legendary achievement leap. Zhou Heng examined the longevity crystals and conducted an appraisal. Longevity crystal. Quality, inferior. If ingested, grants a lifespan of 10 years. Can be stored in a lifespan container. This contradicts your earlier claims. It does not indicate that consuming it prevents one from transcending into legend. Are you deceiving me? Or has the Longsheng family employed counterfeiters? Zhou Heng questioned again. Yang Kai nodded vigorously. Yes, they use counterfeiters and not just any counterfeiters. I cannot specify. But once this item is produced, it bears no negative information. It has been directly erased. Suddenly, he recalled the issue of the flame gloves, which had consistently eluded detection. The method for evolving such skills should, in theory, have a high probability of triggering the transformation from flame gloves to wrath of fire within a millennium. Yet, after 1,000 years, there remained no relevant records. Could there be a similar force mechanism at play here? Fearful of death, Yang Kai dared not defy Zhou Heng's orders and followed him to the front of Huiguang City. Look, what is that? Oh my. It appears to be a colossal wolf composed of light elements. Such a phenomenon genuinely exists. I have been logged into the boundless expanse for over a decade, yet I have never witnessed anything like this. Could this entity be here to assault us? Assault? Do you not see its level? Astonishing. This is my first encounter with a level 1000 light elemental being. But wait, look, there is someone atop the wolf's head. It appears to be the eternal god. My heavens, it is indeed the eternal god. Quickly, open the city gates. The eternal god has arrived. As the gates of Radiant City slowly creaked open, Zhou Heng found himself momentarily entranced. This scene, revered and cherished by countless individuals, was one he had often envisioned in dreams since his university days. After all, who would he aspire to be a person of such esteem? However, the harsh realities of society had dealt him a brutal blow, making him acutely aware that he was merely an ordinary mortal. Now, it seemed he had finally realized his dream. Dismounting from the wolf, Zhou Heng carried Yang Kai into a central guest room on the top floor of the hotel. Upon entering, he noticed a vibrant red magic circle inscribed upon the floor and instinctively cast an identification spell. Blood Longevity Magic Circle. Quality, rare. Coverage radius, 300 kilometers. Durability, 3000. Armor, 10,000. All elemental damage reduction, 10,000. By investing living beings, one could refine them into various tiers of longevity crystals. Zhou Heng inhaled deeply. The Longevity clan had made a significant investment, spanning a radius of 300 kilometers. Such an extensive blood longevity magic circle blanketed the entirety of Cass's state. It is worth noting that Cass's state is the stronghold of the Vastar nation. If the stronghold is fortified in this manner, what might be the condition of the border front lines? Does the Vastar nation truly possess the capability to vanquish the Sakhar's empire and eradicate the Longevity clan once and for all? For some reason, he felt an overwhelming sense that this campaign was destined for failure. Fate weaves countless paths during the choices made by living beings, and the world becomes ever more splendid due to their unpredictable and infinite selections. Fate offers you a hint. Fate Hint 1. The Vastar nation's Sakhar's empire, Longevity, was fated to be a losing battle from the outset. Although this battle is destined for failure, it presents a significant opportunity for you. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Perhaps you should consider taking a risk. Starting from Radiant City and culminating in Cass's City, you could endeavor to eliminate a total of 12 blood longevity magic circles, thereby making an extraordinary contribution to stabilizing the rear of the Vastar nation. Should you choose this path, your time will be of the essence, and caution is advised. Leave? Zhou Heng was reluctant to depart, especially to retreat into the shadows of the Sakhar's empire. He had not yet reached such a state of despair. The first fate hint still held potential for planning. His mind raced as he contemplated the feasibility of Fate Hint 1. His physical attacks were insufficient to damage the blood longevity magic circle. After all, even with the Sakhar's Emperor's sword, he could barely inflict 9,000 points of physical damage, insufficient to breach the circle's armor. Thus, he could only rely on the Dragon Bow to deliver elemental damage. His base magic was 119-902-2980, and equipping the Dragon Bow enhanced it to 139-902-7980. Since the blood longevity magic circle could not be critically hit, he was limited to delivering the minimum of 13,990 ice elemental damage. The damage, after deducting the full elemental mitigation of 10,000 from the blood longevity magic array, amounts to a single strike of 3,990 points. Following the evolution of the fusion core, Remnant, his attack speed reaches 187, which translates to a damage per second of 74,613. Given the astounding durability of the blood longevity magic array, which is 10 million, he requires merely 135 seconds to obliterate it. Should he activate the Starry Archer skill, the Will of the Star Dragon, his attack speed could soar to 272, with magical damage peaking at 83,070. Thus, in this manner of assault, his damage per second would escalate to an astonishing 22,595,000, meaning he could dismantle the blood longevity magic array in just 5 seconds. Furthermore, the Will of the Star Dragon can be activated for 10 seconds. Consequently, Zhou Heng is poised to annihilate all 12 blood longevity magic arrays in the state of Kasa in a remarkably brief period. The only concern lies in whether the Chongqing family will respond in time to counter his actions. With this plan in mind, Zhou Heng no longer hesitated. As he activated the will of the Star Dragon, he equipped the Dragon Bow and aimed at the core of the blood longevity magic array, commencing his assault. Chapter 99, 12 hours. 73-070. 73-070. 73-070. Yang Kai stood aside, his eyes widening in curiosity as he witnessed Zhou Heng's impending attack on the blood longevity magic array. He remained oblivious to the true extent of Zhou Heng's capabilities. However, with Zhou Heng's arrow striking at 73-070, the dream of being a formidable level 60 player was shattered in an instant. Having dedicated nearly 20 years to the Black Bear Guild, he had barely reached level 60, and with no hope of transcending to the 6th transition. He felt utterly crushed by Zhou Heng's damage output. Gazing at the pitiful 2000 on his magic panel, Yang Kai felt as though 2 decades of effort had been in vain. Yet, just as Yang Kai contemplated this, he noticed Zhou Heng's alarming attack speed. The durability gauge of the blood longevity magic array plummeted at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, the gauge was depleted. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai trembled in shock, relieved that he hadn't foolishly challenged Zhou Heng. Otherwise, he would have succumbed in mere seconds under such damage. As Yang Kai gasped in astonishment, 5 seconds passed, and with a resounding crash, the core of the blood longevity magic array was pulverized. A bizarre red tentacle fell from the core, reminiscent of a severed appendage from a terrifying creature. Disaster of longevity. Quality, brilliant. Your current rank does not permit you to investigate it. Let us proceed to Water Lake City, Zhou Heng stated succinctly, valuing every moment. Bosomer did not question the reason. Having journeyed alongside Zhou Heng, a silent understanding had developed between them. With a wolf's howl, Bosomer vanished within Glimmer City. Yang Kai, bewildered, watched Zhou Heng depart. An overwhelming sense of joy swelling within him. Had he truly survived? However, before he could revel in his fortune, his vice president burst in, casting a cold smirk at the vanished blood longevity magic array before abruptly logging off. Panic surged through Yang Kai as his expression changed drastically, instantly grasping Zhou Heng's calculated ploy, prompting him to log off without delay. In Haishur, Sky City, Su family. Su Ming logged off, still confined to his wheelchair, still clutching the same handkerchief. He sat quietly before Yang Kai and his subordinate, listening as the 2 clowns defended themselves and sought their own interests. Logically, such feeble jesters should not be granted an audience with him, yet their connection to Zhou Heng altered the circumstances. After hearing their respective explanations, Su Ming waved his hand, signaling for his subordinates to escort them away, remaining silent throughout the encounter. After a series of violent coughs, Su Ming shook his head. It was insufficient. Pitting someone of such caliber against Zhou Heng would equate to courting death. He contemplated sending Su Yu instead. Her level was 100 within the 5th ring tier, a strength formidable enough to crush Zhou Heng. However, just as Su Ming voiced his thoughts, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, his pupils constricted. He halted his departing subordinates and spoke softly. "No need. I shall handle this personally." With that, he set down his phone and vanished from Blue Star. The message was from the crimson-lipped Su Moer, warning him to be cautious of the young man named Zhou Heng, who had evaded an epic-level pursuit. This revelation solidified Su Ming's resolve. Zhou Heng's growth rate exceeded his wildest expectations. If left unchecked, the game between them would blur the lines of hunter and prey. His control over the Su family in this generation was not solely due to his formidable strength, but also his composed mindset. While he yearned to exact a slow, torturous revenge for his sister, he could not afford to watch Zhou Heng rise rapidly. Thus, it was a matter he must handle himself. Destiny is ever-changing. Surely, you have felt this as you journey onward. Destiny offers you guidance. Destiny's second hint. Su Ming's strength lies not only in his personal prowess, but also in his lineage, as his mother is a player from the game's inception. In light of such a lofty background, if you wish to avoid enmity with him, perhaps presenting an elegant ancient flute to please his mother might preserve your life. However, your future would remain dreadfully bleak, devoid of hope. Zhou Heng narrowed his eyes, seated atop the bosomer, gazing at the distant landscape with a slight smirk. As for Destiny's second hint, it was not worth considering. As for Su Ming, the man who had intruded upon his reality in a wheelchair, Zhou Heng had longed to personally dispatch him. Since the man was so eager to rush towards his demise, he would compose a fitting requiem for him. An hour later, Zhou Heng arrived in Water Lake City. Under the astonished gazes of countless players from the vast Star Kingdom, he commanded Bosomer to obliterate all structures surrounding the Lord's mansion with a single strike, revealing a blood-red, life-sustaining magic circle. What is this? Can anyone enlighten us on what this is? Longshang, damn it. Countless players, witnessing the scene, gritted their teeth, eager to spread the news, desperate to relay this information to every player in the vast Star Kingdom in mere moments. Moments later, Zhou Heng, under the incredulous stares of all the players in Water Lake City, single-handedly shattered the core of the life-sustaining magic circle, enduring a full elemental damage reduction of 10,000 with his bow. In that instant, everyone finally grasped the extent of Zhou Heng's formidable power. To obliterate a magic circle core that boasted an elemental reduction of 10,000 and durability of 10 million at level 315, such a feat was beyond the reach of even the players of the Longsheng family. Zhou Heng paid no heed to the astonished expressions of the surrounding ordinary players. After shattering the Blood Life magical array and obtaining the Calamity of Life, he mounted Bolsmower and set forth towards the next city. An hour later, Zhou Heng arrived at Maple Forest City, where he again shattered the Blood Life magical array and claimed the Calamity of Life. Logically, the 2-hour journey should have provided the Su family of the Eternal Life clan ample time to react. Yet it appeared that Su Ming's decision had altered the family's approach to this matter. Nevertheless, this was advantageous for Zhou Heng, sparing him the need to expend extra effort in dismantling these arrays. Now, he simply had to await the remaining 10 hours. Zhou Heng harbored a subtle intuition that Su Ming would be waiting for him in the secondary main city of Cassis. Chapter 100, Objective, 1 hour. By the 5th hour, Zhou Heng stood within the 3rd-level main city of Guanyin City, located in the 6th area of Cassis. Lord Heng, take a look, is this what you seek? A burly man approached Bolsmower, placing the Calamity of Life upon the ground. Zhou Heng regarded him with surprise, then glanced around at the players nearby. Regardless of whether they were players or NPCs, all from the vast Star Nation faction cast admiring and respectful gazes towards him. Some exuberant young women even flirted, casting coy glances in his direction. Is this the power of fame? In this moment, Zhou Heng truly experienced the benefits that renown could bring. If the subsequent 3rd-level main cities were to follow suit, his tasks would become considerably easier. Very well, I shall accept this. Thank you, Zhou Heng replied, graciously receiving the item. The burly man trembled slightly, his eyes tinged with a hint of red. Lord Heng, you are too kind. Were it not for your discovery of this dreadful artifact, we would remain oblivious to the Eternal Life clan's sinister schemes. You cannot fathom the extent of its coverage, over 300 kilometers. Should it be fully activated, all present would meet their doom. As the burly man finished speaking, players standing at either side erupted in outrage. They understood that the Eternal Life clan controlled the Soccer's empire and had long exploited their resources. Yet they had never imagined that the clan would deny them even a chance for survival. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the gravity of their situation. This was not merely a standard faction war, but a desperate struggle for life and death. Thus, they rallied around Zhou Heng, their sole beacon of hope. The subsequent 6th, 7th, and even up to the 11th cities followed suit. As the heartland of the vast Star Nation faction, players united with a shared resolve, effortlessly dismantling the unguarded Blood Life magical arrays and handing the Calamity of Life over to Zhou Heng. By the 11th hour, Zhou Heng, riding the luminous giant wolf Bolsmower, successfully reached the final city, Cassis, the only secondary main city of the Cassis region. This was a colossal city with walls soaring over 100 meters high. Zhou Heng activated his distant star vision, extending 80 kilometers. Yet he could scarcely glimpse a fraction of this secondary main city. He surmised that its radius stretched at least 150 kilometers beyond. It is Lord Heng. He has arrived. Quickly, open the city gates. We have triumphed. Haha, Lord Heng is here. What can a light association, the Caesar Divine Court, and the Listening Tide Pavilion use to defend against us? Heavenly Spirit, we have located the Blood Lifespan Magic Array and are here to guide you. Upon the city walls, numerous ordinary players raised their voices in fervent exclamations as streams of radiant light ascended, seemingly directing the fates towards the distance. These were guiding artifacts indicating the location of the target. By employing this item, one could navigate within a 200-kilometer radius as long as the target was locked on. However, a considerable drawback remained: the visibility of the guiding light to all. 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, Bosi Mower restored its colossal form from 100 meters to 1,000, leaping gracefully over the towering city walls. Its limbs touched the structures within Cass's city like weightless feathers, swiftly progressing towards the luminous guidance. Soon, Zhou Heng, through the distant celestial perspective, identified the blood lifespan magic array located 80 kilometers away. In contrast to the previous 11 arrays, this one was immensely larger, with a visible radius exceeding 20 kilometers. Clearly, this was an array potent enough to encompass the entirety of the secondary main city of Cassis. "Prepare yourselves," commanded Yu Ming, the president of the Radiant Association's branch station in Frost City, his eyes gleaming with determination as he fixated on Zhou Heng, who rode the colossal wolf. As the latter encroached upon the attack range, Yu Ming bellowed, "Strike." Bring Zhou Heng down from atop the luminous giant wolf. The leader of the Caesar Divine Court's Frost City branch, Bolak, glared with a fierce countenance, brandishing a massive axe, his posture low and ready. At Yu Ming's command, he surged forth like a cannonball. This faction of Frost City's longevity henchmen had been dispatched here to atone for their failures after Su Hai's demise. Their singular objective was to delay Zhou Heng for 1 hour until reinforcements from the Su family arrived. In essence, even if it required the use of resurrection coins, they were determined to hold Zhou Heng at bay for that duration. Bolak, a robust American, charged forth with the ferocity of a wild bull. He quickly closed in on Bosi Mower, extracting a deep, dark potion from his pack and casting it to the ground. Bosi Mower's expression turned cold at the sight, and it abruptly shifted away, seeking refuge. However, such resources were not exclusive to Bolak. Every participant in this battle possessed similar items. As an abundance of the dark potion was scattered, the light elements surrounding Bosi Mower began to destabilize. It bared its teeth, eyes filled with fury. Zhou Heng observed the unfolding scene, aware that the nature of the dark potion was uncertain but likely intended only to restrict Bosi Mower's movements. As for himself, he surmised that the individual before him was not intent on his demise, but rather on delaying him for an hour. From Su Ming's perspective, it was reasonable to conclude that Zhou Heng could not have foreseen their intentions. Thus, to all but him, this confrontation appeared to be a straightforward battle aimed at dismantling the blood lifespan magic array. Zhou Heng reassured Bosi Mower, "Do not worry, simply stand still. I will handle the rest." Rising to his feet, he grasped the dragon bow, gazing down at the throng of players surging towards him, his short hair and sleeves fluttering in the fierce winds blowing across the forefront of Cassis City. Chapter 101. The Dimensional Strike from the Stars. The enemy's source of information is undoubtedly flawed. After all, the acquisition of the Star Devourer by the Celestial Archer is something that has eluded everyone's comprehension. This signifies that, at this very moment, be it the approaching Su Ming or the combined forces of the Light Association and the Caesar Divine Court, all are under the impression that he is an ultra-long-range archer. "Let us practice with you, my celestial archer of the Star Devourer," Zhou Heng murmured, drawing his bow not towards the crowd, but aiming at the firmament. The skill, a dimensional strike from the cosmos, was unleashed. In an instant, everyone, including Bolak, Yu Ming, and Yang Kai, witnessed a beam of light soaring towards the heavens, which then split the sky above. Subsequently, they saw countless arrows of rain descending upon each individual. 24, 800, 22, 000, 19, 501, 47, 810. Damn it. How could his damage be so exceedingly high? Is this not an area attack? They had believed he lacked such group assault skills. Some of the lower-level players were instantly obliterated, respawning at the designated resurrection points. Everyone was aware that Zhou Heng's movement speed was certainly not low, yet the Bolos Mire were restricted. Their numbers were overwhelmingly large. As long as even one or two managed to reach casting distance, Zhou Heng's speed would undoubtedly be curtailed, and once reduced successfully even once, there would be a second time, or even countless times thereafter. In other words, if they could approach Zhou Heng, this battle could very well prolong for an hour. After all, at that level, he doubted Zhou Heng could unleash his skills indefinitely. Yu Ming had surmised correctly. The dimensional strike from the cosmos was indeed a no-cooldown skill, consuming merely 10 mana, while Zhou Heng, under the collective enhancement of Bolos Mire, restored 10 mana per second. This effectively rendered it a no-cost 10-kilometer area of effect. To be frank, he was at a loss as to how Yu Ming, Yang Kai, and the others could possibly secure a victory. This was destined to be a battle of thorough annihilation. The arrows fell in a relentless downpour, the resurrection points ablaze with brilliant light. They could not close the distance, not even a little. All players attempting to approach Zhou Heng, be they from the Light Association, the Caesar Divine Court, or the Listening Tide Pavilion, were mercilessly slain by the dimensional strike from the cosmos. Furthermore, with each round of the dimensional strike unleashed, Zhou Heng would synchronize his attack speed to unleash rapid volleys upon the blood-sustaining magic array. Thus, players perished and resurrected in droves, while the core of the blood-sustaining magic array continued to suffer damage. Without invoking the Star Devourer's dragon form, each of Zhou Heng's strikes dealt ice elemental damage of 3,990, coupled with Bolos Meyer's 50 attack speed enhancement. His firing rate remained akin to that of the Star Devourer's dragon form, at 272. This indicated that the blood-sustaining magic array, with a durability of 10 million, could only withstand 92 seconds under his onslaught. Damn it, they lamented, witnessing the durability of the blood-sustaining magic array dwindle. Yu Ming and the others looked utterly despondent. Their initial confidence in holding out for an hour shattered. They couldn't even last 2 minutes. How could a newcomer develop to such a level of power in just over 3 months? They were filled with reluctance, yet utterly helpless. Ultimately, as the 92 seconds elapsed, with a resounding crash, the blood-sustaining magic array shattered, and calamity befell them. Upon witnessing the scene, Yu Ming and his companions were filled with rage, their eyes ablaze as they bellowed, "Take the resurrection platform and retreat, retreat." They had received 2 commands. One was to hold Zhou Heng for an hour, and if that proved impossible, to feign defeat and withdraw without taking the calamity of longevity. As he observed the tide of hostile players receding, Zhou Heng dismounted from Boss Mower and picked up the forsaken calamity of longevity, his eyes narrowing slightly. The sudden abandonment of such an item was indeed peculiar. If he were in the shoes of Yang Kai and his associates, he would undoubtedly gather such a resource left on the ground, for leaving it for the enemy could lead to unforeseen advantages for them. Yet, this seemingly simple action was neglected by all. Among the countless beings in the universe, there may be a plethora of foolish and dim-witted individuals, but their distribution within the human population is undeniably sparse. Fate offers you a hint. Fate Hint 1. This is a scheme of intellect. The calamity of longevity originates from the legendary creature, the source of longevity's catastrophe. This is an exceptionally unique entity. If one were to collect 10,000 pieces of the calamity, they would attract one another, forming a brand new legendary creature. The source of longevity's catastrophe. Conceal them to ensure that such effects do not trigger. Fate Hint 2. Su Ming is destined to fall at your hands. Swiftly and decisively eliminating him will yield substantial rewards. Although the source of longevity's catastrophe appears to be a fearsome legendary creature, if you witness the moment of its fusion and present it to the master of longevity, you shall receive commendable accolades. Zhou Heng rose, surveying his surroundings in search of a favorable location. Su Ming was indeed a formidable player from the longevity clan, both in terms of his legendary level and the residual source of longevity's catastrophe he left behind. His actions were undoubtedly calculated in foresight. However, it was unfortunate for him that he encountered Zhou Heng, for the course of fate lay firmly in his grasp. All that remained was to await Su Ming's arrival. Chapter 102. A fleeting glance with a single sword. Utilizing the distant starlit vista, Zhou Heng swiftly located an idyllic spot near Cass's city, approximately 70 kilometers away. He found a stone to sit upon, retrieving an elegant ancient flute from his backpack, and sat back to observe the boundless world and the ebb and flow of the clouds. Boss Mower stood by, utterly bewildered by Zhou Heng's sudden actions. It had believed it understood this human well enough, but now it realized its perspective was narrow. Instead of hastily preparing for the potential assault from the longevity clan after their skirmish, he sat there holding a flute as if to play a melody. Zhou Heng, this is not the time for sightseeing. I have a premonition that the longevity clan will surely come looking for you. While I maintain decent speed, what will you do if a legendary figure approaches? With narrowed eyes, Boss Mower fixed its gaze on Zhou Heng, increasingly perplexed by his intentions. What was he plotting? Or perhaps, what did he already know? It glanced around, but found no answers. After a moment of contemplation, it nodded in silence and transformed into light, venturing out to explore. After all, having been suppressed for so many years, why not seize the opportunity to survey the surroundings? As time ticked away, the fateful moment of 12 hours approached, marked by 10 fleeting minutes. Su Ming arrived at the city of Cassis, gazing upon the devastated bloodlife magic array. He coughed twice, expelling a plume of black mist while a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Truly, a character capable of evading the grasp of epic players. Could such a multitude falter within the span of an hour? Yet could they truly escape? Extending his right hand, he revealed an arm tainted by black aura, its grotesque appearance reminiscent of decayed wood. Clenching his fist, a drop of obsidian liquid fell to the ground. producing a hissing sound before darting away in the direction that Zhou Heng had fled. Su Ming cast his gaze towards the path the black liquid had taken, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes as he pursued closely behind. Approximately 13 minutes later, guided by the black liquid, Su Ming arrived at the riverbank where Zhou Heng sat elegantly upon a stone, playing a melody on his flute. His pupils constricted involuntarily. First, it was impossible for Zhou Heng to know of his arrival here, yet it was evident that he awaited someone. Furthermore, the fact that such a legendary player remained entirely unperturbed in the face of his presence, calmly performing a song that every high school student must learn, was perplexing. What was he praising? What was he extolling? An ominous premonition surged within him. Zhou Heng, Su Ming uttered in a low, fierce tone, without a hint of hesitation. He decisively unleashed his level 350 power, transforming into a streak of black light as he lunged towards Zhou Heng. Years of combat experience dictated that he must attack immediately, for he could not allow Zhou Heng to complete his melody. However, at that moment, a chilling notification appeared before his eyes. You are listening to the flute S sound. The effect of noble and elegant combat spirit is activated. A noble and elegant duel arena is being generated. A noble and elegant duel arena? Su Ming rapidly searched his memories for relevant information, and suddenly, he recalled teachings from his childhood imparted by his family's tutor. The chill in his eyes morphed into terror and astonishment. An elegant ancient flute. How could this be? Su Ming gasped in disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, the black light that had been aimed at Zhou Heng altered its course, retreating swiftly along the path he had come. He was not Wang Lu, the sealing master. His knowledge was sufficient to unveil the true nature of that flute. Yet, he had never fathomed that Zhou Heng would possess such an artifact. To prevent ordinary players from acquiring anything related to the ancient hero system, vast amounts of time had been spent creating counterfeit items to deceive the masses. Logically, the number of elegant ancient flutes still in existence should be in the hundreds of millions, if not trillions. How could the opponent possess the genuine article? Flee! 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 Su Ming's expression turned icy, his face contorted with rage. At that moment, all remnants of his previous arrogance towards Zhou Heng evaporated, leaving only a singular thought. He must escape the noble and elegant duel arena. He could not allow it to take effect, otherwise, his attributes would plummet to a terrifying degree. At that point, all the resources he possessed would be rendered useless, for what legendary player would carry low-level weapons and equipment? Yet, he was still a step too late. Everything lay within the grasp of fate's ominous prompt. He had not dashed far when the melodious and lingering ode of the wind drew to a close, triggering a noble and elegant duel effect, alongside the activation of a subpar flute melody effect. The arena for an exalted and graceful duel has been established. The subpar flute melody effect has been activated. Your level has been reduced to level 1, retrieving your level 1 attributes. You may retain one weapon that can be used at level 1. Upon seeing the notification reappear on his retina, Su Ming gazed in horror at his attribute panel. His attributes, once at level 350, were plummeting to level 1 at an unimaginable speed. At level 1, he possessed no attributes of his own. All were reliant on the various resources provided by his family. However, at that time, he had already been at least level 5 or 6, not to mention his equipment. How could a legendary player of level 350 possess weapons and gear suitable for level 1? In stark contrast stood Zhou Heng. Whoosh! A flicker of cold light flashed, and in the next moment, Su Ming watched as his body drifted away from him until a dull thud sounded. Only then did he realize his head had fallen to the ground. Witnessing his body and head gradually dissolve into radiant light, vanishing into the boundless expanse. How could the fate of such an elegant and ancient flute be so dire? Zhou Heng, I should have killed you when you took my sister's life. My cleverness has led to my downfall. I am unwilling to accept this. Yet your time is limited. Su Ming glared fiercely at Zhou Heng. If looks could kill, he would have slain Zhou Heng countless times over. Through gritted teeth, he uttered, I am the head of the Su family this generation. To kill me means you are truly challenging the limits of your growth. You will die. Chapter 103, The Glimmer of Life. Announcement from the Saka's Empire. This imperial announcement bore no rewards, yet it significantly raised the longevity death progress by 10. This very announcement ignited a firestorm throughout the Saka's Empire. For it had been an eternity since a player at level 31 had eradicated a level 350 player from the longevity family. This was not a mere skirmish between players below level 100, but a terrifying confrontation transcending the realms of ordinary power and legendary might. How could a legendary power of level 350 fall? The red-lipped Su Mo just about to step into the time-traveling device, paused upon hearing this imperial announcement, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the distant heavens. She could not comprehend how Zhou Heng had accomplished this. It was not merely a matter of level 100 or some so-called star ring level, but rather the level 350 Su Ming, the newly appointed patriarch emerging from her family's latest generation. She was well aware of Su Ming's combat prowess, especially considering his ability to withstand the whispers of the abyss without losing his sanity. She had held high hopes for this junior. Yet now, he had been so utterly obliterated. Li Rang also set aside his preparations, readying to snipe at red-lipped Su Moer with his aerial sniper rifle, his mouth slightly agape with a cigarette that fell unheeded to the ground. After the imperial announcement had echoed 3 times, he could no longer contain his expletives. What the hell is going on with that kid? Level 31, annihilating the head of the Su family, Su Ming? Has he lost his mind? This was no trivial matter of skirmishing between star ring levels. Li Rang furrowed his brow, deeply concerned. If Zhou Heng were merely to eliminate someone of Kashmoral's ilk, the Chongqing family might not have taken it too seriously. After all, the demise of such a lowly descendant would not be of great consequence, for they could always produce more. Indeed, if they could not manage such trivial adversaries, how would they ever suppress the lone wolves and the official forces of various nations in the future? Thus, until Zhou Heng had slain Su Ming, it was merely a skirmish, not involving any fundamental issues. However, with the death of the current head of the Su family, this was a direct affront to the Chongqing family. He could foresee that once this news became public, Zhou Heng would no longer contend with the 8th and 9th starring ranks of the Chongqing family, but would face formidable opponents of legendary caliber directly. Zhou Heng, may fate smile upon you. I can only offer you this token. Whether you can survive under its guidance depends solely on your own fortune. Whispering softly, Li Rang withdrew a bullet towards the direction of Kasuzu, then turned to aim at the red-lipped Su Moer. Sensing something, Su Moer let out a cold laugh, and, in a voice that Li Rang could hear distinctly, declared, "You wish to assist Zhou Heng, do you? You have no chance. This is no longer mere trifling. He will certainly die." With that, she vanished into the time-traveling machine without giving Li Rang a chance to fire. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Sakas Empire, the eternal Crosa, wielding the Sakas Emperor's sword, was drenched in blood. At the moment the imperial announcement resonated, he abruptly halted his assault, standing tall, and gazed at the aged figures clad in golden robes across from him, exclaiming with hearty laughter, "Do you see? This is the fate of a Chongqing family. You cannot prevail. A new storm has arisen, and no one can remain stagnant." The expressions of the legendary players from the Chongqing family turned icy, nearly dripping with despair. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? A legendary player of level 350, the current head of the Su family, had been obliterated by a mere level 31 individual, one who had only recently logged into the boundless world for just over 3 months. It could be said that with the issuance of this imperial announcement, the lofty status of the Chongqing family within the Sakas Empire had crumbled. Observing the Chongqing family players, who dared not utter a word, Crosa's laughter grew even louder. "Is that all you have? If this is your only strength, then you shall find it impossible to retain the name Chongqing." Raising the Sakas Emperor's sword high, Crosa charged at the golden-robed elders with unparalleled speed. Plunging back into fierce combat, it is essential to recognize that from Su Ming's perspective, the situation was entirely in his favor. Yet, despite such advantageous circumstances, he had prepared for contingencies after death. Such a person, unless Zhou Heng possessed an ancient, elegant flute that could fundamentally vanquish his opponent, would have no possibility of overcoming such an individual. Is this the calamity of longevity in its myriad forms? Observing the writhing calamities on the ground, Zhou Heng witnessed the calamities within his expansive relative infinite backpack, rare item, inexplicably detach and surge towards the earth. Soon, he beheld them coalesce into a bizarre, deep green, twisted entity emitting a gurgling sound. Such worthy offerings from the source of longevity as calamity, I grant you the glimmer of life. Chapter 104, The Abyssal Corridor of Darkness. Accompanied by the deep and resounding voice of the Lord of Lifespan, a faint glimmer slowly descended into Zhou Heng's palm, soon vanishing within. Subsequently, he received a notification. You have acquired the passive skill, Glimmer of Life. Glimmer of Life. Quality, Arcane. Restores 1 life. Upon receiving damage, restores 10 life points. When faced with a fatal blow, you may force a life-saving escape once. Cooldown, 12 hours. This blessing from the Lord of Lifespan could only be enhanced by offering more sources of calamity. Zhou Heng's expression brightened. This was his first restorative skill since logging into the infinite abyss, and it was passive. This signified that the issue of the fusion core remnant draining 1,000 life points per hour was no longer a concern. Furthermore, the glimmer of life truly justified its arcane quality, as it granted a forced immunity to death, akin to an additional chance at survival. The Whisper of the Abyss. Quality. Inferior. Zhou Heng gazed at the identified information, his pupils narrowing in surprise. Before he could react, a somber voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a demon's whisper. Do you crave power? The power to alter the world? Embrace me. Only I can guide you to the infinite and eternal halls of truth, where you may explore the magnificent expanse of the divine sea of stars. Come, child, for I am your true sanctuary. Zhou Heng's eyes gradually lost their luster as he instinctively raised the Whisper of the Abyss toward his forehead. His body, astonishingly, seemed to operate beyond his control. It felt as though his consciousness was being drawn from his body. Though he remained lucid, he could only watch helplessly as he brought the Whisper of the Abyss closer. In that moment, Zhou Heng comprehended that Su Ming had prepared not only the calamity of lifespan as a contingency, but that this was his ultimate trump card. The adversary was wagering that if he lost, he would succumb to the Whisper of the Abyss. At that instant, a fate notification bypassed the judgment of the Whisper of the Abyss, appearing on Zhou Heng's retina. Fate often converges upon you and me, him and her, unexpectedly. No one can evade the intricate workings of destiny. Fate offers you a hint. Fate Hint 1. Your willpower is remarkably strong, though the reason remains unknown. At merely 18 years of age, you possess the ability to withstand this whisper. Fate Hint 2. The Whisper of the Abyss draws near. You will be irrevocably immersed in darkness, becoming a vessel for the abyss amongst the stars at the cost of your own body. Countless beings will pursue you, should you lack a powerful backing. Zhou Heng's countenance twisted in fury. The Fate Hint was oblivious to the source of his formidable willpower. How could he be unaware? As a transmigrator, he would not be swayed by a mere whisper from the abyss. Since fate indicated he could resist the Whisper of the Abyss, he resolved to confront it head-on. Observing his own body persistently bringing the Whisper of the Abyss closer to his forehead, he snorted coldly and forcefully delved into himself, reclaiming control over his actions. You are resisting the Whisper of the Abyss. Human, why engage in this futile struggle? You are not even immortal. You are fiercely resisting the Whisper of the Abyss. Ah, is it true that the resolve of the ordinary player has become so formidable in this day and age? My admiration for you grows ever more profound. You begin to acclimate to the intensity of the abyssal whispers. What? Your willpower? And yet you have just embarked upon the boundless expanse. How curious. You have succeeded. Yet the choices of fate unveil countless paths before you in this very moment. Fate offers you a suggestion. Fate's suggestion 1. Encase the abyssal whispers within the general relative infinite backpack, a rare treasure. Its power is sufficient to quell these whispers. Yet you shall forfeit the dark forces. Fate's suggestion 2. True darkness and light have never existed in this world. What is deemed dark or light is merely the autonomous discernment of beings as they traverse their paths. You may attempt to harness the power of darkness, having triumphed once. You possess the complete capacity to master it. Simply consume it, and mastery shall be yours. In that moment, you might wield darkness in your left hand and light in your right. However, such a choice will draw the attention of light upon you, leading to considerable troubles in the future. A mere whisper from the abyss has elicited 2 prompts from fate in such a brief span. Zhou Heng, with his gaze cast downwards upon his closed palm, swiftly arrives at a decision. Since he can entirely seize control of the abyssal whispers, he must acquire this power from darkness. As for the impending troubles, are his current predicaments any less burdensome? Unhesitatingly, Zhou Heng releases his grip on the abyssal whispers, gazing at the profound darkness in his hand, and swallows it whole. How dare you, human? You provoke the great will of the abyss. You shall perish. At the very moment Zhou Heng consumes the abyssal whispers, an enraged roar reverberates from within, followed by an incessant stream of notifications. You have ingested the abyssal whispers. The abyssal whispers launch an assault upon you. Your willpower is immensely robust. You withstand the encroachment of the abyssal whispers. The fusion core, remnant, detects the abyssal whispers, which are being devoured. What is this fusion core? The might of the mechanized god has clearly spared me. Zhou Heng faintly hears a desperate scream emanating from within, and soon discovers a flickering light within his heart, a blend of white and black, pulsating 9 times before dimming. Fusion core, remnant, devours the abyssal whispers. Zhou Heng hastily opens his attribute panel, only to find this skill occupies an entire page, categorized under the realm of science fiction. Quality, molecular energy level, molecular level. Atomic level, proton level, neutron level, electron level, quark level, lepton level, string level. It forcibly extracts energy from the abyss at the molecular level. Magic amplification, 200 self. Magic amplification, 400 mechanized God. Magic recovery, 10 self. Magic recovery, 20 mechanized God. Abyssal whispers, you shall be continually eroded by darkness, 01000.